In this world, there exists a dichotomy of life and death. Some engage in the commerce of the living, while others delve into the trade of the deceased. My endeavors lie within the latter realm, not in selling coffins or paper money, nor in peddling shrouds or paper effigies. What I offer is something far more peculiar and sinister than you have ever encountered. Chapter 1. The Celestial Outcast. I am Zhang Xian, a natural harbinger of misfortune. The villagers proclaim that both my father and mother perished due to my ill fate. I have never known my mother. She was struck by a simpleton herding ducks just half a month before her time. Before she could rise from the ground, her trousers were stained crimson, and the frightened fool fled, leaving her alone. When the farmers returned to the village and discovered her, she had already departed from this world. Upon receiving the news, my father fainted on the spot. At that time, there was a village decree. Pregnant women who passed away could not be laid to rest within the village, for it was believed to invite calamity. Thus, they needed to be buried swiftly. My father remained in a state of unconsciousness, and the village chief took it upon himself to inter my mother. The villagers found an ancient locust tree on a nearby hill, over a century old, and beneath its boughs, they dug a shallow grave, wrapping my mother in a tattered straw mat before laying her to rest. As they covered the grave, a sudden, piercing wail erupted from within, sending the onlookers fleeing in terror. When my father regained consciousness and heard of this, he hurried up the hill, scraping away the thin layer of earth with his hands, and cradled my barely breathing form back home. Perhaps it was due to being confined in my mother's womb for too long. From an early age, my vision was impaired. When others extended their hands before me, I could only discern a vague silhouette, unable to distinguish the number of fingers held aloft. The village children nicknamed me Zhang the Half-Blind. When I turned 8, a plague swept through the village, claiming numerous lives. Many villagers reported hearing ghostly wails in the dead of night, instilling a sense of dread among them. The village chief summoned a barefoot immortal who danced in the wheat fields for hours, claiming to exorcise the spirits. My father, carrying me, joined the crowd. Upon seeing me, the immortal recoiled in horror, as if confronted by a specter. He warned my father that I was a natural-born harbinger of doom, and should not be kept close, lest even the strongest among them fall victim to my curse. Furious, my father seized a pole and chased after the immortal, dismissing his words, yet the villagers took them to heart. They insisted that my father send me away, forbidding me to remain in the village. Defiant, he argued back, but his voice was drowned out by the crowd. In a fit of rage, he grabbed a butcher's knife and threatened the villagers, vowing to slay anyone who dared speak against him. This silenced them, but from that day forth, whispers of my cursed nature spread throughout the village. I was the cause of my mother's demise, and eventually, my father would meet the same fate. In the following days, my father often drank alone, and in my youth, I lacked the wisdom to intervene. Ultimately, he drank himself to death. On my 9th birthday, he sold freshly harvested leeks to buy me a cake and treated himself to a bottle of liquor. Years later, I still recall the cake's sweetness, its strawberry flavor, and the image of my father, intoxicated, grasping my mother's spirit tablet, weeping her name in despair. That night, my father passed away in his sleep. A few days later, an old man from the village who sold alcohol was apprehended by the police on charges of distributing counterfeit liquor mixed with industrial alcohol. My father's funeral was organized by my 2 uncles, as the country had shifted its policies, abolishing earth burials in favor of cremation. During the lull before the arrival of the hearse, the village chief inquired of my uncles if anyone would be willing to adopt me. Neither uncle spoke. Their eyes, filled with terror, regarded me as if they had encountered a ghost in broad daylight. Eventually, I was coaxed and deceived into a welfare institution by my 2 uncles. Chapter 2. In the welfare institution, the children, much like myself, are bereft of parents, each bearing their own misfortunes. However, unlike me, they often find themselves adopted. While I remain unchosen, for I am partially blind, my impaired vision has led to my fair share of suffering within the institution, whether older or younger. The other children frequently bullied me. I was often kicked from behind, and when I turned to confront my assailant, I could only vaguely discern the shadowy figure fleeing, accompanied by the cacophony of mocking laughter from all directions. Even during mealtimes, I would have a chicken leg, which I had waited half a month for, snatched away from me, and on occasion, I would find someone secretly spitting phlegm into my bowl, leaving a particularly foul and salty taste. I often wept, yearning to escape this hellish existence, But with my inability to clearly see faces, I could not even locate the exit of the welfare institution. I once contemplated taking my own life, secretly concealing a fork in my sleeve during meals, intending to pierce my throat with it in the stillness of the night. Yet I ultimately lacked the courage to follow through. This wretched life persisted for 3 years until I encountered an angel in my life. Her name was Lizzie, a girl 5 years my senior, who had lost her parents and younger brother in a car accident, leaving her the sole survivor of her family. I could not discern Lizzie's appearance, yet I believed her to be beautiful, for my father had once told me that beauty emanates from the heart. Lizzie was a remarkably kind girl. Upon witnessing me being bullied by other children, she swiftly seized a broom and chased them away in fright. She publicly declared that I was now her little brother, threatening to retaliate against anyone who dared to bully me again. From that moment on, no one dared to spit in my bowl, and I finally savored the taste of chicken legs, 2 of them, no less, because Lizzie, claiming she was on a diet, placed her chicken leg into my bowl. As I feasted on the chicken leg, I heard her swallow, and I understood that she disapproved of my thinness and wished for me to eat more. From that day forth, we referred to each other as siblings, and this brought a flicker of warmth into my cold life at the welfare institution. As we grew older, many families expressed interest in adopting Lizzie, yet she steadfastly refused, stating that she would not leave unless I was adopted first. Gradually, as Lizzie aged, no families were willing to adopt her. I often felt guilty for holding her back, but Lizzie would dismiss my worries, saying, "What is there to fear if no one adopts me? In the future, I will earn money to support you." Once she reached adulthood, Lizzie had to leave the welfare institution. Every weekend, she would return, bringing me delicious snacks. However, it wasn't long before rumors about Lizzie began to circulate. Some claimed that after leaving the welfare institution, she was unable to find work and eventually turned to a nightclub, selling her body for money. I fought with those spreading such lies, resulting in a bruised face for me. When Lizzie came to see me, she was deeply pained. She scolded me for fighting, warning me that I could easily be killed in such encounters with my poor eyesight. I asked her, "Sister, do you really work at the nightclub?" After a long silence, Lizzie finally replied, "Does it matter where I work? As long as I can provide for you, that is enough." That day, my heart ached as if it were being cleaved in two. I suddenly realized that my feelings for Lizzie had quietly transformed over the years. I had fallen in love with her. From that point onward, Lizzie's visits to the welfare institution became increasingly infrequent, until she no longer came at all. Someone informed me that Lizzie had donated a sum of money to the institution, enough to ensure that I could continue living there even after reaching adulthood. I longed to find Lizzie, but no one could guide me, and I could not even find the way out of the institution's gates. My life fell back into shadow, and once again, I was taunted as the blind boy, with chicken legs no longer appearing in my bowl. Years passed, and I once again contemplated ending my life. As I pondered the least painful way to depart, the director of the institution found me. He spoke a single sentence that illuminated my dark destiny. "Mr. Lin is willing to pay for your eye surgery, but you must work for him for 10 years. Do you accept?" Chapter 3. The director's words filled me with elation. I knew of Mr. Lin, whose full name was Lin Xian, a philanthropist who generously donated substantial sums to the welfare institution each year. If my vision could indeed be restored, I would gladly work for Mr. Lin for a lifetime. A week later, I was admitted to the hospital. Upon awakening from anesthesia, the vibrant world before me brought tears to my eyes. For the first time, I could clearly see the faces of others, and I stared blankly at the nurse changing my dressings, causing her to blush in embarrassment. During my treatment, I did not encounter Mr. Lin. He had entrusted the director with a note containing an address, instructing me to visit him upon my discharge. I carefully tucked the note away, delaying my visit to express my gratitude, as I yearned to see Lizzie once more and discover how she was faring. After some investigation, I located the nightclub where Lizzie had previously worked, bribing the bouncer with a pack of cigarettes. I learned that Lizzie had been taken care of by a wealthy man and had not been seen at work for quite some time. The bouncer did, however, provide me with Lizzie's former phone number. I used a public phone at a tea house to call her. Soon, a familiar voice came through the receiver. "Hello. Who is this?" My heart raced with excitement. "Sister, it's me, Xiaoxian." There was silence on the other end, and fearing that Lizzie might hang up, I poured out my feelings. "Sister, my eyesight has been restored. I can see again. May I see you?" After uttering those words, my heart raced uncontrollably. My grip on the phone tightened painfully. Each second of waiting for Lizzie's response felt like an eternity, and I feared she would disconnect, leaving me unable to see her ever again. Fortunately, she did not refuse. "Where are you? I'll come find you." I provided the location to the tea house owner and waited in the biting cold wind for a long while until a young woman with heavy makeup and curly hair approached me. Xiaoxian, I would never mistake that voice. Tears streamed down my face as I finally beheld Li Zi's true appearance. She was equally excited to see me, waving her hands in front of my eyes. Xiaoxian, you can really see now? That's wonderful, truly wonderful. A gust of cold wind swept past, causing me to shiver uncontrollably. Li Zi hurriedly took off her coat and draped it over my shoulders. She scolded me. How can you wear such thin clothing on a cold day? Didn't the welfare institution provide winter clothes this year? She then led me into the nearest store, purchasing several thick garments until my arms were laden with bags, and only then did she seem satisfied. Observing her spend without a hint of reluctance, I felt an inexplicable sense of estrangement. I recalled how she used to complain about the difficulties of earning money when she first started working, urging me to be frugal in the future. Xiaoxian, you haven't eaten yet, have you? There's a restaurant here that I particularly love. Let me take you there. Li Zi pulled me into a Western restaurant, ordering the most expensive steak for me. However, faced with the unfamiliar knife and fork, I hesitated. When Li Zi inquired why I wasn't eating, I could only say I wasn't hungry, perhaps sensing something was amiss. She helped cut the steak into small pieces for me. The steak was delicious, yet I felt as though I were chewing wax. Gathering all my courage, I finally revealed the feelings I had suppressed for so long. Sister, I love you. Chapter 4. After a long silence, Li Zi's response was a chilling rejection. We are siblings. I was unwilling to accept this. We share no blood ties. We could be together. Sister, please come back. My eyesight is restored. Let me earn money to support you. Li Zi smiled, but it was a derisive smile. She pointed at her hair with her manicured fingers. This morning, I had just permed my hair. Can you guess how much it cost? 800. She then pointed to her crimson lips. Lipstick, 500. Li Zi's hand continued to glide down, her mouth incessantly spouting new figures. Earrings, 2008. Necklace, 14,000. Ring, 38,000. By the end of her recitation, the total value of Li Zi's adornments amounted to at least 100,000. Li Zi fixed her gaze upon me, enunciating each word with precision. Can you afford this? My face flushed with embarrassment. As someone who has never received an education, how many years of labor would it take for me to acquire such luxuries? A profound sense of inferiority welled up within me, revealing the chasm that had formed between Li Zi and me. Xiaoxian, did you know I had a brother before I entered the Welfare Institute? He resembled you greatly. Li Zi did not elaborate further, yet I grasped her insinuation. I was merely a substitute for her deceased brother, a spiritual anchor for her survival, and now, she no longer required my presence. Li Zi pressed some money into my hands and exited the restaurant, leaving behind a parting remark. We should not meet again. Tears streamed down my cheeks uncontrollably. After a moment, I rose to pursue her, forgetting even the clothes she had bought for me. Upon bursting out of the mall, I caught sight of Li Zi, kicking a beggar and vanishing into the distance in a taxi. I stood in the biting cold, feeling utterly abandoned by the world. Time passed, and I was startled awake by a somewhat aged voice. Young man, wipe your tears. You've only just healed your eyes. Don't let them suffer again. I hastily dabbed at my tears and turned to the speaker. A frail old man with a head of white hair, clad in a tattered cotton coat, hunched over, and holding a chipped porcelain bowl. He was the very beggar Li Zi had just kicked. Curiously, I inquired, Old man, how did you know my eyes were once impaired? The old man chuckled softly. In my youth, I learned a bit about face reading. Your eyes are clear but lack focus. They must have just been healed from an ailment. He shook his bowl, which contained only a few coins. Have pity on the old man and spare some change for a meal. I rummaged through my pocket and found the money Li Zi had given me. Fresh, crisp bills. After a moment's hesitation, I withdrew one to offer him. To my surprise, the old man snatched another bill from my hand. I haven't smoked in days. So let us consider this a little indulgence. When I attempted to reclaim the money, he tucked it into his trousers. Young lad, I want to take your money for nothing. Let me read your fortune. He scrutinized me for a long while, smacking his lips. Ah, young man, don't blame that woman for leaving you. If she stayed, she might meet an untimely end within 3 years. You possess the mark of a solitary star. Anyone close to you is doomed. The old man's words sent a chill down my spine, prompting memories of my deceased parents, casting a shadow over my mood. Would I be destined to remain forever alone? Sensing my distress, the old man chuckled. Fear not. Your facial features reveal joy between the brows, indicating forthcoming romantic prospects. The one destined for you will soon appear. Though I found his reassurances dubious, his mention of my solitary fate gave me pause. Clinging to a sliver of hope, I asked, could that girl have been the one? The old man scowled. Which one? The one who kicked me? Forget it. Her brow is dark. She will soon face calamity. I was taken aback and pressed him for details, but at that moment, A security guard emerged from the mall, barking at the old man. Leave. No begging allowed here. The old man fled like a startled mouse, his nimble steps leaving me behind. As darkness fell, the buses returning to the Welfare Institute had ceased operations. Remembering that I was not far from the address provided by Mr. Lin, I decided to pay him a visit. He had funded my eye treatment, and I felt compelled to express my gratitude. Moreover, I had promised to work for him for 10 years. A lesson my father had imparted: always be grateful. I retrieved the note from the director and followed the address to a relatively quiet commercial street, where I found Mr. Lin's shop. The establishment was quaint and antiquated, a two-story building with a bamboo rod extending from the second-floor window, displaying a diamond-shaped sign inscribed with the character for tea. Inside the tea house, the aroma of tea enveloped me. A small stove stood atop an octagonal table, bubbling with a teapot releasing steam. I surveyed my surroundings. The decor was distinctive, with 4 red pillars adorned with dragons of gold, silver, green, and purple, each vividly animated. To either side of the counter, 2 black Pai Sho statues stood, each differing in stance, one poised upon a mountain, the other upon a cloud. The most striking feature was the collection of paintings adorning the walls, each depicting a different mythical creature: serpent spirits, tiger monsters, fish demons, all rendered with astonishing realism, particularly their eyes, which seemed to peer into my soul, sending a shiver down my spine. "Good sir, would you care for some tea?" A somewhat hoarse voice reached my ears. Following the sound, I saw a modestly dressed middle-aged man at the counter, gently polishing a teacup with a pristine cloth while observing me. I hesitated before asking, "Excuse me, is Mr. Lin Xian available?" The middle-aged man set down his cup and stepped out from behind the counter. "That would be me. What can I do for you?" Without thinking, I dropped to my knees before Mr. Lin, my voice thick with emotion as I expressed my gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Lin, for your life-giving kindness." This act of kneeling was one I willingly embraced. Without Mr. Lin, I would have remained blind for life. Mr. Lin recognized me, helping me to my feet and inquiring with concern, "Zhang Xian, how is your sight?" Thanks to his generosity, I could now see clearly. I nervously clutched my clothing. "Mr. Lin, I am here to fulfill my promise. I shall be your assistant from now on. Please let me know how I can be of service." I assumed Mr. Lin, as a tea house owner, would require assistance with serving tea, a task I believed I could manage. Mr. Lin smiled and said, "You came at the perfect time. I need to be away for a week. Would you mind watching the shop in my absence?" I felt a twinge of anxiety, not out of reluctance, but because I had no prior training. If a customer arrived and I failed to attend to them properly, it would tarnish Mr. Lin's reputation, which hardly constituted gratitude. Sensing my apprehension, Mr. Lin reassured me, "My tea house is generally quiet. If customers come, simply inform them that the owner is away and ask them to return next week. Besides, you won't be alone, my daughter will assist you." He called out to the second floor, "Xiaolu, stop playing and come down." The sound of footsteps echoed, and a door opened to reveal a girl clad in rabbit-eared pajamas. She was fair and lovely, unadorned with makeup, yet radiating youthful beauty. She gracefully descended the stairs, her long legs carrying her to my side, her bright eyes curiously studying me. A chill washed over me, as though she had just emerged from a frigid night outside. Despite the tea house being warm. "Hello, I'm Lin Xiaolu. Let us get acquainted tomorrow. The enemy is pushing up the heights, and I need to return to my game." Upon finishing her words, she hurriedly dashed back upstairs, the door slamming shut with a resounding thud. Mr. Lin, looking rather helpless, turned to me and said, "Xiaolu has this temperament. You will get used to it in due time. During the week of my absence, feel free to consult her if you encounter any issues." I nodded in agreement as Mr. Lin led me to the storeroom of the tea house, where a single bed was placed. "For this week, you will have to make do with staying here at the tea house. I will arrange a new residence for you upon my return." I had no objections, although it was a storeroom. It was quite clean and far superior to the dormitory in the welfare home. Having just been discharged from the hospital, my eyes still ached from prolonged use. So I retired early. The next morning, I awoke to find the wall clock indicating it was already 9 o'clock. A wave of shame washed over me. I had already overslept on my first day assisting Mr. Lin. Hastily, I got out of bed, hoping that he would not reprimand me. As I entered the main hall of the tea house, I fortuitously encountered Xiaolu returning with breakfast. She had half a grilled sausage in her mouth and a large bag of buns in her hand. Upon seeing me, she paused for a moment, quickly finished her sausage, and, with an apologetic tone, said, "I forgot we had a newcomer at the tea house and didn't buy you breakfast." I instinctively glanced at the buns she was carrying. The quantity seemed enough to feed 3 people. I felt embarrassed to voice my thoughts and simply replied that I was not hungry. "Sister Xiaolu, where is Mr. Lin?" He left early this morning and left a letter for you at the counter. Upon reaching the counter, I indeed found an envelope. Mr. Lin's handwriting was neat and elegant, but I could not decipher it. Feeling a bit embarrassed, I handed the letter to Xiao Lu. Sister Xiao Lu, could you please read this for me? She looked at me in bewilderment. You can't read? I nodded. I've had poor eyesight since childhood and never attended school. A hint of pity filled her gaze as she took a glance at the letter, then pulled out a stack of cash from beneath the counter and placed it in my hands. My father mentioned he would be away for a week. This is your food allowance. Remember not to touch anything in the storeroom. If any guests arrive, just say that the owner is out. Also, if you encounter any problems you cannot resolve, it says here to come find me. That's all. The bills felt cold in my hands, yet my heart was warmed. Mr. Lin truly was a benevolent man. Suddenly, Xiao Lu's phone rang, and she answered it in a hurry, exclaiming, "Stop rushing me. I'll log on right now. No one is allowed to log off today." With that, she pushed the buns into my arms and, skipping lightly, hurried back to her room. As the door to the second floor slammed shut, the entire tea house fell silent. After finishing my breakfast, I tidied up the tea house thoroughly, leaving the tables spotless. However, outside, the shops bustled with customers, while the tea house stood desolate. I found it odd that despite the tea house's lackluster business, Mr. Lin managed to donate to the welfare home every month. It wasn't until I glanced at the tea menu, which hung at the top of the counter, that I realized the exorbitant prices. The menu featured a limited selection, and later, when I learned to read, I discovered just how outrageous the prices were. Sunlight green tea for 999 yuan. Westlake Longjing for 2,999 yuan. Zhongshan Shaozhong for 5,999 yuan. Wui Rock tea for 9,999 yuan. A single cup of tea could cost nearly 10,000 yuan. Could it be that Mr. Lin was running a black market? Yet, a black market would hardly display clear pricing. Just as I pondered this perplexity, a wind chime hanging from the beam of the tea house jingled, and I looked up to see a man in his 60s entering. He was quite inebriated, stumbling directly toward me, burping loudly, his breath reeking of alcohol, almost making me gag. However, what was even more unbearable was the foul odor emanating from him, reminiscent of decaying flesh. The old man, his tongue slurred, pointed at the tea cabinet behind me and demanded, "Bring me a pot of ascendant wine." Chapter 7. The Poor Boy Ascendant Wine? This peculiar name for a beverage was new to me. If the old man was not here to cause trouble, he must have certainly entered the wrong establishment. I kindly informed him, "Sir, this is a tea house. We do not sell alcohol." The old man struggled to lift his heavy eyelids, hazily asking, "Who are you? Where is Lin Xian?" I quickly replied, "The owner left early this morning and will not return until next week." The old man appeared somewhat frustrated. Why did he leave now of all times, just when I came? Is he deliberately avoiding me? He unsteadily pointed once more at the tea cabinet behind me. "The ascendant wine is in that cabinet. Just fetch it for me." Instinctively, I opened the cabinet. Inside, besides a few boxes of tea leaves, were various old relics, a chipped porcelain vase, a pocket watch that had long ceased to tick, and a glass-carved Buddha statue. Among them, the old man pointed to a fist-sized wine bottle labeled Ascendant Wine. For some inexplicable reason, as I opened the cabinet, a cold draft rushed out, sending chills down my spine. In that moment, I recalled Mr. Lin's warning in the letter not to touch anything in the tea cabinet. I hastily closed the cabinet door, but the old man was not pleased. "Young man, what do you mean by this? I saw the ascendant wine. Hurry and bring it to me." I stammered, "Sir, the owner is away, and I cannot make decisions regarding the cabinet. Would you mind waiting for him to return?" The old man, trembling with anger, shouted at me, "Do you think I cannot afford it? Here is the money for the wine. Count it. Every cent is there." He slammed 30 crisp red bills on the counter, totaling 3,000 yuan. "I know you can afford it, but the owner specifically instructed me not to touch the items in the cabinet. If I sell you the wine, I want to be able to explain when he returns." The old man grew increasingly agitated, pounding the table in frustration. "Are you refusing to serve me? Do you think I'm joking? I'll smash this shabby tea house if you don't sell me the wine." With that, he rolled up his sleeves, and judging by his stance, he appeared ready to resort to violence. I couldn't let the old man act this way, so I hurried upstairs to seek Xiao Lu's assistance. However, I knocked on her door for a full 5 minutes, and she did not respond. Pressing my ear against the door, I could hear her voice raised in excitement. "Get back to the city. Someone is stealing the tower." The old man's impatient voice echoed from downstairs. "Youngster, are you going to sell or not?" I turned to see that he had already lifted a chair, threatening to smash it. Desperate, I shouted, "I'll sell." I rushed downstairs, grabbed a bottle of ascendant wine, and handed it to the old man. He accepted it with a grin, praising me as a clever young man. then tossed the 1,000 yuan bill onto the counter. I take the wine, you take the money. It's a splendid deal. With that, he uncorked the bottle and took a hearty swig. The wine remains delightful. Before departing the tea house, Mr. Li hummed a couple of lines in a theatrical tone, savoring a sip of the celestial wine as if he were journeying to the Western paradise, carefree and joyful, while life's tribulations faded into mere memories. Chapter 8. Causing trouble. Not long after Mr. Li's departure, regret washed over me. Although he was a regular patron of the tea house, Boss Lin had not instructed me to sell him the wine before leaving. Was my decision truly justified? I chastised myself, realizing I should have been more resolute. Throughout the day, I was engulfed by anxiety, fearing Boss Lin's return and his reprimand. I intended to consult Lin Xiaolu, but she remained locked in her room, the sound of her furious typing echoing through the door. That evening, I dined at a nearby fast food restaurant, consuming a bowl of noodles, and the day slipped away unnoticed. The following morning, Lin Xiaolu was still engrossed in her typing, her occasional outbursts of frustration piercing the silence. Why are you so incompetent? Another loss in the qualifiers. I bought breakfast for two, but was unable to knock on her door, leaving it hanging on the round doorknob. As usual, I meticulously cleaned the tea house. Yet it remained desolate, devoid of customers. After lunch, fatigue overtook me, and I dozed off on the counter. I was jolted awake by a hand on my shoulder, and upon opening my eyes, I was greeted by Mr. Li's amiable face. He had not consumed any alcohol today, and his demeanor seemed considerably improved. Youngster, with your sleeping posture, a thief could easily sneak in. I wiped the drool from the counter with my sleeve and inquired, what brings you here again? Mr. Li chuckled. What else could it be? I'm here to buy wine, not for tea. He pulled out 4,000 yuan, placing 3,000 on the table and slipping 1,000 into my hand, conveying an unspoken understanding of my next actions. The allure of the 1,000 yuan was tempting, yet I steeled myself and pushed the money back towards him. Mr. Li's expression shifted instantly. Ah, so you've gained some courage. Are you not afraid I'll destroy your shop? I seized the mop I had prepared earlier, brandishing it at Mr. Li. I'm not afraid of you. My defiance amused Mr. Li. You've never been in a fight, have you? He produced a hammer from his back pocket and slammed it onto the counter, challenging me. Is that mop more effective than this? Sweat began to bead on my palms. I had only ever been the victim of bullying, and the situation made me uneasy. Mr. Li's disdainful expression deepened as he continued. Stop pretending. Just sell me the wine. I don't have many good days left, and I'm not afraid of Lin Xian's retaliation. Isn't his daughter here? If you provoke me, you won't be the only one in trouble. Panic surged within me at the mention of Lin Xiaolu's safety. Hesitating, Mr. Li marched directly to the liquor cabinet, opened the door, and retrieved a bottle of celestial wine. After Mr. Li left, I gathered the money and headed upstairs to find Lin Xiaolu. I never anticipated that working at the tea house would be so challenging. Uncertain of what to do, I attempted to knock on her door, but to no avail. On the third morning, the sound of her typing had ceased. On the counter lay a bowl of warm soy milk and several fried dough sticks. This day, too, was tumultuous as Mr. Li returned. True to form, he produced 4,000 yuan, 3,000 for the wine and 1,000 as my commission. I had grown numb to the situation, and my yearning for money surged forth. I accepted the money and handed Mr. Li the last bottle of celestial wine. He laughed heartily, uttering a remark that seemed both a compliment and a taunt. You're a teachable lad. Before dawn on the fourth day, a loud banging echoed at the tea house door. Upon rising, I found it was Mr. Li once more. However, today he appeared different, his complexion pale, lips tinged with purple, and sweat beading on his forehead. As I opened my mouth to speak, he grasped my shoulder, his voice trembling as if he were in agony. Give me the wine. I asked, are you all right, sir? Should I take you to the hospital? To my shock, he shoved me to the ground. Like a madman, he rushed to the liquor cabinet and flung open the door. I watched as his expression shifted from joy to despair. And then he turned to me, shouting, where's the wine? I stammered, I sold all 3 bottles to you. Mr. Li pounded the counter with his fists, his voice hoarse as he yelled, if the wine is gone, then restock it. Hurry. Sir, please calm down. I don't know where to restock the wine. Can you wait a couple of days until Boss Lin returns? His eyes reddened, and he flung a thick wad of cash at me. Tonight, I'll return for the wine. If you can't get it, I'll demolish this wretched tea house. With that, he stormed out, leaving me in shock as I collected the scattered money, realizing I had truly stirred up trouble. I hastily gathered the bills, not bothering to count them, and added them to the previous 3 days' earnings from the wine. Recalling Mr. Li's fierce expression, I had no doubt he would indeed demolish the tea house if I failed to procure the celestial wine. My anxiety mounted, akin to ants on a hot pan, as I paced around the tea house. In desperation, I resolved to knock on Lin Xiaolu's door once more. Chapter 9. The Road to the Underworld this time. The door opened. Lin Xiaolu was clad in panda pajamas, still exuding her vibrant charm, yet her dark circles revealed her sleepless nights. "What is it?" she asked, urgency lacing her tone. I hesitated, unsure of how to articulate my dilemma. The celestial wine is sold out. It was a gentleman named Li, before I could finish. Lin Xiaolu interrupted. In the second drawer on the left side of the counter, there's a black notebook containing the supplier's address. Figure it out yourself. With a dismissive wave, she slammed the door shut, followed by her frustrated scream. I just stepped away for half a minute, and how did I lose? My qualifiers. Returning to the counter, I located the black notebook as instructed, revealing Boss Lin's handwriting. However, the familiar obstacle arose. I was illiterate, not daring to disturb Lin Xiaolu again. I rushed to the fast food restaurant I frequented and asked the aunt there to help decipher the supplier's address for the celestial wine. Peering through her reading glasses, she squinted until she finally found it. Here it is, 89, Huangquan Road. Look for an old man with the surname Hong. She looked puzzled as she added, "What kind of wine shop is on that street, young man? Are you sure you have the right address?" The address, personally written by Boss Lin, should be accurate. Fearing Mr. Li's return and the potential trouble for Lin Xiaolu, I locked the tea house and hailed a taxi, relaying the address to the driver. Upon reaching the intersection of Huangquan Road, the driver refused to venture further, muttering it was inauspicious. Stepping out of the cab, I finally understood why the aunt thought I had erred in my address. The entire street was lined with shops selling funeral supplies, adorned with wreaths and paper offerings on both sides. Fortunately, it was daytime, and the presence of passers-by alleviated some of my unease. I inquired along the way until I found building number 89, marked with a white sign. Although I couldn't read, I distinctly heard the words funeral home from the locals. Perplexed, I wondered if a funeral home also sold wine. I inquired with the gatekeeper about an elderly gentleman with the surname Hong. The gatekeeper confirmed his presence, noting that Mr. Hong only worked the night shift and would not arrive until 5 o'clock. He asked if I wished to wait in the small guardhouse. Glancing at the clock, I saw it was already 1:30 in the afternoon. Being unfamiliar with the area, I had no place to go, so I agreed. The two gatekeepers appeared quite leisurely. Sipping tea and playing chess, I observed for quite some time and nearly grasped the game. As winter days are brief, by the time 5 o'clock approached, the sun was on the verge of setting, and the staff of the funeral home began to leave. The gatekeepers also put away their chess pieces. A sense of urgency washed over me. I wondered what time Mr. Li would head to the tea house. If he arrived only to find it closed, would he become so enraged that he might damage the entrance? Additionally, I recalled that in my haste to leave, I had forgotten Lin Xiaolu, locking her inside the tea house. However, given her routine over the past 3 days, she rarely ventured out except to buy meals. "Young man, Mr. Hong has arrived." Following the direction of the gatekeeper's finger, I spotted a frail old man with white hair, leaning on a cane, strolling towards me at a leisurely pace. I approached him and inquired, "Are you Mr. Hong?" He scrutinized me in silence. I introduced myself. "Good day, sir. I am the new assistant at Bai Shaoxing Tea House, here to procure supplies from you." Mr. Hong seemed somewhat surprised. "Boss Lin only purchased 5 bottles of the immortal wine from me a month ago. Has it sold out so swiftly?" Chapter 10. The mortuary's brewing. I felt slightly embarrassed. 3 of those bottles had been sold by me, but at that moment, I could only muster the courage to lie. "Indeed, Boss Lin asked me to come to you for more supplies." Mr. Hong did not press further and instructed me to follow him into the funeral home. Due to the encroaching darkness, the interior was somewhat dim, and with the staff having clocked out, the atmosphere was eerily quiet. The sound of Mr. Hong's cane tapping against the floor echoed down the corridor, sending shivers down my spine. To bolster my courage, I initiated conversation. "Mr. Hong, why do you start work at this hour?" "I work the night shift," he replied. Noticing my puzzled expression, he elaborated. "There was an incident 2 years ago involving a missing body, which prompted the establishment to hire night watchmen. The gatekeepers are relatives of the management, so they sought me out." "Are you not afraid to be alone?" I asked. Mr. Hong chuckled softly, having worked my entire life surrounded by the deceased. "What is there to fear? To be honest, I would rather converse with the departed than return home to listen to my spouse's incessant chatter." With that, he paused, opened a door, switched on the light, and gestured towards a chair. "Please, have a seat while I fetch the wine." I complied with his request. But soon unease settled in. The room's walls were adorned with black and white memorial photographs, faces of men and women, young and old, all expressionless, their vacant eyes seemingly gazing at me. Unable to bear it any longer, I averted my gaze, focusing on my own feet, silently wishing for Mr. Hong's swift return. However, half an hour passed, and he still had not returned. Suddenly, a crackling sound emanated from the ceiling, followed by the office plunging into darkness. The lights had failed. The surrounding darkness rendered me blind. All I could hear was my own hurried breathing and the frantic beating of my heart. I had never feared the dark before, but since my vision had been restored, I had grown particularly apprehensive of it, even needing a small light to sleep. The very notion of being in a funeral home heightened my fear. I rose, using the memory of the door's location to navigate along the wall until I reached the corridor. In the distance, I spotted a beam of light. Surmising it came from the room where Mr. Hong had gone, and hastened toward it. As I approached the illuminated room, I could distinctly hear a peculiar sound. Clap, clap, clap. The noise was sharp and resonated unnaturally in the hushed environment. My heart raced, and I hesitated to continue forward, paralyzed by fear as I weighed my options. After much internal conflict, I resolved to investigate, as the corridor was uncomfortably chilly, an icy breeze creeping down my neck. Though it was less than 10 meters away, each step felt as though I were trudging a mile in iron shoes. As I walked, something suddenly collided with my heel, and I let out a terrified scream. Landing on the floor, a pair of eerie green eyes fixated on me from the ground, and my heart nearly stopped until I recognized the familiar sound. Squeak. It was merely a mouse. Regaining my composure, I kicked the rodent away, took a few deep breaths, and pressed on. At last, I reached the brightly lit room. The door slightly ajar, with warm yellow light spilling through the crack. I gently pushed the door open, only to find that the old, dilapidated door emitted a particularly jarring screech as it moved. Creak. Steeling myself, I stepped inside, only to witness a chilling scene. Mr. Hong sat on a low stool, with a rusty iron bed before him, a body lying atop it, covered from head to ankle with a white cloth, save for a pair of feet mottled with livor mortis. Beneath those feet rested a clay jar, and Mr. Hong was pinching the deceased's toes with one hand while wielding a nail clipper in the other. Each clip produced a sharp sound. Clap, clap, clap. Chapter 11. The nauseating immortal wine. The sight before me was not overtly terrifying, yet my stomach began to churn, a wave of acid rising within me, nearly causing me to retch. What was Mr. Hong doing? Preparing the deceased's nails for wine? I was certain the jar on the floor was filled with some sort of liquor, the pungent scent of low-grade alcohol wafting through the air. Was this what Boss Lin sold to customers? A surge of anger coursed through me. I harbored a deep disdain for those who peddled counterfeit alcohol, for my father had perished from consuming such swill. My indignation spurred me to speak out. What are you doing? Mr. Hong paused his clipping, turning to face me, his features illuminated by the dim light of the mortuary, casting his visage in an unsettling glow, reminiscent of a cadaver. Young man, you've arrived just in time. The immortal wine will be ready shortly. It seemed he had not heard my inquiry, as he continued his task until all 5 fingernails had been neatly trimmed. I could no longer contain my frustration and marched boldly to Mr. Hong. Just as I was about to voice my protest, I noticed 2 low glass jars beside the wine jar. Under the faint light of the mortuary, I discerned the contents of the jars. One was filled to the brim with white intestines, while the other housed a dozen round eyeballs. Both the intestines and the eyeballs glistened with fresh blood, indicative of organs just harvested. Had I encountered such items in a market, I would not have been frightened, but within the confines of a mortuary, my imagination spiraled into terrifying realms. The more I pondered, the more my fear escalated, my stomach roiling as if filled with sour soup. Gagging, I managed only to expel a few acidic droplets, having eaten nothing. Mr. Hong laughed at me. How can the assistant of Boss Lin be so timid? He set down the nail clipper and retrieved a pair of large scissors from the toolbox beside the bed. In the dim light, I could not discern whether the stains on the scissors were dried blood or rust. Mr. Hong lifted the jar filled with intestines, thrusting his hand inside, extracting a lengthy piece of intestine. With a forceful snip of the scissors, a segment the length of his forearm fell into the wine jar with a splash, sending alcohol splattering everywhere. Witnessing this scene, I trembled uncontrollably. Was the so-called immortal wine merely a concoction of the deceased? I yearned to flee, but my legs felt as though they were weighed down with lead, rendering me immobile. Soon, grandfather completed his task with a sinister smile, opening another glass jar to extract a handful of eyeballs, which he tossed into the wine jar. He retrieved a square piece of red cloth from his pocket and wound it around the mouth of the jar with twine. You can package it yourself when you return, he said, handing me the jar. Though it was not particularly large, I found it exceptionally heavy, a chill seeping from the jar into my bones, causing me to shudder involuntarily. The courage I had just mustered to question grandfather evaporated, and I swallowed hard, inquiring, "How much do I owe you?" With a cheerful demeanor, he replied, 270. I cradled the jar in one arm while reaching for my wallet with the other. As I fumbled, the liquid inside the jar swayed, releasing a rich aroma that filled my nostrils. "Wait a moment, let me get your change," he said. I blinked, momentarily disoriented, but the discomfort faded, and I observed grandfather retrieving money from his pocket, handing me 3 notes. To my astonishment, they were not the familiar gray bills, but rather yellow, circular ones. I shivered. Were these not the paper offerings burned for the deceased? "Young man, keep the money safe," he urged. Chapter 12. "You've finally returned." Fear gripped me, and my legs finally regained strength as I turned to flee. By the time I came to my senses, I found myself alone at the entrance of the road to the underworld. A cold sweat broke out on my back, and the wind chilled me to the bone. I hesitated, contemplating whether to discard the jar I clutched. This was surely not something meant for the living. The thought of Old Man Lee, happily humming a tune after drinking, sent shivers down my spine. In my indecision, a taxi halted before me. The driver rolled down the window, asking me to ride. I quickly climbed in and relayed the address of the tea house. As we traveled, I gradually regained my composure. I couldn't abandon the jar. If I did, the crazed Old Man Lee would undoubtedly smash the tea house. And how would I explain that to Boss Lin? Remembering how I had locked Lin Xiaolu inside the tea house for half the day, I urged the driver to speed up. He teased me, "Young man, that wine smells delightful. Did you buy it for your father-in-law?" Delightful? I sniffed. Indeed, it was fragrant. Yet I couldn't fathom how a concoction of intestines, eyeballs, and nails could smell so enticing. "Where did you get this wine? I might want to buy some. The aroma is enticing enough to coax my worms out." I couldn't answer. I couldn't very well say I bought it from a funeral home, or the driver would surely think me mad. Noticing my silence, the driver, perhaps feeling the conversation was futile, focused back on driving. The warmth of the car's heating lulled me into a drowsy slumber until the driver roused me. "Young man, wake up. We're here." Rubbing my eyes, I saw we had stopped near the tea house. I paid him, stepped out, and the cold air quickly revived my senses. It was getting late, and I wondered if Old Man Lee had arrived. I feared he might truly demolish the tea house. I hurried toward it, and was taken aback to see the entrance wide open, the damaged copper lock lying on the ground. "Oh no, Old Man Lee is here. Xiaolu." I rushed into the tea house, which was shrouded in darkness, save for a sliver of light from the shop across the street. In front of the door, Old Man Lee knelt, grasping a bloodied hammer. Before him lay a slender figure, illuminated partially by the light, her panda pajamas stained red with blood. Lin Xiaolu stared blankly at me with lifeless eyes. Old Man Lee raised the hammer high, then lowered it, only to lift it again in a repetitive motion. Lin Xiaolu's body swayed with each strike, the sound of the hammer echoing through the tea house. Bang, bang, bang. "Ah!" I instinctively screamed, a surge of fear and guilt flooding my heart. I had assumed Old Man Lee would merely vandalize the shop. I never imagined he would resort to murder. Lin Xiaolu was dead, all because I had rashly sold the wine to Old Man Lee. Panic enveloped me. Entrusted with the care of the tea house by Boss Lin, I had not only failed to protect it, but had also caused his daughter's demise. How could I explain this upon Boss Lin's return? Hearing my terrified scream, Old Man Lee ceased his hammering, turning his gaze toward me, revealing a face splattered with blood. He fixed his eyes on the jar in my hands, grinning to reveal a mouth full of yellowed teeth. A chilling voice emerged from his throat. "You've finally returned." Chapter 13. Is Lin Xiaolu dead? He stepped closer, snatching the jar from my grasp. Drool dripped from the corner of Old Man Lee's mouth, forming a glistening thread in the air. "There's wine now, there's wine." He eagerly removed the seal and took a deep swig from the jar, downing the entire contents in one go. I watched in horror as his abdomen swelled like a balloon, visibly expanding at an alarming rate, rivaling that of a woman in the final stages of pregnancy. A sense of dread washed over me. How could a normal person's stomach grow so large? It was then that I noticed. Old Man Lee cast no shadow. At the orphanage, a child who loved ghost stories often told us that the best way to distinguish between the living and the dead was by observing their shadows. Those with shadows were human, while those without were ghosts. Having drunk his fill, Old Man Lee began to hum an eerie tune. One sip of the immortal wine. As if heading to the bliss of the Western paradise, carefree and joyous, life's tribulations are merely past. As he sang, he smashed the jar onto the ground. Crash! The jar shattered, spilling out white intestines, and an eyeball rolled twice before coming to rest at my feet, its lifeless black pupil fixed on me. I shuddered, terror gripping me so tightly that I fell to the ground. Old Man Lee belched, staggering toward me with deliberate steps. Having drunk the wine, it's time to embark on the journey. But the road to the underworld is lonely. Young man, you've done well. Accompany me to the end, and let us travel together. As he spoke, old man Li's white hair grew at an astonishing rate. In the blink of an eye, it cascaded down to the floor, his fingernails elongated, surpassing the length of his fingers. But what truly horrified me was his attire. Somehow, he had donned a black tang suit, embroidered with golden patterns, resembling the paper money grandfather had given me. Furthermore, he wore shoes adorned with the character for fortune. This was undeniably the attire of the deceased. Young man, it's getting late. Let us journey together. Old man Li drew nearer, and though fear rendered my legs weak, I summoned my courage, rising from the floor and sprinting toward the exit. Yet, as I neared the door, it swung shut of its own accord with a loud bang, preventing my escape. I crashed into the door, nearly knocking myself unconscious. Ha ha! Old man Li's chilling laughter echoed behind me, and suddenly, I felt a coldness envelop my shoulder, as if covered by ice. Turning to look, I found old man Li's hand resting on me. He leaned in close, his breath sending chills down my spine. Come with me. In that moment, my heart nearly stopped. No, I fought desperately to escape, darting about the tea house in a panic, unaware of how many tables and chairs I had overturned in my frenzy. Old man Li pursued me relentlessly. I attempted to switch on the lights, but regardless of how I pressed the switches, the bulbs remained dark. The door was shut, and the light filtering into the tea house diminished. In my disarray, I tripped over Lin Xiaolu's body lying on the floor. Exhausted, I struggled to rise but failed repeatedly. Old man Li was drawing closer, and despair washed over me. At this moment, I awaited my fate. Unintentionally, I noticed Lin Xiaolu's fingers twitch slightly. Chapter 14. The conclusion. I gaped, rubbing my eyes vigorously. Lin Xiaolu's fingers moved again. She was alive. A sound escaped her lips as she slowly crawled up before me. I attempted to call out, Sister Xiaolu, but she disregarded me entirely, picking up the iron hammer that Grandpa Li had used for his attack, and advanced towards him. In the dim light, I witnessed Lin Xiaolu's black hair transform into a ghostly white, an icy mist emanating from her form, and the hammer in her grip frosted over. She raised the hammer high, striking it down forcefully onto Grandpa Li's head. Thud! He collapsed to the ground, scrambling to escape on all fours. Yet Lin Xiaolu pressed a knee upon him, rendering him immobile. The hammer rose and fell repeatedly. Thud! 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 Lin Xiaolu continued her assault until Grandpa Li lay utterly still, at which point she ceased her onslaught. Standing motionless, she clutched the bloodied hammer, a piercing frost radiating from beneath her feet. My heart raced, nearly escaping my chest as I staggered towards Lin Xiaolu, trembling. Sister Xiaolu? I called out. She turned her head slowly. What did I see? A pallid, expressionless face, and a pair of crimson eyes. In the next moment, darkness enveloped me, and I knew nothing more. When I regained consciousness, I found myself sprawled across a table in the tea house, a stream of drool pooling on the surface. You're awake. Come eat breakfast. A familiar voice pierced my ears. I looked up to see Lin Xiaolu, wrapped in a down jacket, radiating an aura of chill as she entered the tea house. She placed a hamburger before me along with a steaming cup of soy milk. After eating, tidy up the tea house. Dad is coming back today. With that, Lin Xiaolu skipped merrily up the stairs. Sister Xiaolu. She turned back, curiosity evident in her eyes. Is there something you need? I scrutinized Lin Xiaolu closely, and she appeared unchanged, just as she always was. No, nothing at all. I glanced around. The tables and chairs were neatly arranged, and the floor was spotless. Could it be that I had merely been dreaming? A splitting headache forced me to the restroom to splash some water on my face. As I shook my right hand, a sharp pain shot through my shoulder. Gazing into the mirror, I pulled down my collar to reveal a stark black handprint, jarring against my skin. The scenes from my dreams involving the celestial wine, Grandpa Li, and Lin Xiaolu replayed in my mind. I hurried to the tea house entrance, where a brand new iron lock hung from the door. This was not a dream. It was all real. I stood in a daze for a long while before reality returned, the warmth of the soy milk long gone. After much deliberation, I resolved to inquire with Lin Xiaolu about the truth of the matter. I knocked on her door, hesitatingly asking, Sister Xiaolu, last night, before I could finish. Lin Xiaolu pressed a hand over my mouth. Just consider it a dream. Remember, you mustn't tell Dad. With that, she pushed me out and resumed her gaming. In the afternoon, Boss Lin returned. I knew I could not hide my secret of selling alcohol, so I chose to confess voluntarily. Of course, I refrained from mentioning Lin Xiaolu's bizarre transformation. After all, she had asked me not to speak of it, and I intended to wait for a better opportunity to ask later. After confessing my clandestine sales, I braced myself for a scolding from Boss Lin, even preparing for the worst, being kicked out. Yet to my surprise, he did not reprimand me. Boss Lin took me back to the funeral home, where a service was being held. The black and white photograph displayed Grandpa Li, At Boss Lin's request, I stepped forward to light 3 incense sticks. The family thanked me, revealing that Grandpa Li had passed away the previous afternoon, murmuring that he wished for just one last sip. On the return journey, I asked Boss Lin what the celestial wine truly was. He explained, this celestial wine possesses a miraculous effect. Those suffering from ailments and unbearable pain can temporarily forget their suffering upon drinking it, soaring as if they have ascended to the heavens. Uncle Li was diagnosed with a terminal illness last year, and painkillers had limited efficacy. I felt pity for him, so I sold him the celestial wine. Although it cannot prolong his life, it allows him to pass his final days in peace, which is a blessing. This is my fault. I forgot in my haste. Those 3 bottles of celestial wine were originally meant for Uncle Li. You selling them to him was out of necessity. I do not blame you. Chapter 15. The obsession with earning money upon returning to the tea house. Boss Lin pulled Lin Xiaolu from her room. You promised to help Zhang Xian watch the shop. Yet what happened? Zhang Xian couldn't even knock on your door. I'm punishing you. No computer for 3 months. Lin Xiaolu's face fell, and she shot a fierce glare at me before chasing after Boss Lin, pleading, Dad, don't be like that. Zhang Xian is doing just fine. I know I was wrong. Can we reduce the punishment to 3 days? While Lin Xiaolu was pleading, I retrieved the money from Grandpa Li that I had hidden beneath the counter, splitting it into 2 portions. The larger sum was the money for the alcohol, while the smaller portion was the tip he had given me, 340 yuan apart. I had given 300 to Grandpa and retained 40 for taxi fare, leaving me with not a single penny spent. Boss Lin did not acknowledge the money I handed over, instead adopting a serious tone. When you confessed earlier, you mentioned that the first 2 times selling alcohol was out of necessity, but the 3rd time was driven by greed, correct? My face burned with shame. Boss Lin, I am truly sorry. I was momentarily blinded. As I apologized, memories of Li Zi mocking me for being unable to buy anything while still making her promises flooded back, and I could not help but tear up. A tissue was offered to me, and I looked up to see Lin Xiaolu. Thank you, Sister Xiaolu. After drying my tears, Boss Lin admonished, your eyes have only recently healed. Try to avoid crying too much. Lin Xiaolu pulled a chair and sat before me. You're crying so sorrowfully. There must be a story behind it. Share it with your sister. Speaking of it will ease your heart. Her gentle tone stirred my emotions. Once upon a time, Li Zi had spoken to me in the same manner. I recounted my story with Li Zi, omitting her name and merely stating that my childhood sweetheart had been taken away by a wealthy benefactor. Lin Xiaolu wept for me, her tears resembling rain-soaked blossoms. Poor lovesick man. Come, let your sister give you a hug. Before I could respond, Lin Xiaolu enveloped me in her embrace. Rather than feeling touched, I was more embarrassed, especially with Boss Lin nearby. Sister Xiaolu, please, don't be silly. Lin Xiaolu giggled and released me, turning to head upstairs. Dad, you two chat. I'm going back to my room. However, Lin Xiaolu was unable to leave as Boss Lin pulled her back, forcing her to sit down again. Are you thinking of playing games again? I told you, no computer for 3 months. Lin Xiaolu slumped like a deflated balloon, her expression forlorn. Boss Lin ignored her pleas and redirected his attention to me. He posed a question, do you wish to earn money? I nodded. I was uncertain what changes money might bring, yet the desire to accumulate wealth had become an obsession in my heart. Perhaps I harbored a fantasy that once I had wealth, Li Zi would return to my side. Then join me. I assure you, you will earn a fortune. Boss Lin's words touched me deeply. He not only forgave me, but was willing to offer me another chance. I expressed my gratitude repeatedly, and he cautioned me, remember, there must not be a next time. I earnestly assured Boss Lin that I would heed his advice and never act impulsively again. Once the atmosphere lightened, I gathered my courage to voice my lingering question. Boss Lin, how does this tea house actually make money? Chapter 16. The Yin objects during these few days at the tea house. Apart from Mr. Li, no other customers had graced the establishment, and ironically, Mr. Li came solely to purchase liquor. Boss Lin explained to me that the Bai Shaoxing tea house, from its very inception, did not serve tea, but rather specialized in the sale of Yin objects. Yin objects? This term was foreign to me. Boss Lin continued, explaining that Yin objects are items that harbor the obsessions and resentments of the deceased. Each Yin object possesses extraordinary powers, if utilized wisely. They can attract good fortune and avert calamity, while misuse may lead to one's demise, or even chaos among the living. I listened, bewildered, and Boss Lin chuckled, asking if I didn't understand. He then offered to take me somewhere, leading me to the storeroom of the tea house. Boss Lin lifted a trapdoor from the floor, revealing a long staircase, and I discovered that the tea house had a basement. As I followed him down, he flicked on the lights, and I was taken aback, nearly biting my tongue in astonishment. The basement was vast, filled with an array of antiques, rusty swords, yellowed scrolls, and faded embroidered shoes. These antiques were displayed on two distinct types of shelves, one made of pear wood and the other of peach wood. Boss Lin informed me that each of these antiques was indeed a Yin object, each imbued with remarkable efficacy. They were categorized into two types, soul vessels and ghost vessels. Soul vessels have minimal side effects and are suitable for warding off evil, protecting homes, and altering one's destiny, though they require a period of worship before their effects manifest. Ghost vessels, on the other hand, carry significant risks. A careless mishap could cost a life, but their results are immediate and impactful. Unless absolutely necessary, they should be avoided. He picked up a basin adorned with images of ingots, explaining that it was a wealth-attracting basin, asserting that placing it in one's home could change one's financial fortunes. As he spoke, he fixed his gaze on me, making me feel rather uneasy. I hastily assured him that while I desired to earn money, I would never misuse the Yin objects in the tea house. Boss Lin patted my shoulder in reassurance, reminding me, Xian, remember, the more powerful the Yin object, the more cautious you must be in its use. Otherwise, you may invite disaster upon yourself. Boss Lin assigned me a task. For the next 3 months, I was to study the knowledge of Yin objects with him in the mornings and learn to read with Lin Xiaolu in the afternoons. Lin Xiaolu was somewhat reluctant, eager to return to the second floor to play games. Boss Lin informed her that she would not be allowed to set foot on the second floor until she had mastered 3,000 characters. As evening fell, Boss Lin locked the tea house's front door and took me to a high-end residential complex, revealing that he had rented a room for me. The apartment, though simply decorated, was a significant improvement over the 4-person dormitory at the welfare home. Boss Lin mentioned that he and Lin Xiaolu lived in the adjacent room and that I should knock if I needed anything. As night deepened, I lay in my soft, warm bed, unable to sleep for a long time. In my 18 years of life, I had never experienced such comfort. I was profoundly grateful to Boss Lin and resolved to diligently follow his guidance. Over the next 3 months, the tea house continued to experience a lack of customers, with hardly anyone visiting, yet my life was quite fulfilling. Mornings were spent learning about Yin objects. Many concepts were quite esoteric, and despite going over them multiple times, I struggled to grasp them fully. However, Boss Lin was patient, encouraging me to commit the information to memory with the assurance that understanding would come in due time. I felt no pressure and enjoyed my studies immensely. In contrast, the afternoon sessions were more challenging. Lin Xiaolu utilized elementary school textbooks, and while typical students took 6 years to learn 3,000 characters, she expected me to master them in 3 months, which felt quite daunting. Noticing her frequent glances towards the second floor, almost on the verge of tears, I took it upon myself to study late into the night, never once going to bed before 2 in the morning throughout those 3 months. Chapter 17. The Noblewoman. 3 months later, I successfully passed both the assessments on Yin object knowledge and literacy. Upon receiving Boss Lin's affirmation, Lin Xiaolu joyfully embraced me and then dashed upstairs, where the familiar sound of her keyboard echoed shortly thereafter. Boss Lin shook his head in resignation, sighing that she might never marry. He then glanced at the couplets in the character for fortune posted on the shop across the street and said to me, "With less than a month until the new year, let us go buy some festive goods." I eagerly agreed, as during my time at the welfare home, New Year's celebrations included meatballs and dumplings that we seldom had. Just as Boss Lin and I were preparing to leave, the sound of footsteps suddenly echoed outside the tea house. Tap, tap, tap. Following the sound, I saw a woman in 10-centimeter high heels enter the tea house. I quickly removed my scarf and approached her warmly, asking, "Hello, would you like some tea?" I assessed the woman before me. She was in her 30s, strikingly beautiful, and stylishly dressed. The fur coat she wore and the handbag she carried were brands that Li Zi had once boasted about. Undoubtedly, she was a noblewoman. Feeling the chill outside, the noblewoman first exhaled into her hands to warm them before she spoke. "Is Boss Lin here?" "Yes," Boss Lin replied, stepping forward with a gesture inviting her to sit. "I'm the owner. Please, have a seat and let us chat." "Xiao, prepare tea for our guest." I responded promptly, deftly serving tea. In 3 months at the tea house, this was only the second time I had encountered a customer, and regardless of the noblewoman's request, she would certainly have to pay for the 999 yuan pot of daylight green tea. The tea was fragrant, yet the noblewoman seemed disinterested in savoring it. She got straight to the point, stating, "Boss Lin, I'm here to buy Yin objects." Boss Lin smiled and inquired, "How did you hear about my selling Yin objects?" The noblewoman replied, "From a friend of mine who purchased Yin objects from you with excellent results." Boss Lin, maintaining his composure, asked, "What exactly are you seeking?" After glancing around to ensure no one else was present, she leaned in, her voice filled with venom as she whispered, Do you have anything that can kill? Her tone was laced with hatred, as if she wished to devour the very life of someone she despised. Boss Lin chuckled softly and gestured for her to leave. I'm afraid we do not engage in illegal activities. The noblewoman, sensing that Boss Lin was about to dismiss her, became flustered. Please don't misunderstand, Boss Lin. I was merely speaking out of anger. I just need something to keep that vixen away from my husband. Boss Lin then took a seat again, prompting her to elaborate. The noblewoman, her eyes reddening, began to choke back tears as she recounted her grievances against her unfaithful husband. She shared that she had once enjoyed a loving relationship with her wealthy husband, but as time passed and she aged, he grew increasingly distant. Recently, he had taken to staying out late, claiming to be busy expanding his business. The noblewoman's intuition led her to suspect that he was involved with someone else. And after hiring a private investigator, she discovered that he had rented a place to keep a mistress. That wretched vixen is merely a few years younger than I. What does she have that I don't? She lamented, breaking down into tears as she revealed that she had inadvertently stumbled upon divorce papers prepared by her husband. Boss Lin, I beg you, sell me a Yin object that will make my husband return to me. I'm willing to pay any price. Chapter 18. The peach blossom urn. Boss Lin asked her, do you have a photo of the mistress? Do you know her name? Yes. The noblewoman replied eagerly. The private investigator I hired has already uncovered the identity of that vixen. I do not possess the means to rekindle your husband's affection. However, I do have an item that can sever his connection with the other woman. The price is fixed at 300,000. If you are interested, please provide me with the name of the mistress. Upon hearing that there was a way to expel the mistress, the affluent woman did not hesitate to agree and promptly transferred 30,000 to Boss Lin via her phone, without a single attempt at negotiation. Once the funds were received, Boss Lin instructed me to retrieve the peach blossom jar from the tea cabinet. After 3 months, I opened the cabinet again and noticed that every item had a label beneath it, something I had overlooked due to my inability to read. The label for the immortal wine was blank. Perhaps Boss Lin deemed it unnecessary and had not restocked it. Following the labels, I found the peach blossom jar, a vessel resembling a jar, but with a smaller opening and a wider base. I recalled Boss Lin mentioning that Sima Guang saved a friend by breaking a jar. Not the widely known type. The peach blossom jar was crudely made, more akin to clay than porcelain. What caught the eye were the intricately carved peach trees, with vibrant pink blossoms blooming vividly. I cautiously placed the jar on the tea table, and the wealthy lady observed it with curiosity. Is this the item? She inquired. Boss Lin took a sip of tea, refraining from an immediate explanation, instead turning to me and asking, Xian, why don't you elaborate? Recognizing this as an assessment of my 3 months of learning, I cleared my throat and began. This is the peach blossom jar, a sole vessel among the Yin objects. It is an antique from the early Qing dynasty, once owned by an ordinary-looking girl who, upon reaching marriageable age, remained unwed due to her appearance. Watching her friends marry while she languished in despair. Before her death, she complained to heaven about her lack of romantic fortune, wishing to be reborn as a beauty. After her passing, her resentment attached itself to this clay jar, transforming into peach blossoms, thus endowing this once ordinary jar with extraordinary powers. The affluent woman appeared taken aback, perhaps unable to discern the truth in my words, while Boss Lin nodded with a smile, seemingly pleased with my performance. After a moment of contemplation, the woman asked, how does one use it? Boss Lin pointed to the exterior of the jar. The peach blossom jar can enhance one's romantic luck. By inscribing the name of the person you envision on the outside, it will amplify their romantic prospects. He then gestured to the inside of the jar. Conversely, inscribing their name on the interior will diminish their romantic luck, ensuring that when their fortunes run dry, they will no longer pursue your husband. The affluent woman, filled with delight, quickly took out her phone and dialed a number. Hurry, send me a picture of that vixen. Moments later, a notification chimed on her phone, and a photo arrived. Just as I was about to lean in to see what the mistress looked like, a piercing scream echoed from upstairs. There's a cockroach. Zhang Xian, come help me kill it. I rushed upstairs to assist, and after a lengthy search, I found a cockroach smaller than a thumbtack. By the time I returned downstairs, the affluent woman had vanished. Chapter 19. The informant. I felt a twinge of regret for not witnessing Boss Lin inscribe the names. I was curious how he managed to carve inside such a small opening. Although his books contained descriptions, I had yet to practice it myself. Boss Lin beckoned me. Come, let us continue our shopping for the new year. On the way to the mall, I curiously asked, Boss Lin, what is the name of the mistress who is seducing that woman? Li Zi, he replied. I was taken aback. How could it be Li Zi? Noticing my reaction, Boss Lin inquired, do you know her? It dawned on me. I remember now, the girl from the orphanage I befriended is named Li Zi. No wonder she looked familiar in the photo. I didn't recognize her with makeup. Boss Lin expressed his remorse. I'll call now to retrieve the peach blossom jar. True to his word, he pulled out his phone and dialed the number left by the affluent woman. However, the voice that answered left us both stunned. Hello. Who is this? It was a deep male voice. After a few inquiries, Boss Lin confirmed that the affluent woman had provided a false number. He reassured me. The peach blossom jar's effects last only a year. Having someone as a mistress is not a righteous path. If she can find her way back, that would be for the best. I acknowledged the truth in his words, yet I could not shake my thoughts of Li Zi, feeling listless for several days. Lin Xiaolu noticed my unusual demeanor and, upon learning the reason, playfully slapped the back of my head. If you're worried, just go find her. Stop hesitating like a coward. After seeking Boss Lin's approval, I decided to inform Li Zi, so she would be mentally prepared. After dialing 10 times, Li Zi finally answered, and I told her I had something important to discuss, arranging to meet the next day at our previous rendezvous. Knowing that I had been mocked as a poor boy during our last meeting, Lin Xiaolu insisted on taking me shopping for a complete new outfit. Although I didn't recognize the brands, it was evident from the shop's decor that she had spent a considerable sum. I felt embarrassed. Sister Xiaolu, I will repay you once I earn some money. Lin Xiaolu waved her hand dismissively. Don't worry about it. Consider it a gift from your sister. She led me to a fitting mirror, and the reflection appeared strangely unfamiliar. Lin Xiaolu smiled approvingly. Indeed, a man is judged by his attire, Zhang Xian. I didn't realize you were quite the handsome lad. Now, let us get you a cool hairstyle. Without my consent, she dragged me to a barber shop. After the haircut, the owner asked if I was interested in having a couple of photos taken for their promotional materials. Having never encountered such a scenario, I blushed and hurriedly declined. On the way back to the tea house, I noticed several girls stealing glances at me, my appeal evidently heightened. That night, to avoid ruining my hairstyle, I slept on my stomach. The following day, I met Li Zi at the Western restaurant where we had dined previously. This time, I took the initiative to order, as Lin Xiaolu had provided me with funds and a guide to the restaurant to ease my embarrassment. Amidst the soft music of the restaurant, Li Zi scrutinized me. Xian, you've changed a lot. I suppressed my feelings and pretended to have moved on, engaging her as a good friend would, discussing recent events. Hearing about my worry-free life with Boss Lin brought her great joy. After chatting for a while, Li Zi asked, You mentioned you had something important to tell me. What is it? Chapter 20. Darkening Fortune. I hesitated before revealing the matter of the peach blossom jar. I expected her to react with concern, but to my surprise, she dismissed it. She's just desperate. Resorting to superstitions, she scoffed. Li Zi did not believe that the peach blossom jar could alter her romantic fortunes or sever her relationship. She pulled a red card from her bag and handed it to me. Just as I grasped it, she suddenly apologized. I'm sorry, I forgot you can't read. Let me read it to you. Before she could finish, I had already read the two largest characters on the invitation. Invitation? Li Zi froze, and after a moment, she asked, You can read? My attention was entirely captivated by the contents of the invitation. Revealing for the first time the name of the wealthy man who had been supporting Li Zi, Wang Senator, I instinctively inquired, Has he divorced his wife? Li Zi replied confidently, Very soon. The date on the invitation was February 1st, less than 10 days from the new year, leaving me with a tumultuous mix of emotions. Uncertain whether to offer my congratulations or express something else, Li Zi seemed to sense my conflicting feelings and spoke up. If you have time, do come. I have other matters to attend to and must take my leave. She took out her powder from her bag to touch up her makeup, and at that moment, I suddenly noticed a subtle darkness between her brows. I inquired of Li Zi what was amiss, but she casually checked her reflection and seemed unconcerned. Perhaps it was merely a sign of recent poor sleep, resulting in dark circles under her eyes. With that, she patted her face with the powder. After Li Zi departed, I remained motionless, recalling the knowledge imparted by Boss Lin. The area between the eyebrows, known as the Yin Yang, often signifies impending misfortune. A wave of alarm washed over me, prompting a hurried return to the tea house to query Boss Lin about whether Li Zi's symptoms could be attributed to the peach blossom vase. Boss Lin responded with certainty, asserting that the vase only influences romantic fortune and does not bring calamity. Moreover, since Li Zi's name had only been inscribed on it for a few days, it should not yet have taken effect. In conclusion, Boss Lin uttered a remark that troubled me deeply. Perhaps the darkness between Li Zi's brows indicated that someone intended to harm her. This thought gnawed at my peace. Having grown up alongside Li Zi, I could never stand idly by while she faced peril. I ruminated over our encounters, finally recalling the invitation card. Upon retrieving it, I found nothing amiss with the card itself, but the timing inscribed upon it raised alarm. With January nearing its midpoint, the wedding between Wang's son and Li Zi loomed less than 20 days away. In such a brief span, could the noblewoman agree to Wang Sen's divorce proposal? Judging by her demeanor, it seemed highly unlikely. Yet, it struck me as odd that Wang Sun and Li Zi had preparations for their wedding already in place. Unless, a chilling thought took root in my mind. If the noblewoman were to die, Wang Sun would not need to seek a divorce to marry Li Zi. Was Wang Sun plotting against his own wife? But why did Li Zi also exhibit signs of impending misfortune? Chapter 21. Meeting the rival. The issue undoubtedly lay with Wang Sun. However, given Li Zi's attitude towards the peach blossom vase, if I were to share my suspicions with her, she would likely dismiss me as superstitious. I needed to gather evidence to convince her. To obtain such evidence, I first had to meet Wang Sun in person. I called Li Zi, sincerely congratulating her on her impending marriage. She assumed I had moved past our previous issues, her voice bubbling with uncontainable joy. Seizing the moment, I expressed a desire to meet Wang Sun, which caused her to hesitate. Sister, you're about to get married, and I, your brother, have yet to even see what my brother-in-law looks like. How is that reasonable? My words dispelled her concerns, and she acquiesced. The following evening, Li Zi sent me an address, inviting me to join her for dinner. I brought along some fruit and made my way there. This was likely the small abode where the noblewoman's husband concealed his mistress. Although the decor was not particularly lavish, Li Zi had kept it impeccably clean. Clearly fond of the place. Xiaoxian, you've come. Why bring gifts? You're being too formal. Upon entering, I was greeted by a middle-aged man clad in a white shirt, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, exuding a scholarly demeanor, albeit with the signs of age. His hair was slightly graying, and faint wrinkles marked his face. At a glance, he appeared to be at least 45 years old. Standing beside him was 23-year-old Li Zi, creating a striking contrast. This man was Wang Sun, who warmly welcomed me. You must be Xiaoxian. Li Zi often speaks highly of you. Please, have a seat. Dinner is ready. Li Zi had prepared an entire feast, a delightful array of flavors and colors. A pang of jealousy struck me. After years of knowing Li Zi, I had never tasted the meal she made with her own hands. Seated across from Wang Sun, Li Zi leaned close to him, their laughter echoing throughout the meal. As I felt like an outsider. Suddenly, Wang Sun's complexion turned pale. He staggered slightly, nearly collapsing onto the table. Li Zi rushed to support him, her voice filled with concern. Are you unwell again? Wang Sun rubbed his temples. It's nothing, just an old ailment. Is there any alcohol? Li Zi fetched a bottle, and after a couple of sips, his color returned. Xiaoxian, do you drink? Wang Sun inquired. He was drinking Mao Tai, a spirit I had heard praised as the finest and most fragrant. Yet, as the glass was presented to me, I was overwhelmed by a vivid memory of witnessing a gruesome act in the morgue. I gagged and rushed to the restroom, expelling the dinner I had just consumed. Li Zi hurried after me, gently patting my back, only to turn and scold Wang's senator children shouldn't drink. Wang Sun repeatedly apologized, his demeanor filled with regret. I assured him it was fine, though inside, I felt a pang of bitterness. I was now 18, yet in Li Zi's eyes, I remained a child. After dinner, Li Zi accompanied me to the door. Throughout the meal, I noticed nothing amiss with Wang Sun. He was mature, articulate, and charming, which explained Li Zi's affection for him. I chose not to leave immediately, instead hiding in the shadows to observe. Wang Sun did not stay the night. Within mere minutes, he exited. And after bidding farewell to Li Zi, he transformed, no longer the gentleman I had encountered, but a man whose gaze held a hint of menace. Witnessing this stark contrast, I sensed he was far from ordinary and decided to follow him. He entered a Mercedes and left the neighborhood, prompting me to hail a taxi and instruct the driver to keep pace. The Mercedes finally pulled into a high-end community named Bishuiting, where security denied entry to the taxi. I disembarked and proceeded on foot. While settling the fare with the driver, Wang Sun had already vanished from sight. I wandered the community twice, finding nothing. The security staff began to eye me suspiciously, likely believing I was a thief scouting the area. Just as I prepared to leave, a gust of cool air swept over me, carrying a hint of sand that irritated my eyes. Rubbing them vigorously, I inadvertently shed tears. When I opened my eyes again, a woman had materialized before me. Chapter 22. Ghost Encounter. She was young and strikingly beautiful, her long hair cascading to her waist. Yet, I nearly cried out in fright. Her form was semi-transparent. I could see through her body, catching sight of a security guard approaching from a distance. I swallowed hard, instinctively retreating. Had I encountered a ghost? Her eyes were vacant, her complexion ghostly pale, her lips devoid of color. She seemed devoid of malice, merely gesturing between herself and me. I hesitantly asked, "Do you want me to follow you?" She nodded and glided past me without a sound, leaving no trace of her footsteps. After much deliberation, I resolved to follow her. She led me to a building, turning to enter. I followed her into the elevator, where she pointed to the button marked with the number 18. When the elevator halted on the 18th floor, I was astonished to find the woman had vanished, wiping the cold sweat from my forehead. I attempted to quell my racing thoughts and stepped out of the elevator. The 18th floor housed 3 apartments, and I quickly recognized Wang Sen's shoes on the shoe rack outside the eastern unit. This was his home. I quietly approached the door, pressing my ear against it to eavesdrop on the sounds within. However, after half an hour of listening, I heard nothing. The apartment was eerily silent. Despite the absence of noise, a sense of familiarity washed over me as I listened. After much contemplation, I realized the source of this feeling. The wind seeping through the door crack carried a scent akin to that of the tea house. There must be something supernatural within Wang Sen's home. Was it the peach blossom vase? I couldn't be certain. The stillness persisted. So I memorized the door number and quietly departed. Upon returning to the tea house, Boss Lin was still engrossed in tea and newspapers. Upon seeing me, he suddenly furrowed his brow. I anticipated that he would criticize me for returning late, but instead, he inquired, "Zhang Xian, where have you been? Why do you seem so disoriented?" Disoriented? I couldn't help but recall the woman who had guided me earlier and hastily recounted the events of the night, hoping that Boss Lin could offer some counsel. However, Boss Lin showed little interest in the details of the woman who had led me. Rather, he was intrigued by the presence of malevolent spirits in Wang Sen's residence. "Zhang Xian, are you certain there are malevolent spirits in Wang Sen's home?" After a moment of hesitation, I nodded. "It should be, boss. Is it the peach blossom urn that Mrs. Wang purchased from you?" Boss Lin confidently replied. "It should not be." Just as he was about to elaborate, the sound of cheerful footsteps reached my ears. I turned to see Lin Xiaolu bouncing into the tea house. What could she possibly be doing out so late? Before I could ponder further, my attention was drawn to the object she clutched in her arms. Wasn't that the peach blossom urn that Mrs. Wang had bought? How did Lin Xiaolu manage to bring it back? Upon entering, Lin Xiaolu began to babble, "Dad." The scene was horrific. Brain matter was splattered everywhere, and a crowd had gathered. Confused, I asked whose brain matter was splattered. Lin Xiaolu pointed to the urn in her arms. "Who else?" "The woman who bought the urn a few days ago." I was taken aback. Mrs. Wang was dead? I couldn't help but recall how confidently she had stated during our last meeting with Li Zi that Wang's son would surely marry her. There was no need for a divorce certificate when one became a widow. A whiff of conspiracy filled the air. Boss Lin handed me his phone, and upon glancing at the screen, I saw breaking news about a suspected suicide involving a person who had jumped from a building. Chapter 23, Detective Conan? Boss Lin explained. The presence of unclaimed malevolent spirits in the world poses a significant danger. Thus, we must retrieve the spirits that have been sold. I understood this, but I was perplexed. Surely, the scene would be cordoned off by the police. How did Lin Xiaolu manage to retrieve the urn? More importantly, I was concerned about the location of Mrs. Wang's demise. "Xiaolu, where did you get the peach blossom urn?" Lin Xiaolu replied, "From the peach blossom community. It's filled with peach trees, but unfortunately, it's winter now, and the trees are bare and unappealing." I disregarded her latter comment. The peach blossom community? But the place I had followed Wang's son to was named by Shui Ting. In other words, Wang's son had a solid alibi, and it certainly wasn't Li Zi who had committed the act. When Wang's son left, she was still in her pajamas. Seeing him off at the door, it was impossible for her to have raced to the peach blossom community to commit murder in such a short time. Could it genuinely be a suicide? I refused to believe it. I recalled a statement Mrs. Wang had made during her first visit to the tea house, expressing her desire to purchase an item capable of killing Li Zi. I couldn't help but ask, "Boss Lin, could it be possible that Wang's son used the malevolent spirit to kill his own wife?" Boss Lin did not respond, but the seriousness of his expression revealed his judgment. A shiver ran down my spine. The seemingly gentle Wang's son was undoubtedly not as simple as he appeared. I feared for Li Zi's safety. Yet I hesitated to voice my suspicions to her. Firstly, she would undoubtedly dismiss them, and secondly, her love for Wang's son was fervent. She would not tolerate a single disparaging word against him. I spent a restless night, and the next day at the tea house, I was in a daze. Lin Xiaolu, noticing my distress, took the initiative to help clean the tea house. She asked, "Are you worried about Li Zi? Why not tell her the truth? She won't believe it." I replied. Lin Xiaolu placed her hands on her hips. "Fool. Without evidence, of course, she won't believe you. Find evidence." Wang Xin wasn't even at the scene. There wouldn't be any evidence. Lin Xiaolu playfully flicked my forehead and pointed me in a direction. "Remember how Mrs. Wang mentioned hiring a private detective to investigate Li Zi? He might have some leads." My eyes brightened with realization. Of course, the private detective had been tailing Li Zi and must have encountered Wang Xin several times. Perhaps he truly knew something. But then I felt deflated again. The problem was, I had no idea who that detective was. Wait a moment, Lin Xiaolu dashed off. And I faintly heard her making a phone call. Soon, she returned, breathless. Here. She handed me a note with fresh ink, her handwriting elegant and neat. I read the note aloud. 176, Jianxi Road, Conan Detective Agency, Lucini. I was unsure how Lin Xiaolu had obtained this information. But with the private detective's address in hand, I could hardly contain my excitement. I thanked Lin Xiaolu and rushed out of the tea house. After hailing a cab to Jianxi Road, I found a rather small storefront with the words Conan Detective Agency inscribed above. The name Conan was familiar to me, belonging to the protagonist of the animated series Detective Conan. In my childhood, the children at the orphanage would gather around the only television every Saturday and Sunday to watch it. Although my eyesight was poor, the orphanage screened the Mandarin dubbed version, so I could still grasp some of the plot. The most vivid memory was of Conan being nicknamed the Death God elementary student. To be honest, naming a detective agency after Conan was rather ominous, especially considering that Mrs. Wang, who had sought assistance, was now deceased. Chapter 24, Writing in IOU. As I pushed open the door, a thick cloud of smoke enveloped me, causing me to cough uncontrollably. Hearing the commotion, a man emerged from behind a cluttered desk piled high with documents and books. He appeared to be in his late 20s or early 30s, disheveled, with greasy hair that had formed knots and a face covered in stubble that had clearly gone unshaven for quite some time. Dressed in a gray trench coat with sleeves stained to the point of reflecting light, he looked utterly exhausted, with dark circles under his eyes that could easily pass for a panda. Upon noticing my presence, he extinguished his cigarette and pressed a switch on the wall. The exhaust fan whirred to life, gradually dispersing the smoke. Hello, welcome to the Conan Detective Agency. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lucini, a seasoned private detective. What services can I assist you with? Whether it's infidelity investigations or evidence collection regarding illegitimate children, I am a professional. It seemed that this was the person I had been searching for. I inquired, do you recall a woman who asked you to investigate her husband's mistress some time ago? Lucini scratched his head, his fingers greasy. Friend, I have had at least 80 women come to me about their husband's mistresses. Without a name. I can't guess who you mean. Not knowing Mrs. Wang's name, I thought for a moment and replied, the one who jumped off last night. Lucini's expression indicated that he was aware of the news. Huang Xiaozue, what a terribly unreliable client. If you're going to die, at least settle the final payment first. I wasted a month on her case. It turned out that Mrs. Wang was named Huang Xiaozue. I quickly said, Detective Liu, I am a friend of Huang Xiaozue. Could you tell me more about the investigation she commissioned? I suspect there may be something suspicious about her death. Lucini fixed his gaze on me for a long moment, and then stated firmly, you are not her friend. When you mentioned Huang Xiaozue, there was no fluctuation in your emotions. Instead, you seem overly concerned about the investigation she commissioned. So tell me, are you a friend of Wang's son? Or of his mistress? I was taken aback. This disheveled detective was indeed astute. He could discern my deception from my demeanor alone. I had no choice but to speak the truth. I am a friend of Li Zi, the one. Before I could finish, Lucini interrupted me. You suspect Huang Xiaozue's death is suspicious, believe she may have been harmed by Wang's son. And thus you have come to me in hopes of uncovering some secrets about him. I instinctively swallowed hard. Indeed, one should not judge a book by its cover. This detective was truly impressive. Lucini rummaged through the cluttered desk and pulled out a box of files. He opened it to reveal a thick stack of documents and photographs. You have settled the outstanding payment that Huang Xiaozue owes me. These documents are now yours. I said awkwardly, I have no money. I am still an apprentice under Boss Lin, and I do not receive a salary before completing my training. Lucini fetched paper and a pen. A promissory note will suffice. For the sake of Li Zi, I gritted my teeth and agreed. The amount owed was 30,000 yuan, and I awkwardly pinned my first promissory note, following Lucini's instructions. After I finished, Lucini reviewed it. And whether in jest or mockery, he remarked, my friend, your handwriting is rather atrocious, even worse than that of an elementary school student. My cheeks burned. After all, elementary students had practiced their calligraphy for 6 years, while I had only done so for 3 months. I received the substantial documents, and as I was leaving, Lucini handed me a business card, suggesting future collaboration opportunities. Chapter 25. The Destructive Wife. Upon returning to the tea house, I meticulously examined the documents Lucini had provided. And the more I read, the more alarmed I became. My initial shock was about Huang Xiaozue. The task she entrusted to Lucini was not merely to investigate whether Wang's son was cheating. She demanded that Lucini meticulously gather evidence of Wang Sen's infidelity, as she intended to sue him and ensure he left empty-handed. I speculated that her visit to the tea house to purchase the peach blossom urn was an attempt to render Wang's son both financially and emotionally bereft, as a means to vent her frustration. However, what truly unsettled me was Wang Sen's past. I could not fathom the methods Lu Xini employed, but he unearthed Wang Sen's history. It turned out that Huang Xiaozue was not his first wife, but his third. His previous two wives had both succumbed to suicide. Even more chilling was the revelation that Wang's son had taken out substantial insurance policies on all three wives, should any of them meet with an untimely demise. He stood to inherit a considerable sum. Among Lu Xini's findings, one highlighted detail caught my attention. Every time Wang's son lost a wife, he adopted a new name and relocated to a different city. His previous aliases were Wang Long and Wang Feng. Lu Xini strongly suspected that Wang's son was a serial wife killer motivated by insurance fraud. Unfortunately, before he could warn Huang Xiaozue, she had already met her tragic end. After perusing the documents, I came across several photographs. A total of 5 images depicted 5 different individuals, 4 of whom I recognized: Wang's son, Huang Xiaozue, Li Zi, and the woman who had guided me. This photograph was taken 13 years ago, yet the woman bore an uncanny resemblance to the one I had encountered, showing no signs of aging. The back of the photo contained details about this woman. She was Wang Sen's first wife, her cause of death listed as carbon monoxide poisoning. Wang Sen also had an alibi, and her death was ultimately ruled an accident. Recalling the invitation Li Zi had sent me, an icy sweat broke out on my brow. Was Li Zi destined to be Wang Sen's 4th victim? I hurriedly gathered the evidence to confront Li Zi, but upon seeing it, she tore it into shreds. With reddened eyes and a hint of menace in her voice, she declared, "Wang's son loves me, Zhang Xian. If you continue to interfere, we will pretend we never met." I was unceremoniously expelled from her home. Utterly astonished by the depth of her infatuation for Wang Senator dazed, I returned to the tea house, only to find Lin Xiaolu sanding away Li Zi's name from the urn's opening. Suddenly, an idea struck me, and I rushed to Lin Xiaolu. "Sister Xiaolu, wait." Lin Xiaolu halted her actions, the name still visible within the urn. She looked up, puzzled, and asked, "What is it?" Her appearance startled me. For some reason, her complexion had turned pale, and she emanated an eerie chill. Even at a distance of 1 meter, I felt the cold emanating from her. I quickly inquired, "Sister Xiaolu, are you unwell?" She rubbed her face, her color returning slightly as she smiled and replied, "I'm fine, just a recurring issue. What do you need?" I pointed at the peach blossom urn and asked, "Sister Xiaolu, can this urn really cause couples to part ways?" "Of course," Lin Xiaolu responded with conviction. "My father has always conducted business honestly, never deceiving anyone." I pressed on, "If we leave Li Zi's name, will it ensure she and Wang's son go their separate ways?" After a moment's thought, she replied, "It can, but the effect won't be immediate. It's impossible to prevent their marriage at this point." My burgeoning inspiration spilled forth. What if we inscribe Wang Sen's name into the urn as well? Chapter 26. Aftercare. My reasoning was simple. If inscribing a name into the urn could dispel someone's romantic fortune, then inscribing both Li Zi's and Wang Sen's names might amplify the effect. Lin Xiaolu was taken aback. "I didn't realize you were so clever." From her tone, it was clear that my idea was feasible, and I felt a surge of excitement. "Where's Boss Lin? I need his assistance. He's out on a trip and won't be back for several days." "You won't need him. I'll help you," Lin Xiaolu assured me, rummaging through a drawer for a long needle. Seeing her eagerness made me hesitant. "Sister Xiaolu, are you sure you can do this?" Lin Xiaolu shot me a glare. "Why wouldn't I be? Although I haven't learned my father's craft, handling a simple peach blossom urn is a piece of cake." She inserted the needle into the urn and explained, "When using the peach blossom urn, you must envision the person's likeness and then inscribe their name." Her instructions mirrored those Boss Lin had previously given, which reassured me. However, Lin Xiaolu hesitated to carve the names, scratching her head awkwardly. "I've never seen Wang's son. I don't know what he looks like. You should do it." She handed the needle and urn to me. "After all, you've been taught by my father for so long. It's time to put it into practice." With Boss Lin absent, I had to rely on myself. I asked Lin Xiaolu, "If a person changes their name, will it affect the outcome?" "Of course," she replied. "You must inscribe the name given by their parents." Recalling Lu Xini's information, I remembered that Wang's son was named Wang Long before he murdered his first wife. Imagining Wang Sen's face, I etched his name into the urn. The opening was small, and using a steel needle, my inscription appeared distorted, resembling a child's scribbles. Compared to the elegant script of Boss Lin, mine was utterly abysmal. When Lin Xiaolu inspected my work, she wore an expression of disdain. "Don't ever admit that I taught you how to write. I cannot bear the shame." Embarrassment washed over me, and I resolved to practice my handwriting more diligently. After being ridiculed twice in one day, my thick skin was beginning to wear thin. I questioned Lin Xiaolu about the efficacy of my efforts, and she assured me that Wang's son and Li Zi would surely part ways before their wedding. Ever since Li Zi had thrown me out, she had ceased answering my calls. I resorted to waiting outside her home every evening. Yet, despite my efforts over the past several days, Wang's son continued to visit Li Zi daily. Although their parting appeared less affectionate than before, there was no indication of an impending separation. With only 3 days remaining until the wedding, I could no longer contain my anxiety and asked Lin Xiaolu, Sister Xiaolu, have we made a mistake somewhere? Lin Xiaolu appeared puzzled as well. It shouldn't be this way. They should have broken up by now. In a state of desperation, I prepared to call Boss Lin for guidance, but before I could, a familiar face entered the tea house. It was Lucini. Looking as disheveled as when I first met him, though his trench coat had changed from gray to brown while maintaining its unchanged style, and his sleeves still gleamed with oil. Upon spotting me, Lucini waved. I initially assumed he had come to collect the debt, so I mustered the courage to lead him out of the tea house. Brother, didn't the promissory note state I would repay you after the new year? Lucini, realizing my misunderstanding, clarified, don't be alarmed. I'm not here to collect the debt. I'm here for aftercare. Chapter 27. 3 female ghosts. I was utterly bewildered. Just as I was about to inquire further, Lucini handed me a new box of documents. Regarding Wang's son, I have unearthed another disturbing secret. This individual is truly inhuman. Not only did he murder his wife for insurance money, but he also showed no mercy to his own mother. I was taken aback and hurriedly inquired about the details. Lucini explained that prior to Wang Sen's first marriage, his mother had been involved in a serious car accident. Though she was saved, she fell into a coma, becoming a mere shell of her former self. In her youth, she had purchased an insurance policy that promised compensation for accidental death within 30 years, a policy from which her son, Wang's son, the sole beneficiary, would profit. As her husband had long since passed, it is indeed a twist of fate that her accident occurred in the final month of the policy's validity. Had she lived just a little longer, the insurance would have lapsed. Ultimately, she passed away in the hospital just a day before the policy expired. Many speculated that she wished to leave her son some financial support, which sounds touching at first, but upon reflection, one must question the circumstances surrounding her death. Regardless of whether Wang's son was responsible for his mother's demise, he undoubtedly reveled in the sweet taste of the insurance payout, and subsequently, he went on to murder 3 wives. I have submitted this information to the authorities, yet much of the evidence has since been lost, leaving the prospects of his punishment uncertain. The most ironic aspect of this tale, Wang Sen's parents named him Wang Aijia, which translates to Wang loves family. Perhaps feeling unworthy, he changed his name after his mother's death. Lucini's final words struck me like a bolt of lightning. The peach blossom vessel requires the original name of the person to be effective, and I had made a grave mistake. I could no longer rely on the vessel to prevent Li Zi from marrying Wang's senator. Noticing my pallor, Lucini expressed concern. Are you all right? I waved him off, assuring him I was fine, and after expressing my gratitude, I sent him on his way. Lin Xiaolu, who had been eavesdropping on our conversation, offered me some comfort. Don't be afraid. If things go awry, on the wedding day, my sister will help you create a scene. Haven't you seen those dramas? The male lead often rushes in to stop the wedding at the last moment. I was in no mood for jest, so I locked myself in my room. Emerging only late into the night, the familiar sound of rapid keystrokes came from the second floor of the tea house. Lin Xiaolu had left me some food, and feeling dejected and famished, I devoured it until I was uncomfortably full. Just as I was gathering the trash to dispose of it, a sudden sting enveloped my eyes. Once I regained my composure, I noticed 3 women standing at the entrance of the tea house. These 3 women startled me, raising goosebumps on my arms. They were Wang Sen's 3 former wives. Aside from the original wife I had met, Wang Sen's second wife and Huang Xiaozue were also present. They stood outside the door, seemingly paralyzed by fear, hesitant to enter the tea house. Wang Sen's original wife waved at me, signaling me to step outside. The unexpected sight of the deceased sent my heart racing, but with the impending wedding of Li Zi and Wang's son just 3 days away, I ultimately stepped out of the tea house. The cold wind howled outside, and the light from within illuminated the 3 women, yet there were no shadows cast behind them. I nervously inquired, what brings you here? Wang Sen's original wife opened her mouth, but emitted no sound. Only heavy, labored breaths escaped her throat. I recalled Lucini's information. This woman had perished from carbon monoxide poisoning, and her inability to speak was a symptom of that very affliction. I shall speak on our behalf. The familiar voice belonged to Huang Xiaozue. She had been clutching her head, and recalling Lin Xiaolu's remark about her brain matter spilling out, I couldn't help but shudder. Chapter 28. collaborating with the dead Huang Xiaozue, filled with resentment, demanded, "You are that vixen's friend, aren't you?" The vixen she referred to was Li Zi, and I was aware of her deep-seated animosity towards Li Zi, making me hesitant to respond. Huang Xiaozue seemed to sense my apprehension and continued, "Grievances have their roots. Debts have their owners. Our target for revenge is Wang's son, not that vixen. Besides, she, like us, has fallen victim to Wang's senator if you refuse to assist us. In a few days, she too will meet her end." Upon hearing that Li Zi might die, I urgently inquired, "What has happened to her?" Huang Xiaozue's tone turned ominous as she explained that Li Zi had inadvertently uncovered Wang Sen's secret of murdering wives for insurance money. She threatened him that if he married her, she would report him to the authorities. I was taken aback, recalling how Li Zi had destroyed all the evidence I had gathered, leaving me in turmoil. Had Li Zi known all along? I couldn't comprehend why. Knowing Wang Sen's ruthless nature, she would still choose to marry him. "I don't know," Huang Xiaozue growled. "Perhaps she, like us, was bewitched by Wang's son, seeing only him, convinced she had to marry him. Unfortunately, she underestimated his cunning. Now that he holds leverage over her, he will not allow her to survive. Can you guess how Wang's son killed us three?" I instinctively blurted out, "With a ghostly entity." Huang Xiaozue suddenly screamed, "You knew all along. Why didn't you tell me?" As her rage escalated, she removed her hands from her head, and a significant portion of her skull crumbled away, exposing a grotesque mass resembling spoiled tofu that oozed down her face. The sight nearly made me retch, and I hurriedly explained, "I only discovered Wang's son was involved with a ghostly entity the night you died. I swear I'm not lying." Huang Xiaozue seemed to believe me. She picked up the piece of her skull from the ground and reattached it to her head. With a fierce glare, she declared, "Wang Sen's ghostly entity is incredibly powerful, capable of silently dispatching his wives. I tell you, as of now, Wang's son cannot act, but once Li Zi marries him, he can strike at any moment." I was rendered speechless by the revelation of such a malevolent entity in existence. Huang Xiaozue fixed her gaze on me. "If you wish to save Li Zi, you must collaborate with us." I blurted out, "How do we collaborate?" "Quite simply," she replied, "on the wedding day. You must find an opportunity to seize the ghostly entity from Wang's senator. It prevents us from approaching him, and once it is gone, Li Zi will be safe." I asked Huang Xiaozue what the entity looked like, but she shook her head, admitting they had never seen it. Just as I was about to ask further questions, Lin Xiaolu's voice suddenly called out from behind me, "Zhang Xian, what are you doing standing outside? Aren't you cold?" I blinked, and the three women had vanished, leaving the street desolate, devoid of any presence. Back in the tea house, I pondered my options, ultimately deciding to ally with Huang Xiaozue. Although Li Zi had transformed into someone entirely different from the sister I had once known, she was still my confidant from childhood, and I could not stand idly by while she faced death. 3 days swiftly passed, and on the day of Li Zi's wedding, I left a note at the counter for Lin Xiaolu, informing her of my intentions and assuring her not to wait for me for dinner. Upon arriving at the wedding venue, I found a multitude of guests, most of whom were Wang's son's colleagues and business associates, with Li Zi's only friend being myself. Chapter 29. Seizing the entity. Everyone gathered at the front of the stage as the wedding host began the preliminary activities, eagerly anticipating the entrance of the bride and groom. As the auspicious moment arrived, beautiful music filled the air, and the ceremony officially commenced. The wedding officiant's spirited words echoed with joy, but my mind was elsewhere, for I spotted 3 familiar figures. Wang Sen's 3 former wives had arrived at the wedding, adorned in pristine white gowns and adorned with exquisite makeup, yet their expressions were marred by resentment and fury. They stood amidst the crowd, but I was the only one who could see them. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until the wedding march commenced. The officiant exuberantly announced, "Let us welcome the bride and groom," with the loudest applause and cheers. Amid the applause, Wang's son took Li Zi's hand and stepped onto the stage. I had never seen Li Zi look so radiant, her strapless white wedding gown illuminating her beauty, making her the most stunning woman of the day. Jealousy surged within me as I imagined how wonderful it would be to be in Wang Sen's place. A cold breeze swept through, causing me to shiver involuntarily. Upon regaining my senses, I realized that Wang Sen's 3 ex-wives had somehow gathered beside me. Huang Xiaozue's sinister voice echoed in my ear, urging me to hurry, as they were about to perform the heaven and earth ceremony. In ancient times, this ritual signified the announcement to the deities that a couple had officially tied the knot. The officiant proclaimed, "First, bow to heaven and earth." Wang's son and Li Zi simultaneously bent at the waist, on the verge of performing the bow. The thought of Wang's son plotting to murder the woman who loved him ignited a fervor within me, and I lost my reason. rushing onto the stage to shove Wang, Senator Thud. Wang's son fell onto the stage, inciting a wave of gasps from the audience. The officiant, startled, dropped his microphone, which hit the ground with a piercing echo. The sound jolted me back to reality, and panic washed over me. What had I done? People below the stage pointed and whispered, while Li Zi regarded me with indifference, her gaze feeling strangely foreign. What are you doing? Wang's son, rising from the ground, seized my collar in a fit of rage, bellowing for security to expel me. The hotel security rushed over, dragging me away. My eyes darted nervously over Wang's son, searching for the ominous object. In my frantic state, I noticed a golden hairpin protruding from the pocket of Wang Sen's suit. Typically, outer suit pockets are reserved for pins or handkerchiefs, so why was a hairpin, an item associated with women, stuck there? I surmised that this must be the sinister object he used to slay his ex-wives. Upon closer inspection, the exposed end of the hairpin bore an unusual carving of a phoenix in captivity. My mind buzzed. I had seen this cursed artifact in the materials provided by Boss Lin. It was known as the captive phoenix hairpin. According to legend, during the 5 Dynasties and 10 Kingdoms period, there existed 2 neighboring states, the powerful Ho Liang and the weaker Jingnan. The emperor of Jingnan, fearing his kingdom's annexation by Ho Liang, willingly betrothed his daughter to the prince of Ho Liang. To express his sincerity, he included a hairpin adorned with a captive phoenix in her dowry. This hairpin was crafted by sinister beings, embedding the princess's soul within it. The prince who possessed the hairpin could control her life and death, able to slay her from any distance at a mere thought. No wonder Wang's son could quietly murder his ex-wives. The captive phoenix hairpin was among the most malevolent of cursed artifacts. Seeing that I was unyielding, the security attempted to restrain me by wrapping an arm around my neck. Seizing the moment, I bit down on his arm, causing him to yelp and release me. I dashed toward Wang's son, snatching the captive phoenix hairpin from him. Madman! Wang's son cursed, shoving me forcefully. I slipped and fell backward. As I hit the ground, I suddenly noticed a crystal chandelier suspended from the ceiling above the stage. 3 silhouettes hovered nearby. It was Wang Sen's 3 ex-wives, attempting to unscrew the chandelier. Instinctively, I opened my mouth to shout, but before I could, the chandelier plummeted from the ceiling. Bang! A deafening crash resounded as the chandelier shattered upon hitting the stage, scattering shards across the floor. In the next moment, screams erupted in the hall. I turned to where the chandelier had fallen, only to find Wang's son lying beneath it, covered in crystal fragments, his eyes wide with horror, a crimson stream of blood pooling around him. Chapter 30. I am the substitute. Wang's son was dead, the chandelier having crushed his skull. Chaos ensued in the hotel, and I remained in a daze until the police arrived to take me away. At the station, I provided a statement but was not detained. The officers explained that although I had caused a scene at the wedding, Wang Sen's death was deemed an accident. After a brief admonition, they released me. As I exited the police station, night had fallen, and I encountered Li Zi standing under a street lamp outside, seemingly waiting for me. Unsure how to face her, I recalled my agreement with Huang Xiaocui was to save Li Zi's life. I had never anticipated that it would lead to Wang Sen's demise. The short distance to her felt interminable. I had expected Li Zi to blame me for Wang Sen's death, to berate me hysterically, or even slap me. Yet, none of that happened. Thank you. I froze, bewildered, as if I had misheard her. Did Li Zi just say thank you? I lifted my gaze to meet hers, and she smiled. A smile I should have recognized, yet it seemed oddly unsettling at this moment. Before I could gather my thoughts, she had already walked away. I chased after her for a while, but ultimately could only watch as she got into a taxi. Lost in thought, I wandered toward the tea house, Li Zi's smile lingering in my mind. I couldn't fathom why she had smiled at me or expressed her gratitude. As I walked, a sudden chill brought me back to reality, and I realized I had unknowingly entered a dark alley. The alley was dimly lit by a flickering streetlight, and the night breeze rustled the dried leaves on the ground. Meow! A black cat darted past my feet, startling me and prompting me to turn back, realizing I had taken a wrong turn. However, before I could take 2 steps, a hand landed on my shoulder. The touch was icy, like a block of ice, cold and slightly damp. I could feel the moisture seeping into my skin. I turned to see Wang Sen's second wife. Unlike our previous encounter, she appeared bloated and drenched, with strands of foul-smelling water plants hanging from her. Suddenly, I remembered from Lu Xinyi's dossier that Wang Sen's second wife had drowned, having fallen into a river and remained submerged for an entire week. Without a doubt, she had returned as a water ghost. Do you need something? I stammered. She opened her mouth, and muddy river water gushed forth, accompanied by a rotting fish. Cold, clammy hands tightened around my throat, and I found myself gasping for air. struggling futilely against her ghostly grip. My vision blurred, and my mind grew foggy. I recalled a folklore tale, some vengeful spirits, unable to move on due to their heavy grudges, sought out a substitute to take their place in the afterlife. I had been careless. I had unwittingly agreed to collaborate with a ghost, a fatal misstep. As my consciousness began to fade, I vaguely saw a familiar figure rushing toward me. Bang! A resounding crash rang in my ears as the water ghost released her grip, and fresh air flooded my lungs. I collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath as my vision gradually cleared. Chapter 31, The Jade Coffin. The one who saved me was Lin Xiaolu, who was locked in a struggle with the water ghost, her arms tightly constricting the ghost's neck. In the next moment, I witnessed a horrifying scene. Lin Xiaolu yanked the water ghost's head clean off. The ghost dissolved into a puddle of murky water, and Lin Xiaolu turned to face me. At that moment, I realized that the vision I had seen when Grandfather Li sought vengeance at the tea house had not been a dream. Lin Xiaolu's once lustrous black hair had turned ghostly white, her eyes glowing a menacing red, exuding an aura of chilling frost. Lin Xiaolu had saved me once more. But as she approached, I felt the temperature around me plummeting. Frost began to form in my hair. Fear gripped me, yet I did not flee, for I believed that Lin Xiaolu meant me no harm. She stepped closer, her expression devoid of emotion, as if she were a mere shell of a person. Sister Xiaolu? Before I could finish my sentence, Lin Xiaolu's head tilted, and she collapsed into my arms. I quickly embraced her, her icy presence sending shivers down my spine. I observed Lin Xiaolu's hair gradually returning to its natural black hue, her eyes tightly shut, clutching me fiercely while shivering uncontrollably. So cold, she murmured repeatedly. I called her name several times, but received no response. In a rush, I lifted Lin Xiaolu in my arms, intending to take her to the hospital. Just as I exited the alley, she suddenly grasped my hand. Return to the tea house. I hesitated momentarily, but ultimately acquiesced to her request and brought her back to the tea house. Upon entering, Lin Xiaolu weakly pointed to the second floor and said, "To my room." Though she was not heavy, carrying her all the way left my body aching, my legs trembling with fatigue. Struggling, I ascended to the second floor and pushed open the door to Lin Xiaolu's room. I had been in this room before while assisting her in catching cockroaches. Aside from a computer desk, it contained only a single bed. With a pained expression, Lin Xiaolu urged, "Lift the bedboard, quickly." I temporarily placed her on a chair, pulled back the bedding, and discovered a handle on the bedboard. As I lifted it, I was taken aback. I had expected to find medicine to alleviate her cold condition, but instead, I uncovered an astonishing object. Beneath the bedboard lay a coffin, not an ordinary one, but a casket crafted from two flawless slabs of white jade, as pristine as the finest cream. "Open it," Lin Xiaolu cried out in agony, her body covered in white frost, resembling someone on the verge of becoming an ice statue. Without a moment's thought, I hastily opened the coffin lid. Lin Xiaolu, with great difficulty, rose and, to my disbelief, she climbed directly into the white jade coffin. With a resounding thud, she closed the lid herself, restoring tranquility to the room. I stood in shock, my experiences of the day rendering me bewildered. Pinching myself revealed the pain was real, and this was no dream. I vigilantly kept watch beside the white jade coffin for 2 days and nights, leaving the room only for food, water, and the restroom. Yet Lin Xiaolu never emerged, and I dared not open the coffin, fearing the unforeseen. After 5 long days, the tea house owner finally returned. His startled expression upon seeing me prompted him to ask, "Xiaoxian, why do you look so haggard?" I opened my mouth to speak, but my throat was too hoarse to articulate a coherent sentence. So I merely pointed towards Lin Xiaolu's room. The owner's expression shifted dramatically, and he rushed inside. Chapter 32, The Cold Illness. The owner burst into the room. Approaching the white jade coffin, cautiously, he opened the lid and carefully lifted Lin Xiaolu out. She remained cloaked in frost, her breathing faint, with her chest rising only every few seconds, as if in a deep slumber. He laid her on the floor, and soon, a thin layer of ice formed beneath her. "We will discuss this later," he said, removing his coat and draping it over Lin Xiaolu. From the pockets of his coat, he retrieved a small jade vial, no longer than my thumb. Upon uncorking the vial, a potent medicinal aroma wafted forth. As he tilted it, a reddish-brown pill rolled into his palm. The owner gently pried Lin Xiaolu's mouth open and placed the pill inside, then rubbed her throat lightly. I observed as Lin Xiaolu, still unconscious, instinctively swallowed. Almost immediately, her complexion began to regain its color, the frost on her body melting into water, dampening her clothes against her delicate figure. Had I not been so concerned for her well-being, I might have found myself salivating. Lin Xiaolu's breathing grew steady and strong, and the owner's tense demeanor visibly relaxed. Xiao Xian, close the coffin lid and lower the bedboard, he instructed urgently. I complied, preparing her bed as he laid her down and tucked her in. Lin Xiaolu slept soundly, even smacking her lips as if dreaming of delicious food. The owner beckoned me outside to speak. Once in the teahouse hall, I eagerly inquired, "Boss, what happened to Sister Xiaolu?" He explained, "Xiaolu suffers from a peculiar illness. When it strikes, her body becomes as cold as ice. Her hair turns white as snow. She must take medicine to alleviate her condition. Without it, she must sleep in the white jade coffin, or else the cold poison will ravage her body, causing unbearable pain." I suddenly understood. "Boss, during your 2 outings, were you searching for medicine for Sister Xiaolu?" He nodded. "The medicine that can alleviate her symptoms is exceedingly rare. I must venture out every 3 months to seek it. But this time, her illness struck much earlier than anticipated. Has something occurred?" Feeling guilty, I replied, "It's all my fault. If Sister Xiaolu hadn't rushed to save me, she wouldn't have fallen ill so soon." I recounted the events that transpired after the owner left. To my surprise, he did not scold me. Instead, he cautioned, "Xiao Xian, remember to be wary of deceitful words." Fortunately, Xiaolu arrived just in time. Otherwise, you might have lost your life. Learn from this experience. I etched his words deeply into my memory. That day, I kept vigil in the teahouse hall throughout the night, fearing Lin Xiaolu would awaken hungry. My late father often advised me to be grateful and repay kindness. Lin Xiaolu had saved my life, and I would not hesitate to remain by her side for a night without sleep, even if it meant traversing mountains or flames. At 4 in the morning, Lin Xiaolu awakened. Hearing movement upstairs, I hurried to check. Upon opening the door, I found her gazing into a mirror, plucking a white hair from her head and disdainfully tossing it into the trash. Seeing me, Lin Xiaolu asked, "Has my father returned?" I nodded, informing her that the owner had gone home and would return early in the morning. She then queried, "Why are you still at the tea house at this late hour?" I stammered for a moment before finally confessing, "I was worried you might wake up feeling thirsty or hungry, Sister Xiaolu." "Are you hungry? I can cook some noodles for you." Chapter 33. Soaring away, Lin Xiaolu chuckled, playfully pushing me out of the room. "Noodles? Just wait outside. I'll take you out for a late-night snack." I waited outside for 20 minutes until she reopened the door, leaving me utterly astonished. She had donned a striking new outfit and applied a light touch of makeup. Lin Xiaolu's natural beauty was already remarkable, but with her makeup, she appeared almost ethereal, more beautiful than the stars on shop posters. She playfully pinched my ear, feigning ferocity. "Little rascal, what are you staring at? Keep looking, and I'll poke your eyes out." I laughed awkwardly, unable to meet her gaze. Lin Xiaolu burst into laughter at my reaction. "Just teasing you. Let us go? I'm starving." I locked the tea house door behind me, and we walked 3 streets to a barbecue restaurant. Despite the late hour, nearing 5 in the morning, several tables were still occupied with patrons enjoying drinks and chatter. Clearly irregular, Lin Xiaolu greeted the owner with familiarity. "Xiaolu the usual?" he asked with a smile. Yes, hurry up, I'm famished." The owner moved quickly, and soon a roasted leg of lamb, a plate of lamb skewers, and a large pitcher of beer were set before us. Lin Xiaolu, truly ravenous, devoured the leg of lamb without slicing it, biting into it with grease smearing her face, and specks of cumin clinging to her lips, rendering her immaculate makeup pointless. After devouring half a leg of lamb, she paused and looked at me, asking, "Why aren't you eating?" I poured her a drink and filled my own cup. "Sister Xiaolu, thank you for coming to save me." Lin Xiaolu grabbed a napkin from the table, carelessly wiping her mouth, and lifted her glass. "Don't mention it. You've called me sister. Of course. I'll look out for you. Now let us drink." With that, she raised her glass and gulped down the entire pitcher of beer in one go, leaving me utterly dumbfounded. This was a pint glass, capable of holding at least a pound of beer, and she just downed it in one swift motion. Lin Xiaolu set down her cup, let out a belch, and fixed her gaze upon me. "Didn't you toast me? Go ahead and drink." With a stiff resolve, I leaned towards the wine glass, but before the liquid could reach my stomach, the pungent scent of alcohol assaulted my nostrils. Just like the last time I drank at Li Zi's house, I was suddenly reminded of the taste of the immortal wine, and my stomach churned violently. I hastily set down the glass and rushed to the restroom, covering my mouth. Upon my return, I found my glass emptied. Lin Xiaolu belched and addressed me. "From now on, don't force yourself. You're not allowed to drink anymore, understood?" I nodded guiltily, intending to respond, when a familiar voice pierced through my thoughts. "Zhangxian, you're here too." Turning around, I saw Lu Xini, to whom I owed 30,000 yuan. He still bore that disheveled appearance, a drink in one hand and a piece of meat in the other, inquiring, "Am I the only one here?" Shall I set a table? I glanced at Lin Xiaolu, seeking her opinion, and she asked Lu Xinyi, can you drink? Lu Xinyi proudly proclaimed, little sister, go ask around. Who in this street doesn't know the name of Lu the Wine Immortal? Hearing this, Lin Xiaolu beamed with delight. Come, come, come. Finally, someone can drink with me. They began to clink glasses one after another, and soon Lu Xinyi's face flushed, while Lin Xiaolu remained unfazed, continually pouring wine for him. Lu Xinyi appeared on the verge of tears, clearly unable to continue, and pleaded, little sister, let us not drink in silence. Let us talk. He then turned to me and asked, did you know Wang's son is dead? Of course, I knew. I was less than a meter away when he passed. Lu Xinyi spoke mysteriously, you surely don't know the follow-up. Your friend, Li Zi, is quite the strategist. After obtaining their marriage certificate, she purchased a substantial life insurance policy on Wang's son, and if he died from an accident, she would receive a staggering compensation. Stunned, I asked, is that true? Lu Xinyi clicked his tongue. The police ruled Wang's son's death an accident, so Li Zi received the insurance payout swiftly. But just 2 days ago, she vanished without a trace. The insurance company suspects she committed murder for the payout and conducted a private investigation. Guess what they discovered? What? The insurance company found that Wang's son had a hereditary condition of low blood pressure. At this point, I recalled Wang's son showing signs of discomfort during our last meal at Li Zi's, claiming it was an old ailment. Lu Xinyi continued. The insurance company examined Li Zi's spending records over the past year and discovered she had enrolled in a well-known culinary school and frequently purchased antihypertensive medication. Can you guess what she intended to use it for? No wonder Li Zi's cooking was so exquisite. Recalling Wang's son enjoying his meal, a chill ran down my spine. Undoubtedly, she had laced his food with the medication. A person with low blood pressure who regularly consumes antihypertensive drugs could eventually meet their demise. At that moment, I finally understood why Li Zi displayed no panic when Wang's son died. Instead, she appeared relieved. I inquired about Li Zi's fate, and Lu Xinyi reflected. Although the investigation has linked Li Zi to possible murder for insurance fraud, Wang's son indeed died due to an accident. The insurance company can only consider it their misfortune. As for Li Zi, she has likely fled to another city, with enough money to live without worry for the rest of her life. Chapter 34. Farewell. Grandpa, after hearing about Li Zi's exploits, I suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of strangeness towards her. I could never reconcile the Li Zi of Lu Xinyi's narrative with the Li Zi of my memories. The drinking continued until dawn, and Lu Xinyi was knocked under the table by Lin Xiaolu. Before parting, he drunkenly reminded me not to forget to repay my debt. While he may have spoken without intent, I took his words to heart. To aid Li Zi, I purchased Lu Xinyi's investigation findings regarding Wang's son, signing a promissory note for 30,000 yuan. As the repayment date approached, I found myself with not a single penny. What was I to do? The following day, when Boss Lin arrived at the tea house, I hesitantly asked if he could arrange my monthly wages, mistaking my request for financial desperation. He pulled several hundred yuan from his pocket and pressed it into my hands. I hurriedly declined, recounting the entire situation. Boss, you have already shown me too much kindness. I wish to earn my keep through my own efforts. Boss Lin smiled, saying, a gentleman loves wealth, but acquires it through rightful means. Xiaoxian, you've made progress. Flattered by his praise, my cheeks flushed. Boss Lin then mentioned, I happen to have a task that I cannot attend to. You could run an errand for me, and I'll pay you 10,000 yuan. I could hardly swallow. The prospect of earning 10,000 for a single trip felt like a windfall from the heavens. I eagerly inquired about the task, to which he urged me to brew a pot of tea first, as a guest would soon arrive. Once the tea was ready, I heard footsteps outside the tea house. To my astonishment, it was a familiar face, the old man from the funeral home. The previous image of him trimming nails in the dimly lit morgue flashed before my eyes. Now, the mere thought of alcohol made me nauseous, all thanks to him. The old man noticed me and cheerfully remarked to Boss Lin, you seem quite fond of this young fellow, keeping him here until now. He ambled over to me, producing 30 yuan from his pocket and placing it before me. Confused, I asked, for me? With a grin, he replied, this is the change you should have received from your purchase of the immortal wine last time. Suddenly, I remembered. I had paid him 270 yuan for the wine, handing over 300, only to have him return 3 paper bills, which had frightened me into fleeing. I was just playing a small joke on you. I didn't expect you to be so timid. That's not good, when working with Boss Lin. You need to be braver. Boss Lin poured a cup of tea for the old man, saying, this child indeed needs to bolster his courage. Let him accompany you this time, just to broaden his horizons. The old man hesitated, asking, can he really accompany me? Feeling somewhat belittled, I retorted, what is the problem? The old man chuckled, you're all talk. But do you even know what you're getting into? I was at a loss for words. I truly had no idea what Boss Lin intended for me to do. Boss Lin interjected, "It's just throwing an axe. Xiaoxian is bright. He'll pick it up quickly." As he spoke, he retrieved a package wrapped in brown paper from the tea cabinet and handed it to me. "Open it." Unwrapping the brown paper, I found a beautifully carved wooden axe, made from exquisite Wangwali wood. The surface of the axe was smooth and glossy, showing no signs of age. What captured my attention was the intricate carving on the axe's face. A headless man with his chest serving as eyes and his navel as a mouth, robust and imposing. Chapter 35. The Axe of Xing Tian. Boss Lin challenged me. "Do you know who is depicted on the axe?" "I do. It is Xing Tian from ancient mythology. The Shanhai Jing records that Xing Tian fought the Yellow Emperor for divinity and was beheaded, yet he did not perish. Instead, eyes sprouted on his chest, and his navel became a mouth." Boss Lin nodded in satisfaction, praising, "Well answered. You've indeed been diligent in your studies." He explained, "This axe is a Yin object, known as the Axe of Xing Tian, classified among the soul vessels of the Yin category, like the peach blossom jar. The Axe of Xing Tian can cleave a path to the underworld, guiding souls who are reluctant to leave their homeland and unwilling to enter the Yellow Springs." The old man had a ritual to perform that required the Axe of Xing Tian. He instructed me to follow his commands, handing the axe to the designated individual so that they could throw it from one end of the grave pit to the other. Remember, the Axe of Xing Tian is extremely powerful. It must not strike a living person, or the consequences will be dire. I understand that Boss Lin has appointed me as the custodian of the Xing Tian axe. Once Grandpa completes the ritual, I merely need to return the axe. It truly is a task of running errands. However, Grandpa still harbors some concerns. "Boss Lin, are you truly unable to spare a moment? I can offer you a bit more compensation," I heard him say apologetically. Boss Lin replied, "I, Lin Xian, am not a greedy individual. I genuinely have pressing matters to attend to and cannot accompany you this time." Grandpa, not wanting to press further, cast a glance at me. "Since he is your disciple, I trust him. Young man, your name is Zhangxian, correct? Come along with the old man." I carefully rewrapped the Xing Tian axe in cowhide paper, cradling it close as I followed Grandpa out of the tea house. We boarded the last bus, Route 306, heading to the countryside, and arrived at our destination just as darkness enveloped the sky. Upon disembarking, I glanced at the bus stop sign, which read Shaoli Village. I inquired of Grandpa, "Who are we performing the ritual for?" "It is for a pair of unfortunate elderly souls," Grandpa sighed. "The family bears the surname Li. Originally, there were two 70-year-old grandparents, a young couple, and two children. The young couple went away for work, leaving the children in the care of their grandparents. The elderly couple, having grown forgetful, remembered to stoke the stove during the frigid night, but neglected to leave a crack in the window. Consequently, they succumbed to carbon monoxide poisoning, both losing their lives. Thankfully, the children, being young and vigorous, were saved." Grandpa gestured towards a narrow path. "Night is fast approaching. Let us hasten our steps," he urged as we made our way into the village, with Grandpa continuing his tale. After the elderly couple was laid to rest, the children's parents, adhering to village customs, observed a 3-week mourning period. However, from the first night of mourning, the couple's son began to dream of his parents weeping inconsolably, leaving him restless in his slumber. Thus, he sought my assistance to perform a ritual, hoping for his parents' peaceful repose. Not long ago, Boss Lin had imparted to me the knowledge that humans possess souls, which transition into spectral forms upon death, proceeding to the underworld. In the realm of the afterlife, there exists a humane custom. On the 7th night after death, spirits can return to the living realm to visit their loved ones, fulfilling their longing, a phenomenon commonly referred to as the first 7 nights. Most spirits obediently return to the underworld, drinking the Mengpa soup and crossing the Nai He Bridge to be reborn. Yet some spirits, burdened by strong attachments during their lifetime, refuse to depart and linger in the realm of the living. The subjects of Grandpa's tale began to dream of their parents from the first night of mourning. Could it be that the elderly couple harbors lingering sentiments? Chapter 36. Two elderly spirits. The village at night lacks the brightness of the city. The subject's home resides in a deep alley. By the time we arrived, darkness had fallen, but the clear sky allowed the moonlight to illuminate our path. As we entered the alley, I felt a slight discomfort in my eyes. Rubbing them, I reopened them to suddenly spot two figures at the end of the alley. They were two elderly individuals, one male and one female. The taller of the two, a white-haired old man, bore a prominent black mole at the corner of his mouth. The shorter one, a woman using a cane, wore small, bound feet adorned with embroidered peonies. Their faces were pallid, as if coated in a layer of flour, and they stared at me expressionlessly. This was not my first encounter with spirits, and I quickly regained my composure, whispering to Grandpa, "There are two elderly figures ahead. Can you see them?" Grandpa, astonished, asked, "You can see ghosts?" Unsure of how to explain, I merely nodded. Ever since my eyesight was restored, I have been able to perceive things beyond the ken of ordinary mortals. Grandpa quietly inquired, "Does the old man have a black mole at the corner of his mouth?" I affirmed with a nod, and Grandpa responded, "They are the subject's parents. Our purpose here is to guide them to the afterlife." Perhaps the elderly couple heard Grandpa's words, for in an instant, they blinked out of existence. "Grandpa, the ghosts have vanished." Grandpa, seasoned in such matters, appeared unfazed. "If they are gone, then so be it. Once the ritual is performed, regardless of where they hide, they will have no choice but to report to the underworld." Grandpa led me to the subject's home, where a few soiled joss paper offerings littered the ground, remnants from the previous funeral. The door was locked, and Grandpa knocked, eliciting the sound of barking from within. Shortly after, the door creaked open, revealing a freckled little girl peering up at us. "Is your elder at home?" Grandpa inquired. The little girl remained silent, turning and running away. I followed closely behind, and beyond the door lay a courtyard with a pomegranate tree, stripped bare in the winter chill. Beneath the tree lay a large black dog, tethered by a rope, its green eyes glinting in the moonlight as it fixed its gaze upon me. Instinctively, I distanced myself. The tree was as thin as my arm, and should the dog decide to bite, it could easily uproot it. Fortunately, the dog merely appeared intimidating, its temperament gentle, and it remained silent, merely watching me. I successfully reached the brightly lit house where Grandpa awaited me, chuckling. "You were timid before, but now even fear the dog at home." Just as I prepared to retort, the door opened, and a man, filled with apologies, said, "Esteemed guests, I am truly sorry for not realizing your arrival and not welcoming you properly." I scrutinized the man before me. He appeared to be in his 40s, with graying hair at the temples, deep-set eyes accentuated by dark circles that resembled ink stains, and an expression of weariness etched upon his face. Grandpa and I were ushered inside, where three other individuals awaited us, Liquan's wife, daughter, and son. Liquan introduced us, stating that the girl who had opened the door was his elder daughter, Leah, while the boy was his younger son, Li Wang. The two children were a study in contrasts. The elder sister was slender and frail, her arms as thin as twigs, while the younger brother was chubby and soft to the touch, regardless of where one might pinch him. Chapter 37. The Preference for Sons. After a few pleasantries, Grandpa turned to Liquan and asked, "What symptoms are you currently experiencing?" Liquan sighed deeply, his face a mask of fatigue and anguish. "I cannot sleep. Every time I close my eyes, I dream of my parents weeping." Grandpa explained, "This is your parents trying to reach out to you. Have you not inquired about their lingering attachments?" Liquan, agitated, replied, "I have. But they only cry. No matter how I ask, they merely say they cannot depart." Grandpa appeared puzzled. How was their health in life? Did they suffer from any ailments such as dementia? Liquan shook his head. "No, my parents were in good health. Otherwise, I would not have entrusted both children to their care." The neighbors often remarked that had it not been for this unfortunate incident, my parents would have lived to 80. Liquan implored Grandpa, "I have heard you are the most skilled practitioner in performing such rituals. I beg you to help my parents find peace. I am on the brink of madness. I understand the customs. I will settle the 5,000 yuan fee upon completion." I was taken aback. 5,000 yuan for a ritual was a sum far surpassing that of a funeral home. Grandpa reassured him, "The ritual must be conducted at dawn. Just endure one more night." Liquan eagerly nodded yes. "I will heed your guidance." Just as we were conversing, Liquan's son, Li Wang, suddenly began to cry. "Mom, I'm hungry." Liquan's wife gently soothed him. "Have a little snack for now. We will eat shortly." Then she turned to her daughter, Leah, her expression shifting to one of sternness. "Why are you just standing there? Did you not hear your brother say he is hungry? Hurry and prepare dinner." Liquan also urged, "Our esteemed guests surely have not eaten. Prepare a few extra dishes." Leah reluctantly darted into the kitchen, and soon the sound of chopping vegetables filled the air. Li Wang took a couple of bites of snacks and began to fuss again. "These snacks are unappetizing, Mom. I'm hungry. I want to eat." Liquan's wife, unable to pacify her noisy son, stormed into the kitchen in a fit of anger. "Hurry up. Even cutting potato shreds takes you so long. What good are you?" The chopping ceased momentarily, only to resume with greater speed, while the elder sister faced reprimand. The mischievous younger brother clung to the kitchen door, stifling laughter. I suspected he was doing it on purpose. It became apparent to me that this family harbored a deeply entrenched preference for sons over daughters. 20 minutes later, the table was laden with dishes. Despite her tender age, The little girl displayed remarkable culinary skills, slicing the potatoes thin and evenly. Li Quan poured wine for me and Grandpa, courteously stating, "Esteemed guests, I apologize for the humble offerings from this remote village. Let us make do until the rituals are complete, and then I shall treat you to a meal in the city." Grandpa clinked glasses with Li Quan and, noticing my hesitation to raise mine, jested, "You're not suffering from a psychological shadow, are you?" I chose to ignore him, silently focusing on the food. "Mom, I want a chicken leg." Chubby Li Wang fixated on the roast chicken on the table, his short stature preventing him from reaching it. Li Quan's wife tore off a chicken leg and placed it in Li Wang's bowl, affectionately saying, "Eat up. With all the commotion at home these past few days, look how thin you've gotten. And there's another chicken leg for you as well." Li Wang devoured the meat greedily, grease dripping from his mouth, his cheeks quivering. I couldn't help but think that if he got any rounder, he could roll away. Li Quan and Grandpa engaged in conversation while his wife chatted with their son, leaving Leah to eat in silence. Although she was a few years older than her brother, she was not tall either, and despite stretching her chopsticks, she couldn't reach the chicken. She glanced at her mother, her eyes darting, then at her father, hesitating to speak. My heart ached for her. Not only did she not have her own chicken leg, but she was also too timid to ask for a bite of meat. Without hesitation, I tore off another chicken leg and placed it in Leah's bowl. "Eat more. Look how thin the child is." My tone was somewhat forceful, clearly advocating for Leah. Both Li Quan and his wife appeared quite embarrassed, yet they dared not protest, given their reliance on me. Li Wang, displeased, erupted into a tantrum. "That's my chicken leg. My chicken leg." He flung his bowl and chopsticks aside and attempted to snatch from his sister's bowl. I shot him a stern glare, causing Li Wang to cry out in fright, after which his mother whisked him away to another room. Leah looked at me through teary eyes and took a hearty bite of the chicken leg. As the taste of meat hit her palate, her eyes glistened with tears, cascading down her cheeks. Chapter 38. Frustration after dinner. Leah silently collected the dishes. I wanted to help, but Grandpa discreetly pulled me aside. He quietly asked, "Do you feel pity for her?" I affirmed, "Yes, this child is too unfortunate." But Grandpa cautioned, "You're only harming her." I was puzzled. How could I be causing Leah harm? Grandpa led me out of the house, and as he lit a cigarette, I recoiled at the smell, preparing to return inside. But he stopped me again. "Wait, just a moment longer." As I pondered what he wanted me to wait for, I suddenly heard shouting from inside. "How clumsy can you be? You can't even wash a dish properly. After raising you all these years, what good are you?" This shrewish woman incensed me, and I felt compelled to rush in to protect Leah. Just as I turned, Grandpa spoke again. "You've only been gone for half a minute, and the poor girl is already being scolded. If you continue to defend her, do you believe that once you leave this house, she won't face another beating?" I was taken aback. While I was indeed furious, Grandpa's words rang true. Even though Li Quan and his wife were currently appeasing me and refraining from scolding Leah in my presence, what would happen once I departed? The more I contemplated, the angrier I became. I stepped outside to cool off in the chilly night air. In the dead of winter, with no one around in the village, I felt an eerie atmosphere and turned to head back. However, upon turning, I encountered Li Quan's parents. The elderly couple stared at me with hollow, vacant eyes. I stood frozen, while they approached me with unsteady steps. As they walked, their skin began to change color, shifting from white to blue, and then gradually to black. Simultaneously, their flesh appeared to rot, a frightful sight indeed. Had this been earlier in my life, I would have been terrified to the point of wetting myself. Yet, after the experiences with the immortal wine and the peach blossom jar, I had grown bolder. Before departing, Boss Lin had repeatedly warned me to keep a close eye on the axe of Xingtian, ensuring it was never lost. Therefore, whether I was eating or braving the cold, I always carried it with me. I tore open the leather wrapping of the axe, gripping the handle and pointing the blade at the elderly couple. In a deliberately fierce tone, I shouted, "Who do you think you're scaring? Do you believe I won't cleave you in two with one swing?" Whether it was my threat that frightened them or their fear of the axe of Xingtian, they turned and fled. Upon returning to Li Quan's home, I recounted the incident to Grandpa, who listened intently, his expression grave. "Something's amiss. Based on your description, this couple is showing signs of becoming malevolent spirits. Yet, they have only recently passed. What kind of resentment could lead to such a rapid transformation?" I was confused, and Grandpa explained, "After death, a person's yang energy dissipates, and their soul can become a Yin spirit. Yin spirits do not harm the living. However, if they linger too long in the mortal realm or harbor intense grievances during their lifetime, they can evolve into ghosts. And ghosts can indeed cause harm." Upon hearing Grandpa's explanation, a chill ran down my spine. Had I not been armed with the axe of Xingtian, I could have faced dire consequences. Grandpa muttered to himself, This old couple is quite suspicious. Let us hope nothing goes awry tomorrow. The next morning, as dawn broke, Li Quan eagerly called for me and Grandpa to rise. His dark circles had deepened, resembling layers of soot on his face. Esteemed guests, please hasten with the rituals. If I don't get some sleep soon, I fear I may collapse. Grandpa, still groggy, scolded Li Quan a few times before reluctantly getting out of bed. He inquired, "Do we have any joss paper at home?" Chapter 39. Opening the coffin, Li Quan promptly nodded, yes. Before long, he returned with a stack of joss paper. Grandpa instructed me to help move an 8 immortals table to the courtyard and had Li Quan's wife prepare 3 trays of offerings. Then, he placed the spirit tablets of the elderly couple on the table. I quietly asked Grandpa what kind of ritual this was, and he explained that it was preparation for the ceremony, where close relatives burn money to summon the souls of the deceased. Originally, this process was not so elaborate, but my encounter the previous night raised Grandpa's suspicions, prompting him to add an extra step. Following Grandpa's instructions, Li Quan lit incense before his parents' spirit tablets. Bowing 3 times with deep respect, while murmuring their names, he burned the joss paper in an iron basin. As the paper ignited, I noticed Grandpa retrieving a bottle of eye drops from his pocket and applying them to his eyes. The drops caused him to grimace in pain, his eyes reddening as he blinked frequently, clearly uncomfortable. I curiously inquired about the drops, and Grandpa explained that they were made from bull's tears, allowing him to see unclean entities. He looked at me enviously, saying, "Not everyone possesses the ability to see the duality of life and death like you do." I was bewildered. Did I really have such a gift? Noticing my confusion, Grandpa appeared surprised. "Did Boss Lin not tell you?" I shook my head, for he had never mentioned anything special about my eyes. I asked Grandpa what the ability entailed, but he seemed hesitant to elaborate, only suggesting that if I were curious, I should ask Boss Lin myself. Unable to extract any further information, I resigned myself to watching Li Quan burn the joss paper. According to the elder, it was early morning, and the sun had yet to rise. As long as Li Quan's parents were not burdened by too much resentment, they would surely appear. Once the elderly couple manifested, the elder could prepare the rites to guide their souls. However, even as the fire in the iron pot extinguished, Li Quan's parents remained absent. The elder's expression instantly shifted, and he abruptly pulled Li Quan to his feet, demanding to know, "Is there truly no hidden truth behind your parents' deaths?" Li Quan looked bewildered. "No, the police investigated the scene. It was an accidental death caused by coal gas poisoning." The elder murmured to himself, "That can't be right. Those who die unexpectedly should not carry such heavy grievances. Could it be an issue with the coffin?" Releasing Li Quan, he declared he would no longer undertake this business and urged Li Quan to seek someone more skilled. In a panic, Li Quan grasped the elder, pleading, "Master, I have inquired, and you are the best at performing such rites in the entire Andy. You must assist me. I will pay you an additional 10,000. Please, have compassion and help me." Li Quan was on the brink of despair, incessantly begging, for if he could not find sleep that night, he feared for his very life. Li Quan's wife joined in her pleas, imploring the elder for assistance, as the elder had already passed, and if her husband were to perish, she would be unable to care for their 2 children alone. I too felt a sense of urgency, knowing that if this task was not executed properly, my 10,000 would be lost, and I would have nothing to repay my debts. "Elder, is there truly no solution?" I questioned. The elder replied with difficulty, "There is a method, but I am currently uncertain of the source of the problem. To discern the cause, we must first open the coffin." Upon hearing this, Li Quan's face became conflicted. Since ancient times, it has been said that the deceased should rest in peace. To exhume his buried parents would surely tarnish his reputation if no issues were discovered. The elder cautioned Li Quan, "I cannot guarantee that there is indeed a problem with the coffin. The decision to open it rests solely with you." Li Quan's expression shifted repeatedly, and finally, with a determined resolve, he knelt and bowed deeply before the spirit tablets of his parents. "Father, Mother, please forgive your unfilial son." Chapter 40. The empty coffin. Li Quan gathered several strong men from the village to exhume his parents' coffin, attracting a crowd of villagers who pointed and murmured. I noticed the elder appeared somewhat anxious. Although the decision was Li Quan's, it was his suggestion, and if nothing unusual were found upon opening the coffin, scorn would surely follow. With trembling hands, Li Quan pried open the coffin lid. I leaned in closer, and inside lay a white mat, a pillow, and a cane. With an urn for ashes resting atop the mat, everything appeared entirely normal. Li Quan's gaze turned angrily toward the elder. The elder stepped forward, scrutinizing the contents before speaking. "Open the urn." Li Quan was clearly reluctant, but the elder insisted there was a problem with it. "I have worked at the funeral home for decades. This urn was purchased from there. When closed, the patterns on the top and bottom should align, but they do not now." Someone has tampered with it. Upon closer inspection, I confirmed this to be true. The lid of the urn had been reversed, causing the patterns to misalign. Li Quan, upon hearing this, was skeptical but ultimately hesitated before retrieving the urn. When he opened the lid, he stammered in shock, what is this? Inside the urn was not ashes, but yellow earth. The elder remarked, no wonder your parents appeared in your dreams, unable to depart. The ashes have not been buried. How can they leave? Li Quan opened the other coffin, discovering the urn contained the same fragmented yellow earth. I inquired of Li Quan, have you offended anyone? Stealing another's parents' ashes is a vile act. Who would do such a thing without deep-seated enmity? Li Quan's voice rose in agitation. No, I work away from home, only returning twice a year. Who could I possibly have offended? The elder informed Li Quan that without a suspect, the situation was dire. If the ashes could not be recovered, his parents would remain trapped, and Li Quan's nightmares would persist. Terrified, Li Quan fell to his knees before the elder, pleading, Master, I beg you, save me. The elder, nearly having his trousers pulled down by Li Quan's desperation, reluctantly agreed, very well. I shall construct a symbolic grave for your parents and perform a rite to help them reincarnate. The elder elaborated that when dealing with the deceased, it is customary for them to rest in peace. If the physical bodies cannot be found, a rite can be performed to summon their souls, allowing them to be interred in clothing from their lifetime. The elder asked Li Quan if there were any garments worn by his parents. Li Quan replied that he possessed a set, which he had bought for his parents' last birthday celebration, intending to keep it as a memento. Having hesitated to burn it at the funeral, the elder surmised that Li Quan's health might not last until the next day and decided to proceed without delay. Upon returning to Li Quan's home, he prepared a list of items needed. I glanced at the list, which included a bamboo pole, a 3-meter-long piece of red and green fabric, a rooster, a wooden fish, a drum, bowls of various grains, along with a brush, cinnabar, and paper money. I inquired of the elder what I could do, and he instructed me to wait for his signal, as the effectiveness of the rite hinged on the use of the celestial axe. Chapter 41. Performing the rite upon learning of Li Quan's plight. The villagers rallied to assist, and the elder's requested items were quickly gathered. The elder instructed Li Quan to reassemble the mourning canopy and arrange the portraits of his parents, with the family kneeling in reverence on either side. As noon approached, the elder began preparations for the rite, casting his eyes skyward. The overcast sky bore no hint of sunlight. The elder remarked that the weather was favorable for summoning spirits, as a sunny day would pose challenges. In the courtyard rested a single coffin. The elder explained that interring the couple together would help mitigate their grievances. He instructed me to borrow a pair of scissors from a villager to cut 5 ribbons from the prepared red and green fabric, which were then tied into knots and placed amidst the grains. During the preparations, the elder imparted knowledge about the rite. The ceremony, known as establishing the altar, is typically conducted to guide the souls of the departed. The first step in establishing the altar is called raising the banner, and the elder raised a Taoist soul-retrieving banner. This banner is of particular significance. If the deceased have only children, it should be made of white cloth, but if there are grandchildren, red cloth is used. The elder meticulously ground cinnabar and inscribed the banner with grand characters proclaiming the great Saint Tai, who hears and relieves suffering, the most inconceivable meritorious deed. The 5 ribbons were inscribed with phrases, the leftmost reading, Golden Boy leading the way, riding the dragon eastward, and the rightmost stating, Jade Maiden sending to Punlai, riding the crane in leisure, with the 2 adjacent ribbons chronicling the dates of the couple's passing. The elder's calligraphy was bold and elegant, which I greatly admired. Once the banner was hoisted on the bamboo pole, the soul-retrieving banner was complete. The elder held the banner aloft, instructing Li Quan and his wife to each hold a spirit tablet of the couple, circling him twice before having Li Quan's wife place the banner outside the door. This task, traditionally performed by the deceased's daughter, fell to the daughter-in-law, as Li Quan was the sole son. The elder informed me that the rite consisted of 8 steps: establishing the banner, summoning the spirits, honoring the spirits, preparing the feast, crossing the bridge, bidding farewell to the spirits, releasing the spirits, and interring the spirits. Once all were completed, the coffin containing the couple's garments could be buried, concluding the rite. My contributions were required for the summoning and releasing steps, during which the elder would need my Yin Yang eyes to ascertain whether the couple's souls had been summoned, and I would guide the youngest woman in the household, Leah, in wielding the celestial axe during the release. Upon confirming my understanding, the elder commenced the summoning. He placed the couple's clothing into the coffin, then circled around Li Quan's family, stepping in a figure-8 pattern while singing in a theatrical tone. Before you, life and death intertwine. Confucius and Mencius have long passed, yet the mundane persists. At this point, the elder clapped Li Quan and his son on the shoulders, calling out, "Filial sons, kneel in reverence." Li Quan hurriedly pressed his son's head down and knelt. Subsequently, the elder gently patted Li Quan's wife and daughter, calling out loudly once more. The devoted daughter began to weep. Li Quan's wife immediately broke into sobs, gasping for breath, while Li Ya, however, remained tight-lipped. Li Quan's wife pinched her daughter's thigh with force, and only then did the little girl begin to wail. What followed was a period of waiting. The elder explained that the kneeling of the filial son summoned the spirit of the deceased, while the cries of the devoted daughter served as a guide for the wandering soul to return. If the deceased willingly reported to the underworld, they would be drawn forth by the summons. The elder instructed me to keep an eye on the coffin, alerting him immediately if the old couple arrived. Moments later, a chilling breeze swept through, and two figures appeared before the coffin, Li Quan's parents. I beheld the two elders, their eyes filled with resentment, fixated intently on one person, Li Ya. A thick aura of bitterness enveloped them, their skin darkening and decaying, their appearance growing increasingly terrifying and grotesque, resembling exactly how they had looked when they attempted to ambush me the previous night. I was taken aback. Even a tiger does not eat its young. Would the old couple turn against their own granddaughter? I hurriedly alerted the elder. They have arrived. Chapter 42. The rooster that would not enter the coffin. The elder did not wipe away his tears, but instead focused intently on the coffin, hearing my warning. He immediately began to wave the spirit-summoning banner. The 5 colored ribbons on the banner intertwined, creating a force that seemed to draw the souls of the old couple into the coffin. The elder anxiously inquired, "Have they entered the coffin?" I affirmed that they had, and he quickly shouted, "Seal the coffin. Seal it at once." Several robust villagers stepped forward to assist, placing the coffin lid atop. The elder placed a rooster, prepared by the villagers, atop the coffin. Strangely, once the rooster was placed there, it neither fled nor crowed, simply squatting motionless on the lid. I heard a villager exclaim in admiration, "A true master. This is a genuine master." After the spirit summoning, the elder recited the Buddhist Rebirth Sutra 3 times. Curiously, I asked him why a Taoist ritual required the recitation of Buddhist scriptures. The elder explained that with so many celestial beings above, it is prudent to appease them all. Once the scriptures were finished, the spirit summoning ritual concluded, followed by the offering to the spirits. The offering was quite simple. Villagers took turns bowing in farewell, while relatives returned the gesture with head bows. After the offering, a banquet was prepared, where the deceased family would host a meal for the villagers who came to pay their respects. In our customs, if the deceased family is relatively poor, or if time is of the essence, they may prepare yellow flour pancakes for everyone to eat. Li Quan's wife made several baskets of pancakes, and I received 2. After a couple of bites, though slightly choking, the taste was quite pleasant. While eating, the villagers chatted together, and I overheard an elder woman say, "A mother's cooking is the best. Last time that girl made pancakes, they were like they had sand mixed in, crunchy on the teeth." I curiously leaned over and asked the elder woman if it was Li Ya who made the pancakes during Li Quan's last funeral. The elder woman brushed crumbs from her mouth and replied, "Indeed. Poor Li Ya. She is a child of misfortune, unloved by her grandfather and grandmother. Even her own mother looks down on her." Recalling how Li Ya had been scolded by Li Quan's wife the previous night, and seeing the scene of Li Quan's wife forcefully pinching her daughter, I felt a pang of sympathy for her. This family was steeped in the ideology of valuing sons over daughters. How could Li Ya ever have a good life? Just then, Li Ya approached me, offering a plastic bag. "Brother, this is for you." I opened the bag to find half a chicken leg inside, which I recognized as the very piece I had given to Li Ya the previous night. I asked her why she hadn't finished it last night, and with a quivering voice, Li Ya replied, "I couldn't bear to eat it all at once. I haven't had meat in such a long time." Observing Li Ya's emaciated form, I compared her to Li Wang, who was nearby, round as a ball. The most infuriating sight was Li Wang, greedily gnawing on a pig's trotter, which was meant as an offering for the rituals. I asked Li Ya why she wanted to give me the half chicken leg. "Because you did not look down on me for being a girl." I placed the half chicken leg back into the plastic bag and took Li Ya by the hand, leading her to the village store. I told her to choose whatever she wanted. It was my treat. Li Ya hesitated for a long moment before selecting a cup of instant noodles, timidly asking, "Brother, is this okay? My little brother loves this. And every time my mother only buys it for him. It smells so good." My heart ached at her words, recalling my own days of being bullied in the orphanage. I quickly assured her it was fine. I opened the instant noodles on the spot, borrowed hot water from the shopkeeper, and added 2 sausages. "Child, eat up." Chapter 43. The enchantment of ghostly whispers. Li Ya savored her meal, her face radiating happiness. She ate slowly, taking only small bites, perhaps fearing she would not have the chance to eat again. I quietly waited beside her until she finished and then handed her a piece of chewing gum. Chew this before returning. If your mother asks where you went, just say I had you help me with some work. Leah smiled gratefully at me. Although she did not say it, I knew that because I had helped her reclaim the chicken leg meant for her brother, she had faced severe reprimand. After waiting 10 minutes, the scent of noodles had nearly dissipated from Leah. I took her back, as it was nearly time to continue the rituals. Just as I had anticipated, upon entering the house, Leah's mother began to scold her. You wretched girl, where have you been? Don't you know there's much work to be done at home? Speak up. Are you trying to shirk your duties to go play? Leah trembled in fear. Following my advice, she explained that she had gone to help me, and only then did her mother fall silent. The rituals resumed. After the banquet came the crossing of the bridge. The elder stated that the bridge ritual should ideally take place at night during the hour of the pig, shortly after 11 o'clock, but since today was a simple funeral, there was no need for excessive formality. The crossing of the bridge involved guiding the wandering soul of the deceased through a practice run of crossing the Naiha Bridge, to prevent any mishaps during reincarnation and to avoid incurring the displeasure of Mengpa. The elder arranged the offerings in a linear formation resembling a bridge, placing a salted duck at the head and a white-cut chicken at the tail, intended as offerings to the ghostly officials overseeing the Naiha Bridge. Then, the elder lifted 2 baskets on a shoulder pole, each containing 6 different types of fruit, and began to strike a wooden fish drum. With every 3 strikes, Li Quan and his family knelt before the coffin, chanting, 1 bow lessens 3 calamities, 2 bows increase 3 blessings for descendants. After bowing 9 times, the bridge crossing ritual was complete. Following the bridge crossing came the farewell to the spirits, where the filial son bowed down and the devoted daughter cried. Once the filial son's forehead bore a crimson mark from bowing, and the devoted daughter's voice grew hoarse from weeping, the time had come to escort the spirit. Escorting the spirit involved transferring the coffin to the grave site, where the strong men of the village assisted in tying ropes to the coffin. Throughout this time, the rooster atop the coffin remained utterly still, a remarkable sight. Before the escort, Li Quan adhered to local customs by smashing an iron basin, after which Li Quan's wife took up the spirit summoning banner, leading the family, weeping, to the grave pit that had already been dug. The coffin was placed in the pit, and then came the final, most crucial step, the use of the heavenly executioner's axe. As the elder stated, with the old couple's ashes scattered, their resentment had intensified. To guide their souls away, we must open the path to the underworld for them. The heavenly executioner's axe held this unique power. The elder was acutely aware of the axe's ferocity and made sure to push all the curious villagers back 3 meters, leaving only Li Quan's family. I retrieved the heavenly executioner's axe from its paper wrapping. The handle, though wooden, felt as though I were grasping a block of ice, its chill penetrating to the bone. Following the elder's instructions, I placed the heavenly executioner's axe in Lia's hands. Li Quan stood on the eastern side of the grave pit, while his wife and son, Li Wang, occupied the western side. On the southern side was Lia, who had a rather straightforward task, to throw the axe of Xing Tian to the opposite side of the pit, which was to the north. I feared that Lia might lack the strength to achieve this, so I specifically advised her to exert some force and aim carefully, cautioning her not to strike her family. For reasons unknown, Lia appeared somewhat anxious, hesitating and failing to lift the axe. Li Wang, intrigued by the weapon, exclaimed with excitement, "Let me play with it. If you don't, I'll tell Mom." His mother, irritated, scolded Lia as usual. "You foolish girl. What are you waiting for? Don't you know it's cold? You'll freeze your brother. Just wait until I deal with you." Just as I was about to express my anger, I suddenly heard a faint, almost imperceptible female voice whispering in my ear. "Smash him, crush him to death, and no one will compete with you for your parents anymore." Chapter 44. Smash the brother. I was drenched in cold sweat, startled by the mysterious voice. As I turned to seek the source, I caught a glimpse of Lia's expression, which transformed into one of determination. With all her might, she hurled the axe of Xing Tian. My heart nearly stopped when I realized that Lia was not aiming north, but west. The axe spun through the air and struck Li Wang squarely on the head. He collapsed to the ground, and simultaneously, there was a thunderous crash as the tightly sealed coffin lid flew open and toppled over, crushing the rooster that had been perched upon it. The neatly stacked clothes inside the coffin appeared to have been violently torn apart, scattered like ragged strips of fabric. I watched in horror as the elderly couple surged toward the coffin, their faces twisted with resentment, lunging at Lia. All this transpired in the blink of an eye. I wished to intervene and protect Lia from the wrath of her parents, But without the axe of Xingtian, I was no match for them. They pushed me to the ground, and from my peripheral vision, I saw them merge into Li Ya's body. Her expression became vacant, her once vibrant eyes now resembling lifeless wooden carvings. I scrambled to my feet and grasped her shoulders, gently shaking her. "Girl, are you all right?" Suddenly, Leah broke into a grin, muttering to herself, "If my brother is dead, then my parents will only love me." Before she could finish her thought, her expression contorted into a grotesque grimace, and the voice that emerged from her throat transformed. "You wretched, money-grubbing creature, return my grandson's life." I was taken aback. It was unmistakably the voice of an elderly woman. Then, Leah emitted the voice of an old man. "If he has suffered any harm, you must pay with your life." An elder rushed over, panic etched across his face. "This is bad. The girl now harbors 3 souls. This will lead to calamity." Behind me, Li Kuan's wife wailed in despair, "Son, awaken. Please don't frighten your mother." Li Kuan fell to his knees before the elder and me, his voice trembling with tears. "Respected masters, please save my son. I beg you, save him. He is my only child." I felt a surge of disdain for the man. Throughout his pleas, he had not spared a glance for his daughter. The elder instructed Li Kuan to watch over his daughter before leading me to Li Wang's side. Regardless of the circumstances, Li Wang's current state was a result of being struck by the axe, and I could not evade responsibility. I placed my fingers beneath Li Wang's nose. His breath was steady, indicating he was still alive. Yet, no matter how I shook him, he did not respond. The elder's complexion turned pale. "This is troublesome. The axe has severed one of his souls. We must locate it swiftly, or he will truly perish." Upon hearing this, Li Kuan's wife frantically charged at Leah, unleashing a flurry of blows. "You wretched girl, I'll beat you to death for taking my son's life." Leah's face swelled from the strikes, yet she continued to laugh, exclaiming, "I am the only child. They only love me." Now even the elder could no longer stand by idly. He stepped forward, forcibly separating the frenzied woman, and admonished, "If you continue this, you will lose both of your children." Li Kuan's wife, now cowed, knelt alongside Li Kuan, pleading with the elder to save Li Wang, while Leah's name was conspicuously absent from their appeals. With the situation spiraling out of control, the elder had no choice but to retrieve his phone and call Boss Lin. I vaguely heard Boss Lin's voice on the line, assuring he would arrive promptly. I held the deranged Leah, while the elder cradled the unconscious Li Wang, and we returned to Li Kuan's home. Villagers gathered to witness the unfolding drama. Crowding the yard, Leah's madness was overwhelming. Her 3 voices clamored in unison, and I found it impossible to restrain her. I resorted to binding her to the bed with a rope. Chapter 45. The source. 2 hours later, Boss Lin arrived. I returned the axe of Xingtian to him, filled with remorse. "Boss, I'm sorry for causing you trouble again." He patted my shoulder. The elder explained the situation over the phone. "It's not your fault." He entered the room, where Leah was bound, and asked everyone to leave. When he emerged, he informed me, the grandparents harbored deep resentment. They will not leave until their grandson is healed. The child is frail, and I cannot force him, lest harm befall her. The elder inquired, "Boss Lin, the boy has lost a soul. Do you have a way to retrieve it?" Boss Lin nodded, producing a copper compass from his pocket. He used a silver needle to draw a drop of blood from Li Wang's fingertip, letting it fall onto the compass. The needle spun incessantly, refusing to settle. Boss Lin furrowed his brow. "Strange, it seems the child's soul is trapped by something." Suddenly, I remembered the voice I had heard before Leah threw the axe, and hurriedly relayed my recollection. After listening, Boss Lin asked, "Xiao Xian, are you saying a woman incited that child to strike her brother with the axe of Xingtian?" I nodded, affirming that I had indeed heard the voice. The elder, puzzled, remarked, "I was present as well. How did I not hear it?" Boss Lin uttered a phrase I could not comprehend. The one who incited the child should be a vengeful spirit. Previously, when Boss Lin had taught me about spiritual entities, he mentioned that there are many types of ghosts. Among them, vengeful spirits are those who have suffered profound injustices. They do not harm others directly, but rather incite those with similar experiences to commit acts of violence. Boss Lin summoned the village chief and inquired whether a woman had recently died in the village. The chief confirmed that there had been, 2 months prior, a young woman named Wang Lin had passed away. Upon mentioning Wang Lin, the chief sighed heavily. This was a significant event, and it even made the news. Boss Lin pressed for details, and the chief elaborated that Wang Lin was one of the few college students in the village, working in the city. Despite her education and beauty, she struggled to find a partner due to the exorbitant bride price her father demanded. Wang Lin had a younger brother, 8 years her junior, currently in high school and performing poorly academically, likely preventing him from attending university. In rural areas, young people typically marry earlier than their urban counterparts. So Wang Lin's father feared his son would be unable to find a wife without a house. He insisted that Wang Lin, regardless of whom she married, must provide the down payment for a home for her brother. Given the high cost of urban housing, the down payment started at 30,000, far exceeding the customary bride price, which understandably frightened off potential suitors. After a few failed relationships, Wang Lin stopped seeking companionship and devoted herself entirely to her work. Tragically, it may have been her relentless efforts or an underlying illness that led to her sudden collapse one day just outside her workplace, clutching her chest and falling to the ground. The unfortunate incident led to a tragic outcome. Wang Lin was taken to the hospital but could not be revived. Since her death occurred at the workplace, it was classified as a work-related injury. The company owner did not refuse responsibility and compensated Wang Lin's family according to national regulations. However, Wang Lin's father was dissatisfied, as he wished to use her compensation to purchase a large house for his son, but still needed an additional 300,000. Consequently, he created a scene at the company's entrance, drawing widespread attention, even making headlines. I listened in astonishment to the village chief's tale, utterly taken aback by the existence of such a father. Unable to contain my curiosity, I inquired, what happened next? The village chief continued. The company reported the incident to the police twice, yet the elderly man persisted in his outbursts upon his release. The company owner, left with no choice, reluctantly acquiesced. It was rumored that after compensating the family, there were no funds left to distribute year-end bonuses to the employees, inciting public outrage. Wang Lin had been well-liked during her lifetime, yet on the day of her funeral, not a single colleague attended. Chapter 46. The bell tolls for the one who tied it. Once the village chief concluded his story, Boss Lin clarified the situation for Li Quan and his wife. The root of the matter lay with Wang Lin. Her father, in his quest for monetary gain, delayed her burial, causing her spirit to linger. The company owner, having been extorted excessively, was unable to distribute year-end bonuses, which in turn bred resentment among Wang Lin's colleagues. Consequently, on the day of her funeral, no one attended to bid her farewell. This injustice led to Wang Lin absorbing the grievances of her co-workers, transforming her into a vengeful spirit. Her resentment stemmed from her father's unfair treatment, prompting her to seek out Li Ya, who had experienced similar injustices, and incite her to act against her brother. Li Quan's wife, upon hearing this, erupted in anger, cursing Wang Lin. If her father wronged her, why does she seek revenge on my son? Boss Lin explained that once one becomes a ghost, many actions cannot be understood through the lens of the living. Vengeful spirits do not ponder their transformation, but instead seek to assist those who share their plight. Li Quan remained somewhat composed and asked Boss Lin how he might save his son. It is quite simple. To untie the bell, one must have tied it first. If Wang Lin's resentment dissipates, all issues will resolve themselves. Her anger originates from her colleagues who did not receive their bonuses. Once they are compensated, their grievances will naturally fade. After elucidating this to the couple, Boss Lin presented a compass to Li Wang, assuring him that it would safeguard him for 3 days. Should Wang Lin's anger remain unresolved in that time, even divine intervention would not save him. After imparting this warning, Boss Lin turned his attention to the disturbed Li Ya. With her brother deceased, the grandparents, who cherished their grandson, might indeed take her along. Li Quan felt as if struck by lightning. If the matter were not resolved within 3 days, his family would face extinction. Li Quan's wife urged him to seek out Wang Lin's family, exclaiming that they were the ones responsible for the misfortune, so why should they bear the burden? The couple rushed out, followed closely by villagers eager to witness the unfolding drama, leaving no one behind. Concerned for Li Ya, I turned to Boss Lin. Will that girl be all right? Boss Lin, wearing a half-smile, replied, to save the son is to save the daughter. This family values their son above all. They will gather the necessary funds, even at great cost. Let us depart. Remaining here serves no purpose. He asked the elder to remain and handle subsequent matters, to which the elder agreed. 3 days later, Li Quan's family of 4 arrived at the tea house to return the compass. Li Wang had awakened, having recovered his lost soul fragments. Though his complexion was pallid and his spirit diminished, he clung silently to his mother's leg upon entering. Leah had also regained her composure. Yet a lingering bruise marked her cheek, a painful reminder of her previous state. I could only imagine the fury of her mother, who must have struck her in her distress upon her return. Li Quan returned the compass to Boss Lin, expressing profound gratitude and presenting several gifts. Boss Lin inquired how they ultimately resolved the situation. Li Quan recounted the events following our departure. Wang Lin's father, having received his daughter as compensation, purchased a large house in the city, and moved in joyfully with his son. The couple approached him, but before they could explain the circumstances, Wang Lin's father evicted them, adamantly stating that the matter had nothing to do with them. I realized that Wang Lin's father was no easy adversary. Chapter 47. Evil must be met with evil. Boss Lin, intrigued, asked, "So, in the end, did you pay out of your own pockets?" Li Kuan's wife scoffed. "They caused this trouble, yet expect us to resolve it? How naive." Li Kuan nudged his wife, signaling her to maintain decorum before Boss Lin, and he continued, leaving me utterly astonished. After being expelled by Wang Lin's father, Li Kuan initially intended to concede, but his wife would not allow it, resorting instead to underhanded tactics. "Evil begets evil," she declared, employing methods akin to Wang Lin's father's extortion, causing a ruckus. However, she recognized that confronting Wang Lin's father directly would be futile due to his thick skin. Instead, she targeted his son. Through connections, she obtained contact information for the parents of Wang Lin's younger brother's classmates and began calling them, lamenting the wrongs committed by Wang Lin's family. She concluded with a warning that if Wang Lin's father did not repay the money, she would escalate matters upon the commencement of the new school term. Wang Lin's brother was in his final year of high school, and the parents, upon hearing this threat, were incensed and immediately contacted the class teacher and principal. While they were indifferent to her antics, they could not allow any disruption to their children's studies. The following day, the principal confronted Wang Lin's family, slamming the table and declaring that if Wang Lin's father did not resolve the situation, her brother would not be allowed back to school. Although Wang Lin's brother was not academically inclined and his parents had no expectations of him attending university, failing to even graduate high school would severely hinder his future prospects. Wang Lin's father, sensing the pressure, relented and contacted Li Kuan, offering to return the money, albeit only half, as he had already squandered the 30,000 on the house. With Li Wang's life hanging in the balance, Li Kuan and his wife had no choice but to cover the remaining amount themselves to settle the matter. The full 30,000 was returned to the company where Wang Lin had worked, leaving the owner astonished and hesitant to accept it, fearing it to be another ploy for extortion. However, upon understanding the full context, he called back the employees who had been on vacation and distributed the year-end bonuses. With the money in hand, the employees' grievances towards Wang Lin faded, and a few remorseful colleagues even burned offerings at her grave. With the resolution of her resentment, Wang Lin departed for the afterlife, and Li Wang, trapped by her spirit, also returned, his soul intact and awakening. With his grandparents relieved, they emerged from Li Ya's body, aided by the elder's timely rituals for purification. Thus, the once deranged Li Ya resumed normalcy. While it appeared to be a happy ending, I knew that Li Ya's life within this family would become increasingly arduous. The mark of a slap on her face was merely the beginning. I discreetly pulled Boss Lin aside to the kitchen, pleading, "Boss, could you assist me with a favor?" After hearing my request, Boss Lin smiled and agreed. He returned to the hall and earnestly addressed Li Kuan and his wife. "Although your son has narrowly escaped a calamity, caution remains imperative, for there exist numerous families that harbor a preference for sons over daughters. Should he encounter another vengeful spirit like Wang Lin, the consequences could be dire." Mr. Lin's words hung ominously in the air, leaving the couple in a state of heightened anxiety. Indeed, Mrs. Li Kuan was on the verge of tears. "Mr. Lin, please, think of a solution. I have heard that you possess some protective talismans. Could you sell us one to safeguard our son? Such spirits are of no use, Mr. Lin replied, rising to escort them out. "For your son to remain safe, the root of the issue must be addressed. Treat your daughter with kindness, and naturally, the vengeful spirits will not seek her out." As the Li family departed, Leah turned back and deeply bowed to me, leaving me to ponder whether she had intuited something beyond words. I was uncertain whether the advice I had requested from Mr. Lin would alter Li Ya's circumstances. Yet any positive impact, however small, would be a blessing. Thus concluded the tale of the acts of Xingtian. Grandfather received the payment from the Li family, and after distributing it to Mr. Lin, he handed me 10,000 yuan as promised. Reluctantly, I accepted it, as Mr. Lin firmly pressed it into my hands, asserting it was rightfully mine. Tomorrow marked New Year's Eve, and Mr. Lin invited Grandfather to dine with him. After a few drinks, Grandfather, somewhat inebriated, posed a perplexing question to me. "My boy, I cannot fathom who might have stolen the ashes of Li Kuan's parents." I knew the answer. On the day of the ritual, an elder from the village had mentioned that during the first funeral of Li Kuan's parents, the cakes made by Li Ya were like sand, gritty and unpleasant. I had surmised the fate of the ashes then, but chose not to elaborate. The traits of many children are learned from their parents, and observing the treatment Li Kuan and his wife afforded Li Ya, It was not difficult to deduce how her grandparents had treated her. Perhaps Leah had acted on her own, or perhaps she had been swayed by the vengeful spirit. But regardless, it was evident that she harbored deep resentment towards her unjust grandparents. I poured more wine for grandfather and smiled. Who knows? The past is past. Let us not dwell on it. Chapter 48. The Eye of Yin and Yang. Last night, Mr. Lin and grandfather indulged in quite a bit of drink. And together with Lin Xiaolu, I helped escort him back home. Before parting, Lin Xiaolu cheerfully informed me that the tea house would be closed for New Year's Eve, and I need not rise early for work. I had intended to enjoy a leisurely morning sleep, turning off the alarm on my phone, yet the following day, I awoke at dawn as usual. I meticulously cleaned my home until 10 in the morning. Just as I was about to return to bed, a knock echoed at my door. Upon opening it, I found Lin Xiaolu, her face alight with excitement. Are you bored? Come on. Let us go to my house and play some games. She dragged me to Mr. Lin's residence, where the effects of his drinking still lingered, his snores audible even through the door. Lin Xiaolu connected the gaming console to the computer and handed me a controller. Do you know how to play? I shook my head. Such advanced equipment was never found in the welfare home. Never mind, I'll teach you. The entire day was spent in front of the gaming console. Our enjoyment unbridled as we transitioned from the old Nintendo to the PS4 and then to the Nintendo Switch. We were so engrossed that we neglected to prepare lunch, opting instead for 2 buckets of braised beef noodles. Lin Xiaolu was elated, leaping with joy whenever we completed a game, exclaiming that finally, someone could accompany her and play. We continued until nightfall, when Mr. Lin finally awoke. Old man, can we not be such failures when it comes to drinking? If your mother were here, she would surely make you kneel on a washboard. I had rarely seen this carefree side of Mr. Lin. Just don't tell your mother, or you'll find this year's red envelope gone. Realizing the hour was late, I attempted to take my leave, but Lin Xiaolu insisted I stay. Where are you going? Let us celebrate the new year together. Mr. Lin yawned as he headed to the kitchen. 2 people celebrating the new year is dull. If you stay, you'll just be an extra set of chopsticks. Go play a little longer. I'll prepare the meal. Half an hour later, the table was filled with an array of ingredients for hot pot. We dined while watching the Spring Festival Gala. I was engrossed in the show, while Lin Xiaolu seemed distracted. Mr. Lin, perceiving her restlessness, said, "Once you're full, feel free to entertain yourself." Lin Xiaolu joyfully dashed back to the gaming console, leaving only Mr. Lin and me at the table. After a moment of hesitation, I gathered my courage to speak. Boss, last time I heard grandfather mention that I possess the innate eye of Yin and Yang. Can you explain what this entails? Mr. Lin set down his chopsticks. I had intended to share this with you later, but since you are already aware, I shall reveal it now. I also lowered my chopsticks, listening intently. Mr. Lin elucidated that the eye of Yin and Yang refers to the ability to see spirits, a rare gift bestowed upon only a select few. While it is typically an innate ability, I was an exception, having developed it through circumstances after birth. My origins were peculiar. My mother perished in an accident before I was born, and I should have perished alongside her, yet I emerged into the world. Mr. Lin explained that this was my mother's attempt to alter fate, but such defiance came with a price. My sight was sacrificed, and I became infused with a malevolent aura. As he spoke, Mr. Lin hesitated, and I shivered, realizing the implication of his words. Father truly perished because of me. I wept bitterly, the realization dawning that the wandering sage who had passed through the village was no charlatan. His words were true. I was indeed a born harbinger of doom. His warning for my father to keep his distance was not malice, but rather a well-intentioned caution. How could a father abandon his own child? Chapter 49. The warmth of home. Zhang Xian, stop crying. Lin Xiaolu, noticing my tears, approached to console me. I instinctively recoiled from the tissue she offered. I had already caused my father's demise. I could not endanger anyone else. Yet, Lin Xiaolu firmly held me in place. No hiding. She wiped my tears and revealed a secret. Did you know that from the very first year you entered the welfare home, my father took notice of you? I looked at Mr. Lin in astonishment. I had never known this. Your aura was too strong, and if left unchecked, it could have brought misfortune upon the entire home. I concealed a talisman beneath your bed, a means to draw the malevolent energy from your being. In reality, you never underwent surgery. After the doctor anesthetized you, I utilized the talisman to extract the dark energy. I was utterly astonished, yet one question lingered. Why had Mr. Lin withheld the truth from me? Lin Xiaolu playfully tapped my head. Silly. My father feared it would frighten you. Do you not understand? Your eyes are a coveted treasure among spirits. Spirits? What do you mean? Seeing my confusion, Lin Xiaolu explained, surely, you don't believe that only our tea house possesses the ability to exorcise spirits? I would never entertain such a notion. Grandfather clearly possesses some knowledge as well. Moreover, I have heard of many places with individuals akin to semi-mortals, not to mention the monks and priests who chant and recite scriptures. Lin Xiaolu instructed me. Those who can communicate with spirits are known as Yin people. I am one. As is my father, and so are you. Where there are people, there exists a world of complexity. Our profession is referred to as the Yin profession. I felt as though Lin Xiaolu had opened a door to a realm I had never considered. Mr. Lin cautioned me. These matters may be too early for you to grasp, but remember, the eye of Yin and Yang is a coveted prize for Yin people, an immense temptation. Be wary of encountering them, for they may covet your eyes. I nodded vigorously, committing Mr. Lin's words to memory. I had only just regained my sight. Anyone who sought to take it from me would have to do so over my dead body. Boss, why do you help me? I inquired. Mr. Lin replied with a stern expression. Do you think I covet your eyes as well? I was taken aback and hastily defended myself, thinking that if Boss Lin truly desired my eyes, he could have acted when he cured them, rather than waiting until now. Seeing my flustered demeanor, Lin Xiaolu burst into laughter. All right, father is merely teasing you. He wishes to take you as his apprentice. This revelation astonished me. During my time at the tea house, while Boss Lin had imparted much knowledge, he had never mentioned accepting an apprentice. Boss Lin spoke. My profession is known as a Yin merchant, traditionally passed down to one's son. Unfortunately, my son is more enamored with his mother's ways, so I must seek an apprentice externally. You possess the Yin Yang eyes, which indicate considerable talent, yet whether you can inherit my legacy requires thorough assessment. Do you understand? I nodded vigorously, a flicker of hope igniting within me. Boss Lin treated me like family, and should I become his disciple, I would be more than willing. Lin Xiaolu patted me on the shoulder. The revolution has yet to succeed. Comrades must continue to strive. Come, let us return to gaming with sister. Boss Lin rose as well. Leave the dishes for later, Xiaolu. Do we have any games for 3 players? Yes. Outside, the sound of fireworks echoed, while inside, laughter and joy filled the air. In that moment, I felt the warmth of home. Chapter 50. A new guest after the new year, the tea house reopened. Once again, Boss Lin set out. Though he did not disclose his destination, I understood he was off to procure medicine for Lin Xiaolu. Before leaving, Boss Lin assessed my knowledge once more. I answered each of his questions swiftly and accurately, which pleased him greatly. He entrusted the tea house to me, instructing me to keep certain Yin objects discreetly concealed while permitting me to sell the others. He cautioned me that although I was not yet his apprentice, I was still his protege, and thus, I must adhere to the principles of the Yin merchant. The foremost rule being that the sale of Yin objects should be to alleviate suffering, not to aid in malevolence. When Boss Lin departed, I anticipated the tea house would be as desolate as before, with no visitors for days on end. To my surprise, mere hours had passed when guests arrived. Hearing footsteps at the entrance, I lifted my head from the counter where I had been dozing. 3 individuals entered the tea house, a man, a woman, and a small boy of 2 or 3 years, clearly a family. The man's face was bruised and swollen, with a distinct shoe print on his chest, indicating he had recently been assaulted. Upon entering, the woman timidly inquired, "Is Boss Lin here?" Those who specifically sought out Boss Lin often came to purchasing objects. I informed them that he was out, offering to relay any urgent matters to him if they wished. The woman spoke. 3 years ago, my father was beset by misfortune, and it was Boss Lin who sold him an Yin object that saved his life. Thus, when we encountered trouble this time, our first thought was to come to the tea house to seek Boss Lin's assistance. Recognizing them as returning customers filled me with optimism, and I quickly invited them to sit down and called Lin Xiaolu to join us. Lin Xiaolu, with her excellent memory, recognized the woman. "I remember you. You accompanied your father here before. How is he faring?" The woman expressed her gratitude. "Thanks to Boss Lin, my father is doing well now." Lin Xiaolu observed the battered man curiously. "Is this about your husband? His fate seems troubled. It appears he may face further calamity." The woman's eyes welled with tears as she clutched her child, pleading, "Please, help us." The little boy reached out his tiny hand to wipe his mother's tears, repeatedly saying, "Mommy, don't cry." Meanwhile, her husband remained silent, his face filled with guilt. I fetched some tissues for the woman and urged her to explain what had transpired. Gradually, as she calmed down, she recounted the experiences of their family of 3. Her name was Li Qinglian, and her husband was Wang Shunzi. They were college classmates who married after graduation. Initially, both worked for others, earning modest wages. Yet their lives were relatively harmonious. However, when Li Qinglian became pregnant, their situation took a turn for the worse. Pregnant women require nutrition, and once the child is born, they become a little money-consuming beast. Their meager salaries were insufficient to sustain their livelihood. Consequently, Wang Shunzi made a pivotal decision. He resigned from his job to start a business. He opened a small store, and initially, business thrived, yielding better income than his previous employment. After saving some money, Wang Shunzi's ambition grew. He aspired to open another store to increase his earnings. Li Qinglian initially opposed this. Aware that the profits from their small store were inadequate for expansion and a loan would be necessary. With a young child, they could not bear any risks to their fragile family. However, Wang Shunzi became obsessed with the idea of making a fortune. Whenever he saw others driving luxurious cars or enjoying lavish lifestyles, he would clench his teeth in frustration, often declaring that he, too, would own a luxury car one day. Chapter 51. Usury bank loans required both spouses to co-sign, and in his desperation for money, Wang Shunzi persistently pleaded until Li Qinglian reluctantly agreed. He secured a loan of 150,000 yuan from the bank, elated at the prospect of opening his second store. Just as he was poised to expand his ambitions, the market took a downturn, leaving him on the verge of financial ruin. In desperation, he had to relinquish the newly opened store, but the liquidation yielded only 50,000 yuan, insufficient to repay the bank. After multiple reminders from the bank, the final warning came. If he failed to repay, legal action would ensue, risking the foreclosure of their home, which had been mortgaged for the loan. Panic-stricken, Wang Shunzi was determined not to lose their home. Yet with strict regulations in the medical market, he found no avenue to sell blood for quick cash. As he spiraled into despair, he stumbled upon an online loan advertisement promising funds without collateral, simply requiring an ID number, with immediate disbursement. Although he was aware that online loans were fraught with peril, desperation made him grasp at this lifeline, heedless of the potential thorns. On that day, 100,000 yuan arrived in his account, allowing him to repay the bank and save his house. Little did he know, this was just the beginning of his nightmare. When the repayment date for the online loan arrived, he, of course, had no means to repay it. He hung up on debt collectors and turned off his phone, resolutely refusing to pay. He believed he was in the clear, but soon thereafter, his wife, parents, in-laws, and relatives began receiving incessant calls from the loan company, creating a wave of resentment and anger directed at him. Unable to withstand the accusations from family and friends, Wang Shunzi resorted to selling his first store to repay the debts, only to discover that the initial loan of 100,000 yuan had ballooned to 130,000. If he delayed further, it would escalate to 150,000. With no other options, he sought loans from acquaintances, but who would lend to a man already in debt? Eventually, through a recommendation from an old customer, Wang Shunzi met a benevolent man named Brother Sunday. He agreed to lend Wang Shunzi money for emergencies, but with a steep interest rate of 30 per month, requiring repayment within 6 months. Wang Shunzi, desperate to quell the harassing calls from the loan company, reluctantly accepted the terms. To put it into perspective, a loan of 1 yuan would incur an interest of 0.3 yuan in a month. Wang Shunzi borrowed 30,000 yuan, and by the following month, he owed 39,000. This was clearly usury. The most terrifying part was the compounding interest. Within 2 months, the principal of 30,000 yuan ballooned to 50,700, and by 3 months, he would need to repay 65,900. After repaying his online debts, Wang Shunzi desperately sought ways to earn money. However, unforeseen misfortune struck, and just as he managed to save enough, his son fell gravely ill. With no alternative, Wang Shunzi prioritized his child's life over repaying the high-interest loans, leading to further complications. As time passed, his debts escalated rapidly. Within 6 months, the initial sum of 30,000 had ballooned to 144,000. The underlings of Brother Sun came to collect, and unlike online lenders, they were far from gentle. 6 young thugs brutally assaulted Wang Shunzi before his wife and child, threatening to sever a finger if he failed to repay by the following week. Despairing, Wang Shunzi could scarcely conceive a way to remedy this dire situation and contemplated selling their house to escape with his family. Li Qinglian, however, was reluctant to leave. She recalled that 3 years prior, her father, beset by misfortune, had purchased a talisman at a tea house, which subsequently led to a remarkable turnaround in his health and luck. Inspired by this memory, she suggested they try their fortune again and hurriedly brought her husband along. After recounting her story, I understood her intentions and asked, "Are you seeking to acquire a talisman that will bring you wealth?" Suddenly, Wang Shunzi, who had been silent, exclaimed with fervor, "One that can grant us immediate riches." Chapter 52. De Detong. Observing Wang Shunzi's near-manic demeanor, I instinctively furrowed my brow. This man had become somewhat neurotic after countless cycles of borrowing and repaying. Boss Lin had warned me against selling talismans to such individuals, as it often led to complications. Li Qinglian gazed at me and Lin Xiaolu with hopeful eyes. If we could not assist them, their family would have no choice but to leave. Unsure of how to proceed, I pulled Lin Xiaolu aside. Should we sell the talisman to them? After a moment of contemplation, she responded. Go to the basement and retrieve the Zhu Bao pin and a Datong pawn ticket. The Zhu Bao pin was the talisman Boss Lin had mentioned during my first visit to the basement, while I had little recollection of the Datong pawn ticket. Venturing into the basement, I searched through the shelves until I finally located the Datong pawn ticket in a corner. It became clear why I had overlooked this item. The ticket was displayed alongside dangerous ghost artifacts that Boss Lin had never allowed me to handle. Upon returning to the tea house's main hall, Wang Shunzi's eyes glimmered with undisguised greed as he fixated on the two talismans in my possession. I introduced them, saying, "This is called the Zhu Bao pen. Place it in the northeastern corner of your home and light 3 incense sticks daily, and your family's fortune will grow." Just as Li Qinglian opened her mouth to speak, Wang Shunzi interjected, "How long until we become wealthy?" "I cannot say," I replied honestly. "The Zhu Bao pen will enhance your fortune, but the time it takes to earn money and the amount you will gain depend on your own efforts. This principle is quite simple. If you bestow the Zhu Bao pen upon a diligent person, the effects will manifest rapidly. Conversely, if given to a sloth, even the presence of the wealth deity would yield no results." A fitting anecdote comes to mind. A man fervently worshipped the wealth deity, praying for a lottery win of 5 million. He devotedly offered incense every morning for 10 years, yet the grand prize eluded him. Eventually, he could no longer contain his frustration and questioned the deity. "Am I not devout enough? Why have I not won the 5 million? The wealth deity, unable to restrain itself, appeared and simply remarked, "Why not buy a lottery ticket?" Upon hearing this, disappointment washed over Wang Shunzi's face. "They will cut off my finger next week. There is no time left." Li Qinglian pleaded, "Is there anything that works more swiftly?" I glanced at the Datong pawn ticket on the table, my heart wavering. An instinct warned me that this item should not be sold to Wang Shunzi. I cast a desperate look at Lin Xiaolu, who maintained a serious demeanor and spoke, "There is a way, but it requires a sacrifice." She pushed the Datong pawn ticket toward Wang Shunzi and gently tapped the table. "Have you heard of Datong?" Wang Shunzi appeared bewildered, but Li Qinglian seemed informed. "I have heard some elders mention it. The Datong was the largest pawn shop in the old society." "Indeed," Lin Xiaolu affirmed. The Datong was established during the Guangxu era of the Qing dynasty and grew to become the largest pawn shop in the nation during both the Qing and early Republic periods. I pondered this. A pawn shop could be likened to a modern bank, and the Datong pawn ticket represented one of the largest financial institutions in the country. Chapter 53. Instant funds from the pawn ticket. Lin Xiaolu continued her explanation. In addition to its banking operations, the Datong also engaged in pawnbroking. Due to its substantial resources, they accept any valuable item you possess. This pawn ticket is issued by the Datong. Wang Shunzi, exhilarated, interrupted, "Anything can be pawned?" "Yes, anything can be pawned." Wang Shunzi removed a watch from his wrist. "How about this? It was a costly item my father bought in his youth." Lin Xiaolu retrieved a needle from the counter and instructed Wang Shunzi to prick his thumb. He complied, and a drop of bright red blood emerged. "Apply the blood to the item you wish to pawn, then press your fingerprint on the ticket." Skeptical, Wang Shunzi smeared blood on the watch face before imprinting his fingerprint on the Datong pawn ticket. I watched intently. This was my first experience witnessing a ghost artifact in action. Previous talismans I'd encountered, like the peach blossom jar or the Xingtian axe, were benign soul artifacts. A miraculous event occurred. The crimson fingerprint on the ticket began to fade at a visible rate, and simultaneously, the blood on the watch diminished. In mere seconds, both the ticket and watch appeared devoid of any trace of blood. My eyes widened as I noticed the watch's second hand, which had been ticking, suddenly halted at that moment. Wang Shunzi, too, realized what had transpired. He picked up his watch, astonished. "Is it broken?" Lin Xiaolu reminded him. "That watch has been pawned to the Datong. It no longer belongs to you." Wang Shunzi sprang to his feet, patting his pockets. "Where's the money? Where is it?" At that moment, his phone rang. He pulled it out and answered the call. Soon, his expression morphed into one of confusion. When the call ended, Li Qinglian anxiously inquired, "Who called?" "My former client." Wang Shunzi pinched his cheek, perhaps to confirm he wasn't dreaming. "He accidentally transferred money to me instead of someone else." Wang Shunzi hastily checked his account and found a new deposit. I watched as he quickly blocked the number that had just called. Lin Xiaolu asked, "Do you know how to use it now?" Wang Shunzi nodded vigorously, his excitement evident in his trembling face. "A broken watch no one would take at the pawn shop turned into 2,000. This pawn ticket can save my life." Li Qinglian joyfully grasped her husband's hand. Wonderful. Finally, we can settle our debts. Shunzi, promise me that after repaying, we will live well and never borrow carelessly again. Without hesitation, Wang Shunzi agreed. Absolutely. We will live steadily from now on. I will ensure both of you find happiness. After their joyful exchange, they suddenly recalled a crucial matter. Li Qinglian sheepishly asked Lin Xiaolu, how much does this pawn ticket cost? We are currently quite impoverished. Lin Xiaolu smiled and replied, you have become something of a regular. So I shall offer you a slight concession. I will rent you this pawn ticket for a month at the price of 30,000. We shall draft an IOU. And once the debt is settled, you may return the pawn ticket. As for the debts owed to the tea house, you can repay them when circumstances allow. We are not like loan sharks, and do not charge interest. Chapter 54. The pawned finger. Li Qinglian expressed her profound gratitude, nearly bowing in reverence. She provided us with her contact details, assuring us that she would return the pawn ticket as soon as the debt was cleared. Wang Shunzi accepted the ticket and was about to leave with his wife and child when his son innocently inquired, Father, we have sold everything in our home. What shall we pawn? I noticed the expressions of Wang Shunzi and his wife stiffen. Upon further inquiry, I learned that in their desperate attempts to repay their debts, they had sold all their valuable possessions, leaving only a bed in their home. While the bed could be pawned, how much could it possibly fetch? With a resolve born of desperation, Wang Shunzi exclaimed, our family has come to this state because of my greed. Since Sun Gu wishes to take a finger from me, I shall willingly offer him one. In a fit of determination, he bit down on his own right thumb, smeared the blood onto his left pinky, and pressed it onto the pawn ticket. Li Qinglian screamed in horror. Have you lost your mind? Yet, once the mark was made, there was no turning back, and we could only watch as the blood on the pawn ticket and Wang Shunzi's pinky slowly faded. Li Qinglian, now frantic, examined Wang Shunzi's left pinky, squeezing it tightly and repeatedly asking, can you feel anything? Do you still have feeling? Wang Shunzi, perhaps regretting his impulsiveness, was sweating profusely. I can feel it. It still moves, he replied. After approximately 10 minutes, his finger had not succumbed to the same fate as his watch. However, having learned much from Boss Lin, I understood all too well that Wang Shunzi's finger was likely doomed. I glanced at Lin Xiaolu, who subtly shook her head, confirming my fears. The couple lingered in the tea house for half an hour, and only after ensuring Wang Shunzi's finger was still intact did they finally leave. Wang Shunzi led the way, with Li Qinglian and their child following closely. Just as Wang Shunzi stepped out of the tea house, the sound of screeching brakes pierced the air. Suddenly, a small car skidded to a halt at the entrance of the tea house, and Wang Shunzi had vanished from sight. Darling, Li Qinglian screamed, rushing outside. My heart sank, and I hurried after her. Upon exiting the tea house, I discovered that Wang Shunzi had been struck by the vehicle, propelled 2 or 3 meters away. He bore no visible wounds, save for the absence of a finger on his left hand, the very finger he had pawned to de Tong. Wang Shunzi clutched his left hand, wailing in anguish. Nearby shopkeepers called for emergency services, and within moments, an ambulance and police arrived. Wang Shunzi was taken to the hospital, while the intoxicated driver was apprehended by the authorities. As the street returned to a semblance of calm, I finally regained my composure. No wonder Boss Lin had hesitated to teach me about the use of ghostly artifacts. Their effects were undeniably overwhelming and terrifying. I turned to Lin Xiaolu and asked, was it truly wise to rent the de Tong pawn ticket to Wang Shunzi? Lin Xiaolu did not directly respond, but countered with a question. If we had not sold it to him, would he have been able to save his finger? I was left speechless, unable to formulate a response. Without the de Tong pawn ticket, Wang Shunzi would be unable to repay his debts, and Sun Gu, the loan shark, would undoubtedly seek retribution, likely demanding a finger as payment or resorting to even more savage measures. Could he truly abandon his familiar home and venture into the unknown? I doubted Wang Shunzi possessed the fortitude to leave when he had yet to resolve his child's educational concerns. Lin Xiaolu spoke earnestly. The quality of a spectral object cannot be judged solely by its classification as a soul artifact or a ghostly artifact. It ultimately depends on the intentions of the user. The peach blossom urn and the axe of Xingtian are both soul artifacts, yet if wielded by a person with ill intent, one could scatter love and the other could disrupt souls. What, then, is the difference from a ghostly artifact? The reason my father had yet to teach me about ghostly artifacts was simply that he feared my resolve was not yet strong enough to resist temptation and avoid making regrettable decisions. Chapter 55. Divorce. I was swayed by Lin Xiaolu's words. If Wang Shunzi returned the pawn ticket upon settling his debt, he might regain a semblance of a peaceful life. But would he be able to withstand temptation? Lin Xiaolu seemed to perceive my apprehensions and playfully tapped my forehead. Silly. While Wang Shunzi may be led astray, His wife will not be. Allow me to share a secret. My greatest talent is my ability to read people accurately. I have never been wrong. I regarded Lin Xiaolu's assertion with skepticism, suspecting she was merely attempting to comfort me. The following 20 days saw the tea house return to its desolate state. My daily routine consisted of studying the notes provided by Boss Lin, with the remaining hours dedicated to learning. After Lin Xiaolu completed my elementary education, I began self-studying junior high subjects. I struggled with mathematics and science without a teacher's guidance, yet I found solace in subjects like Chinese and history. Eager to deepen my understanding of historical anecdotes that would aid my comprehension of spectral entities. On the 21st day since renting out the Datong pawn ticket, delicate snowflakes began to fall from the sky. The cold wind howled outside the tea house, prompting me to lock the main door and find a seat by the bed to immerse myself in the recently acquired records of the grand historian. As I became engrossed in my reading, a face suddenly appeared before me, startling me out of my reverie. Sister Xiaolu, do you walk without making a sound? You nearly frightened me to death. Lin Xiaolu tugged on my ear, stretching it playfully. Someone has been knocking at the door for 5 minutes. I could hear it from upstairs. Thud, thud, thud. Indeed, there was a persistent knocking. I felt embarrassed, having become so absorbed in my studies. Rising to open the door, I was met by the familiar faces of Li Qinglian and her son, both dusted with snowflakes, the little boy shivering from the cold. I felt a wave of guilt as I ushered them inside and offered them hot water. Li Qinglian produced 3 stacks of cash, each appearing to be a bundle of 10,000. Here, this is the payment for the spectral object rental. Please count it. I inquired, have you settled your debts? Li Qinglian nodded. All of it is paid. Noticing her hesitation to proceed further, I directly asked, what about the pawn ticket? Sister, we agreed to rent it, not sell it. Li Qinglian replied, her face betraying a tinge of guilt. I'm sorry, but I don't have the pawn ticket with me. I cannot return it to you. I felt displeased, suspecting Li Qinglian was deliberately avoiding the return of the ticket. Yet her next words clarified my misjudgment. I have divorced Wang Shunzi, and during the division of assets, he seized the pawn ticket. Her tone was cold, devoid of any sorrow, as if her divorce from Wang Shunzi was not a matter of great lament. This puzzled me. I remembered that during our last encounter, despite Wang Shunzi's overwhelming debts, she had not uttered a single harsh word against him, her eyes filled with affection. What could have transpired in just 20 days to cause such a drastic change in her sentiments? Li Qinglian recounted that after leaving the tea house, the driver who had struck Wang Shunzi while under the influence compensated him with 200,000. Wang Shunzi used this sum to settle his debts, and after clearing them, Li Qinglian had intended to return the pawn ticket promptly, feeling that the spectral object was far too peculiar. Despite the timely and nearly flawless surgical procedure to reattach Wang Shunzi's finger, it remained lost. Yet Wang Shunzi adamantly refused to return the pawn ticket, claiming it could alter his destiny, and thus he descended into madness, pawning everything of value. Later on, the two individuals, having reached an impasse, engaged in a fierce quarrel. Li Qinglian made the decision to divorce, while Wang Shunzi absconded with the Datong ticket, disappearing without a trace thereafter. Chapter 56. The Sacrifice of Love. After Li Qinglian departed with the child, Lin Xiaolu seethed with indignation as she spoke to me. Wang Shunzi had effectively pawned his love. I was utterly astonished. Could such an intangible entity as love truly be pawned? Lin Xiaolu affirmed it was indeed possible. She had initially taken precautions against Wang Shunzi's reckless behavior, neglecting to impart to him the method of pawning emotions, yet he had surprisingly deduced it on his own. Lin Xiaolu was filled with regret. She had accurately assessed Li Qinglian's strength in resisting the temptation of the ticket and had also advised Wang Shunzi against hoarding it. However, she had not anticipated Wang Shunzi's resolute nature, as he decisively pawned their love and, after the divorce, Li Qinglian could no longer exert control over him. What shall we do now, Sister Xiaolu? I inquired. Without hesitation, Lin Xiaolu replied, we must locate Wang Shunzi and reclaim the ticket. I observed her tiny fists clenching audibly, exuding an air of aggression. My own anger boiled, yet mere indignation was futile, for we had no means of tracking him down. Li Qinglian had just mentioned that Wang Shunzi had left the house to her, and had since vanished. She was unaware of his current whereabouts. After much contemplation, I borrowed Lin Xiaolu's phone and made a call, the voice on the other end laboring with breaths. Hello, this is Conan Detective Agency. I am Private Investigator Lu Cini. I connected with Lu Cini and inquired whether locating someone fell within his purview. He responded promptly, stating that as long as the payment was satisfactory, he would undertake any task, even unclogging toilets. I asked him to come to the tea house, and I instructed Lin Xiaolu to retrieve the surveillance footage from over 20 days ago. Pointing at the screen, I addressed Lu Cini. This is him, Wang Shunzi. Can you find him? Lu Xini assured me that within 3 days, there would be results. Of course, his services did not come cheap. Once he located the individual, I would owe him a full 10,000 yuan. Had I not fortuitously earned that amount from a ritual with my grandfather, I would have lacked the confidence to enlist his help. As for the 30,000 yuan I owed him, that was not yet due for repayment. Indeed, Lu Xini proved to be a capable individual, arriving at the tea house the very next morning with another person in tow. Upon entering, he called out loudly, "Zhang Xian, come settle the bill." I looked at the man he brought, a middle-aged fellow with a sorrowful expression. I asked Lu Xini what was amiss, as the man was not Wang Shunzi. With a grin, Lu Xini assured me, "Have faith in my detective skills. This man knows Wang Shunzi's whereabouts." Upon hearing the commotion downstairs, Lin Xiaolu hurried down to join us as Lu Xini began to explain. The middle-aged man, surnamed Tang, was a company president who had recently encountered a perplexing situation. His business was the sole one of its kind in Andy City, thriving due to the absence of competitors. However, a week ago, a new trading company had been established, offering identical products and becoming his direct rival. Initially, Tang was unconcerned, having anticipated such competition and prepared his strategy, lowering prices. Having amassed considerable wealth over the years, he intended to reduce prices to a level where his rival would find no profit and thus retreat. Yet, to his astonishment, he encountered a formidable adversary. No matter how much he lowered his prices, his competitor consistently undercut him by 10 yuan. Ultimately, Tang found himself selling at a loss, while the rival continued to lower prices, seemingly intent on obliterating him. I found this curious. The tactic of undercutting competitors to seize market control and subsequently raising prices for profit was nothing new. Industries such as food delivery and ride-hailing had employed such methods in recent years. Chapter 57. The martial arts master, Lin Xiaolu, with a woeful expression, Tang lamented. If a large corporation were competing with me, I would have conceded long ago. How could I have persisted this far, risking my retirement savings? During my initial price cut, I investigated and found that my competitor was a penniless youth, rumored to have recently been in debt to loan sharks. I cannot fathom where he acquired such funds. Did he rob a bank? Lin Xiaolu and I exchanged glances. A young man recently in debt to loan sharks. Was this not Wang Shunzi? Lu Xini, brimming with pride, declared. See how efficient I am. Mr. Tang knows where Wang Shunzi's company is. Just follow him, and you are certain to locate him. With that, he extended his hand. Mr. Zhang, time to settle up. I promptly handed Lu Xini the 10,000 yuan, and he cheerfully remarked that I should not hesitate to reach out if I ever needed assistance again. Before departing, he reminded me that the time to repay my debt was approaching, urging me not to forget. After bidding farewell to Lu Xini, I closed the tea house's door and, alongside Lin Xiaolu, followed Mr. Tang to Wang Shunzi's company. Upon arriving at the largest office building in Andy City, Mr. Tang pointed to a directory in the lobby and said, "This is the Xuanli Trading Company. You can locate it yourselves." I want to go up. Their security guards are particularly fierce. Last time I was here for negotiations, I nearly got beaten up. I was taken aback, if the directory was accurate. Wang Shunzi had leased the entire 16th floor of the building, which must cost a fortune. How had he acquired such wealth? I heard Lin Xiaolu huff in annoyance. Seeking death, she dragged me to the 16th floor, where 2 security guards were seated at the entrance, munching on sunflower seeds. Their tattooed arms and intimidating appearances suggested they were not to be trifled with. With a steely resolve, I approached them. I am looking for Wang Shunzi. The guards didn't even glance up, continuing their snacking. Do you have an appointment? Call Mr. Wang's secretary to come down. No appointment. Tell Wang Shunzi that a worker from Bai Shaoxing Tea House is here to see him. The guards discarded their seeds and stood up simultaneously, their expressions darkening. You are from Bai Shaoxing Tea House. One of them pulled a rubber baton from his belt, and they closed in on me. You are headed for trouble, Mr. Wang specifically instructed us to ensure that anyone claiming to be from Bai Shaoxing Tea House is thoroughly dealt with, one guard said, excitement tinging his voice. Mr. Wang offers a 3,000 yuan reward for each encounter. Don't blame us for being ruthless. My heart raced. I had never been in a fight before, and these guards were imposing. I discreetly stepped back, positioning myself closer to Lin Xiaolu, intent on protecting her should a confrontation arise. Just as I prepared to shout for Lin Xiaolu to flee, a shriek erupted from behind me, followed by the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground. I instinctively turned to look, only to see Lin Xiaolu twisting one of the guard's wrists and throwing him to the ground. He writhed in pain, clutching his back as he groaned, resembling a large, squirming insect. Lin Xiaolu released her grip and stepped before the second guard, simply glaring at him. The guard, terrified, dropped his baton. Miss, I admit my mistake. Mr. Wang's office is at the very back. Please, go ahead, he stammered, stepping aside in fear of sharing the same fate. Lin Xiaolu and I entered without further hindrance. I was utterly astonished. Not only was Lin Xiaolu adept at dealing with spirits, but she also possessed remarkable prowess in combat. I whispered to her, Sister Xiaolu, have you trained in martial arts? Lin Xiaolu countered, would you like to learn? I nodded vigorously. With skills like hers, what young man could resist the temptation? Once my sister returns, I'll have her teach you. Chapter 58. The threat. This was the first time I had heard of Lin Xiaolu having an elder sister, and I remained curious about the kind of person she might be. From Lin Xiaolu's tone, it seemed she held her sister in high regard. The employees in the company were all preoccupied with their daily struggles, none of them casting a glance in our direction as Lin Xiaolu and I made our way to the chairman's office without hindrance. Just as I was about to knock on the door, Lin Xiaolu kicked it open with a forceful thud. The door swung wide, fragments of the frame scattering across the floor. A scream erupted from within, and moments later, a disheveled woman bolted out. As we entered the office, we found Wang Shunzi in a flurry, hastily dressing, the remnants of lipstick still visible on his face. Lin Xiaolu, with a hint of sarcasm, remarked, Wang Shunzi, you certainly know how to have fun. Just cast aside your wife and child, and now you're entangled with another woman, one of your own employees, no less. Aren't you ashamed? Wang Shunzi, furious and embarrassed, shouted towards the door, security. Where are you? I fully opened the office door and provocatively challenged him. You could raise your voice even more. It would be delightful for your employees to hear. Wang Shunzi's face turned a ghastly shade of green as curious employees began peeking inside. Especially after witnessing the half-clad secretary's hasty exit, any fool could deduce what had transpired. With no sign of security arriving, Wang Shunzi, realizing the gravity of his situation, pleaded. Come on, I'm the company's president now. Can you spare me some dignity? Let us close the door and discuss this properly. I nearly laughed at his audacity. He had previously instructed security to prevent us from seeing him, and now he wished for a civil conversation? I stepped closer to Wang Shunzi, gripping his arm as I intended to drag him outside for all his employees to witness his disgrace. To my surprise, he stumbled and collapsed at my feet. It was then that I noticed his left leg was a prosthetic below the knee. I was taken aback. Wang Shunzi had only injured his finger in the accident at the tea house. How had he lost his leg? A shiver ran down my spine. Had he sold his limb to acquire such wealth? I gritted my teeth and exclaimed, you are truly ruthless. Lin Xiaolu interjected. A single leg cannot fetch so much money. Her implication was clear. Wang Shunzi's current affluence stemmed from sacrificing his love. The ticket to the Detong was an exchange of value. Li Qinglian loved him dearly, and that love was priceless. Faced with the truth, Wang Shunzi's face flushed crimson. Lin Xiaolu approached him and stepped on his remaining leg, threatening, hand over the ticket. Or you can forget about that leg as well. Her tone was icy, her demeanor a stark contrast to her usual playful self. I believed she would follow through on her threat. Wang Shunzi, visibly shaken, trembled as he stammered, I don't have the ticket on me. I'll personally return to the tea house tomorrow. He was not lying. There was no aura of deceit about him. I asked Lin Xiaolu if she wanted to accompany him home to retrieve it. She withdrew her foot and fiercely warned Wang Shunzi. Return the ticket to the tea house by noon tomorrow, or you'll find yourself in dire straits. Wang Shunzi hastily acquiesced, absolutely. I promise. On our way back, I voiced my concerns to Lin Xiaolu. Sister Xiaolu, aren't you worried Wang Shunzi might abscond with the ticket? Lin Xiaolu was unfazed, radiating confidence. He values wealth above all else. Having invested so much in this company, he would never abandon it. Besides, even if he were to flee to the ends of the earth, my sister has her ways of bringing him back. I found her assertion hard to believe. If Lin Xiaolu possessed such capabilities, why would I need to hire Lu Xinyi to find someone? Just then, Lin Xiaolu checked the time on her phone, her expression shifting dramatically. I prepared to inquire about what was amiss, but she suddenly cried out, oh no, the gaming event time has expired. With that, she dashed away, moving so swiftly that I could barely keep up. I couldn't help but smirk. For Lin Xiaolu, a homebody, no matter how significant the situation, it paled in comparison to the importance of a game. Chapter 59. The deceit. The following day, I arrived early at the tea house, but as the sun reached its zenith, Wang Shunzi had yet to appear. He had once again broken his promise. Lin Xiaolu muttered something about a lack of memory and pulled me out the door, leading us back to Wang Shunzi's company. At the entrance, only a lone security guard remained. Upon seeing Lin Xiaolu, she quickly stepped aside with a sheepish grin. Just like the previous day, Lin Xiaolu and I entered, but oddly, the bustling company we had encountered yesterday was now deserted. Sister Xiaolu, could Wang Shunzi have truly fled? Lin Xiaolu seemed puzzled. If he were running away, Why leave a guard to watch the door? Instinctively, I glanced back at the security guard, only to see her quietly locking the door. Realizing I had caught her, she hurriedly quickened her pace. As soon as the door was locked, she turned and ran. Oh no! I rushed to the door, pushing against the heavy glass, but it wouldn't budge. Just as panic set in, a deep voice called out, "Ladies, please come inside." I turned to see a middle-aged man standing at the entrance to Wang Shunzi's office, sporting a half-beard and dressed in a white martial arts uniform, resembling an elderly man practicing Tai Chi in the morning sun. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, staring at him caused my eyes to burn, and a chill coursed through my body. My instinct warned me that this man was anything but ordinary. "Zhang Xian, come here," Lin Xiaolu beckoned, her voice low. "Stay close to me, don't stray too far." This was the first time I had seen a look of anxiety on Lin Xiaolu's face. "Sister Xiaolu, who is he?" "An associate from the other side," Lin Xiaolu replied, her eyes simmering with fury. "This Wang Shunzi, harboring dark entities, dares to seek protection from a fellow of the underworld? His audacity is astounding. He is inviting trouble into his own home." The term dark entity was familiar to me, a reference to extraordinary individuals who could communicate with spirits. Much like Lin Xiaolu's father, he had warned me that as a practitioner in the underworld, it was wise to foster good relations and avoid conflicts with others in the same field, for such disputes could lead to fatal consequences. With our exit blocked, Lin Xiaolu and I had no choice but to confront this unexpected figure. We re-entered Wang Shunzi's office, and the door, shattered by Lin Xiaolu's kick just the day before, remained in disarray. The man in the martial arts uniform gestured for us to sit and converse. Lin Xiaolu, direct as ever, said, "Speak your mind." The middle-aged man retrieved a box from behind the desk and approached us, opening it to reveal 30,000 in cash. "President Wang hopes you will sell him the ticket to the Detong." Lin Xiaolu did not flinch, dismissing the money with a wave. "Have Wang Shunzi come speak to me himself." The man slowly closed the box, his tone chilling. "So, you intend to disregard President Wang's request?" Lin Xiaolu shot back. "It seems it's you who wishes to seize the ticket. Wang Shunzi is but an ordinary man, with such a valuable item in his possession. Do you think he can survive your interest?" Upon hearing Lin Xiaolu's words, the man chuckled darkly. "You are indeed Lin Xian's daughter. Your intellect is commendable. The ticket to the Detong is an extraordinary item. It is not meant for mere mortals. I am its rightful heir." Chapter 60. The papercraft. Lin Xiaolu raised an eyebrow. "You know who I am and still dare to challenge me?" The middle-aged man appeared unfazed. When dealing with a peer, it is prudent to understand their background. With Lin Xian absent, you, a mere girl, pose little threat. Upon this, he retorted to Lin Xiaolu. "I know who you are. Do you know who I am?" Lin Xiaolu's expression darkened. I understood then that he was not merely boasting of his identity, but rather conveying a profound truth. Even if he failed today, we, unaware of his identity, would have no means to retaliate. The middle-aged man tapped the box in his hand. 300,000. "Accept it, and I shall let you go." Lin Xiaolu spat in disdain. "Dream on." She took a bold step forward, lunging at him. I observed her seize his wrist, preparing to execute a shoulder throw, akin to how she had dealt with the security guard the previous day. Just then, something bizarre occurred. The man's body suddenly felt weightless, and Lin Xiaolu effortlessly lifted him. It was not due to her extraordinary strength, but rather because the person she held had transformed into a paper effigy, the kind used in rituals. Lin Xiaolu gasped, uttering a name, "The paper artisan." The man's voice echoed from outside the office. "You reckless girl. Neither of you will leave here alive today." We burst out of the office, only to witness the windows in the hall closing on their own, despite the absence of wind. With a rustle, the curtains fell, casting the once bright hall into darkness. Soon, paper effigies began to emerge from beneath the desks, crafted for rituals, their bamboo frames adorned with vibrant colors and gilded flourishes. These effigies were exquisitely made, some clad in traditional attire while others donned suits, their features painted with remarkable realism. In the dim light, save for their inability to bend their legs, they bore an uncanny resemblance to living beings. Lin Xiaolu cautioned me. "We've encountered formidable spirits. Zhang Xian, stay put and let me handle this." Before the effigies could close in, Lin Xiaolu took the initiative, rolling up her sleeves to reveal a string of small bells tied to her wrist. She shook her wrist, and the bells chimed with a clear, melodious sound, causing the effigies to momentarily halt as she tore one apart with ease. Lin Xiaolu resembled a martial arts master from a television drama, despite the multitude of effigies. Her agile movements ensured that not even the hem of her sleeve was touched. Within 5 minutes, she had felled all the effigies. Clapping her hands, she wore a relaxed expression. "I expected more prowess, Turns out it's just this little skill. As I contemplated showering her with compliments, my eyes suddenly burned. And upon blinking, I noticed numerous indistinct figures surrounding us. Drawing from my previous encounter with spirits, I quickly deduced that these figures were ghosts. Sister Xiaolu. There are many ghosts around. Lin Xiaolu shook the bells before her eyes, seemingly able to see the apparitions as well, and was taken aback. Oh no. These effigies are being controlled by restless souls. Before she could finish, I saw the ghosts infiltrate the paper effigies on the ground, which Lin Xiaolu had previously shattered, causing them to reassemble and return to their pristine state. Chapter 61. The Laughing Lion's Golden Gong. The restored effigies closed in once more. Anxiously, I asked Sister Xiaolu, "What should we do?" Lin Xiaolu remained composed. "We have no talismans to exorcise the spirits. If we continue to struggle, we shall be at a disadvantage. I will cover for you to escape. Quickly return to the tea house and fetch something to aid me." It was a sound plan. Yet I worried Lin Xiaolu might not endure until my return. She slapped me playfully, exuding confidence. "Fear not. I am formidable. These effigies won't easily take me down. But you must watch yourself." I nodded vigorously, assuring her, "I will return swiftly." Lin Xiaolu propelled me forward, kicking aside an obstructing effigy, leading me to the glass doors of the company. The doors were locked by the security guard, and my attempts to push them open proved futile. Lin Xiaolu released my hand, seized a chair, and struck it against the glass. With a crash, the door shattered, glass scattering across the floor. However, in that moment of pause, the effigies closed in again. "Zhang Xian, hurry." Lin Xiaolu engaged with the effigies, giving me a chance to escape. I knew hesitation was not an option. Gritting my teeth, I bolted outside. I took the elevator to the ground floor, only to find the paper artisan blocking my way, accompanied by the security guard who had locked the doors, perhaps due to the bustling crowd around. The artisan did not summon the effigies but instead exchanged a few words with the guard, who then approached me. The guard was burly, and I knew I was no match for him, yet I was unaware of other exits in the building. Turning back would waste precious time that could cost Lin Xiaolu her life. A surge of determination welled within me. It was merely a fight, and if it meant risking my life, I would not shy away. Surveying my surroundings, I spotted the fire extinguisher mounted on the wall. Striding towards it, I opened the cabinet and grabbed the extinguisher. It was heavy, but I clutched one end and dashed toward the guard. Caught off guard, he could not evade in time and was knocked to the ground by the base of the extinguisher. Without hesitation, I swung it down upon his shins with all my might. The sound of the impact coincided with his agonized cry. I was uncertain if I had broken his leg, but for the time being, he would not be getting up. I bypassed the guard, racing toward the building's entrance, fist clenched, determined to confront the paper artisan. If I could subdue him, I could force him to retract the effigies. Yet, after a few paces, I suddenly realized the paper artisan had vanished. Without time to ponder his whereabouts, I burst out of the building, hailed a taxi, and urged the driver to hurry back to the tea house. Upon returning to the tea house, I plunged into the basement, frantically searching for items to exorcise the spirits. I found the axe of Xingtian I had previously used, and just as I was about to leave, I noticed a gong on the shelf of ghostly artifacts. Through my Yin Yang vision, I could clearly see that among the many items, this gong emanated the most malevolent aura. After a moment of hesitation, I picked up the gong, which bore a label from Boss Lin reading Laughing Lion's Golden Gong. Having chosen my weapon, I departed the tea house at the fastest pace possible, racing toward the street corner to catch a cab back to assist Lin Xiaolu. Chapter 62. Confrontation with the paper effigies. As I ran, I sensed something amiss. The tea house was not far from the street corner, yet it felt as though I had been running for an eternity without arriving. A sense of foreboding gripped me, and in a moment of desperation, I smacked my thigh with the axe. Instantly, the scene before me transformed. No longer was I at a street corner, but rather in a desolate alley, facing a dead end. Turning back, I saw a paper effigy slowly advancing toward me. Realization dawned upon me. I had unknowingly fallen into the trap set by the paper artisan, who lurked in the shadows, controlling the effigies. This particular effigy appeared grotesque, markedly different from those I had encountered with Lin Xiaolu in the office. It bore 3 heads, those of an elder, a woman, and a child. The alley was narrow, a dead end, leaving me with no choice but to confront the effigy head-on. Though my heart raced, I clutched the axe tightly. I was anxious but not afraid. The effigy moved slowly, its body swaying with each step. It radiated a dense, malevolent aura, tainting the ground it traversed, which appeared blackened through my Yin Yang vision. My palms were sweaty. This was my first solo confrontation with a spirit, and without Lin Xiaolu's protection, I was uncertain of my chances of victory. After a prolonged wait, the paper figure finally approached me, extending its hands as if to grasp me. In stark contrast to its leisurely gait, its movements were swift. I was caught off guard and felt its grip on my arm. With a tearing sound, my sleeve was ripped away, revealing a dark handprint on my exposed skin. Wincing in pain, I remained undeterred, brandishing the Xingtian axe and bringing it down upon the figure's head. With a resounding thud, the paper figure, despite its internal bamboo structure, could not withstand the force of the blow. All three of its heads were severed in one strike, and its body collapsed to the ground with a clatter. I had hoped that this would signal the end, but to my surprise, the malevolent aura emitted by the paper figure intensified, engulfing the alley in darkness. The ground beneath me was shrouded in waist-high black mist, from which ghostly hands occasionally emerged, flailing wildly in the air. My lower body was enveloped in this ominous energy, akin to being submerged in a cold storage, causing me to shiver uncontrollably. More bizarre occurrences unfolded as the severed heads of the paper figure began to levitate, their neck stumps pulsating with the dark energy, resembling three serpent-like entities with human faces. The three heads opened their mouths, revealing sharp teeth fashioned from bamboo, and emitted eerie laughter, an unsettling chorus of elderly men, women, and children intermingling, echoing through the alley and resonating in my ears like a sinister melody, causing my head to throb. While the three heads laughed maniacally, they flew towards me. I swung the Xingtian axe at them like a baseball bat, only to find that these heads were not manipulated by ghosts, but were propelled by the malevolent energy. Even if I swatted them away 100 times, they would quickly reabsorb the dark energy upon landing and return with their ghastly laughter. At this rate, I would be utterly exhausted unless I could dispel the malevolence saturating the alley. Suddenly, I recalled that Boss Lin mentioned my Yin Yang eyes were nourished by this very dark energy. Could they perhaps absorb it as well? As I pondered this, I felt a searing heat emanating from my eyes, and the dark energy on the ground surged towards me, desperately attempting to penetrate my vision. When I regained awareness, the alley was pristine, the ground restored to its original hue. The sinister laughter had vanished, and the once flying paper heads lay motionless on the ground. Chapter 63. The burden of possession. Instinctively, I touched my eyes. Could my Yin Yang eyes possess such remarkable utility? After dispatching the paper figure, I hurriedly exited the alley. Spotting a taxi approaching in the distance, I waved frantically, and the driver signaled. Just as I anxiously awaited the taxi's arrival, a somewhat familiar voice reached my ears. "Young man, a commoner bears no guilt, yet the possession of treasure invites calamity. You have revealed a precious item, great misfortune looms." Turning towards the voice, I recognized a familiar sight, a white-haired beggar. Wasn't he the very same beggar who foretold of Li Zi's impending doom outside the mall? His predictions had proven remarkably accurate, having identified me as a celestial outcast and foreseen the misfortunes of Li Zi. Under normal circumstances, I would have inquired about his cryptic statement, but I had no time to spare. Before the taxi could come to a complete stop, I eagerly hopped in. The driver, startled by the axe in my hand, nearly suffered a heart attack, mistaking me for a robber. I quickly clarified that it was merely a wooden craft, and he finally relaxed enough to drive. Upon returning to the office building, I realized I had been gone for a full 40 minutes. Anxiety gnawed at me as I worried about Sister Lu. Upon entering the building, I encountered medical personnel carrying a stretcher. Lying on it was the security guard I had injured earlier with the fire extinguisher. He jolted awake upon seeing me, nearly falling off the stretcher. I had no time to spare for him, rushing to the 16th floor with all haste. Upon crashing through the shattered glass door, I found Lin Xiaolu still engaged in combat with the paper figures. She appeared markedly different from when I had left. Her eyes were cold and merciless, her hair half-turned white, exuding a chilling aura. The surrounding office desks were coated in a fine layer of frost. A sense of dread filled my heart. This was a sign that Lin Xiaolu was succumbing to her affliction. Boss Lin had explained that when she fell ill, her strength would surge, but at the cost of ice creeping into her body, causing excruciating pain. With Boss Lin still absent in search of a remedy, if Lin Xiaolu were to succumb to her illness, she would inevitably end up lying in a white jade coffin once more. Panicking, I raised the Xingtian axe to assist her, but there were simply too many paper figures. Before I could fell a third one, I was knocked to the ground. The axe flung from my grasp. The paper figure that toppled me sat atop me, its hands tightly gripping my throat with surprising strength. Despite its lightweight form, its grip was vice-like, rendering me breathless. Lin Xiaolu spotted me and attempted to rescue me, but she was blocked by numerous paper figures, unable to reach me in time. I struggled futilely, realizing I would soon be choked to death. In this desperate moment, I remembered the second Yin object I had retrieved from the teahouse basement, the laughing lion Vajragong. I had inserted it into my waistband on the way here. and with great effort, I managed to retrieve it from beneath me and place it on the ground. Without a gong hammer, I could only use my fist to strike it. My vision blurred from oxygen deprivation, and I vaguely saw Lin Xiaolu gesturing towards me, followed by her shout. Zhongxian, don't strike. I did not understand why she wanted to stop me, but it was too late. I could not retract my descending fist. My fist struck the gong, emitting a deafening sound. The next moment, I felt the pressure on my neck ease, and my airways cleared instantly. Gradually, I regained my composure, my vision sharpening. To my astonishment, all the paper figures had collapsed, and the spirits residing within them had vanished without a trace, leaving no lingering resentment behind. Sister Lu? Sister Lu? I called out twice, but received no response, panic swelling within me as I hastily searched for her. Just as I stood, my legs buckled, and I fell to the ground once more. Perhaps it was a lingering effect of the oxygen deprivation. I was utterly exhausted and could not muster the strength to stand, let alone crawl. Cough, cough. It was Lin Xiaolu's cough. She emerged unsteadily from behind a desk, staggering towards me before collapsing beside me. Her hair had returned to black. Her gaze softened, though her face was pale, with blood at the corners of her lips. I recalled she had sustained no injuries during her battle with the paper figures. Could my gong strike have caused this? Lin Xiaolu coughed again, then slapped me playfully, scolding, "You little rascal, do you want to kill your sister?" Her words filled me with guilt, realizing I had inadvertently caused her harm after she had fought valiantly against the paper figures unscathed. She helped me sit upright, offering comfort. "You weren't entirely unhelpful. Had the battle continued, I would have succumbed to my illness, and the situation would have been far worse." Her gaze swept across the chaotic surroundings. "The paper craftsman must have heard the gong and fled. Do you still have the strength to leave? Your strike was too loud. If we don't vacate this place, it will be hard to explain if anyone sees us." I attempted to rise twice, but failed. Lin Xiaolu gathered two Yin objects, using her shoulder to support my arm, guiding me away from the office building. We found a bench in a nearby park to rest. I inquired, "Sister Lu, what makes the laughing lion Vajra gong so powerful?" Lin Xiaolu rolled her eyes. "Nonsense. What ghostly objects are not formidable?" She scratched her head, exasperated. "When my father returns, I must have him introduce you to ghostly artifacts. Otherwise, your reckless behavior will inevitably lead to your demise." Lin Xiaolu took out a gong and pointed to its surface, inquiring, "Do you know who he is?" Upon closer inspection, I noticed that the front of the gong was engraved with a robust and dignified figure of a Buddhist arhat, accompanied by a small, majestic lion. I shook my head, admitting my ignorance. Lin Xiaolu teased me. "Clearly, you haven't read enough history books. I'll buy you a few tomes on the origins of Buddhism. You'll find them useful sooner or later." Clearing her throat, she began her explanation. "This is the 8th arhat among the 16 in Buddhism, known as Vajrapani. He is often depicted with a playful little lion, earning him the title of the Laughing Lion Arhat." Lin Xiaolu informed me that the Laughing Lion Vajra gong is an extraordinarily powerful ghostly artifact. When struck, its resounding sound is accompanied by recitations of Buddhist scriptures, causing ordinary malevolent spirits to vanish instantly. If it encounters a formidable evil entity, the lion engraved on the gong will leap forth and tear it to shreds. Lin Xiaolu, still shaken, added, "Fortunately, you lack cultivation. Otherwise, it would be a grave predicament." She advised me to refrain from using such a sinister object, as the side effects are significant. For an ordinary person like me, striking it once would leave me weak, twice would cost me half my vitality, and 3 strikes might lead to my death. I heeded her warning, but was left with a lingering question. Why did the Laughing Lion Vajra gong wound her if it is only effective against evil entities? I couldn't voice this query. My intuition hinted at a colossal secret lurking beneath. Chapter 65. Lack of talent. Lin Xiaolu seemed to realize she had let something slip, and a silence enveloped us, thick with unspoken tension. To ease the discomfort, I awkwardly initiated a new topic. "Sister Xiaolu, you mentioned I lack cultivation. What does that mean?" Lin Xiaolu moved to a tree, picked up a dry twig, and handed it to me. "Crush it." I was taken aback. "Crush it?" Lin Xiaolu, with a playful smirk, asked, "Is it beyond your capabilities?" I nodded. While breaking the twig seemed simple, crushing it like a strong man capable of lifting a truck would be another matter entirely. Lin Xiaolu reclaimed the twig from my hands. "Watch closely." With just 2 fingers, she squeezed the twig forcefully. Crack! It shattered, leaving me in awe. "Is this the legendary prowess of martial arts masters?" Lin Xiaolu explained. "Many ancient sects possess methods for self-cultivation. After rigorous training, not only do they become physically stronger than ordinary people, but they can also harness unimaginable power, like the paper craftsmen who manipulate paper figures to attack us. Fortunately, Paper craftsmen practice only shadow arts and not physical enhancement. Otherwise, I might not have made it back to the tea house with those sinister objects. I gazed at Lin Xiaolu with eager anticipation, and she smiled, asking, "Do you wish to learn?" I nodded vigorously. If I could become as formidable as Lin Xiaolu, perhaps I could stand by her side in future dangers and confidently say, "Leave it to me." Lin Xiaolu chuckled, then delivered a disheartening statement. "I won't teach you." When I pressed for a reason, she pinched my somewhat frail arm with disdain. "You lack talent." Seeing my spirits diminish, she offered some reassurance. "Just follow my father's teachings. He, too, lacks talent, yet he is renowned in the realm of shadows." My confidence revived, and my desire to become Lin Boss's disciple intensified. After resting for half an hour, my strength gradually returned. Lin Xiaolu stood up, cracking her knuckles. "Let us go. We need to find Wang Shunzi." I inquired, puzzled. "Do you know where Wang Shunzi is?" Lin Xiaolu produced a compass from her pocket. Upon seeing it, I recalled how Lin Boss had used this very object to assist us during a ritual gone awry with my grandfather. Since it was a borrowed artifact, some protective measures had to be in place. By following the compass's needle, we would eventually locate him. The compass's red needle swayed slowly from side to side. I was bewildered and asked Lin Xiaolu why she hadn't stopped me from seeking help from Lu Sini earlier when I had wasted 10,000 yuan. The thought of it pained me. "Fool. My father instructed me before he left that if you encounter trouble, you must find a way to resolve it yourself. It's a test. If you want to be my father's disciple, there will be many more tests to come." Rather than feeling angered, I was elated, for it indicated that Lin Boss indeed considered taking me under her wing. Lin Xiaolu urged me, "Hurry. We can't lose the ticket." We took a taxi, instructing the driver to follow the direction indicated by the needle, eventually arriving at a desolate forest. Upon exiting the vehicle, Lin Xiaolu remarked, "This is unfortunate. Wang Shunzi is likely already dead." I recalled Lin Xiaolu's words from our first encounter with the paper craftsman, that Wang Shunzi, possessing a ghostly object, would inevitably attract the attention of malevolent spirits and meet his end. Venturing into the forest, guided by the compass, we soon found Wang Shunzi, who had recently passed. His body was still warm. His death was tragic, marked by signs of torment, his eyes wide open in terror. I asked Lin Xiaolu if the Da Datong ticket had been taken by the paper craftsman. She shook her head. "The compass is tracking the ticket. It should still be on Wang Shunzi." I searched him thoroughly, almost stripping him of his clothes, but found nothing. "Nothing here." Lin Xiaolu pondered and pointed to Wang Shunzi's backside. My mouth twitched in disbelief. Surely not. The Da Datong ticket was far too valuable. I had no choice but to search there. To my surprise, Lin Xiaolu was correct. I discovered the ticket wrapped in plastic in a most inappropriate location. It seemed Wang Shunzi had been cautious against the paper craftsman, not anticipating that the craftsman, unable to find the ticket, would kill him in a fit of rage. The ticket was recovered, but I was troubled about how to deal with Wang Shunzi's corpse. The driver had seen us enter the forest, and once Wang Shunzi's body was discovered, the police would inevitably trace it back to us. Although we were not responsible for his death, it would still lead to complications. I shared my concerns with Lin Xiaolu, who reassured me, pulling out her phone to make a call. When the call connected, I heard her exclaim, "Mom." After a brief conversation, she hung up and told me not to worry. Someone would come to resolve the situation. Then, she eyed my hand, which was clutching the ticket, and took a couple of steps back with a look of distaste. "Stay away from me. When we return, remember to wash your hands 10 times. Otherwise, don't expect to share a table with me." Chapter 66. The cosmetic surgeon with the Da Datong ticket situation resolved. I was uncertain what effect Lin Xiaolu's phone call had, but fortunately, the police did not come knocking, and the tea house returned to its usual tranquility. Yet beneath this calm, I sensed a slight ripple. In recent days, I had the persistent feeling of being followed, though I could never spot any suspicious individuals. I shared this concern with Lin Xiaolu, who discreetly trailed me a few times, but found nothing amiss. She believed my heightened sense of awareness stemmed from my encounter with the paper craftsman and suggested I relax for a few days. Lin Boss had been away longer than usual, and as March came to a close, I recalled his mention of Lin Xiaolu's illness, which recurred every 3 months. And the time was fast approaching. Lin Xiaolu had called Lin Boss, who assured her he would return soon, instructing us to keep a close watch over the tea house and remain patient. On the first day of April, a long-awaited customer entered the tea house. He was a man in his 30s, impeccably dressed in a suit, his shoes polished to a shine, and his hair neatly combed, devoid of any stubble. Upon entering, he presented me with a business card. "You must be Lin Boss, correct? It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Gu Yang, mistaken for Mr. Lin." I felt a twinge of embarrassment and hastily clarified that he had stepped out, and I was merely an assistant at the shop. However, I assured him that any inquiries could be directed to me just as well. Guliang promptly apologized, exhibiting remarkable politeness. After exchanging pleasantries, I lowered my gaze to the business card in my hand, which bore the title of Chief Surgeon from the John Plastic Surgery Hospital. I had heard of this establishment, renowned in the city of Hu for its bold advertising, prominently featured on both television and in newspapers. It was said that many beauty enthusiasts flocked there seeking transformation. I inquired of Guliang about his journey from Hu to Andy and what business he had with Mr. Lin. He began to explain that he had heard of some remarkable items for sale and was curious if there was anything that could enhance his surgical skills. I candidly informed him that proficiency in medicine is cultivated through diligent study and research. Relying on supernatural means for shortcuts would be futile, as no one could become a renowned physician through mere artifacts. Guliang quickly clarified that I had misunderstood him and proceeded to share his background. Having enrolled in medical school at 18, he pursued surgical studies, later obtaining a graduate degree in plastic surgery. Due to the scarcity of doctoral supervisors in this field domestically, he furthered his education in the advanced cosmetic industry of the Southern Dynasty, earning his doctorate. Upon returning to his hometown, he rapidly gained notoriety, with many traveling by air to Andy solely to consult him for surgery. As he spoke, Guliang retrieved several photographs from his phone to show me. Here, these are my clients. I browsed through the photos, genuinely astonished. Most of Guliang's clients were women who had undergone transformations, evolving from ugly ducklings into graceful swans. Among the images, I even recognized a recently popular internet celebrity, Lin Xiaolu, who was featured in a game she endorsed. After reviewing the photos, I found myself perplexed. Dr. Gu, your skills are already impressive. Why seek supernatural means to further enhance your surgical prowess? Guliang sighed and presented a client's photo, asking, "Can you discern any traces of surgery?" I nodded, admitting that the woman in the photo was indeed beautiful and would surely turn heads on the street. However, I could distinctly tell that her chin and nose had been altered, as the modifications created a sense of incongruity. Guliang sighed again. No matter how adept I am, the limitations of contemporary plastic surgery prevent me from achieving a completely untraceable result. Many of my clients, though enhanced in beauty, still face whispers and judgment, as if they have committed an unforgivable sin by altering their appearance. Some have even succumbed to depression as a result. Is it wrong to desire beauty? I replied, I believe there is nothing wrong with seeking beauty, though there is an old saying about cherishing one's natural form as a filial duty. Modern individuals need not adhere to such rigid beliefs. Cosmetic alterations do not harm others, nor do they violate any laws. What is amiss in that? Guliang grew animated upon hearing this. If only everyone shared your perspective, my troubles would be alleviated. I understood that what Guliang sought was a supernatural artifact that would render his cosmetic surgeries imperceptible. He eagerly inquired, is there such a thing? Truth be told, there was indeed one. I ascended to the upper floor and knocked on Lin Xiaolu's door, relaying Guliang's request. After some contemplation, she advised, let's sell it. After all, that artifact poses no danger, but we should set a higher price. Is it not time for you to settle your debts? I scratched my head, nearly forgetting that I was due to repay Lu Sini in a few days. I asked Guliang to wait momentarily and descended to the basement to retrieve the artifact. I placed it on the table, and Guliang immediately leaned closer, curious. The artifact within the box was peculiar in appearance, resembling a metal sheet, narrow at one end and broader at the other, akin to a cat's claw. Is this a bianlian? I regarded Guliang with surprise. He recognized it. He explained, being in the medical field, I have some knowledge of ancient medical instruments. This must date back around 3,000 years, right? I elaborated on the artifact's significance. Indeed, this is a bianlian, but it is not 3,000 years old. It was replicated by a Tang dynasty physician named Fanggan. Historically, bianlian is among the earliest surgical instruments recorded in the Shanhai Jing, where ancient practitioners would use it to incise abscesses, marking the inception of surgery. In the Tang dynasty, Fanggan popularized this tool. He was adept at treating congenital facial deformities and is often regarded as one of the earliest cosmetic surgeons. It is said that he transformed a woman, born with striking ugliness, into an exceptional beauty, leading her to marry into royalty and receive great favor. I pointed at the bianlian in the box. After Fanggan's passing, this replicated bianlian became an artifact known as the faceless knife, capable of altering a person's appearance without leaving a trace, seemingly as if it were natural. Many ancient tales of facial transformations are attributed to this very knife. Guliang appeared skeptical. Is its effectiveness truly that remarkable? I smiled and replied, the efficacy largely depends on your skill. Just as a skilled cook cannot create a dish without ingredients, if the user lacks understanding, Even the finest faceless knife will yield no results. However, with your expertise, I foresee no issues. Guliang grew excited. How much is this knife? I want it. I held up 3 fingers. A flat price, 3 million. This was the most expensive artifact I had ever sold, not due to my exorbitant demands, but because the base price set by Mr. Lin in the basement was already 2,800,000. I raised it to 3 million, partly to account for my impending debt and partly to prepare for Guliang's bargaining. To my surprise, Guliang showed no hesitation and immediately agreed. Great. I'll transfer the funds right now. Before long, the 3 million was transferred. Elated, Guliang departed with the faceless knife, and I promptly repaid Lu Xini, reclaiming my debt acknowledgement. On my way back to the tea house, I purchased a mobile phone, the cheapest model available, costing just 1,000 yuan. Although I had sold the faceless knife for an extra 20,000, I felt uncertain about whether that money belonged to me or to Mr. Lin. So I refrained from spending it. After being chastised by Li Zi with the term pauper, I developed an obsession with money. Working with Mr. Lin was not only about repaying kindness. I also aspired to accumulate wealth. I did not want to feel inferior due to financial constraints when I encountered a captivating woman in the future. Yet, despite this fixation, I remained mindful of Mr. Lin's admonition. A gentleman should acquire wealth through virtuous means and not lose oneself in the pursuit of riches. Having obtained a SIM card, I saved the contact numbers of Mr. Lin, Lin Xiaolu, and Lu Xini in my phone. Admittedly, I felt a tinge of embarrassment, for in the vast city of Andy, these were the only 3 individuals I knew well. The subsequent month passed quietly. Perhaps I had indeed been overly anxious, for the sensation of being followed had vanished. With my new phone, the days without customers became much more bearable. I could browse the news and even join Lin Xiaolu for gaming sessions. By late April, Mr. Lin had yet to return. Both Lin Xiaolu and I had called him once, and he assured us that he would return soon, though I detected an unmistakable fatigue in his voice. While Lin Xiaolu had not yet fallen ill, her hair had begun to show signs of graying. She confided that if Mr. Lin did not return by May, she would have no choice but to sleep in the white jade coffin again to delay the onset of her condition. Fortunately, within a few days, Mr. Lin reached out to us, stating that he was on his way back and would return in 3 days. During those fateful 3 days, an incident occurred. One morning, I stumbled upon a piece of news on my phone, reporting 2 tragic suicides within the week in the Shanghai market. Both victims were young women in their early 20s. And the article included their photographs, which, despite being obscured, still revealed their striking beauty. Beneath the article, numerous netizens lamented the loss of such beautiful lives, questioning why they felt compelled to resort to death as a solution. The report concluded by stating that the police were investigating, and preliminary findings suggested that both women were internet influencers. At first, I did not dwell on the news, but later that afternoon, when Lin Xiaolu returned home after buying lunch, she brought with her a young girl whose face was thoroughly concealed by a mask and sunglasses. This girl was being pursued and assaulted, and unable to tolerate the sight, I intervened and dealt with the assailants. I silently mourned for the villains, convinced that with Lin Xiaolu's temperament and skills, they would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Perhaps feeling safe at last, the girl burst into tears. I offered her some tissues, and as she removed her sunglasses to wipe her tears, I was taken aback. One of her eyes was strikingly large, reminiscent of a character straight out of an anime, while the other was notably small, barely a slit. The stark contrast rendered her appearance rather unfortunate. Noticing my reaction, the girl's eyes reflected fear, causing her to cry even harder. Lin Xiaolu shot me a reproachful glance, prompting me to apologize, though I had not intended to hurt her feelings. Ironically, my apology only seemed to push the girl further into despair as she cried out, "I used to look different. I used to be beautiful." After a considerable time of comforting her, Lin Xiaolu finally managed to quell the girl's sobs, and my curiosity got the better of me. I gently inquired about her earlier lament. "What did you mean by that?" The girl retrieved a wallet from her pocket and produced a photograph from its compartment. It depicted a young couple, hand in hand, exuding innocence and youth. I observed a striking resemblance between the girl in the photograph and the one before me. Yet the girl in the picture had perfectly proportioned eyes that sparkled with joy. I pointed at the photograph incredulously, asking, "Is this you?" She nodded vigorously. Lin Xiaolu, astonished, asked, "How did you end up looking like this? And who were those people pursuing you?" Perhaps Lin Xiaolu had touched upon a painful subject. As the girl broke down once more, we refrained from interrupting her, allowing her to express her sorrow fully. After about 15 minutes, the girl began to share her story. Her name was Xiaoya, hailing from a small county in Sichuan province. She had struggled academically and failed to gain admission to university. After graduation, She worked locally for several years and even had a boyfriend of similar age. To the outside world, Xiaoya's life seemed vibrant and fulfilling, yet she felt discontented. In recent years, the rise of short videos on the internet had captivated many young people, showcasing snippets of glamorous lives. Xiaoya often watched videos of young women driving luxury cars, adorned in designer attire, and accompanied by wealthy boyfriends. Though the authenticity of these videos was questionable, Xiaoya found her self-esteem dwindling with each viewing. She pondered why, despite her own beauty, she was confined to a small town, earning a meager salary and dating a boyfriend who could not afford a home. The more she consumed such content, the more her desires inflated. One day, Xiaoya's friend Xiaomei excitedly called her to share that she had connected with a wealthy heir from a big city on a social media app. This affluent young man was visiting her small county for business and had invited Xiaomei to a bar. But she felt apprehensive about going alone and wanted Xiaoya to accompany her. Initially, Xiaoya intended to decline, but a single phrase from her friend struck a chord. "Xiaoya, this is a fantastic opportunity. P.S. bringing friends too, probably other wealthy individuals. Do you really want to settle for a boyfriend who can't even buy a house?" Tempted by the prospect, Xiaoya persuaded herself that she was merely accompanying Xiaomei for fun, with no ulterior motives. Yet, she also consulted another friend, Xiaoli, and that evening, the three of them adorned themselves in their finest attire and stepped into the bar. Little did they know, that very night would herald the onset of their nightmarish journey. Upon entering the bar, the trio quickly spotted two Ferraris parked prominently, vehicles the girls from the small town had never seen before, eliciting envy. Xiaoli asked Xiaomei if these were the cars of the wealthy heir she had been chatting with. Xiaomei, brimming with pride, declared, "Who else could it be? The rich heirs from big cities are on an entirely different level compared to the local ones, who drive Land Rovers and BMWs." She flaunted the heir's social media posts, which showcased lavish homes and luxury cars, including the Ferraris. One recent post featured the finest hotel in their county, suggesting that a single night there would cost them half a month's salary. The caption read, "Just arrived in town, looking to make some local friends. Feel free to reach out." Below, Xiaomei had commented, "Hey handsome, what about me?" To which the heir replied, providing a specific time and place, exactly where they were now. As they entered the lively bar, the atmosphere was electric. The three girls soon identified the wealthy heir, who looked just like his pictures, fashionable and handsome. Unlike anyone they had previously encountered, he occupied the most expensive VIP booth, which, according to Xiaoya's research, required a minimum expenditure of 30,000 yuan to reserve. The booth was also inhabited by four young men, three of whom were well-known local elites, their fathers successful entrepreneurs. While Xiaoya had once aspired to meet these local figures, they paled in comparison to the affluent heir. The exhilarating experience of encountering a genuine heir left Xiaoya in awe. But her excitement waned upon noticing the nearly 20 beautiful young women dancing joyfully around the booth. Each girl was stunning, and Xiaoya, who had once felt confident in her looks, suddenly found herself plagued by insecurity. She confronted Xiaomei. "So, it turns out he wasn't just here to meet you?" Embarrassed, Xiaomei insisted, "He is at our doorstep. We must seize this opportunity. We're here now, and I'm going to give it a shot. If you want to leave, you can." Xiaoli was swayed by Xiaomei's determination and joined her in approaching the booth, while Xiaoya hesitated for a moment before following suit. Upon entering the booth, Xiaomei struck up a conversation with the heir, who initially responded warmly, even serving drinks to the three girls. Shortly after their arrival, the bar manager approached to toast the heir, and in his exuberance, he fired off several celebratory confetti cannons, igniting the entire bar's energy. At first, the heir seemed genuinely interested in the girls who had come to him, sharing jokes that made them giggle uncontrollably. However, it wasn't long before two even more beautiful girls arrived with drinks, claiming the attention of the heir and his friends, leaving Xiaoya and her companions feeling neglected. Meanwhile, the local elites were surrounded by lovely young women as well. After the event concluded, the three sisters reflected on the evening's happenings. They speculated that the young women they had encountered were likely mere tools for wealthy heirs seeking to charm local socialites. It was not their exuberance that drew attention. Rather, the two socialites may not have been attracted to the affluent suitors at all. However, the sisters were not disheartened. They had enjoyed a delightful night, and the amount of alcohol they consumed equated to 2 months' worth of their salaries. Even if they were merely instruments of someone else's desires, they felt quite content. Upon returning home, Xiaoya tossed and turned all night, unable to find sleep. Each time she closed her eyes, she was transported back to the vibrant scenes of the bar. It wasn't that she harbored any particular fascination for the wealthy heirs. Rather, she yearned for a life filled with excitement and joy. She was determined not to continue living a mundane existence focused solely on the daily grind of work and the worries of life's necessities. The following day, Xiaomei added Xiaoya and Xiaoli to a chat group, announcing that a wealthy heir had contacted her again, complimenting the beauty of the three sisters and suggesting they consider becoming streamers at his live streaming company, with starting salaries of 10,000 yuan per month. The sisters were intrigued. Such a salary was unimaginable in their small county. Half a month later, all three decided to resign and move to the bustling metropolis of Shanghai. The wealthy heir had not deceived them. He indeed owned a company catering to internet celebrities, filled with stunning women. Some of these women earned substantial incomes through live streaming, with designer handbags worth tens of thousands of yuan casually tossed aside. After a brief training session, the sisters began their new roles, only to discover that while they might be considered attractive in the eyes of ordinary people, they paled in comparison to the naturally beautiful girls within the streaming industry. As their probation period approached and their performance remained below par, the sisters grew increasingly anxious. Having tasted the lavishness of city life, they could not bear the thought of returning to their humble hometown. It was then that the wealthy heir approached them with a suggestion. If they felt insufficiently attractive, the solution was simple: undergo cosmetic surgery. Upon hearing this, the sisters recoiled in resistance, fearing the telltale signs of surgery would make them the subject of ridicule. The heir, however, pointed out that the most successful streamer at the company, Tian, had also undergone surgery, yet no one could discern any signs of it. The sisters were taken aback. They had always believed Tian to be a natural beauty and envied her. The heir claimed to know a renowned cosmetic surgeon in Shanghai, whose work left no trace of surgical intervention. At this moment, Xiaoya suddenly recalled a name, interrupting Xiaomei. "Is this surgeon named Guliang?" she asked. Xiaoya nodded, her eyes welling with tears as she pointed to her own face, crying out, "I became like this because of Guliang." Stunned, I could hardly comprehend it. How could it be him? Lin Xiaolu gently patted my hand, signaling me to remain calm and let Xiaoya finish her story. Xiaoya continued, explaining that to have Guliang perform the surgery, they would need to pay 3 times the standard fee, at least 800,000 yuan, an amount the sisters could never afford. The heir suggested that they could take out a loan for the surgery, as he knew a lending company with reasonable interest rates. As long as they succeeded in their streaming careers, repaying the loan would be a breeze. After a few days of hesitation, the sisters ultimately agreed. They secured a loan and, through the heir's introduction, arranged for Guliang to perform the surgery. Xiaoya pulled out a second photograph from her wallet, revealing a stunning image of 3 beautiful girls, each face breathtakingly exquisite, embodying the essence of beauty without a hint of imperfection. Without a doubt, this was the sisters' appearance post-surgery, with absolutely no trace of cosmetic work evident. My attention, however, was not on Xiaoya's face but rather on Xiaomei and Xiaoli beside her, whose features began to strike me as eerily familiar. I hastily pulled out my phone and located a news article I had seen earlier that day, featuring 2 girls who had tragically taken their own lives. The girls in the photo bore an uncanny resemblance to Xiaomei and Xiaoli. Gazing at the image in Xiaoya's hand, my mind spun with the horrifying thought that perhaps I had sold something that contributed to their demise. Noticing my distress, Lin Xiaolu comforted me, insisting that the cosmetic surgery had only enhanced their beauty and that their deaths could not be blamed on me. I pressed Xiaoya for details about why Xiaomei and Xiaoli had chosen to end their lives. Through tears, she lamented, they were driven to it. After their surgeries, the sisters became extraordinarily beautiful, and their streaming careers flourished. Yet they soon realized that most of their earnings were siphoned off by the wealthy heir through contracts they had signed, leaving them with barely enough to cover their loan repayments. Although their loan was not predatory, the interest was substantial, and after making monthly payments, the sisters found themselves with little to show for their hard work. Calculating their situation, they concluded that for the next 3 to 5 years, they would be working solely for the heir and the lending company. Xiaomei, feeling guilty for bringing Xiaoya and Xiaoli to Shanghai, sought an audience with the heir to negotiate better terms for them. To her dismay, the usually accommodating heir flatly rejected her request. However, he did present Xiaomei with an alternative path, given her newfound beauty and streamer status. If she were willing to engage in less reputable business ventures, she could earn money rapidly. If she consented, he could introduce her to wealthy patrons. Upon returning, Xiaomei discussed this proposition with the sisters. Xiaoya vehemently refused, unwilling to compromise her integrity. Yet, crushed by the pressures of work and debt, Xiaomei and Xiaoli, after much hesitation, approached the heir once more. True to his word, they found themselves earning substantial sums, enough to pay off their loans and even save a little. They urged Xiaoya to reconsider, suggesting she simply lie back and treat it as a nightmare. assuring her that the money would soon be in hand. Xiaoya nearly succumbed to their persuasion. But then a tragic event unfolded that propelled Xiaomei and Xiaoli towards despair. Recently, the heir had introduced Xiaomei and Xiaoli to a particularly generous patron who specifically requested their company. Having already cast aside their dignity, they were willing to follow the money without second thought. However, just 3 days later, a scandalous video surfaced online, swiftly going viral. The video featured Xiaomei and Xiaoli in the nude, their faces clearly visible, while the patroness' identity was concealed. The internet blurred the lines of reality, and soon, individuals from their hometown recognized the girls. Although they had undergone surgery, remnants of their original appearances remained, leading to their identification. Many well-intentioned individuals shared their personal information online. And suddenly, the sisters were inundated with harassment. Overwhelmed by the sudden onslaught of pressure, they spiraled into despair. Xiaomei was the first to take her own life. The final straw was a phone call from her father, who had seen the video and berated her harshly, hurling the most despicable insults imaginable, ending with a demand that she die far away from home and never return. That night, in a drunken stupor, Xiaomei leaped from the rooftop. Perhaps Xiaomei's death triggered something in Xiaoli, for just days later, she too ended her young life. With her closest companions gone, Xiaoya felt an unprecedented sense of loneliness. She harbored a deep-seated resentment towards the wealthy heir, seeking him out to demand an explanation. Little did she know, as she prepared to confront him in his office, she would overhear a familiar voice. Seeing no one around, Xiaoya quietly cracked open the door, peeking inside. There, she spotted Guliang, the surgeon who had operated on her. Engaged in light-hearted conversation with the heir, within their dialogue, Xiaoya uncovered a terrifying secret. Originally, the wealthy heir's visit to the county where the three sisters resided was meticulously orchestrated. Prior to his arrival, he carefully sifted through numerous charming young women from small cities online, adding them all on WeChat. When the opportune moment arose, he traveled to the quaint county with friends in tow, announcing his stay at the finest hotel in the area through a social media post. Subsequently, among the multitude of responses from young women, he meticulously selected 20, extending invitations for a rendezvous, with Xiaomei being one of them. As the three sisters later speculated, these invited girls were merely pawns in the wealthy heir's scheme to entice local socialites. However, they were unaware that these girls also served another purpose: to entertain 3 local young gentlemen. Chapter 73, The Fortune Teller. As it turned out, the extravagant party that night was not funded by the wealthy heir. The bills were settled by the 3 local gentlemen. With so many girls invited, the heir's financial contribution was minimal, something the gentlemen eagerly welcomed. Yet, the tale of the heir's cunning was far from over. After ensnaring the socialites, he began messaging the girls who attended that evening, inquiring if they were interested in moving to the big city, claiming to own a live-streaming company offering a monthly salary of 10,000. Thus, the deceived Xiaomei persuaded Xiaoya and Xiaoli to leave their hometown behind and venture to the bustling metropolis of Shanghai. What followed left Xiaoya heartbroken. The contracts signed by the 3 sisters were grossly inequitable, exploiting their lack of education and understanding. Regardless of how their futures unfolded, the vast majority of their earnings would flow into the heir's coffers. To motivate these girls from small towns, the company's glamorous and popular anchor, Tian, was, in fact, a fabrication crafted by the heir to incite envy among the others and subtly promote cosmetic surgery. When the girls agreed to undergo surgery, they were left pondering how to finance it. The heir offered to connect them with loan services, unbeknownst to them that the loan company was his own venture, and he even held stakes in the cosmetic surgery clinic. Ultimately, those coerced by loans or seeking greater financial gain found themselves ensnared in unscrupulous dealings orchestrated by the heir, who profited immensely at their expense. Throughout, the heir extracted every ounce of value from these girls, who remained oblivious to their plight, with many expressing gratitude towards him for providing a second chance at life. Upon learning of the recent suicides of Xiaomei and Xiaoli, the heir maintained a callous demeanor, seemingly unfazed by the loss of the 2 girls. In fact, their demise invigorated his excitement at the thought of extorting the video producer. Xiaoya trembled as she clenched her fists, her nails digging into her skin, drawing forth crimson blood. I inquired about Xiaoya's transformation into her current state. She recounted that while eavesdropping on the heir's conversation with Guliang, someone had stealthily approached her, forcibly dragging her into the heir's office. Fearing that Xiaoya might expose his secrets, the heir ordered Guliang to perform another cosmetic procedure on her, transforming her into a completely different person. This way, her identity would be stripped away, rendering her incapable of reporting or revealing the truth, as no one would believe she had ever been his employee. Whether it was the heir's demand or Gu Yang's initiative, after the second surgery, Xiaoya emerged as a grotesque shadow of her former self, with mismatched eyes, a sunken nose, and a crooked mouth. They discarded her onto the streets, indifferent to her fate. Upon awakening and seeing her reflection, she contemplated ending her life. Yet, in that moment of despair, she remembered her youthful boyfriend from the small county, the innocent boy captured in a photograph. Ignoring his objections, she had decisively followed her two friends to Shanghai, severing all ties with him. Guilt washed over her, and she sought to apologize before her demise. Dialing his number, she poured out her despair. Although he had moved on, his kind-hearted nature compelled him to counsel her against suicide. After this heartfelt exchange, Xiaoya relinquished her suicidal thoughts, resolved to find a place where she could live anonymously and peacefully for the remainder of her days. However, en route to the train station, she was halted by a self-proclaimed fortune-teller, claiming to possess knowledge of fate and the past. Chapter 74. Recovering the dark artifact. The fortune-teller accurately recounted Xiaoya's recent losses and her dire circumstances, successfully gaining her trust. When she revealed her face, the fortune-teller recognized the effects of the legendary faceless blade. He recalled the last rumors surrounding it, suggesting she travel to Andy City in Shandong Province and inquire at a tea house called Xiaoxing, where she might find a turning point. Why are you being pursued? Xiaoya shook her head, stating that ever since entering the Shanghai train station, she had felt someone watching her. Upon exiting the Andy train station, she was accosted and nearly forced into a vehicle. It took considerable effort to escape their grasp, and they relentlessly pursued her. If not for the intervention of this sister, she might have been abducted. At this juncture, Lin Xiaolu furrowed her brow, scrutinizing Xiaoya's shoes as if confirming something. Take off your left shoe, she instructed. Xiaoya complied, and Lin Xiaolu extracted the insole, shaking it vigorously. A yellow paper fluttered out. I picked it up. Its outline bore a striking resemblance to Xiaoya, inscribed with her name and birth details in cinnabar ink. Lin Xiaolu asserted, this is a method of the shadows. No matter where Xiaoya goes, they can track her. Undoubtedly, among those who deceived the three sisters, there lurked a shadowy figure. I felt a chill for Xiaoya, to prevent her from leaking information. This group had first marred her appearance and stripped her of her identity. This second attempt could have resulted in her death had Lin Xiaolu not fortuitously rescued her. After hearing Xiaoya's tale, my anger surged. Though the sisters' tragic fates could not be attributed to the dark artifact I had sold, the faceless blade undeniably played a disreputable role. I finally grasped Lin Xiaolu's earlier assertion that the merit of a dark artifact lies not in its nature, but in the intent of its wielder. What shall we do? I asked Lin Xiaolu. She responded decisively. According to the ancestral rules of the shadow merchants, if someone is found using a dark artifact for wrongdoing, it is our duty to reclaim it. I had a lingering concern. When Gu Yang purchased the faceless blade, he had already exchanged payment. If he refused to return it, what then? Lin Xiaolu patted my shoulder, exuding a youthful confidence. Do you truly believe we are legitimate businessmen? While we are fair in our dealings, we possess methods to confront villains. Isn't Wang Shunzi also reluctant to return the dark artifacts? I understood. If Gu Yang refused to relinquish the faceless blade, we would simply take it back. Lin Xiaolu turned to Xiaoya. Are you willing to guide us? Xiaoya inquired. Can my face be restored? Lin Xiaolu nodded, and without hesitation, Xiaoya declared, I will lead you. I secured a room for Xiaoya at a hotel near the tea house, ensuring she would no longer be pursued. The following day, Lin Xiaolu purchased train tickets. The morning train would reach Shanghai in just 4.5 hours. At 7 o'clock, Lin Xiaolu went to the hotel to pick up Xiaoya, while I ensured the tea house doors and windows were securely locked before seeking them out. As I secured the main entrance, I heard footsteps behind me. Turning around, I encountered a familiar face, the old beggar, known for his fortune-telling abilities. With a cheerful demeanor, he inquired if I was about to embark on a long journey. Aware of his hardships, I reached into my pocket and handed him a 100-yuan bill. The old beggar praised me, calling me a good child who respects the elderly. I then asked him about his previous remark regarding my fortune, hinting at imminent danger. He refrained from elaborating and instead produced a small, rusty round box from his tattered pocket, handing it to me. Upon inspection, I recognized it as a long-forgotten brand of hand cream, though the box felt unusually light, suggesting it was empty. Curiously, I asked if it was a gift for me. The old beggar waved the crisp bill I had just given him. It's rare to find such a generous young man. We certainly cannot let you come to harm. He leaned on his cane and departed, but not before turning back at the intersection to yell, Young man, when Lin Xian returns, tell him the last favor I owe him has been repaid. Before I could inquire further, the old beggar had vanished from sight. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, The three of us arrived in the city. Xiaoya appeared noticeably anxious, prompting Lin Xiaolu to reassure her that everything would soon be resolved. Under Xiaoya's guidance, we arrived at the John Plastic Surgery Hospital, where I noticed numerous girls drawn by its reputation, with the name Gu Liang being mentioned most frequently. Following the acquisition of the faceless blade, Gu Liang's notoriety had skyrocketed. We entered the hospital, avoiding the overly eager young nurses promoting their services, and made our way directly to the elevator. Xiaoya informed us that Gu Liang had a private office on the highest floor of the hospital. When the elevator came to a halt and the doors opened, I saw a figure waiting outside. He noticed me, and a look of terror crossed his face. Xiaoya's reaction was even more intense as she lunged towards the man at the door, shouting, "Return my face." This man was none other than Gu Liang, who had purchased the faceless blade from me. Xiaoya tackled Gu Liang to the ground, frantically scratching at his face with her nails. Within moments, a crimson line appeared on his handsome visage. Gu Liang, however, did not direct his gaze at Xiaoya. Instead, his fearful eyes were fixed on Lin Xiaolu and me, clearly shocked by our unexpected presence. "Get away!" Gu Liang forcefully shoved Xiaoya off him, scrambling to his feet and fleeing. "Zhang Xian, keep an eye on Xiaoya. I'll pursue him," Lin Xiaolu said as she dashed after him. Having witnessed her agility, I felt reassured that Gu Liang would not escape her grasp. I helped Xiaoya to her feet and asked if she was all right. Once she regained her composure, she winced and complained about her ankle. I assisted her in sitting on a bench in the corridor and examined her injury. Xiaoya had twisted her ankle, and it was noticeably swollen, making it clear she couldn't walk for the time being. I inquired if she could endure the weight, and she nodded. I decided to wait for Lin Xiaolu to return before taking her for treatment. As we waited, an unsettling feeling crept over me. For a full 10 minutes. Aside from Gu Liang, I had not encountered another soul on this floor, a stark contrast to the bustling hospital lobby. I stood up alertly, just as two figures appeared at the end of the corridor. They were dressed in white lab coats, ambling toward me. Xiaoya noticed them too, and curiously remarked on their peculiar gait. Upon closer inspection, a chill ran down my spine. I realized their legs did not bend. They were not human. As they approached, it became evident that their faces were painted on. Paper figures. A vision of the paper craftsman flashed through my mind. Could it be him? I sensed a looming conspiracy and quickly urged Xiaoya to rise. "Hurry." Xiaoya managed only a few steps before gasping in pain and collapsing to the ground, tears brimming in her eyes. "It hurts. I can't move." Seeing the paper figures draw closer, I acted in desperation, lifting Xiaoya onto my back. I dashed back to the elevator, frantically pressing the button. As the elevator arrived, I breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps I was not too late. Ding. The elevator doors opened slowly, and I was nearly struck dumb by the sight that greeted me. 10 paper figures disguised as doctors crowded inside, leaving no room to spare. Their faces were painted with malevolent expressions, their pitch-black eyes fixed on me, sending shivers down my spine. Xiaoya, terrified by the paper figures, screamed, her limbs going limp as she tumbled from my back and fell to the floor. The paper figures surged out of the elevator, 6 targeting me and 4 lunging for Xiaoya. As I struggled, I caught a glimpse of Xiaoya being dragged back into the elevator. The doors began to close, descending. Despite being mere figures of paper, they exhibited surprising strength. After a prolonged struggle, I managed to reach into my pocket. Jingle. The sound of a bell rang out from my pocket, and in that instant, the surrounding paper figures froze, immobile. Seizing the opportunity, I extricated myself and slipped a string of bells onto my wrist. These bells, shaped like a delicate purple flower, were known as iris bells, originally belonging to Lin Xiaolu. They had previously aided her in combat against the paper figures. The effect of the iris bells was remarkable. When they chimed, nearby spirits momentarily ceased their movements. The paper craftsman controlled the figures through spirits he had raised, making the iris bells particularly effective against them. After 5 seconds, the immobilized paper figures resumed their pursuit. I hastily shook the bells again, halting them once more. Taking advantage of this, I sprinted in the opposite direction while rummaging for my phone. Having learned from Wang Shun's missteps, Lin Xiaolu and I had devised a strategy before arriving in the city. If I encountered spirits again, I would avoid confrontation, focus on preserving my life, and contact Lin Xiaolu as swiftly as possible to deal with the threat. However, when I retrieved my phone, I was met with a disheartening sight. An enormous cross marked the signal bar. Whether this was a result of supernatural interference or technological sabotage, I could not tell. But it was clear that this floor was devoid of signal. 5 seconds passed, and the paper figures, freed from their temporary stasis, resumed their relentless chase. The elevator was no longer an option. I resolved to descend the stairs instead. Soon enough, I found myself face to face with the 2 initial paper figures. I shook the bells as usual, then maneuvered around them to find a safe passage. Yet, the emergency exit door was locked from the inside. I was taken aback. Guliang and Lin Xiaolu had clearly escaped through this route. This was undoubtedly a conspiracy. As soon as they descended, someone had locked the door behind them, effectively trapping me on this floor. With the paper figures closing in, I realized that fleeing would lead me to a dead end. I had to devise a means of resistance. I hadn't brought the Xingtian axe, fearing it would be deemed a dangerous item on the train. Nor had I brought the Laughing Lion golden gong, which had nearly cost me my life due to its severe side effects. However, I was not without preparation. Aside from the iris bells given to me by Lin Xiaolu, I had also prepared another supernatural item. Chapter 77. The Falling Jade Blossom. I extracted an exquisite hairpin from my pocket, its golden needle and pink tail suggesting a value far exceeding its mere ornamental purpose. This hairpin, known as the Falling Jade Blossom, is not an antique, having a history of less than a century. Its original owner was a young lady from a prominent family during a tumultuous period marked by foreign invasions in our homeland, where chaos reigned across the land. Her family was brutally slaughtered by the invaders, and, due to her beauty, she was offered to a commanding officer, thus narrowly escaping death. However, her survival came at a harrowing cost, as she endured unspeakable torment. Initially contemplating suicide, she ultimately resolved to seek vengeance for her parents. Pretending to comply, she gained the commander's trust, and, seizing an opportunity to intoxicate him, drew the ornate hairpin from her hair. This hairpin, initially prepared as her dowry by her parents, was plunged into the commander's throat, bringing an end to the demon's life and avenging her family. Blood stained the hairpin, transforming it into a sinister artifact. The Falling Jade Blossom was meant to ward off evil. Though perhaps not as effective as the celestial axe, it possessed a unique trait. The more malevolent spirits it suppressed, the stronger its protective effect became. Clutching the Falling Jade Blossom, I blinked vigorously, activating my Yin Yang eye, revealing a ghostly visage emanating from the paper figure, indicating the presence of a hidden spirit. With the iris bell adorning one hand and the Falling Jade Blossom in the other, I felt a surge of confidence even in the face of the eerie paper figure. My mind raced. I had retrieved the Datong ticket, and the paper craftsman's intentions were undoubtedly more sinister than mere business. Suddenly, I recalled Mr. Lin's words. My Yin Yang, I was an enticing treasure for the spirits. And the old beggar's prophecy of impending danger weighed heavily upon me. It became clear, during the scuffle in the alley, the paper craftsman had discovered my secret and sought to claim it for himself. After reclaiming the Datong ticket, I sensed a lingering feeling of being watched over the next few days. Initially attributing it to stress-induced paranoia, I now considered the possibility of the paper craftsman lurking in the shadows. Having previously clashed with Lin Xiaolu, he would refrain from making a move in the teahouse, waiting for an opportunity when she was absent. But how could he have known I would come to Shanghai, to this very hospital? Was it a deliberate ploy for Guliang to procure the faceless knife at the teahouse? He must have been aware that once I learned of his misdeeds, I would inevitably seek to retrieve the knife according to the conventions of the shadow trade. The fortune teller encountered by Xiaoya was likely a guise he adopted. He manipulated Xiaoya to lead me to Ander, and the thugs pursuing her were probably his doing, intended to elicit my sympathy. Reflecting on the small paper figure hidden in Xiaoya's shoe, used to track her location, was remarkably similar to the craftsman's methods. It dawned upon me that everything was part of the paper craftsman's elaborate scheme. Realizing the depth of this treachery sent chills down my spine. Was this the nature of conflict among spirits, fraught with conspiracies and deceit at every turn? Lin Xiaolu had already become bait for the paper craftsman, and if I wished to survive, I had to take matters into my own hands. The emergency exit was locked, leaving me with only the elevator as my means of escape. Although the elevator might harbor more paper figures, I resolved that taking a risk was preferable to inaction. With determination, I approached the paper figure, and as I neared it, I rang the iris bell on my wrist. The sound resonated, freezing the paper figure in place. Without hesitation, I thrust the Falling Jade Blossom toward the ghostly face on the figure. With a soft thud, the hairpin easily pierced through the paper figure's body, reaching the spirit controlling it. A piercing scream erupted from within, a sound that nearly shattered my eardrums, as a decayed, putrid arm emerged from the paper figure. Seizing my own arm with a vice-like grip, pain coursed through me, akin to acid being poured onto my skin. This was where the Falling Jade Blossom fell short compared to the celestial axe. Previously, any spirit touched by the axe had been obliterated instantly. The ghostly hand tightened its grip, attempting to inflict unbearable pain to make me relinquish my hold. I understood that losing the Falling Jade Blossom meant relying solely on the iris bell, which would hardly suffice should the craftsman employ further tricks. Survival until Lin Xiaolu's return would be nearly impossible. The excruciating pain ignited a fierce resolve within me, and I relentlessly drove the falling jade blossom deeper into the ghostly visage, until only the tail remained above the surface. Another agonizing scream echoed, and with that, both the ghostly hand and face dissipated into a wisp of black smoke. Without the spirit's control, the paper figure collapsed to the ground, rendered immobile. I glanced at my arm, now corroded where the ghostly hand had grasped. My clothing had disintegrated, revealing skin charred and blackened. A gentle touch caused a piece of flesh to flake off, exposing raw, bleeding tissue. The pain nearly overwhelmed me, and I gasped for breath to stifle my cries. The second paper figure approached, and I repeated my strategy, shaking the iris bell before striking with the falling jade blossom. This time, I learned from my previous mistakes. With the ghostly face in front, I maneuvered behind the figure to strike from the rear, ensuring that even if the spirit were to awaken and struggle, it would be difficult to reach me. The strategy was sound, but lacking Lin Xiaolu's agility, I faltered twice, receiving additional burns from the struggling spirits. Fortunately, the falling jade blossom's unique properties began to manifest. The more spirits it subdued, the stronger its protective aura became. The once pink tail had morphed into a deep crimson, continuously dripping blood like icy winter streams. The last paper figure fell under its influence, unable to resist, and vanished without a trace. With all paper figures dispatched, I limped towards the elevator, pressing the buttons with urgency. As the floor numbers ascended, I stepped back, gripping the bloodied falling jade blossom, prepared for another confrontation. However, to my astonishment, when the elevator doors opened, it was empty, devoid of any presence. Exercising utmost caution, I stepped inside, wary of any potential dangers. My prudence soon proved justified. As I steadied myself, two ghostly hands emerged from beneath the floor, seizing my ankles. Reacting swiftly, I plunged the falling jade blossom toward the hands, bursting them like balloons. Yet, before I could celebrate, dizziness struck. A faint, fragrant aroma filled the elevator. Upon rising, I noticed a yellowish gas wafting from the ventilation above. Realization dawned upon me. This was perilous. I attempted to exit the elevator, but my legs betrayed me, collapsing to the floor as the doors slowly began to close. I did not press the floor button, yet the elevator descended of its own accord. The LCD display counted down the floors. And although the lower levels were typically bustling with people, it seemed improbable that the paper craftsman would strike in broad daylight. Yet, the deeper the elevator sank, the more my anxiety escalated. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The elevator did not halt at the first floor, but continued downward. 1, 2, 3. Ding. The elevator came to a stop, and my heart nearly ceased its rhythm. The display showed that the lowest floor was 2. Where did this mysterious -3 come from? Chapter 79. The Ghost Bride. As the elevator doors slowly opened, the scene before me felt surreal, as if I had stepped into a dream. Outside the door lies a grove of maple trees, their leaves completely transformed into a vibrant red, carpeting the ground with a thick, crimson blanket. Where am I? I hastily rose, instinctively reaching to press the elevator's close button to return to the first floor. At that moment, I heard a jarring scraping sound behind me. Creaking. I turned to see several malevolent spirits desperately clawing their way out from the elevator's metallic walls. The ghastly noise was their nails scraping against the metal. As one of the fiends was about to emerge from the wall, I quickly thrust my weapon, Zhuang Xiongfang, towards it. While it remained effective, killing one demon only allowed another to emerge, as if I were playing a futile game of whack-a-mole. Moreover, other walls of the elevator began to yield more of these fiends, and even beneath my feet and above my head, the sound of nails scraping against the walls echoed ominously. If I lingered any longer in the elevator, I would be surrounded by these demons. With no other choice, I fled the elevator. However, just as I stepped outside, an uncanny event unfolded again. I was retreating from the elevator, and the moment both my feet crossed its threshold, the elevator, filled with malevolent spirits, vanished into thin air. A chilling breeze swept past, and a dewy maple leaf struck my face, both cool and damp. It felt achingly real, yet how could there be a maple grove beneath a hospital? As I struggled to comprehend the situation, jubilant music filled the air, a tune I recognized from weddings, known as "100 Birds Worship the Phoenix." Following the sound, I saw figures dressed in vibrant red approaching me at an alarming speed. As they drew near, I discerned that they were adorned in resplendent crimson robes embroidered with gold thread. Above their robes, they wore similarly bright red hats, eerily adorned with white cloth obscuring their faces. The cloth bore auspicious phrases such as 100 years of harmony and early offspring, yet instead of evoking joy, it cultivated an unsettling atmosphere. Upon closer inspection, I noticed their hands gripping instruments, with fingers shriveled and darkened, covered in brownish corpse spots. My third eye began to burn, and it was unmistakable. These beings were indeed spirits. Surrounded by these malevolent entities, I tightened my grip on Zhuang Qiongfang, acutely aware that these corporeal demons were far more formidable than those concealed within paper figures. Curiously, the spirits seemed disinclined to harm me. Instead, they encircled me, playing the suona and beating drums, as if awaiting something. Just as I contemplated whether to make a break for it, the jubilant music crescendoed. In the distance, 4 towering figures, each exceeding 2.5 meters in height, came into view. From the waist up, they resembled ordinary humans, yet their legs were extraordinarily long, as if hiding stilts within their trousers. These 4 were also spirits, shouldering a red bridal palanquin adorned with a pom-pom, swaying as they approached. The closer they drew, the more deafening the joyous music became. It dawned on me that this was a wedding procession, and the bride in the palanquin was to be married. Given that the bearers were spirits, the identity of the bride became glaringly evident. She was a ghostly bride. I gulped, a sense of dread coursing through me. Where there was a bride, there must be a groom. Where could he be? Just then, the music abruptly ceased. 2 spirits set down their suona and approached me, holding a red wedding robe embroidered with golden dragons. My heart sank. An ominous realization struck me. The groom was none other than myself. Chapter 80. My beloved. Come to the bridal chamber naturally. I would not acquiesce to marrying a ghost. As the 2 spirits drew near, I immediately shook the Yuanhua bell on my wrist. The clear chime rang out, but the bell, which had been effective against paper figures, proved futile now. Not only did it fail to immobilize them, but the 2 spirits showed no sign of halting their advance. How could this be? The 2 spirits had reached me, gritting my teeth. I thrust Zhuang Qiongfang at one of them. The weapon met resistance as it pierced through the ghost's red robe and into its withered, zombie-like flesh. Yet, it remained ineffective. Both of my protective talismans had lost their potency. The 2 spirits seized my hands with astonishing strength, rendering me as helpless as a chick caught in an eagle's grasp. Under their coercion, I was forced into a brand new wedding robe. Soon, 2 more spirits joined the first 2, lifting me with ease. The jubilant music resumed, and I was carried toward the grand red bridal palanquin. I struggled mightily, but it was in vain. I could only watch helplessly as I was brought to the base of the palanquin. It was the largest bridal palanquin I had ever seen, far larger than a double bed. The jubilant melody crescendoed, reaching a peak. Amidst the suona's imitation of phoenix calls, I was flung into the palanquin as the doors burst open. The impact was painfully real. I clutched my forehead and rose to find a graceful figure before me. At the center of the palanquin sat a woman clad in a red robe embroidered with phoenixes, her face veiled by a red hood. Under my third-eye scrutiny, she emanated an almost boiling aura of Yin energy. Just as I had imagined, she was indeed a ghostly bride. I sought to escape the palanquin, but the fabric curtain of the door felt as solid as iron. No matter how I pushed or slammed against it, it would not budge. Just as I was growing frantic, a captivating voice reached my ears, gentle and melodious. "Beloved, where are you going?" Startled, I instinctively turned. The bride, who had been seated in the center, was now silently behind me. She took my hand, and I felt as though I were grasping ice. My bones grew numb. I tugged in vain, but her grip was like a vice, immovable. Her forearm emerged from her robe, unlike the desiccated hands of the other spirits. Her skin was fair and beautiful, yet no beauty could conceal her ghostly nature. "Beloved, it is time to unveil the hood." The bride held my hand and lifted her veil. Beneath it lay a stunning visage, rosy cheeks and alluring lips, captivating enough to ensnare anyone's heart. With a shy smile, she said, "Beloved, it is time for our wedding night." As she spoke, she slowly loosened her garments, revealing delicate shoulders that could drive any man mad with desire. The ghostly bride's complexion flushed. "Beloved, why are you still dressed? Would you like me to assist you in undressing?" She grasped my hand, preventing any resistance, while her other hand seized my collar, and with a ripping sound, she tore my wedding robe to shreds. She pinned me down, her icy hands sliding across my chest. "Beloved, let me serve you well." If she were not a ghost, perhaps I would have succumbed, but terror consumed me. I clearly saw her fingers gliding over my chest as her blood-red nails elongated, while her once beautiful face began to wither, sprouting patches of corpse spots. Even her voice transformed from gentle to harsh and piercing. "Beloved, a moment in the bridal chamber is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. Come and enjoy." Chapter 81. Ghost Soldiers. I refused to share a bed with a female ghost. I forced myself to remain calm. Zhuang Qiongfang was still clutched in my hand, and I had a sliver of hope for escape. I pondered a pressing question. Why did the Yuanhua Bell and Zhuang Qiongfang have no effect on these spirits? Were they indeed more powerful than the demons within paper figures? I find it unlikely that these newly emerged spirits are controlled by the paper craftsman. If that were the case, he wouldn't need to go through such elaborate measures to draw me to the city of Shanghai. During our last encounter, Lin Xiaolu and I were hardly able to defeat him. Remembering how I was deceived into a dead end by the paper craftsman when I left the tea house, a sudden realization struck me. This is an illusion. No matter how real my current sensations may seem, they are nothing but fabrications. The paper craftsman must have employed some form of dark sorcery to plunge me once more into a hallucinatory state from which I cannot extricate myself. With this thought solidified, I devised a counter-strategy. I addressed the ghostly bride, saying, "My dear, I do not wish to remain below." The bride smiled shyly, though her countenance, now resembling that of a desiccated corpse, was utterly terrifying. "You are quite bothersome," she retorted, and indeed, she released her grip on me. This was the moment I had been waiting for. As she loosened her hold, I plunged the jade hairpin deep into my own thigh. A jolt of excruciating pain surged through me, and the scene before my eyes underwent a dramatic transformation. The ghostly bride vanished, replaced by a blinding light. Beneath this radiance stood a figure clad in surgical attire, one hand prying open my eyelids while the other brandished surgical scissors, advancing toward my eye. When I regained consciousness, the scissors were less than a centimeter from my eyeball. I screamed and kicked out at the person before me. Caught off guard, they stumbled backward. I struggled to rise, quickly realizing I was in an operating room, the harsh light emanating from an overhead surgical lamp. Besides the man in surgical garb, the paper craftsman was also present. My leg throbbed painfully. The hairpin had embedded itself deeply into my thigh, confirming my suspicions that I had indeed fallen victim to the paper craftsman's dark sorcery. Ensnared in an illusion. Perhaps he had been careless, failing to notice the pin I had concealed in my palm, thus granting me the opportunity to awaken. "You do possess some ability," the paper craftsman remarked, though it was unclear whether he was complimenting or mocking me. "Unfortunately, you woke up a tad too late." He approached the operating table, retrieving a syringe that had already been primed. "The anesthetic has just been administered. Soon, you will succumb to slumber." I attempted to flee, but as I took a step forward, my legs grew weak, and I collapsed onto the floor. The paper craftsman chuckled triumphantly. "Do not struggle. Your Yin Yang eyes will soon belong to me." He clapped his hands, summoning two paper figures from the corners of the room to hoist me back onto the operating table. The anesthetic began to take effect, rendering me powerless. Even a slight movement of the bell on my wrist was beyond my capability. The paper craftsman kicked the doctor who was seated on the floor. "Hurry up with the surgery." The doctor quickly scrambled to his feet, re-sanitizing his hands. The lights above the operating table were blinding, and my vision began to blur. A wave of despair engulfed me. Would my hard-won eyesight once again plunge into darkness? Perhaps driven by the instinct for survival, I summoned the last of my strength and rolled off the operating table. I heard the paper craftsman curse in fury as he commanded the paper figures to lift me once more. During this commotion, an object slipped from my pants pocket. It was a rusty yellow iron box, inscribed with the word friendship, a gift from an old beggar who had foretold my journey to Shanghai. The box fell to the ground, its lid flying open to reveal emptiness within. At that moment, however, I felt a searing pain in my yin-yang eyes as if they had been scorched by fire. When I turned to look at the iron box again, I saw a wisp of black smoke billowing forth. Within the smoke emerged a humanoid figure clad in ancient armor, wielding a 1-meter-long broadsword at its waist. The once smug paper craftsman turned pale with fright, demanding, "How do you possess a ghost soldier?" I was unaware of what a ghost soldier was, but this armored specter exuded a far more terrifying presence than the ghostly bride I had encountered in my hallucination. The ghost soldier slowly drew its long sword, swiftly dispatching the paper figures beside me. The moment the sword struck, the paper figures ignited in ghostly green flames, and I witnessed the souls within them being consumed in agony. After eliminating the two paper figures, the ghost soldier approached the doctor who had intended to operate on me. Grasping the doctor's face, it cast a glance at him, causing the doctor to scream and collapse, his limbs convulsing even in unconsciousness. The ghost soldier then turned its attention to the paper craftsman, advancing menacingly. In a panic, the paper craftsman produced a handful of paper money, scattering it toward the ghost soldier before fleeing. The paper money adhered to the ghost soldier, transforming into numerous ghostly hands that clutched at it tightly. The ghost soldier swung its sword, swiftly severing the ghostly hands. But in that moment of distraction, the paper craftsman had vanished from sight. Without a target, the ghost soldier dissipated into a cloud of black mist, while I succumbed to darkness, losing consciousness. When I awoke, I found myself lying on a soft, clean mattress, the hairpin having been removed from my leg and expertly bandaged. "Zhangxian, you are awake." A familiar voice reached my ears. Turning my gaze, I saw Lin Xiaolu standing beside me, her expression filled with concern. With her assistance, I rose, the effects of the anesthetic having worn off. I hastily inquired, "What of the paper craftsman? Did you encounter him?" Lin Xiaolu shook her head, guilt etched on her face. "I am sorry. I was careless and should not have left you alone. This was a trap set by the paper craftsman, one I had not anticipated. And I could hardly blame Lin Xiaolu for it. It was only then that I noticed two other individuals in the room. One was the previously abducted Xiaoya, still unconscious on another bed. The other was Guliang, bruised and seated on the floor, having been apprehended by Lin Xiaolu. She informed me that the faceless blade had been retrieved, and we were now at a hotel near the cosmetic surgery clinic. I approached Guliang, and he recoiled, fearing I intended to strike him. Grabbing him by the collar, I demanded, "Are you in league with the paper craftsman?" Guliang hastily denied it. No. That person was introduced to me by a friend. Under pressure, he confessed everything. It turned out that the paper craftsman was in cahoots with a wealthy heir who had deceived Xiaoya and her sisters into coming to Shanghai. The heir was responsible for the deceitful scheme, while the paper craftsman assisted him in handling unsavory matters. A month prior, the heir had introduced Guliang to the paper craftsman, who informed him of a miraculous knife that could enhance his cosmetic surgery skills, instructing him to procure it from a teahouse named Baixiaoxing, assuring him that no matter the cost, the heir would cover the expenses. It was no wonder Guliang had paid without flinching. After all, it was not his own money. Beyond that, Guliang was unaware of further developments. Aside from fulfilling the heir's request to ruin Xiaoya's appearance, he had not engaged in any other nefarious activities. I surmised that both Guliang and Xiaoya were pawns orchestrated by the paper craftsman to lure me to his domain. I pulled Lin Xiaolu aside to recount the events of the day, voicing my concerns. "The paper craftsman desires my Yin Yang eyes, having failed this time. I dread when he might strike again." Lin Xiaolu's next words sent a shiver down my spine. "I fear not his return, but rather that he might expose your possession of the Yin Yang eyes. At that point, the eyes upon you will not be limited to his alone." I stammered, my anxiety palpable. "What shall we do?" Lin Xiaolu urged me to remain calm, stating that our immediate priority was to locate the paper craftsman and silence him. She turned to Guliang, asking if he knew the whereabouts of the paper craftsman. Guliang shook his head in terror, clearly intimidated by Lin Xiaolu. She gripped his collar, demanding, "Then who does know his location? You would do well not to lie. Otherwise, I might indulge in the whims of a plastic surgeon today." With that, Lin Xiaolu brandished a faceless knife, mimicking a reckless motion across his face. "Stop. I'll tell you." Guliang blurted out a name, Wang Can. He must know. When I inquired about Wang Can, Guliang revealed that he was the wealthy heir who had funded his purchase of the faceless knife. I roused Xiaoya from her slumber and informed her that we were now on a mission to apprehend Wang Can. As neither Lin Xiaolu nor I knew what he looked like, we required her to guide us in identifying him. Xiaoya, harboring a deep-seated animosity towards Wang Can, readily agreed. Before we set off, Lin Xiaolu used a bath towel from the hotel to bind Guliang's hands and feet, then swiftly knocked him unconscious with a single slap. Xiaoya led us to Wang Can's company. Perhaps the paper craftsman had been frightened by the ghost soldiers and had not informed Wang Can. Upon our arrival, he was engrossed in his phone in the office. Although Xiaoya had concealed her face meticulously, Wang Can recognized her immediately, just as he attempted to call for security. Lin Xiaolu knocked out two of his teeth with a swift strike, holding the faceless knife threateningly near Wang Can's groin. Lin Xiaolu warned him that if he dared to scream for help, he would receive a complimentary cosmetic procedure. Wang Can promptly cowered and obediently accompanied us back to the hotel. At that moment, Lin Xiaolu exuded an undeniable charm. I couldn't help but think, Sister Xiaolu is incredible. Upon returning to the hotel, Wang Can, upon seeing Guliang's bruised face, nearly soiled himself in fear. After a thorough interrogation, I learned the whereabouts of the paper craftsman, but he resided in a highly upscale community with stringent security measures. Without his permission, even bypassing the guards would not grant us access, as only the homeowner could unlock the entrance. With Lin Xiaolu's agility, she might be able to scale the drainage pipes, but given the paper craftsman's expertise in raising spirits, he likely had a lookout stationed outside, making it difficult to approach him stealthily. After considerable contemplation, I devised a rather audacious plan. I instructed Wang Qin to stand, comparing my stature and weight with his, and noted that we bore a striking resemblance. Sister Xiaolu, hand the faceless knife to Gu Liang. Lin Xiaolu quickly grasped my scheme. You intend to impersonate Wang Qin? I nodded. As the paper craftsman's partner, only he could disarm the craftsman's suspicions. Lin Xiaolu vehemently refused, declaring the plan too perilous. I gritted my teeth, realizing that one must risk the wolf to capture the child. With the faceless knife in hand, I could always restore my original appearance. This was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. After 2 encounters with the paper craftsman, I had discerned his weakness. In contrast to Lin Xiaolu, he relied solely on sorcery and lacked martial prowess. As long as I could confront him face to face, I had a chance to subdue him. Naturally, I asked Lin Xiaolu to teach me a decisive strike. For practice indeed sharpens one's skill. She provided me with a straightforward method, advising me to procure a small hammer from a nearby hardware store, which I would conceal in my sleeve, ready to deliver a staggering blow to the craftsman's chin upon meeting him. Once all preparations were complete, I lay on the bed, allowing Gu Liang to perform the cosmetic procedure with the faceless knife. Chapter 84, The Hammer. I had anticipated some bloodshed during the operation. Yet as the faceless knife glided across my face, I only felt a fleeting chill. Gu Liang explained that the effects of the faceless knife were extraordinarily potent. A mere stroke could transform one's appearance without a trace of blood. To disguise this peculiar efficacy, he had to wield a real knife during surgeries to avoid arousing suspicion. The entire procedure lasted merely 15 minutes. When I stood before the mirror again, I felt as though I were in a dream. I summoned Wang Qin to me, and the mirror reflected 2 identical faces, indistinguishable to the naked eye. After tidying my hairstyle and donning Wang Qin's attire, even Xiaoya and Gu Liang, who knew him best, could not tell us apart. Of course, the faceless knife could alter my visage, but not my voice. I compelled Wang Qin to call the paper craftsman, announcing my intention to visit him to discuss matters. The craftsman, unsuspecting, acquiesced. That night, I concealed the hammer in my sleeve and approached his doorstep. After being intercepted by security, I provided the paper craftsman's apartment number, prompting them to contact him via video. Upon seeing Wang Qin's face, the guard permitted me entry. Upon reaching the ground floor, the paper craftsman had already remotely unlocked the entrance. I proceeded to his door. Knocking firmly, the door swiftly opened to reveal a familiar face. The paper craftsman remarked, "We've encountered a formidable adversary. We must swiftly gather our belongings and leave the city. We shouldn't return for a while. That lad has likely become Lin Xian's apprentice and even has ghost soldiers at his disposal." He then stared at me, puzzled, and asked, "Why aren't you speaking?" Upon hearing my voice, the paper craftsman's expression shifted to one of horror. "You are not Wang Qin." He instinctively attempted to shut the door, but I was quicker. On the way, I had rehearsed the hammer's swing in my mind dozens of times. I struck accurately, landing a blow to the paper craftsman's chin. I heard the sound of cracking bone, and as Lin Xiaolu had indicated, the paper craftsman collapsed, unconscious. I dragged him inside, then retrieved my phone to call Lin Xiaolu. Before long, she arrived. Gazing at the unconscious paper craftsman, I felt a surge of uncertainty. "Sister Xiaolu, what do we do with him?" Although Lin Xiaolu had mentioned that battles with spirits are a matter of life and death, I found myself unable to take a life. I racked my brain, pondering whether there was something in the teahouse's basement capable of erasing memories. Just as I was deep in thought, Lin Xiaolu patted my shoulder. "Leave it to me." After making a phone call, within 20 minutes, several individuals clad in black uniforms arrived. Lin Xiaolu briefed them, and they promptly carried the paper craftsman away. Once they departed, I inquired, "Who were those people?" Lin Xiaolu explained, "They are from the 13th Bureau." The 13th Bureau? This was my first encounter with the term. Lin Xiaolu clarified that the 13th Bureau is a secret organization established by the government to address supernatural incidents, managing spirit-related matters. The paper craftsman, having employed sorcery to harm others, would likely face several years of imprisonment. I suddenly realized, the individuals who dealt with Wang Shunzi's body were from the 13th Bureau as well, weren't they? Lin Xiaolu confirmed this. I then asked how she was so familiar with them, as they had greeted her upon arrival. Lin Xiaolu stuck out her tongue. "I may not have mentioned it, but my mother is the second in command of the 13th Bureau." I was taken aback, never imagining such a formidable figure was Lin Xiaolu's mother. My curiosity piqued about this woman I had never met. In the following days, Lin Xiaolu and I finalized matters in the city. First, Gu Liang used the faceless knife to restore my original appearance, and under his skilled hands, Xiaoya regained her true visage, not the familiar face of a minor celebrity, but her appearance before departing her small town. Later, I heard she returned to her hometown and sought out her former boyfriend, the boy from the photograph, only to discover he had been deeply hurt and rejected her attempt at reconciliation. As for the wealthy heir Wang Can, his downfall was precipitated by the paper craftsman's capture. His company collapsed, and the media unearthed his sordid deeds, rendering him a pariah. With the situation resolved, Lin Xiaolu and I returned to Andy. Upon our arrival at the tea house, I was surprised to find the normally locked door ajar. Fearing a break-in, I rushed inside, only to discover it was Lin Boss who had returned. She seemed to be aware of the events that had transpired and inquired with concern, "Xiaoxian, are you all right?" I expressed that it was nothing. Then, filled with shame, I engaged in self-reflection, realizing I had once again caused trouble for Boss Lin. With a cheerful demeanor, Boss Lin remarked, "Once you enter this line of work, you are bound to encounter some unpleasant experiences. As long as you are safe, that is what matters. You too. Quickly put down your things and wash your faces. I need to discuss something with you." Chapter 85. The formal assessment. Lin Xiaolu and I tidied ourselves briefly before taking our seats in front of Boss Lin. He retrieved a long box and handed it to Lin Xiaolu. "Go ahead, eat one." As she opened the box, I leaned in to see 6 brown pills, emitting a strong medicinal fragrance. I immediately surmised that these were the medication for Lin Xiaolu's peculiar ailment. Lin Xiaolu was astonished. "Dad, how did you manage to procure so many pills this time?" She had previously mentioned that they usually could only find 1 or 2 at most. Yet now there were 6. Boss Lin explained, "I can only stay at home for a month this time. Next month, I have pressing matters to attend to, and it will take at least a year before I can return. If you ration these 6 pills, they should last nearly 2 years." Lin Xiaolu paused for a moment. "Is it because of the situation in the south?" Boss Lin nodded, but said no more. I noticed a hint of concern in Lin Xiaolu's eyes. My curiosity about the southern situation was piqued, but the current atmosphere made it inappropriate to inquire further. Lin Xiaolu picked up a pill from the box and swallowed it whole. To my amazement, her previously pale hair visibly darkened back to black. Unable to restrain my curiosity, I asked, "Sister Xiaolu, what exactly is your ailment?" Previously, Boss Lin had only informed me that she had suffered from a strange illness since childhood and needed to take medicine regularly, but he had not elaborated on the specifics. Lin Xiaolu shot me a glare, playfully tapping my forehead. "Stop prying." Seemingly eager to change the subject, she turned to Boss Lin. "Dad, you're going to be away for a year. What will happen to our tea house? Are we closing it?" Boss Lin chuckled in response. "If the tea house is closed, won't you just spend all day at home playing video games?" Lin Xiaolu cheekily stuck out her tongue, clearly considering it. Boss Lin shook his head in resignation. "At 20, what girl is as homebound as you are?" He then turned his attention to me. "Zhang Xian, during the new year, Xiaolu mentioned to you that I brought you back from the orphanage with the intention of taking you as my apprentice." I felt a rush of anxiety as my heart raced. Had Boss Lin made a decision? He inquired, "Are you willing to be my disciple?" Without hesitation, I replied, "Absolutely." I owed Boss Lin a tremendous debt of gratitude, and the prospect of becoming his apprentice was a heartfelt desire of mine. Moreover, becoming involved in the underworld would resolve my livelihood issues. Without the tea house, I truly did not know what I would do. Boss Lin's expression grew serious. "You are a diligent student, and your understanding of supernatural matters is satisfactory. However, to become my disciple, that is still far from enough. I will conduct a formal assessment, and if you succeed, I will officially take you under my wing." I nodded enthusiastically. As long as I could become Boss Lin's disciple, no matter how challenging the assessment, I would strive to succeed. Prior to the formal assessment, Boss Lin devoted another 7 days to teaching me, supplementing my knowledge regarding ghostly artifacts. During this time, I remembered the old beggar who had saved my life and relayed his message to Boss Lin. Upon hearing the title Uncle Gio, Boss Lin paused briefly before smiling and advised me to express my gratitude to him the next time we crossed paths. Once I had grasped all the intricacies of ghostly artifacts, Boss Lin established the rules for the assessment. Within 30 days, I was to independently complete 3 business transactions, with neither he nor Lin Xiaolu offering any assistance. This left me quite troubled. Without Lin Xiaolu's help, I would have to rely solely on my own efforts. However, in the 7 months I had spent at the tea house, I had only managed 5 transactions. And now Boss Lin expected me to complete 3 in a month. A daunting challenge indeed. Chapter 86. Business opportunities. One understood well that waiting for business to come to the tea house would only lead to stagnation. I needed to proactively seek clients. Yet, after wandering outside for half the day, nearing noon, I still found myself unable to approach the bustling pedestrians. How could I casually stop someone and inform them that their fate was grim? After much contemplation, I decided to seek out Lu Cini. He was the only person I knew in Andy City aside from Lin Xiaolu. After a few interactions, I found him to be dependable and worthy of friendship. Upon arriving at the Conan Detective Agency once more, I was taken aback by the transformation of the office. I vividly recalled my first visit, where the small office was shrouded in smoke, cluttered with disorganized files, and the floor was covered in dust. Now, the office was immaculate, with neatly arranged documents on the desk and a spotless floor, even imbued with a subtle floral fragrance. What astonished me most was Lu Cini himself. The disheveled figure I had once known, complete with dark circles under his eyes and unkempt hair, now appeared impeccably groomed, sporting a neat hairstyle and wearing a crisp suit, resembling a leading man from a television drama. Without a doubt, the well-dressed Lu Cini was quite handsome, embodying the charming image that young ladies found appealing. Hearing my footsteps, Lu Cini looked up and greeted me warmly. "Zhang Xian, what brings you here today? Sit down. Would you prefer tea or coffee?" What a contrast. The last time I visited, there wasn't even a cup of hot water, and now there was a full array of beverages. I opted for tea, curiously observing Lu Cini, who seemed a bit self-conscious under my gaze, touching his face. "Is there something on my face?" I inquired with curiosity. "How did you change so much?" He scratched his head. Perhaps I realized I was too disheveled before. A sudden shift in someone's established habits is often influenced by external factors, and I was eager to indulge in some gossip. Just then, Lu Cini's phone rang. He answered, and a gentle female voice emerged from the receiver, inquiring with concern whether he had eaten and inviting him to join her for a meal. They ultimately agreed to meet at the detective agency. Once Lu Cini hung up, I couldn't help but smirk as I asked, "So, you've got a girlfriend now?" He blushed and replied, "No, it's just a good friend." I rolled my eyes, skeptical of his denial. Lu Cini then asked, "On to business, what brings you here? Do you have a deal for me?" I explained, "I'm not here to find someone. I need your assistance." I shared with him the assessment boss Lin had set for me. "I know you have numerous connections. Could you introduce me to some clients? If we close a deal, I'll pay you a referral fee." Lu Cini remarked, "Your boss, Lin Xian, is quite a mysterious figure. I've heard of him for a long time, but as a materialist, I don't believe in ghosts or deities, so I haven't paid much attention. However, I recently encountered a peculiar situation, and if he possesses the rumored abilities, I would like to seek his assistance." Upon hearing this, I felt elated. This could very well open the door to business. I confidently assured Lu Cini that while I couldn't vouch for all of Boss Lin's abilities, I had certainly learned a thing or two, and if he had any troublesome matters, he should feel free to share them with me. Just as Lu Cini was about to speak, the door to the detective agency swung open. Chapter 87. A strange dream. I turned to see a beautiful woman in a simple long dress peeking into the room. Her gaze fell upon me as she inquired, "Cini, do you have a guest?" Her voice was gentle, the same as the one I had heard on the phone moments ago. I teased, "Is this your girlfriend? Please don't tell me her name is Xiaolan." Lu Cini welcomed the girl in and introduced her. "This is Huixin, my university classmate." "Huixin, this is Zhang Xian, a new friend of mine." I greeted Huixin, and Lu Cini asked curiously, "How is it that you arrived just after hanging up the phone?" Huixin smiled and replied, "I happened to be nearby and guessed you would be too busy to eat. There's a newly opened hot pot restaurant down the street. Shall we go there together?" I scrutinized the beautiful girl before me. She had told a small fib. She had not merely passed by, but had dressed up meticulously before calling Lu Cini. The most telling evidence was her lipstick, which had not faded at all, and the lingering scent of her perfume that still enveloped her. Lu Cini, being a detective with an astute sense of observation, must have noticed this as well. He smiled and agreed. "All right, let us go eat." At that moment, it felt inappropriate for me to linger as a third wheel, so I stood to take my leave, planning to return after dinner to discuss matters with Lu Cini. Unexpectedly, Huixin invited me to join them for the meal. I felt a bit embarrassed and was about to decline when Huixin alleviated my concerns with a single remark. "Cini's friends are my friends. Treating friends to a meal is only right." It was evident that Huixin sincerely wished to include me. Perhaps this was what it meant to love someone for who they are. I no longer felt inclined to refuse and accompanied the two of them to the hot pot restaurant. During dinner, Huixin continuously served Lu Cini food, her eyes sparkling with affection for him, unabashed in her admiration. It made me feel slightly envious. Huixin inquired, "Do you have a girlfriend?" I replied, "Not yet. I'm only 17. I'm in no rush to date until I'm of age." Lu Cini teased, "The girl we saw at the tea house last time was quite nice. Why not consider her?" He referred to Lin Xiaolu, causing my face to flush. I hastily explained, "Don't joke. How could she possibly be interested in me? Besides, she is 3 years older than I am. I see her as an older sister." Huixin chuckled. 3 years older is great. Haven't you heard the saying, "A woman 3 years older brings fortune"? In this day and age, as long as two people genuinely love each other, age is not a barrier. I was at a loss for words and quickly shifted the topic. Lu Gu, you mentioned earlier that you've been encountering some troubles lately. What is going on? Upon hearing this, Huixin grew tense. Cinny, have you had that dream again? Lu Cinny nodded, rubbing his temples, looking weary. I've been dreaming about her almost every night. I felt perplexed and urged him to elaborate. After 15 minutes, he finished recounting his experiences, and I understood. Half a month ago, every night, Lu Cinny had been dreaming. The scenes varied, but there was always the same girl, uttering the words, "Forget me." It was indeed peculiar. I asked Lu Cinny what the girl looked like and if he recognized her. I can't recall her appearance. Although I see her face in the dream, I forget what she looks like upon waking. Lu Cinny's expression was pained as he patted his head. My intuition tells me the girl in my dreams is significant to me, yet I cannot remember who she is. Chapter 88. Disrobing. I noticed Huixin's complex expression beside me. Indeed, anyone would feel discomfort knowing the man they liked was preoccupied with thoughts of another girl. She consoled him. Cinny, if you can't remember, don't force it. Perhaps it's just a dream. Lu Cinny exhaled deeply, seemingly attempting to release the pressure within him. He pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and asked Huixin, "I'm going out for a smoke." Huixin nodded. And as Lu Cinny stood to leave, she turned to me and said, "Zhang Xian, go keep him company. He has been feeling down lately, and I'm unsure how to comfort him." I agreed and followed him outside. Upon stepping out, I found Lu Cinny had already lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply. "Surprised to see me," he remarked. "Aren't you the one who doesn't smoke?" I explained that Huixin had sent me out to accompany him. Lu Cinny expressed guilt, saying, "I feel quite sorry for Huixin. She has liked me since university, and it has been 10 years now." I asked, "Don't you have feelings for her?" Lu Cinny shook his head. "I don't know. I can never seem to make up my mind about being with her." "Why not?" I pressed. "I don't know. It might have something to do with the girl in my dreams. The scenes in those dreams feel so real, as if they're not mere figments of my imagination." After some contemplation, I decided to assist Lu Cinny. "How about this? You can entrust me to investigate this girl. As for the fee, we're friends, you can decide." I was indifferent to how much Lu Cinny would pay. Primarily, this would be a job, and completing it would bring me one step closer to becoming Lin's apprentice. Lu Cinny agreed and planned to return to the detective agency later that afternoon to discuss the locations featured in his dreams in further detail, mindful that mentioning the girl might upset Huixin. After Lu Cinny smoked 3 cigarettes, we returned to the hot pot restaurant. He went straight back to his seat, while I, feeling an urgent need, rushed to the restroom. Upon washing my hands and returning to the table, I suddenly sensed a familiar aura. It was the presence of an evil spirit. How could there be such an aura here? I searched diligently and was shocked to discover that the source of the evil spirit's aura was emanating from Lu Cinny himself. It certainly hadn't been there moments before. What had transpired in the 3 minutes I was in the restroom? Lu Cinny noticed my change in expression and inquired, "Zhang Xian, what's wrong?" I remained silent, quietly observing my surroundings. The hot pot restaurant had only recently opened, bustling with patrons due to promotional offers. Having battled against paper craftsmen before, I had become increasingly vigilant. Perhaps an evil spirit had secretly afflicted Lu Cinny while I was away. Yet, after a thorough search, I could find no suspicious individuals. Once our meal concluded, Huixin needed to return to work and departed in a taxi, while Lu Cinny and I went back to his detective agency. Upon entering, I stated, "Disrobe." Hearing my words, Lu Cinny regarded me with an incredulous look. "No wonder you're unaffected by Lin's daughter's beauty. It seems you prefer men." I was taken aback. What on earth was he talking about? What nonsense are you imagining? You have the aura of an evil spirit. I had already briefed Lu Cinny about the nature of evil spirits during our meal. He regarded me with skepticism, patting down his clothing. "I don't have anything. I've never come into contact with what you call evil spirits." I trusted my instincts. Since working at the teahouse, I had been frequently interacting with malevolent entities, and I could not mistake their essence. Persistently, I insisted, and Lu Cinny lowered the metal shutter of the detective agency, turned on the lights, and began to disrobe, eventually leaving only his underwear on. Chapter 89. The missing document number 1. I rummaged through his clothes, checking every nook and cranny, even the seams of his suit. Yet found nothing. However, the faint aura of an evil spirit lingered around Lu Cinny. He covered his groin with his hands, stating, "You can't expect me to take off my underwear, can you?" The presence of the evil spirit had manifested when I was in the restroom, and it was impossible for someone to silently conceal an evil spirit in Lu Cinny's pants. That area encased the most sensitive part of a man. Even if someone could manage it, Lu Cinny would undoubtedly feel something. This situation was indeed suspicious. In the past, I would have immediately called Lin Xiaolu for advice. But Lin had set a rule. I could receive no assistance from her or her father for a month. Nonetheless, the emergence of the evil spirit's aura confirmed one thing. Lu Xinyi's peculiar dreams were no coincidence. I instructed him to dress appropriately and to elaborate on the locations that appeared in his dreams. Given that the girl in his dreams could not recall, perhaps a peripheral investigation might yield some revelations. Lu Xinyi opened the filing cabinet, filled with boxes of documentation, each meticulously labeled with a number and arranged in ascending order. He retrieved the box with the highest number, pouring out a dozen photographs into my hands. These were indeed the scenes from my dreams, all set in Tianjin, the city where I attended university. I had conducted a thorough investigation, and most of the locations matched up. Some shops had closed in recent years, yet they had undeniably existed. As I examined each photo, I recognized the school's sports field, a cafe, a bubble tea shop, as well as an amusement park and a cinema. I blurted out without thinking, "These places are typically where young couples go on dates." Lu Gu, could the girl in your dream possibly be your ex-girlfriend? Lu Xinyi shook his head. That's impossible. If she were my ex, I would certainly remember her. I had considered this before, but I asked Hu Xin, who was in the same class as me in university, and she said I never dated anyone during that time. This was perplexing. Since Lu Xinyi could locate the places from his dream in reality, there was no reason he should not recall the girl from his dream. Could it be that certain specific memories had been erased? Lu Xinyi inquired. You mentioned that the Yin object possesses supernatural abilities. Is there one suitable for me? To my surprise, there was indeed one. Just a few days prior, Boss Lin had introduced me to a new Yin object. Though it belonged to the category of ghostly artifacts and had considerable side effects. Lu Xinyi countered, what kind of side effects? I explained that this particular Yin object could amplify the emotions embedded in the user's memories. If the user could not cope with the intensity, they were likely to suffer an emotional breakdown, potentially leading to mental health issues. In other words, the user could easily descend into madness. I anticipated that Lu Xinyi would refuse, yet to my astonishment, he expressed a desire to try it. I feel that if I cannot recall who that girl is, I will regret it for the rest of my life. Since Lu Xinyi had made up his mind, I felt it inappropriate to decline. After all, I would be there to oversee the process, ready to assist him should any issues arise. I suggested we return to the tea house to fetch the Yin object. Lu Xinyi was methodical, first reshelving the photographs in the cabinet. At that moment, I made a curious discovery. I asked Lu Xinyi why the boxes in the filing cabinet started from number 2. Where was the first box? He paused, searching for a long while, but could not locate the first box. I asked if he remembered the contents of the first box, and after a lengthy moment of contemplation, he still could not recall. This is odd. I have an excellent memory. For any business I have handled, no matter how long ago, I can remember it vividly. How could I forget? Chapter 90. The dream recollection. Pearl. An idea struck me. Perhaps the first box was related to the girl in Lu Xinyi's dreams. Is there any surveillance in this room? Lu Xinyi pointed to a corner of the ceiling. There is one, but the footage is only retained for 7 days. Anything beyond that will be overwritten. He stared at me, questioning, are you suggesting that the first box has been stolen? I indeed harbored such suspicions and asked Lu Xinyi if there were any signs of tampering with the locks at the detective agency. He shook his head. Regardless, since there were doubts, we needed to investigate further. Lu Xinyi found a laptop for me, and using the desktop computer in the shop, we spent the afternoon reviewing the surveillance footage, but to no avail. Lu Xinyi had begun dreaming of that girl 2 weeks prior, and by then, the footage had already been overwritten. He located a phone number on his mobile and made a call. Soon after, someone arrived to collect the hard drive containing the surveillance footage. Lu Xinyi informed me that this individual was a skilled computer expert who might be able to retrieve footage from an earlier date. As night fell, Lu Xinyi and I agreed to meet at the tea house the following day, where I would bring the Yin object to help him recover his possibly lost memories. As we parted ways, I suddenly realized that the aura of the Yin object surrounding Lu Xinyi had vanished. This left me perplexed. Upon returning to the tea house, I felt an urge to consult Lin Xiaolu or Boss Lin, but since it was only the first day of the assessment, seeking their advice would be tantamount to abandoning the evaluation. Early the next morning, Lu Xinyi arrived. Lin Xiaolu, while stuffing her mouth with soup dumplings, inquired, "Is he your first independent client?" I confirmed, and she chuckled, "Charge him extra. It's easier to fleece acquaintances." Lu Xinyi understood that Lin Xiaolu was joking and did not take offense. When Lin Xiaolu bounced off to play games on the second floor, he leaned toward me and whispered, "Bro, you two really make a great pair." My face flushed, and I quickly redirected the conversation. "Let us focus on serious matters." I retrieved the Yin object I had prepared in advance. This object was secured within a box crafted from gold, adorned with 4 fearsome beasts: a wolf, a jackal, a tiger, and a leopard. Boss Lin had explained that the box itself was also a Yin object. Anyone who attempted to open it without knowing the proper method would be cursed and suffer misfortune from that moment on. As I recalled Boss Lin's instructions for opening the box, I cautiously manipulated the mechanism. After a minute, I heard a click, and the lid sprang open. Inside was a pearl, translucent and resembling white jade. Upon closer inspection, a faint crimson hue could be seen at its center, reminiscent of tiny droplets of blood. As I turned the box, the blood-like droplets within the pearl seemed to swirl. I stared at the pearl for a while until a wave of overwhelming drowsiness washed over me, and I yawned repeatedly. Looking at Lucini, he had already reclined in his chair and was snoring. I quickly closed the box, a chill rushing through me, which snapped me back to alertness. I gasped. This Yin object, known as the Dream Recollection Pearl, was indeed quite sinister. I regained my composure, yet Lucini remained deeply asleep. I shook him for quite some time before he finally stirred. Rubbing his eyes, he asked, "How did I fall asleep?" I explained that it was the effect of the Yin object. Lucini widened his eyes, clearly incredulous. I knew he had been a materialist, skeptical of the supernatural, and experiencing it firsthand was hard for him to accept. Chapter 91. Surely I informed him that the Yin object in the box was called the Dream Recollection Pearl, a ghostly artifact with significant side effects. The Dream Recollection Pearl had a potent effect, capable of completely restoring the user's obsessions in a dream, as if they were traversing back in time to relive those moments. To harness the power of the Dream Recollection Pearl, one must identify a location related to the obsession. I had previously asked Lucini, and the place he dreamt of most frequently was the university's sports field. Lucini attended university in Tianjin, which was not far from Andy. The train journey would take only 51 minutes. We prepared to head to the train station, aiming for a round trip on the same day. As we departed the tea house, I encountered Boss Lin, who was on his way there. Upon seeing the golden box in my hands, his expression shifted slightly. I felt a pang of anxiety. After all, the Dream Recollection Pearl belonged to the category of ghostly artifacts, and prior to this, Boss Lin had strictly prohibited me from using it. The incident with the rental of Datong was also sanctioned by Lin Xiaolu. "Xiaoxian, where are you planning to go?" I briefly recounted Lu Sini's predicament to Boss Lin, fearing he might forbid me from using the Dream Recollection Pearl, which would prevent me from aiding Lu Sini and jeopardize my first independent venture. As it turned out, my concerns were unfounded. Boss Lin merely asked me to wait a moment before departing, as he needed to retrieve something for me. After a 10-minute wait, Boss Lin handed me a silk pouch sealed with vermilion powder. "Take this. Open it only when faced with an unsolvable dilemma." I thanked Boss Lin and, along with Lu Sini, hurried towards Tianjin. Upon arriving at Tianjin University, Lu Sini gazed at the frolicking students on campus, a look of envy gracing his face. He could not help but exclaim, "How wonderful it is to be young." I too felt a pang of envy, due to my visual impairment. I had never experienced campus life. Like these university students, I longed to savor the beauty of such an existence. Although I had long since graduated, Lu Sini's familiarity with the campus layout remained intact. He led me to the university's sports field, where the gentle spring breeze of May had brought forth many young men and women playing upon the grass of the soccer field. "This is where I dreamt of being," Lu Sini remarked. We strolled around the stadium, hoping to jog his memory, but, as before, he could recall nothing. I suggested he lie down on the grass. Although it was early May and the weather was not yet hot, the lively presence of youngsters nearby ensured he would not draw undue attention. After he reclined, I retrieved the Dream Recovery Pearl once more, holding it before him and giving it a gentle shake. As I moved my hand, the droplets of blood within the pearl swayed lightly as well. Within seconds, Lu Sini's eyelids began to flutter. "Remember," I cautioned, "whatever you experience, you must realize you are dreaming. You must awaken, understood?" He nodded, closed his eyes, and drifted into slumber. I tucked the pearl away, seated myself beside him, and awaited his awakening. According to the knowledge imparted by Boss Lin, a user of the Dream Recovery Pearl typically awakens within an hour, but if their obsession runs deep, they may slumber for an extended period or even become entirely ensnared in their dream, ultimately leading to a mental breakdown. Time passed, and an hour swiftly elapsed. During this interval, Lu Sini mumbled in his sleep, his words indistinct, yet one name emerged repeatedly: Xueli. As slumber deepened, the rapid movement of his eyeballs beneath tightly shut eyelids became apparent, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead, his lips growing pale. I noted that an hour and a half had passed. If I did not rouse him soon, he risked remaining in this state indefinitely. I gently shook his shoulder. Lu Ge, wake up. Wake up. My efforts grew increasingly forceful, but Lu Xini remained unresponsive. In a moment of desperation, I delivered a sharp slap to his face. The sound startled a nearby couple, who mistakenly assumed I was in a quarrel with Lu Xini and hurriedly departed. A bright red handprint marred Lu Xini's cheek, and my palm throbbed. Yet still, he showed no signs of awakening. This is dire, I thought, realizing the depth of Lu Xini's fixation on the girl in his dream. My attempts to rouse him had proven futile. For the next 10 minutes, I resorted to various methods, shouting his name in his ear, pinching his waist, even dashing to a nearby store to fetch ice water to splash on his face. Yet, all my efforts were in vain. In a moment of panic, I recalled the pouch Boss Lin had given me before my departure. Had he foreseen this very situation? I rummaged through my pocket, blew away the sealing cinnabar powder, and opened the pouch. Inside lay 2 yellow slips of paper, which unfolded to reveal Taoist talismans. The intricate symbols and ornate characters were beyond my comprehension. Alongside the talismans was a white piece of paper bearing Boss Lin's handwriting, instructing me that if the user of the dream recovery pearl could not awaken, I should affix the talismans to both our foreheads to enter each other's dreams and awaken him. A wave of anxiety washed over me. I realized my lack of experience could have led to disastrous consequences for Lu Xini had I not encountered Boss Lin today. Following his guidance, I first placed a talisman on Lu Xini's forehead. Remarkably, despite lacking adhesive, the talisman adhered firmly upon contact, impervious to the wind. I then lay beside Lu Xini, affixed the other talisman to my own forehead, and felt a sudden haze before succumbing to sleep. When I regained consciousness, I found myself still at the sports field. Yet the surroundings had transformed. The grass beneath my feet appeared somewhat worn, and the university's students nearby were clad in summer attire. Glancing up, I noticed the sun was high in the sky, and cicadas chirped incessantly among the trees. Though May had not yet concluded, it seemed to have transitioned into summer. No, this was the scene within Lu Xini's dream. Scanning the area, I soon spotted him. He appeared significantly altered. No longer the mature detective, but rather a youthful university student with short hair. Beside him stood 2 girls of similar age, one of whom looked familiar. Upon closer inspection, I realized she was a younger version of Hui Xian. It dawned on me that this dream was set 10 years ago. I approached the trio, eavesdropping on their conversation filled with laughter, radiating youthful exuberance. Throughout their discourse, Lu Xini's gaze remained fixated on the girl beside Hui Xian, whom he called Xueli, the very name I had heard repeated in his sleep. The two were holding hands, clearly entangled in the blissful throes of young love. Unbeknownst to them, Hui Xian, seemingly cheerful, concealed a hint of melancholy in her eyes. Lu Xini was correct. Hui Xian had harbored feelings for him since their university days. Unfortunately, Lu Xini's affections lay with Hui Xian's close friend, Xueli. It became evident that Xueli was indeed the girl haunting Lu Xini's dreams. But how did he forget such a once-loving couple? Moreover, why did the dream version of Xueli lead him to forget her? And why did Hui Xian lie to Lu Xini, claiming he had never been in a relationship? I continued to observe as the sun began to set, and the trio parted ways. Rather than following Lu Xini, I approached the 2 girls. Boss Lin had informed me that the Dream Recovery Pearl did not merely recreate memories, but rather historical events. Any history tied to Lu Xini's obsession, even if he had never witnessed it, could be revealed through the pearl. Walking beside the 2 girls, they remained oblivious to my presence in Lu Xini's dream. I was as transparent as air, unseen by all. The girls returned to their dormitory, chatting animatedly along the way. Xueli expressed her gratitude to Hui Xian for introducing her to Lu Xini, her Prince Charming. Hui Xian's sorrow deepened. I noticed her fists clenched tightly, fingernails digging into her palms. From their conversation, I pieced together the unfolding story. Hui Xian had met Lu Xini first, instantly captivated by the handsome young man. Yet her shyness prevented her from confessing her feelings. Eventually, Lu Xini became acquainted with Hui Xian's friend Xueli, and they fell deeply in love. By the time Hui Xian realized the situation, the 2 were already together. Since then, Hui Xian had concealed her admiration for Lu Xini, too afraid to express it. The 2 girls entered their dormitory, and the scene around me abruptly shifted to a bubble tea shop. I recognized this place from photographs provided by Lu Xini. Familiar voices reached my ears, and turning around, I saw Lu Xini, Xueli, and Hui Xian. The trio continued their jovial banter. Yet Lu Xini and Xueli's eyes were locked on one another, oblivious to the reddening hue of Hui Xian's gaze. As the scene shifts once more, the tea shop transforms into a cafe, and soon after, into an amusement park. These scenarios share a common thread. Only Lu Xini and Xueli remain, with Huixin now absent. The trio has dwindled to a duo. The scene ultimately freezes at the entrance of the campus, following a passionate evolution of their relationship. Lu Xinyi and Xueli have grown inseparable. One morning, they rush back to class from the hotel, laughing and chatting, entirely oblivious to Huixin, who is at the school gate retrieving a package. Huixin gazes intently at their receding figures, her eyes filled not only with jealousy, but also with an unmistakable resentment. Time within this dreamscape races forward, and before long, the three have reached the age of graduation. Lu Xinyi, a member of the university basketball team, is set to represent Jinmen University in his final game before graduation. This scene extends longer than the previous ones, and I find myself speculating that perhaps the mystery of Lu Xinyi's forgotten Xueli will be unveiled here. The basketball match is intense, and Lu Xinyi plays exceptionally well. Yet my focus remains on the two girls, Huixin and Xueli, seated high in the stands. Xueli clutches two cheer sticks, vocally supporting Lu Xinyi, while Huixin appears distracted, nervously fiddling with the hem of her clothing, her palms slick with sweat. Throughout the match, she frequently glances at Xueli with a look of apprehension. Chapter 94. The Black Crow. The game concludes with Lu Xinyi leading Jinmen University to victory. Xueli excitedly rushes towards the court, seemingly eager to embrace Lu Xinyi in a moment of affection. However, as she reaches the middle of the stands, her foot slips, and she tumbles down the stairs. Gasps ripple through the crowd, and Lu Xinyi seems to sense something amiss as he turns his gaze towards her. In the next moment, he calls out Xueli's name and rushes over. By the time Lu Xinyi arrives, Xueli has lost her breath, and he shakes her desperately, weeping inconsolably. Meanwhile, Huixin remains at the top of the stands, her eyes fixed in horror upon Xueli, her hands covering her mouth, emotions swirling within her that are difficult to articulate. I approach Xueli's still form and sense a familiar aura, reminiscent of my encounters with the paper craftsman. Undoubtedly, Xueli's demise is no accident, but rather the work of sinister forces. Suddenly, my attention is drawn to the nape of Xueli's neck, where, beneath a few stray strands of hair, lies a symbol the size of a fingernail. It depicts a crow, turned sideways, its body as dark as ink, save for its blood-red eyes. The malevolent aura emanates from this crimson-eyed crow motif. What could this be? A tattoo? Just as I lean in for a closer examination, the crow's image begins to fade, disappearing entirely within mere seconds, along with the ominous presence. Xueli. Lu Xinyi's heart-wrenching cry reverberates throughout the basketball arena, causing the very structure to tremble, as if an earthquake were upon us, dust and debris falling from the ceiling. I awaken. This is not an earthquake, but rather the collapse of the dream itself, Lu Xinyi's overwhelming grief affecting his psyche. If I do not rouse him soon, dire consequences await. I reach out to grasp Lu Xinyi's shoulder, and to my astonishment, I can actually touch him. I shake him vigorously and shout, Lu Xinyi, wake up. This is just a dream. Yet, he appears deaf to my pleas, continuing to weep uncontrollably. With the arena threatening to collapse, I resort to a desperate tactic. Shouting to Lu Xinyi, I can save her. Lu Xinyi halts his crying, staring at me in bewilderment. Really? He asks. Of course it is a lie. But given the circumstances, I must persist in deceiving him. Indeed. Come with me. I pull Lu Xinyi as we dash towards the light ahead, which I believe to be the gateway out of the dream. That way, run towards the light. As we near the threshold, a massive crack suddenly appears in the ground before us, resembling a chasm that blocks our escape. Despair washes over me. This time, it truly seems we are doomed. In a moment of desperation, a voice imbued with the distinct flavor of Jinmen pierces the air. Dear friends, do not affix the paper talismans to your heads. If you do not emerge soon, you will miss your chance. Miraculously, upon hearing this voice, the dream's gateway extends two glowing ropes that wrap around our waists, pulling Lu Xinyi and me through to safety. As we pass through the portal, I awaken abruptly, sitting up on the grass, drenched in sweat. Beside me, Lu Xinyi stirs awake as well. The sky has darkened, and the university students have all departed, leaving only Lu Xinyi, myself, and a man clad in a black trench coat. This man, appearing to be in his 40s, squats between us, his gloved hands gripping two paper talismans. Chapter 95. The Black Lord of Jinmen. The man exudes a sinister aura. He inspects the talismans before his eyes and addresses me in a thick Jinmen accent. Are you Ning Nan? I do not recognize this man, but it is evident that he has rescued us, so I respond, I do not know Ning Nan. He waves the talisman in front of me. If you do not know her, then who provided you with this talisman? Boss Lin gave it to me. Upon hearing the name Lin, a broad smile spreads across the man's face. Is it Lin Xian? An old acquaintance. Come now, you shouldn't be sitting on the ground. He helps me up, and I assist Lu Xinyi to his feet, He remains lost in thought, still processing the recent dream. I had initially planned to return to Andy today, but it appears that will not be possible. The man, eager and warm-hearted, offers to treat me to a meal. I hesitate to accept, wary that he may be another nefarious spirit seeking to exploit my abilities. May I ask how you are addressed? I inquire. In the world of the living, they call me Black Lord. Feigning concern for Lu Cini, I discreetly take out my phone to text Boss Lin, asking if he knows this Black Lord. He promptly replies with 3 words, he is a friend. I breathe a sigh of relief and decide to accept Black Lord's invitation to dinner as a means of expressing my gratitude for his life-saving intervention. Black Lord is a generous man, insisting that Jin Min is his territory and that it is improper for a guest to pay. He drags me to an opulently decorated restaurant. Once the dishes are served, Lu Cini regains his composure and asks how he could have forgotten Xueli. I do not withhold the truth, sharing the anomalies I discovered on Xueli's body and expressing my suspicion that her death is linked to malevolent spirits. Lu Cini, upon hearing this, nearly crushes his chopsticks in rage, while Black Lord listens intently, intrigued by the mysterious symbol I described. Zhangxian, please elaborate on the symbol you observed. I recount the details, and Black Lord's expression grows grave. It appears there are still remnants of the Black Crow's faction roaming free. This is my first encounter with the term Black Crow, prompting me to inquire further. Black Lord explains that the Black Crow is an organization composed of malevolent spirits, responsible for many heinous acts, which was dismantled over a decade ago. He concludes with a lament. When the Black Crow was eradicated, Boss Lin played a pivotal role. Lu Cini questions why, despite the Black Crow's downfall, Xueli would still fall victim to them. Black Lord sighs. Surely, there are remnants that escaped capture. Who knows how many innocent lives have suffered in the years since. Lu Cini's fury is palpable, his desire for vengeance against the Black Crow evident. Black Lord cautions me. Upon your return, ensure you inform Boss Lin of these developments. The Black Crow despises him deeply. Should they resurface, he will undoubtedly be their primary target. I assure him that I will remember his words, and Black Lord changes the subject, inquiring about how I came to know Boss Lin. I share my experiences, omitting the details regarding my ability to see the spirit world. Listen to me, I am a fated solitary star. Curious, the master of the dark, known as He Yi, instructed the attendant to fetch a few coins and then addressed me. You have recently entered this profession and may not have heard my name, but I am a descendant of the Tianmin iron calculator lineage, renowned for my divination skills. Would you like me to read your fortune? As a friend of Boss Lin, surely I could trust him, and I eagerly agreed. With a smile, He Yi continued, in the iron calculator tradition, there is a rule, no payment, no reading. Do you have money? 100 or 200 is not too much, and a single coin or 2 is not too little. Simply a token gesture will suffice. I retrieved 500 from my pocket and handed it all to him. After inquiring about my birth date and time, he clasped his palms together, shook the coins in his hand, and cast them onto the table. The coins scattered, some showing heads and others tails. He Yi studied them for a moment, his expression subtly shifting. Chapter 96. The drug. I inquired about what he had divined, but he gazed at me in silence for a while, hesitant to speak. Finally, he said, let us pretend I haven't read your fortune. I was taken aback. Could it really be done like that? Perhaps feeling a twinge of remorse, he elaborated. Your fate is rather unique and elusive. What I discern may not necessarily come to pass. If I were to err, it would tarnish my reputation. However, I can tell you this much. You possess a connection to romantic entanglements. Yet beware, for such entanglements may come with thorns. Consider carefully if you wish to pursue them. His words reminded me of my first encounter with Jiu Yi, who had also mentioned that I was destined for romantic misfortunes. After a satisfying meal, He Yi, aware that we lacked accommodation for the night, summoned the attendant to book us a standard room. I first ensured that Lu Cini was settled before escorting He Yi downstairs. Just before parting, I posed a question to him. He Yi, you have been in this field for a long time and possess extensive experience. Are you aware of any supernatural entities that can be sensed on a person yet remain elusive, and whose presence may suddenly vanish? Instead of answering, He Yi purchased a bottle of water from the vending machine in the hotel lobby and cheerfully handed it to me. Take care. Come visit Tianmen again. I pondered over the bottle in my hand. Upon returning to my room, I purchased a high-speed train ticket back to Andy for the following day and advised Lu Cini to rest early. However, I awoke in the middle of the night to find him still dressed, sitting on the bed lost in thought. I understood he was missing Xueli. The next day, back in Andy, I asked Lu Cini to call Huixin to join us for a meal. Although he was disheartened, he complied with my request. We arranged to meet at the hot pot restaurant where we had dined previously. Upon entering, Huixin immediately inquired, Cini, where were you yesterday? I couldn't find you at your detective agency, and you didn't answer my calls. Lu Xinyi replied, I went to Tianmen. I scrutinized Huaxin's face as her expression grew flustered. She stammered, what business did you have in Tianmen? Lu Xinyi's demeanor shifted to irritation. I knew he wanted to confront Huaxin about her claim of never having been in a relationship, despite his deep love for Xueli. I discreetly kicked Lu Xinyi under the table, preemptively answering, Lu Gu has been having strange dreams lately, revisiting his university days, so I accompanied him for a stroll. Huaxin appeared increasingly tense. Did you discover anything? I kicked Lu Xinyi again, signaling that I would respond. Indeed, we encountered Lu Gu's former teacher, who mentioned that during his school years, he was inseparable from two girls, one of whom was you, and the other's name he couldn't recall. Huaxin, do you remember? I don't remember. I noticed Huaxin's hands trembling as she gripped her chopsticks, clearly unsettled by the teacher's possible mistake. I exchanged glances with Lu Xinyi. Lu Gu, do you have any cigarettes? I need one. Let us step outside for a moment. I pulled Lu Xinyi away with me. As we approached the exit, Lu Xinyi questioned, Zhang Xian, what are you really hinting at? Why won't you let me ask about Xueli? Lu Gu, follow me, I urged, leading him in a circuitous route through the hot pot restaurant until we reached a position not far behind Huaxin. She sat alone, glancing towards the entrance, seemingly eager to confirm whether Lu Xinyi and I had truly stepped out for a smoke. After a moment, she retrieved a crystal vial from her bag, took Lu Xinyi's glass, and inverted the vial, allowing a single droplet of the translucent liquid to fall into the cup. Chapter 97. The forgetting water. As Huaxin dripped the concoction into Lu Xinyi's glass, he stared in shock, his eyes wide. What is she doing? I said to Lu Xinyi, now do you understand why you've been experiencing memory loss? I swiftly approached Huaxin, seizing her wrist just before she could return the crystal vial to her bag. Startled, Huaxin turned sharply to see me and an irate Lu Xinyi. What did you put in my glass? He demanded. Huaxin stammered, unable to articulate a response. I took the crystal vial from her, unscrewed the cap, and a dense aura of the supernatural emanated from within. The very essence I had sensed from Lu Xinyi earlier was now revealed. It became clear why the dark energy had inexplicably manifested and then vanished. The appearance was due to Huaxin's clandestine drugging, while the disappearance was a result of Lu Xinyi's body absorbing the effects. Gazing at the crystalline liquid within the vial, I couldn't help but marvel. Although I had encountered descriptions of this substance in Boss Lin's notes, witnessing it firsthand was still profoundly astonishing. This is the forgetting water, I explained to Huaxin. She gazed at me in disbelief, struggling to comprehend how I knew of its existence. I elaborated to Lu Xinyi. The forgetting water is a rare supernatural substance, said to be the tears of Tang Wan, the cousin of the Song dynasty poet Lu Yu. At the age of 20, Lu Yu married his cousin Tang Wan, and they were once a loving couple. However, Lu Yu's mother disapproved of Tang Wan and forced them apart, leading each to marry others. 10 years later, upon returning to his hometown amidst a lackluster career, Lu Yu encountered Tang Wan at the Xunyuan behind Yuji Temple, only to find that the one by her side was no longer him. Overcome with sorrow, he inscribed a poem on the wall of Xinyuan. Red, tender hands. Yellow vine wine. The city is awash in spring colors, the palace wall adorned with willows. The east wind is cruel, love is fleeting. A heart laden with sorrow. Years of separation. Mistakes. 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 Spring remains, yet the person is frail. Tear stains red on gossamer silk. As peach blossoms fall, in idle pavilions, though the oath remains. The cherished letters are difficult to deliver. Do not. Do not. Do not. A year later, when Tang Wan returned to Xinyuan, she saw the poem inscribed by Lu Yu and was reminded of their once passionate love, prompting her to compose a reply. The world's affections are thin. Human sentiments harsh. Rain ushers in dusk, flowers easily fall. The morning breeze dries the remnants of tears. Wishing to confide my heart, I speak to the slanted railing. It's difficult. It's difficult. It's difficult. People have parted. Today is not yesterday. A sick soul lingers like a swing-s rope. The horn-s sound is cold. The night is deep. Fearing inquiries, I swallow tears disguised as joy. Conceal. 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 After returning home, Tang Wan wept daily and ultimately succumbed to her melancholy. Legend has it that her tears fell into the family pond, transforming the water into the forgetting water. The effects of the forgetting water are remarkable. Once consumed, one forgets their beloved. I inquired of Huaxin. The forgetting water is exceedingly rare. Where did you acquire it? This is a supernatural substance that even tea houses lack, and without Boss Lin's notes, I might not have recognized it. Huaxin, realizing she could no longer deny the truth, confessed, 3 weeks ago, a man approached me, claiming to know of my long-standing affection for Cindy. He said that because Cindy could never forget Xueli, we could not be together. He provided me with this vial of forgetting water, instructing me to administer a drop every few days. Within a month, Cindy would completely forget Xueli. I locked eyes with Huixin. Her gaze did not falter, indicating she was not lying. After her explanation, she turned to Lu Cindy, her eyes brimming with tears. Xianyu, I am truly sorry. For I have loved you deeply for a decade, 10 long years. My love for you has been a painful struggle. I apologize. Chapter 98. The Black Crow Organization. Lu Xianyu gazed upon the tear-streaked face of Huixin, and his heart softened. He reached out to embrace the girl who had harbored a secret affection for him over the years. Yet, at that very moment, my words struck him like a jolt of electricity, causing him to retract his hand. Is this your reason for killing Xueli? Huixin, resembling a startled rabbit, abruptly stood up and shouted, I did not kill her. The surrounding diners turned to look, and I gently pressed Huixin back into her seat, speaking slowly. Do you remember the basketball game from 10 years ago? Huixin's body trembled violently, as if she were recalling a profoundly terrifying memory, her tears flowing uncontrollably. Words were unnecessary. Her emotions spiraled into despair. She wept loudly, unable to cease her cries for an extended period. The expression on Lu Xianyu's face was one of shock. He looked at Huixin as if he were meeting her for the first time. You killed Xueli? Huixin grasped Lu Xianyu's arm and fervently shook her head, her makeup smeared from her tears. It wasn't me. I didn't mean to. Lu Xianyu, in a fit of madness, seized Huixin's shoulders and shook her fiercely. Tell me, what on earth happened? Huixin wept even harder, refusing to utter a single word. She likely understood that once she revealed the truth, Lu Xianyu would depart from her forever. I voiced my suspicions. 10 years prior, witnessing Xueli and Lu Xianyu together ignited a wildfire of jealousy within Huixin's heart. She could not forgive Xueli for taking away the one she loved, and her envy clouded her judgment. Perhaps Huixin sought out the shadowy figures. Or perhaps they approached her, for just as she secretly administered the forgetfulness potion to Lu Xianyu a decade later, she had employed a similar method to quietly end Xueli's life. I recalled Huixin's expression in the dream when Xueli perished. Her eyes were filled with terror and regret. Perhaps she truly could not bear to see her dear friend die, yet in her quest to be with Lu Xianyu, she ultimately did not intervene, instead watching helplessly as Xueli fell from the stands. Once I finished recounting the events, Huixin ceased her cries, her voice breaking as she said, I didn't intend to kill Xueli. I merely wanted to separate you two. I never thought he would kill her. Lu Xianyu appeared as if struck by a heavy blow, his face paling. He could not fathom that the truth unfolded in such a manner. He reached out as if to slap Huixin, yet his hand hesitated to fall. Thud. Lu Xianyu, overwhelmed by emotion, collapsed to the ground, unconscious. I called for an ambulance and accompanied Huixin to the hospital. After I completed the admission paperwork, Huixin intercepted me at the door of the ward. 2 days later, Lu Xianyu was discharged, and I returned with him to the detective agency. At the entrance lay a package. Upon opening it, I discovered the missing file box numbered 1. Inside were thick investigative documents, all pertaining to Xueli. The latest photograph revealed a red-eyed crow. Soon, the technician who had taken the computer arrived. He had restored the overwritten footage, revealing that it was indeed Huixin who had stolen the first file box. She had replicated the agency's key, allowing her unfettered access at will. Everything fell into place. 10 years ago, Huixin had clandestinely killed Xueli with the aid of the Black Crow's power, never anticipating that Lu Xianyu's feelings for Xueli would endure, unwavering even after a decade. Furthermore, Lu Xianyu had long suspected that Xueli's death was no accident. For the past 10 years, he had tirelessly investigated, only recently uncovering that the Black Crow played a significant role in Xueli's demise. Chapter 99. An unforgettable affection. The Black Crow Organization, realizing Lu Xianyu's actions, sought to eliminate the threat he posed, unwilling to tolerate scrutiny. Perhaps fearing that murder would draw attention, they opted to manipulate Huixin to eradicate the danger. Consequently, someone approached Huixin, providing her with the forgetfulness potion. Unable to resist the temptation of being with Lu Xianyu, Huixin, as the Black Crow desired, secretly administered the potion to him. After Lu Xianyu lost his memory, she feared he would recall the past investigations upon seeing the documents. So she stealthily entered the detective agency and stole all records related to Xueli. After a trip to Tianjin, Lu Xin regained all the memories lost to the forgetfulness potion. He picked up the photograph of the red-eyed crow and inquired, "Is this the tattoo you saw on Shueli?" I nodded, remembering that in the dream constructed by the dream pearl, Shueli had indeed possessed an identical tattoo behind her ear prior to her death. So, the one who killed Shueli was the Black Crow, correct? Lu Xin believed Hui Xin merely wished to separate him from Shueli, not to cause her death, as they had once been such close friends. I nodded again. Regardless of Hui Xin's honesty, the Black Crow was indeed the direct murderer of Shueli. Lu Xin gritted his teeth, declaring, "I will continue my investigation. I must avenge Shueli." He pulled out his phone to call Hui Xin, hoping to extract further information regarding the Black Crow, yet the line remained unresponsive. "Stop calling. She has already left," I informed Lu Xin. During his unconsciousness, Hui Xin had sought me out, wishing to reclaim the forgetfulness potion. She confessed that her momentary jealousy had led to a series of missteps. Now that the secret was unveiled, it seemed they could never return to the past. A decade of unrequited love had come to an end. I returned the forgetfulness potion to her, and before my eyes, Hui Xin consumed it in one gulp, then departed without looking back. I was uncertain whether the potion would indeed erase her memories of Lu Xin, for he had demonstrated that when love runs deep, even the forgetfulness potion cannot extinguish the fervent passion of the past. If she could not fully forget, perhaps in the years that remained, Hui Xin would often dream of a boy who felt profoundly familiar, awakening only to be unable to recall his face, tears streaming down her cheeks. This would serve as both her retribution and her penance. After listening to my words, Lu Xin remained silent for a considerable time. Just as I was about to leave, he suddenly asked, "Did the Black Master say that when the Black Crow was eradicated, Boss Lin played a pivotal role?" I was unfamiliar with that history, but indeed, the Black Master had mentioned it. Lu Xin continued, "If the Black Crow resurfaces, they will undoubtedly seek trouble with Boss Lin, correct?" I replied, "That seems likely. I will return to the tea house shortly to report the recent events to Boss Lin. If you become Boss Lin's apprentice, you may also become a target for the Black Crow's vengeance." I paused, realizing I had not considered that possibility. Yet I felt no fear. As long as I diligently learned from Boss Lin, mastering the true skills, I would fear them not. Lu Xin handed me all the materials he had gathered over the past decade concerning the Black Crow. "Take a look, it may prove helpful. Their methods are too formidable for an ordinary person like me to combat. I need your assistance." He hesitated before asking, "When you take over the tea house, will you require a partner?" Chapter 100. The prospective partner. I understood that Lu Xin sought to leverage my strength in avenging Shueli. Yet this was not a negative endeavor, as the Black Crow was also an adversary of the tea house. Lu Xin would make an excellent companion. He is intelligent and astute, and with his support, I would undoubtedly avoid many missteps. I smiled at him, saying, "I do need help. Once I take over the tea house, I will come looking for you. You are now my prospective partner." Upon returning to the tea house, I found Boss Lin, first returning the dream pearl, then recounting all the recent events in detail. I had expected Boss Lin to respond with surprise at the Black Crow's resurgence, yet his demeanor remained unchanged. Curious, I asked, "Boss, did you already know?" Boss Lin simply affirmed with a sound. "The resurrection of the Black Crow is an inevitable affair." He reassured me, advising not to worry too much, although the core members of the Black Crow were imprisoned and are still serving their sentences. Even if it were to revive, it would be difficult for it to regain its former influence. Observing the confidence of Boss Lin, I felt considerably relieved. I inquired whether assisting Lu Xin in recovering his memory counted as a business transaction, to which Boss Lin affirmed it did. His intention was to test my ability to manage the tea house independently, as long as the matter was handled properly. Whether I charged a fee was entirely up to me. I was ecstatic. With just 2 more successful dealings, I would officially become Boss Lin's apprentice. However, the persistent issue remained. The tea house was desolate, and simply waiting would not guarantee the arrival of the next customer. After a day's rest, as I prepared to venture out again in search of fortune, Lu Xin arrived. He brought with him 60,000 yuan as a fee for my assistance in restoring his memory. After some contemplation, I declined to accept it. Lu Xin and I had grown to be mutual friends, and he was also the partner I had chosen. It felt rather mundane to discuss money among friends. Nonetheless, I did not offer him a free service. Instead, I requested he find me a client to offset the 60,000 yuan. Having run a detective agency for many years, Lu Xin possessed far more connections than I had anticipated. That very afternoon, he brought a couple to the tea house. The couple, appearing to be in their late 50s, had the husband with significant gray hair and the wife with dyed hair that made her appear somewhat younger. I warmly invited them in and offered them a seat. Lucini mentioned he had other matters to attend to and departed. After seeing him off, I turned to the couple and asked, "Uncle, Auntie, you both seem troubled. Have you encountered some difficulties?" The uncle responded with a question of his own. "Detective Lu said you can help drive away evil spirits. Is that true?" I displayed a confident smile. "Indeed, there are several items in the tea house capable of dispelling evil, any one of which could easily suffice." The uncle appeared skeptical and nudged his wife, urging her to speak. The aunt, looking quite distressed, opened up. "Young man, our daughter Bebe is afflicted." I served them tea, urging the aunt not to fret and to take her time recounting their story. To my surprise, as soon as the aunt began speaking, she was overcome with emotion. "Our Bebe is such a good child." Through her narrative, I gleaned some insight into the troubles their daughter faced. They had married at 20 and only had their daughter at 30, a precious blessing for them, hence her nickname, Bebe, signifying their cherished darling. Both the uncle and aunt were intellectuals, and they harbored high expectations for Bebe, desiring her to excel from the moment she could comprehend. They had meticulously mapped out her path of growth. Chapter 101. Suffocating familial affection in their youth. The couple enjoyed the benefits that knowledge brought, while others labored tirelessly. They secured clerical positions due to their literacy, basking in the comforts of heated winters and breezy summers, reaping greater welfare benefits than ordinary workers during festive seasons. Thus, they firmly believed that knowledge could alter one's fate and were determined to cultivate their daughter Bebe into a highly educated individual. Bebe could turn over at 2 months, crawl by 6, call out mama and papa at 7, and by 9 months was already staggering about, far ahead of her peers, which convinced the couple of her genius. While other children began preschool at 3, Bebe, not yet 2, was already compelled by her parents to memorize classical poetry. The aunt proudly shared. By the time Bebe started preschool at 3, she had already memorized the entirety of 300 poems of the Tang dynasty. The uncle continued, since preschool, Bebe consistently ranked among the top 3 in her class, placing in the top 50 citywide upon transitioning to junior high, and then among the top 100 when moving on to high school, excelling in her college entrance examination as well. From their words, I could sense their genuine pride. However, what did this have to do with the troubles their daughter was facing? Just as I was about to inquire, the couple's expressions shifted to one of sorrow. The aunt said, "Bebe was once an exceptionally obedient child. Before graduating high school, she never defied us." However, as she spoke, her eyes grew red, prompting me to offer her a tissue to help steady her emotions. The uncle sighed, a hint of regret in his tone. During the college application process after the college entrance examination, we had a dispute with Bebe. She wanted to apply to the film academy. She has always loved writing and watching films, proclaiming her desire to become a screenwriter. But we understood how difficult it is to succeed as a screenwriter. If no one wanted her scripts, wouldn't she starve? Both her mother and I believed she should apply to a normal teacher's college, where she could become a teacher. What a good profession. With a government position, she would receive a stable salary and benefits, allowing her to live without worry. Furthermore, if she wanted to write scripts, she could do so as a language teacher in her spare time. It would be a wonderful hobby. Yet, Bebe couldn't grasp our reasoning and argued vehemently, even smashing the television in our home. We had never seen such a rebellious daughter. Curious, I asked, and then? Who ultimately convinced whom? The uncle's expression became somewhat awkward, as if he felt embarrassed, but it was the aunt who revealed the answer. We couldn't persuade her. We had no choice but to secretly change her application while she was asleep. She didn't realize it and ultimately applied to a normal teacher's college. However, ever since then, our relationship with Bebe has not been the same. I wanted to express my disbelief at their actions. If I were their child, I would certainly hold a grudge against them for life. Bebe didn't return home for the new year during her 4 years of college. The living expenses we sent her were untouched. We visited her at school, finding her exhausted from working while studying. The aunt sighed. This stubborn child refuses to forgive us. The couple fell silent for a considerable time. After Bebe graduated, she stayed away for a year, given that she was our only daughter. How could we bear to have her so far from home? So, we sought her out, creating a scene at her company and confronting her landlord, leaving her with no choice but to return home, where she complied with our wishes and became a teacher. Chapter 102. The puppet upon returning. She did not bring us peace of mind. Now of marriageable age, we introduced her to many suitable men, civil servants, professionals, and even business owners, but she stubbornly chose a bookstore owner, as if to deliberately provoke us. I devised a plan, proposing a bride price that the man could never afford, hoping he would retreat. I listened, astonished, and interrupted the couple. Uncle, Auntie, let us get straight to the point. Why do you believe your daughter is possessed? She has been behaving strangely. The aunt clasped her teacup tightly, clearly anxious. In what way? The aunt hesitated. She is too obedient. I was perplexed. Isn't that what you wanted in a daughter? It's different. After she graduated, our relationship improved somewhat, but it wasn't like now, where she is completely compliant with us. Whatever we suggest she eats, drinks, or does, she obediently follows. I was utterly baffled. Auntie, that doesn't sound like possession. The uncle interjected. What about eating dirt? I urged the uncle to elaborate, and he recounted that just days prior, while repotting a houseplant, he explained the benefits of nutrient-rich soil to his daughter, jokingly asking if she wanted to eat some. To his astonishment, she grabbed the soil and began putting it in her mouth. The uncle's face reflected shock, recalling the moment vividly. I snatched the soil away, and she questioned me, saying wasn't it I who wanted her to eat it? The aunt chimed in, and there's more. 2 nights ago, the temperature dropped, and I worried that Bebe might catch a cold if she didn't cover herself properly while sleeping. In the middle of the night, I checked on her room only to find that she was wide awake, sitting at her desk, engrossed in her high school mathematics textbook. After calling her several times, she finally responded. When I inquired about her activities, she explained that since I had criticized her poor performance in the math section of the college entrance examination, she wanted to study on her own. This struck me as rather peculiar. After all, the daughter of a couple whose own child had graduated from university long ago was now reviewing high school mathematics in the dead of night. The mother expressed her concern, questioning whether our daughter might be possessed. Based solely on her words, I found it difficult to ascertain the truth. It was entirely possible that their daughter was suffering from a mental disorder. I suggested that I accompany them home to see Bebe and clarify the situation. The couple eagerly agreed, and I took a talisman from the tea house to ward off evil spirits before heading back with them. Upon entering their home, the father mentioned that their daughter would not return until after work, inviting me to sit down for tea. I declined, expressing my desire to explore the house instead. As I wandered around, I noticed something unusual. One of the bedrooms had been transformed into an exhibition room, with one wall adorned with numerous certificates for outstanding student, all awarded to Lu Bebe. The opposite wall housed a display case filled with antiquated items, a faded red scarf, discolored shoes, and an assortment of photographs. Each item was accompanied by a caption, such as the one next to the red scarf, which read, "In commemoration of Lu Bebe joining the Young Pioneers," and another beside the shoes, stating, "In commemoration of Lu Bebe winning the 200-meter race in the 2nd grade at the school sports meet." It became clear to me that this room showcased the honors Lu Bebe had accumulated throughout her childhood, resembling a miniature museum. Seeing my interest, the father approached with pride, stating, "We keep these to remind our child of how remarkable she is." After viewing the exhibition, I sought permission from the father to visit Lu Bebe's bedroom. Before entering, I noticed a peculiar detail. None of the rooms in the house, including the exhibition room, had keys left in their locks, except for Lu Bebe's bedroom, which had a key inserted. This indicated that the room could not be locked from the inside. No wonder the mother could see Lu Bebe studying high school math late at night. She could enter her daughter's room at any time. Lu Bebe's bedroom was quite simple, containing only a bed, a desk, and a bookshelf, lacking any color or embellishment typical of a girl's room. The bookshelf was filled with textbooks, but rather than literature or magazines, it held test papers and explanations, which I couldn't determine if they were for Lu Bebe's studies or remnants from her time in school. As I surveyed the room, I stumbled upon a packaging box for a puppet toy beneath the desk. From the image on the box, it appeared to be a wooden puppet, though I found no sign of it in the bedroom. The father noticed the box as well and expressed his anger, stating, "We made her throw it away. Why is it still here?" Curiously, I asked, "Why throw it away?" The father, clearly agitated, replied, "That was a gift from that bookstore owner. He has shifty eyes. He is clearly not a good person, trying to court our Bebe. It's preposterous." With that, he tossed the box outside. Generally, a person possessed might have some lingering negative energy in their home, yet I felt none of that in Lu Bebe's household. By evening, Lu Bebe returned from work. Upon first seeing her, I immediately labeled her a well-behaved girl in my mind. She was dressed modestly, devoid of the flashy styles favored by youth, her black hair uncurled. Upon arriving home, she greeted her parents and, upon noticing me, smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Such an educated and gentle demeanor is what many parents cherish in their children. The mother introduced me to Lu Bebe, saying, "Bebe, this is Zhang Xian, a distant relative from my family, who will be dining with us tonight." Lu Bebe smiled again, not questioning how I could possibly be a distant relative when my surname didn't match theirs. During dinner, we faced each other, yet she remained silent, only offering brief responses when her parents spoke to her. I observed her closely, There was not a trace of negative energy about her, but curiously, I felt an inexplicable sense of dissonance surrounding her. After dinner, as Lu Beibei cleared the table, I exchanged glances with the mother. She immediately spoke up. Beibei, Zhang Xian brought some local snacks that are quite tasty. You should give them a try. In her hand was a small pastry, which was not from my hometown, but rather something I had hastily found in the refrigerator. However, I had tampered with it by stuffing a generous amount of mustard inside. Anyone taking a bite would surely find it overwhelmingly spicy. All right, I'll give it a try. Lu Beibei said as she took the pastry and devoured it in 2 bites without any change in expression. After finishing, she remarked, "It's delicious. Mom, Dad, Zhang Xian. I'm going to my room now. Enjoy your meal." With that, she walked toward her bedroom. The mother called after her, "Don't forget about tomorrow's blind date. Make sure to get up early and prepare yourself." Lu Beibei replied, "Got it." As the door to her room closed, the father and mother looked at me anxiously. I was at a loss for words. There was no negative energy surrounding Beibei, making it impossible for her to be possessed. Yet her unchanging expression after biting into the mustard-filled pastry left me puzzled. I could only say I would return home to contemplate the matter and provide them with an answer the following day. I declined the couple's offer to see me off and descended the stairs alone. In the flower bed below sat a man smoking a cigarette. Beside him lay a familiar wooden puppet toy. Intrigued, I approached and asked, "Are you looking for Lu Beibei?" The man looked up and inquired, "How do you know?" I explained, "Lu Beibei has a similar puppet toy. Did you give it to her?" The man's expression turned wary. "Who are you? How do you know so much?" I assessed him. He didn't appear as unsavory as the father had described. I introduced myself, and upon learning that I was there to exorcise evil spirits from Lu Beibei, the man urgently asked, "What is wrong with her? She has changed so much that I hardly recognize her anymore." I urged him to remain calm and share what he knew, so I could make a proper judgment. The man's name was Xiao Wang, and through our conversation, I learned about the circumstances surrounding Lu Beibei. Xiao Wang owned a small bookstore, and 2 years prior, when Lu Beibei visited to select supplemental materials for her studies, they struck up a conversation and quickly grew fond of each other, soon establishing a romantic relationship. After a year of courting, Xiao Wang felt it was time to discuss marriage, and he proposed to Lu Beibei. She accepted, but when it came time to meet each other as parents, Lu Beibei hesitated. She confided in Xiao Wang that her parents might be difficult to communicate with. As Xiao Wang recounted this, he lit another cigarette. I thought I could win over Beibei's parents with my sincerity, but to my surprise, they threw me and my gifts out of their home. It turned out that Xiao Wang's family situation was quite complicated. He had a sick mother whose medical expenses had drained their savings. When he disclosed this to Lu Beibei's parents, they immediately turned hostile, vehemently opposing the union and ejecting him from their home. They insisted that Lu Beibei end her relationship with Xiao Wang, but she refused. After a prolonged standoff, her father proposed a condition. Xiao Wang could marry Lu Beibei, but he had to provide a dowry of 300,000 yuan. While this seemed like a concession from her father, it was, in fact, a tactic to dissuade Xiao Wang. How could a man already burdened with his mother's medical costs possibly afford such a dowry? Not wanting to put Xiao Wang in a difficult position, Lu Beibei voluntarily chose to end the relationship. Xiao Wang was unwilling to let this relationship come to an abrupt end, and every evening he waited downstairs for Lu Beibei to finish her work. However, Lu Beibei seemed to have transformed into a completely different person, no matter what he said. She ignored him and went straight upstairs. I asked Xiao Wang, "You say Lu Beibei seems like a different person. What has changed?" "Her eyes," Xiao Wang exclaimed passionately. "I used to be captivated by her eyes, which sparkled beautifully, but now there is not a glimmer of light in them." If others were to hear this, they would certainly think Xiao Wang had lost his mind, yet it served as a reminder to me. Recalling our recent meal together, I noticed Lu Beibei's gaze was consistently evading mine, unwilling to meet my eyes, as if she were fleeing from something. The realization struck me. She was avoiding my penetrating gaze. I abandoned Xiao Wang and returned to Lu Beibei's home. Knocking on the door, it was her father who opened it, and upon seeing me, he inquired, "Did you drop something?" I asked him to summon Lu Beibei, as I wished to see her once more. He invited me inside and knocked on Lu Beibei's bedroom door. "Beibei, come out for a moment." Her voice floated from within. "I'm sleeping. Let us talk tomorrow." It was only 7:30 in the evening. Who sleeps this early? Clearly, she was intentionally avoiding me. Without a second thought, I stormed into the room. The door had 2 keyholes, and it was futile to lock the bedroom. I twisted the key to push the door open, but it wouldn't budge, so I forcefully slammed into it twice. With a loud bang, the door swung open, and I stood at the threshold, drawing in a sharp breath. Lu Beibei was sitting on the floor, having braced her body against the door, which I had just knocked down. Sitting there, She could not escape my gaze, and finally, our eyes met. In that moment, I felt my penetrating vision blaze with intensity, and as I gazed upon her, her form slowly faded away, ultimately transforming into a puppet. This was her true nature. Chapter 105. The letter boss Zhang. What are you doing? An ant rushed over, alarmed by the sound of my slamming the door. Upon seeing the baby eye on the floor, she was filled with concern. Darling, why are you sitting on the ground? Get up. She moved to help her, but I stopped her, my eyes fixed intently on the baby eye, and I demanded, what exactly are you? Although I posed the question, I already harbored an answer deep within. My penetrating vision had unveiled her true form, and I sensed a familiar aura, an entity of the underworld. This was a new entity I had never encountered before, nor had I ever seen it documented in the records of the underworld merchants. Perhaps because I had discerned her. The baby eye's figure suddenly vanished, and I heard a soft thud as the puppet fell to the floor. Her father and the ant were horrified, urgently asking, "Where's Bebe?" I picked up the puppet from the ground, a sense of ominous foreboding taking root within me. Just then, a knock resonated from the living room. "Brother Lou, are you home? We're from the property management." After opening the door, the property staff addressed her father, "Brother Lou. We received a complaint from a resident that there is a strong odor coming from your basement. Could you please check it out?" My heart sank. My foreboding was confirmed. Her father seemed to have an inkling of what was amiss and dashed down the stairs. The ant, the property staff, and I followed him down. And upon opening the basement door, I was taken aback by the sight before me. In the dim, damp basement, there was an overturned chair, and above it hung the baby eye's lifeless body. She had been dead for some time, her body swollen like an inflated balloon, already beginning to decay and emit a foul odor. The ant fainted on the spot, while her father wailed in despair, and the property staff hurriedly called the police. Beside the overturned chair lay a letter, and I approached to open it. The letter was penned in delicate handwriting, yet the words were steeped in sorrow. The contents were as follows: Dear Mom and Dad, by the time you read this letter, I will have departed from this world. I am grateful to you for bringing me into existence and nurturing me. But I understand that my departure will be a profound shock to you, causing you immense sorrow for a long time. Yet, I still wish to leave. From the moment I began to remember, I have never experienced a day of happiness. While other children played joyfully outside, I was confined to the house, reciting poetry. If I faltered or made mistakes, you would deny me even a meal. When I entered elementary school, while other children enjoyed playtime after classes, I was sent to various tutoring sessions. When transitioning from elementary to middle school, a child from next door scored 300 points, and his parents rewarded him with a trip, while I ranked in the top 50 in the city. Yet you claimed I had not showcased my true potential and punished me with 30 additional worksheets. In middle school, when I ranked in the top 100 of the city, you berated me, questioning how I could have fallen so far. But do you understand? The difference between the 100th and the first place is merely 3 points. Your relentless pressure extinguished my passion for learning. Each day in class felt like sitting on needles, and my grades plummeted. During the college entrance examination, I failed to meet your expectations for prestigious universities, not even reaching the threshold for a 985 institution. Chapter 106. The letter continued. For 3 days, you spoke to me coldly before making a decision on my behalf, insisting that I apply to a provincial normal university. I refused. By then, I was already 18, eager to escape your control. I aspired to study screenwriting. For literature was my true love after 12 years of arduous study. I yearned to pursue my interests rather than be shackled by dull formulas. But you disagreed, claiming that teaching was more stable and that stability was the best pursuit. That was the first time I stood my ground, hoping for your understanding, but instead, you secretly altered my application. When I received the acceptance letter, I was utterly disheartened, while you rejoiced, leaving me with a single phrase: "We are doing this for your own good." For 18 years, whenever I yearned to do something I desired, that was all I ever heard. I know you act out of love, but I am your child, not your pet, nor your slave. Why must I obey your every command? I did not wish to repeat a year and was forced to study a discipline I disliked, at least by leaving home. I could escape your control and breathe fresh air. I chose to resist, working part-time while studying, resolutely refusing your financial support. After graduation, I chose to remain in this unfamiliar city to begin anew. Yet, in your eyes, my actions were rebellious. The only correct path was to submit to your plans and return home to become a teacher. To achieve your objectives, you resorted to every means to drag me back home. How cruel you are. Shortly after returning, you began arranging my marriage, claiming that a girl grows older and should marry and bear children. Every week, I was obliged to meet potential suitors you deemed suitable. Yet you never considered that I am a person with feelings, not a mere sow awaiting breeding. Until I met Xiaowang, I thought I might at least have the choice to marry someone I loved. But upon learning of Xiaowang's less fortunate background, you condemned our love to death. After our breakup, you even could not tolerate me keeping a gift he had given me. It was then I realized that until your last breath, I would have no choices in my life. I longed to end your lives, but I could not, for you are my parents. Thus, I chose to end my own. Farewell, dear father and mother. I hope that after my departure, you will find a child who can meet your expectations, for I have failed you. I am weary and long for rest. Your daughter, Lu Beibei. Upon finishing the letter, I couldn't help but sigh, leaving it for the uncle before departing from this sorrowful place. I have unraveled the circumstances. Lu Beibei lived her life as a puppet, controlled by her parents. Unable to resist, her parents loved her dearly, yet their affection was grotesquely suffocating, a burden she could no longer bear. Lu Beibei loved her parents as well. Thus, even in her despair, she chose not to retaliate, but to seek liberation through death. Perhaps she wished to spare her parents the pain of her absence. After her passing, she left an attachment on her favorite toy, transforming it into a spirit, allowing it to embody her existence, living as her parents desired. Upon returning to the tea house, I presented the puppet toy to Boss Lin, who brought forth a ledger of spirits, informing me that this was a newly discovered spirit, granting me the privilege to inscribe my name within its pages. In that moment, I was taken aback, for not every generation of spiritual merchants is afforded such an honor. I named this new spirit the substitute puppet, perhaps because Lu Beibei's life was akin to that of a marionette, with death as the only means to escape her controlled fate. My handwriting being unsightly, I had Boss Lin transcribe it for me, as I awkwardly signed my name. Just then, Lin Xiaolu returned, and upon seeing my clumsy script, she erupted into laughter before bouncing up to the second floor. Boss Lin inquired about her destination, to which she playfully replied, playing games. Once Lin Xiaolu entered her room, I asked Boss Lin whether he felt displeased with Xiaolu's obsession with gaming. His response lingered in my mind for quite some time. She is of an age where she knows what she wants and what she is doing. If Xiaolu finds joy in it, why should I, as her father, feel unhappy? Chapter 107. The twins having reclaimed the substitute puppet. I was only one final transaction away from becoming Boss Lin's apprentice. I racked my brain, pondering how to seek this business opportunity. Just as I was about to call my grandfather to inquire if he needed assistance with any rituals, a man entered the tea house. My heart leapt with joy, and I hurried to greet him. Excuse me, is Boss Lin present? Following the same old routine, I was informed that Boss Lin was unavailable, but matters could be discussed with me. As we spoke, I scrutinized the man before me. He appeared to be under 30, clad in casual attire. He introduced himself as Tian Feng, having heard of Boss Lin's extraordinary abilities and seeking a resolution to his troubles. I inquired about his concerns, and Tian Feng produced a photograph from his pocket, presenting it to me. Upon glancing at the image, I noted two men. One was Tian Feng, and the other, an identical twin. Aside from their differing attire, they were nearly indistinguishable in height and hairstyle. Had it not been for the clothing in the photograph matching Tian Feng's current outfit, I would have struggled to differentiate them. Curiously, I asked, "Are you twins?" Tian Feng nodded and explained, "He is my twin brother, Hong Chun." I was taken aback. How could brothers bear different surnames? Noticing my astonishment, Tian Feng elaborated. When we were born, our parents, unable to afford to raise two children, gave me away. His expression grew somber as he recounted being sent away. I brewed him a pot of tea, encouraging him to share his story. In truth, it was only recently that I discovered I had a biological brother. Tian Feng recounted that he was originally from Shu province, and just a week prior, Hong Chun had unexpectedly appeared before him. At first, I thought I had encountered a ghost. How could there be someone who looks exactly like me? The tale unfolded. Shortly after Tian Feng was given away, his parents managed to escape poverty through business, enabling them to support two children comfortably. They sought to reclaim Tian Feng, unaware that the couple who adopted him had returned to their hometown in Shu province. In that era, mobile phones were a luxury beyond the reach of ordinary people, severing direct communication between the families. For years, Tian Feng's biological parents had not ceased their search for him, making biannual trips to Shu province in pursuit of his whereabouts. As they aged, the task of locating Tian Feng fell to his twin brother, Hong Chun. Just 2 weeks ago, Hong Chun, through a family reunion organization, discovered Tian Feng's information. Ecstatic, he was poised to share the joyful news with their parents when disaster struck. During a routine physical examination organized by his company, he was diagnosed with late-stage cancer. The doctors gently informed him that he had at most 2 months to live. This revelation struck Hong Chun like a bolt from the blue. The thought of his parents losing a son while searching for another filled him with profound sorrow. Moreover, his father suffered from severe heart disease, and the potential emotional toll could be catastrophic. After a sleepless night, he made a fateful decision. Hong Chun, concealing his condition from his parents, traveled alone to Shu province to meet Tian Feng. When they finally came face to face, both were stunned. Despite nearly 30 years of separation and vastly different life experiences, their appearances were nearly identical. Chapter 108. The twin fish pendant upon recognizing each other. Hong Chun expressed his intentions. Brother, I want you to impersonate me. My parents have searched for me their entire lives. The most they would feel is regret. But should I pass away, it would break their hearts, especially after raising me for 30 years. I understood his sentiment. Yet I questioned how Tian Feng could convincingly impersonate his brother, given their drastically different upbringings. Tian Feng confided in me. I came to the tea house seeking a solution to this dilemma. My adoptive parents have long since passed. If I could remain by my biological parents' side in my brother's stead, it would fulfill not only my brother's wish, but also my own. With sincerity etched upon his face, I considered that the tea house might indeed harbor an object capable of realizing their desires. I asked him to wait and ventured alone to the basement, retrieving a jade pendant. This pendant featured two koi fish, intertwined. I explained to Tian Feng that this object was known as the twin fish pendant, steeped in history. During the late Qing dynasty, Empress Dowager Cixi imprisoned Emperor Guangxu at Yingtai, while in Hankow, a young man impersonating the emperor emerged. This young man bore a striking resemblance to Guangxu and exhibited identical mannerisms. The officials of Hankow were deceived, falling to their knees and offering substantial sums, until the then Governor Zhang Jidong uncovered the ruse, leading to the young man's execution. How did he manage to fool so many officials? The truth was that he had been a performer in the emperor's court, learning every nuance of Guangxu's demeanor. After his death, the pendant he wore transformed into a spirit object, now in my possession. The two koi fish on the pendant, one white and one purple, held significance. I instructed Tian Feng that before his brother's demise, he must drop his brother's blood onto the white koi and his own blood onto the purple one. Thus, when Hong Chun passed away, a fragment of his soul would attach to the twin fish pendant, allowing Tian Feng to wear it undetected by their biological parents. Upon hearing this, Tian Feng was elated and promptly agreed to purchase the pendant. I set the price at 500,000, and he did not negotiate. As I sent him on his way, I cautioned him, it must be your brother's voluntary sacrifice of blood. Otherwise, wearing the twin fish pendant could lead to significant troubles. Do you understand? Tian Feng assured me. He comprehended and hurriedly departed. Selling the third piece of otherworldly artifacts signified the completion of my assessment, and Lin Xiaolu was overjoyed, dragging me out for a sumptuous feast. Boss Lin mentioned he needed to prepare for a master accepting ceremony, which would take approximately 2 weeks. During these 2 weeks, the tea house remained tranquil until I stumbled upon a missing person notice while perusing the news. The notice read as follows. Name of the missing person, Tian Feng. Gender, male. Place of origin, Ander. Accompanying the text was a description of his features and a photograph that unmistakably depicted Tian Feng, who had recently purchased a pair of fish pendants at the tea house. I found it peculiar. Based on the timeline, Tian Feng's brother should have passed away, leaving him to live with his biological parents under his brother's identity. No one in Ander recognized him. Could it be that a friend from Shu province had issued the missing person notice? Yet, how could the notice state Ander as his place of origin if no one knew he had come here? A sense of foreboding began to take root in my heart. Chapter 109. The boss's son. In the case of other merchants, once the goods are sold, they generally disengage from any further responsibility. However, Lin Xiaolu had informed me that if someone were to misuse an otherworldly artifact, the seller bears the obligation to reclaim it. Thus, I resolved to investigate this matter. As it arose during the assessment period, I could not solicit the assistance of Boss Lin or Lin Xiaolu, leading me to seek help from Lu Sini's detective agency. To my surprise, upon seeing Tian Feng's photograph, Lu Sini immediately recognized him. I inquired where he had encountered this individual, and he replied that he had seen him at a friend's law firm, where the man was consulting about matters of property inheritance. He called his lawyer friend, who informed him that the individual seeking consultation was not named Tian Feng, but Hong Chun. The situation became increasingly bizarre, prompting me to ask Lu Sini if he could investigate the relationship between the two brothers. Lu Sini, efficient as ever, presented a dossier the following day. Indeed, Tian Feng had deceived me. He and Hong Chun were identical twins, yet their parents had not sold him off. Rather, they had raised him alongside his brother. The reason for their different surnames lay in Tian Feng taking his mother's surname while his brother took their father's. Lu Sini, through a connection at the hospital, Inquired across all major hospitals in Ander and found no record of any patient named Hong Chun being diagnosed with cancer in the past 6 months. Additionally, Lucini compiled their employment records. Their father was the chairman of a major enterprise in Ander, while Hong Chun had been working in the family business since graduating from university, whereas Tian Feng was employed at a small company. Lucini queried me, "Do you not find the disparity in their employment rather striking?" I too was perplexed. How could a father presiding over a large corporation allow his son to toil away elsewhere? Within Lucini's report was the address of Hong Chen's company, and I resolved to investigate further. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Hong Corporation, I fortuitously spotted a familiar face, Tian Feng, accompanied by a lovely woman, climbed into a white Maserati and departed the premises. I waved, but he did not notice me. I approached the security guard to inquire about them, and he informed me that the driver was Hong Chun, the son of their boss, while the woman in the passenger seat was his fiancée. When I asked the guard if he knew where they were headed, he regarded me with suspicion, questioning my identity and the purpose of my inquiry. I fabricated a story, claiming to be a lawyer who had recently consulted with Hong Chun but had forgotten to take down his phone number, leading me to seek him out in person. The guard scrutinized me for a moment, perhaps taken aback by the sight of such a young lawyer. But he ultimately accepted my story and directed me to a high-end restaurant 2 streets away, where they typically dined for lunch. I made my way to the restaurant and spotted the Maserati parked in a space outside. Upon entering, I took a seat by the window and soon caught sight of Tian Feng. He noticed me too, his eyes betraying a flicker of panic, which he quickly masked. He turned away, feigning ignorance of my presence. Approaching him directly, I called out his name, Tian Feng. Chapter 110. Divergent Lives. Tian Feng turned back, attempting to maintain a calm facade as he replied, "Sir, you must have mistaken me for someone else. I am Tian Feng's brother." My gaze shifted downward to his pocket, where the unmistakable aura of the otherworldly artifact lingered. There was no way I could be mistaken. I caught a glimpse of Tian Feng's hand trembling as he handed the car keys to his companion, nonchalantly stating, "Darling, why don't you head back to the office? I have some matters to discuss with this gentleman." His companion scrutinized me for a prolonged moment, appearing to suspect me of ill intent. But after much coaxing from Tian Feng, she reluctantly departed. Once the woman had vacated the restaurant, Tian Feng finally dared to meet my gaze. "Boss Zhang, our business is concluded. What more do you seek from me?" I noticed a plate of dumplings on the table and inquired, "Are the dumplings delicious?" Tian Feng's irritation flared. "What do you mean by that?" I retorted, "What do you think? It is said that nothing is more delicious than dumplings, and nothing is more enjoyable than a sister-in-law. Surely, you would not say that caring for your fiancée is also your brother's request?" Tian Feng's complexion turned ashen, his fists clenched tightly, the veins on the back of his hands prominently visible. Through gritted teeth, he spat, "What do you know? If it weren't for my brother stealing my love, I would have been with her long ago." Taking a deep breath, Tian Feng recounted the grievances between him and his brother. "My brother and I are twins, yet our fates are starkly different." Just as he began his tale, his eyes welled with tears. After the birth of the 2 children, the family rejoiced, with the father eager to consult a fortune teller to name the children based on their birth dates. At that moment, the maternal side made a request. As the Tian family had only one daughter, they wished for the younger son to carry their surname, ensuring the continuation of their lineage. The father initially opposed this, but after his wife wept and pleaded for a considerable time, even threatening divorce, he had no choice but to acquiesce. Thus, one child was named Hong Chun, taking the father's surname, while the other was named Tian Feng, bearing the mother's surname. However, it was precisely this discrepancy in surnames that led to the 2 children being treated entirely differently as they grew. In their early years, the difference was not as apparent. But Hong Chun received preferential treatment from their father and grandparents, who exclusively bought toys for him, while Tian Feng was left to play with what his brother discarded. As they matured, Hong Chun was adorned in designer clothing purchased by their grandparents, while Tian Feng wore garments provided by their mother. The disparity became glaringly evident upon their university graduation. Their fates diverged dramatically. The father arranged a position for Hong Chun in the family business, allowing him to mingle with elite circles and expand his horizons. In stark contrast, Tian Feng's father neglected him entirely, leaving him to seek employment on his own without any assistance. Furthermore, the father gifted Hong Chun a villa and a luxury car, leaving Tian Feng with nothing. Unable to endure the injustice, Tian Feng confronted his father, demanding to know why he and his brother were treated so differently. The father's response struck Tian Feng like a bolt from the blue. "The reason is simple. You carry the surname Tian, not Hong. If you desire a villa and a luxury car, go and seek them from the Tian family." Tian Feng then turned to his mother, Questioning why she had insisted he take her surname. Weeping, she could only apologize. Tianfeng wished to change his surname to be known as Hong, but his father forbade him. He informed Tianfeng that he had already decided to bequeath his company and estates solely to Hong Chun. An will had been drawn up and notarized. At this point, Tianfeng snapped the chopsticks in his hand. Why must I be treated this way when my brother and I share the same blood? The most despicable part is that Hong Chun has also stolen the woman I love. Chapter 111. A million temptation. Tianfeng informed me that the woman sitting opposite him, named Wang Ying, was someone he had known first. He had fallen head over heels for her and pursued her fervently, only for her to turn to his brother, Hong Chun. Upon realizing the distinction between Tianfeng and Hong Chun in this household, with a forceful slap on the table, he drew many curious gazes. He seemed to shout at me without a care. Why? Why? I responded. Why are you so fixated on such a materialistic and mercenary woman? Tianfeng sneered. I am not fixated on her, but on what rightfully belongs to me. I have taken it back with my own hands. I had little desire to hear more of Tianfeng's tale, so I asked him directly, did you kill your own brother? Tianfeng did not answer. Instead, he eyed me warily, perhaps fearing I had recording equipment on me. In truth, I already suspected the answer. Hong Chun was certainly dead. I extended my hand toward him, and he inquired, what do you mean? I stated plainly, hand over the double fish pendant. Tianfeng instinctively protected his pocket and glared at me fiercely. We settled our accounts. The item is now mine, and you have no right to reclaim it. I asserted my entitlement, citing the ancestral precepts of the underworld merchants, which dictate the reclamation of malevolent spirits that wreak havoc in the mortal realm. Tianfeng refused, calling out, prompting two imposing security guards to approach. He mocked me. Didn't he expect it, did you? This restaurant belongs to my brother, and now it is mine. He ordered the guards to throw me out, and they glared at me menacingly, as if they were ready to act should I hesitate to leave. Lin Xiaolu had not arrived. Should a confrontation ensue, I would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Nevertheless, I was not inclined to simply endure this indignity. I locked eyes with Tianfeng and declared, you will come to seek me again. With that, I departed. Back at the tea house, I took the initiative to approach Boss Lin and informed him about the double fish pendant. He replied that the spirit had already been sold, although I had been deceived. It would not affect my assessment. He advised me to handle the matter myself, stating that human nature is complex, and being misled by lies is a common occurrence for underworld merchants. Only through hardship can one gain wisdom. I was certain Tianfeng would return, as his brother Hong Chun had not willingly left his soul within the double fish pendant. My judgment proved accurate. On the 8th day since our last encounter, a familiar Maserati parked outside the tea house. Tianfeng exited the vehicle, clutching a black briefcase, and rushed into the tea house, collapsing in front of me. With a face full of terror, he pleaded, Boss Zhang, please save me. I beg you. Hearing the commotion, Lin Xiaolu emerged from the second-floor room, leaning over the railing with her arms crossed, smiling down. I urged Tianfeng to rise and to sit down if he had something to discuss. He stood up, placed the briefcase on the tea table, entered a code, and opened it. The moment the case was revealed, my eyelids twitched violently. It was filled to the brim with neatly stacked red banknotes, pristine and exuding a strong scent of ink, unmistakably freshly withdrawn from the bank. Boss Zhang, I was blind and rude last time. Please forgive me. If you save me, this 1 million is yours. Chapter 112. A nest occupied by crows gazing at the box brimming with money. It would be disingenuous to claim I was not tempted. I indeed possessed a method to assist Tianfeng in extricating himself from his predicament, yet it would be immoral. Thus, I could not proceed. Suppressing my greed, I inquired, have you recently experienced prolonged bouts of unconsciousness, awakening to find yourself not in bed, entirely oblivious to events that transpired during your slumber? Tianfeng nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at grains. Boss Zhang, you are truly perceptive. Ever since I took over my brother's position, I have been overwhelmed by the company's affairs. Previously, my brother managed everything. I was utterly clueless, and now I've made a mess of many matters. He recounted the first occurrence of his symptoms 8 days prior, right after parting ways with me at the restaurant. Upon returning to the office, he felt a headache while gazing at a mountain of documents and decided to nap, only to awaken to find all the documents completed, his signature adorning each one. The terror etched on Tianfeng's face was genuine. He was thoroughly frightened. I quickly checked the office surveillance. Boss Zhang, guess what I saw? I saw myself, slumped over the desk, suddenly rise, open my eyes, and then begin working, continuing for a full hour until every document was processed. Tianfeng clenched his fists, trembling violently, and suddenly exclaimed, this is just the beginning. Over the following week, My episodes of unconsciousness grew longer. At times, I would awaken to find I had just concluded a business deal with a client. Other times, I awoke after a board meeting. Last night, I woke to Wang Ying praising my boldness. Boss Zhang, tell me, it was my brother, wasn't he it? It was Hong Chun who seeks to usurp my body. I nodded. His description did not astonish me. The underworld merchant's notes contained detailed accounts of the side effects of the double fish pendant. Since its inception, many had exploited the pendant's miraculous properties to impersonate others, some masquerading as tycoons, others as nobles, and even some as generals. Numerous individuals, like Tian Feng, had ruthlessly slain their counterparts without consent, forcibly claiming their souls, leading to catastrophic outcomes. The souls ensnared within the double fish pendant gradually encroach upon the user's body, much like crows occupying a nest. Ultimately, due to the mismatch between soul and corporeal form, the user would meet a tragic end, unable to find peace. However, Tian Feng's situation was somewhat unique. As twins sharing the same blood, Hong Chen's soul would not be rejected by Tian Feng's body. Eventually, Hong Chun would live on through Tian Feng, akin to a spiritual takeover. I laid bare the gravity of the situation to Tian Feng, who became increasingly terrified. He implored me, Boss Zhang, please save me. My moments of clarity are dwindling. If this continues, I will eventually awaken to find myself lost forever. As before, I extended my hand toward him. He stared at me in confusion. What are you doing? Return the double fish pendant. Only then can you survive. Tian Feng's face was a mask of conflict as he asked, if I relinquish the pendant, will I lose the ability to impersonate my brother? I affirmed. One cannot forcibly claim what does not belong to them. With a determined grit, the instinct for survival ultimately conquered his avarice. I will. He reached for his neck, where a red string was tied, presumably to wear the double fish pendant as a necklace. However, when he tugged at it, the string did not budge. Chapter 113. The young master in a state of panic, Tian Feng stripped off his shirt. Upon closer inspection, I noticed his chest was slightly sunken, entrapping the double fish pendant. How could this happen? Tian Feng desperately clawed at it, but the more he pulled, the deeper it embedded itself into his flesh, until it was completely absorbed. In a state of alarm, Tian Feng turned to me for help. Boss Zhang, please assist me. Before he could finish his sentence, his head tilted, and he collapsed onto the tea table, succumbing to sleep. Tian Feng. I nudged him, and he lifted his head again, but when our eyes met, I noticed a distinct change in his expression. Tian Feng calmly donned his clothing and bowed to me. Boss Zhang, please grant me 2 more days. I assure you I will return the double fish pendant. He departed, or rather, Hong Chen departed. Watching his retreating figure, I realized that the situation had become irretrievable. 3 days later, Tian Feng returned once more and returned the double fish pendant to me. Gazing at the man seated across from me, I inquired, how should I address you? The man responded courteously. You may call me Hong Chun or Tian Feng. Either is acceptable. I picked up the double fish pendant, which was devoid of any soul. Undoubtedly, the man before me is Hong Chun, who has taken possession of my brother's body and returned to life. A notification chimed from my phone. Upon illuminating the screen, I found a local news alert stating that the missing son of a wealthy family had been found, having succumbed to poisoning and passed away days prior. Tian Feng is dead, although the body is that of Hong Chun. The suicide mentioned in the news was likely a fabrication orchestrated by Hong Chun himself. I inquired if he harbored any hatred towards Tian Feng. Hong Chun shook his head, expressing that he did not harbor animosity, as he could comprehend his brother's plight. We share the same parents, yet our treatments were disparate. Had our positions been reversed, I too would have been driven to madness by jealousy. He sighed. After Tian Feng's death, our mother was the most heartbroken, regretting ever taking the advice of her family to change his surname. In truth, I loved my brother dearly, and I had contemplated ways to compensate him. A few months prior, I consulted a lawyer regarding matters of asset allocation. Though our father may not bestow anything upon him, as his elder brother, I felt a duty to offer some form of recompense. Yet, I never anticipated that he would attempt to seize everything from me. I questioned Hong Chun. If he truly loved his brother, how could he covet his brother's girlfriend? If I assert that Tian Feng lied, would you believe me? I was the first to know Wang Ying, not him. It was Tian Feng who, lured by desire, masqueraded as me to approach Wang Ying, only to be unmasked by her. Perhaps from that moment, he conceived the notion of entirely replacing me. I found it impossible to ascertain the truth of this statement. It had become irrelevant. Following this incident, I gained a modicum of wisdom. One must never fully trust the stories shared by clients, regardless of how tragic or genuine they may appear. As a practitioner of the shadow trade, one must possess the ability for independent judgment. 2 days later, Lin Xiaolu astonishingly refrained from gaming. She dragged me, who was sipping tea and perusing the news, outside. Where are you taking me, Sister Xiaolu? To buy clothes. I was perplexed, questioning the necessity of new attire. Although summer was fast approaching, I still had a few t-shirts. Lin Xiaolu playfully swatted me, exclaiming, tomorrow, Father is hosting a master apprenticeship banquet and will invite many guests. You cannot appear in this outfit. I suddenly understood. While my own appearance mattered little, I could not disgrace Lin's reputation. Lin Xiaolu led me through several shopping centers. I initially assumed she would select a suit and shirt for me, yet to my surprise, she ultimately purchased a black tang suit with red sleeves. Standing before the fitting mirror in my new clothes, I had to admit, I appeared somewhat presentable. Sister Xiaolu, do I look all right? Am I not embarrassing Lin's reputation? After scrutinizing me for a while, Lin Xiaolu nodded approvingly. Not bad. You exude a youthful, skilled demeanor. Chapter 114. Apprenticeship. The 22nd generation of shadow merchants. She paid for the outfit and then urged me into the changing room. Hurry and change. We have shopping to do. Over the next 4 hours, I came to fully comprehend the daunting nature of accompanying a woman on a shopping spree. Lin Xiaolu entered nearly every store, inquiring about the appeal of each garment she fancied. Yet remarkably, she left empty-handed. By the end of our excursion, my legs felt as though they were encased in lead. I could scarcely move. I pleaded with Lin Xiaolu for a respite. Sister Xiaolu, I truly cannot walk any further. Allow me a moment to rest. Lin Xiaolu, dissatisfied, pointed disdainfully at a sofa in a nearby store. Go sit down. You really need to exercise. Upon finally collapsing onto the couch, I noticed several other weary men, equally exhausted, wearing expressions of shared anguish as if silently conveying their own grievances. Lin Xiaolu continued to shop until darkness fell, satisfying her cravings, after which she treated me to grilled fish. During dinner, I nervously asked her, Sister Xiaolu, will many people be attending tomorrow? Lin Xiaolu proudly responded, of course. Tomorrow, you will understand just how formidable your master is. Lin's demeanor was usually modest, resembling a genial neighbor. Yet she often remarked that he held considerable esteem and status within the shadow trade. With trepidation, I awaited the following day. The banquet was scheduled for the evening, with Lin Xiaolu tasked with greeting guests while Lin, my master, escorted me to the tea house's basement. I had visited the basement numerous times, familiar enough to navigate with my eyes closed. However, today felt different. On the northern wall, a portrait hung depicting an elderly gentleman garbed in ancient attire. Below the portrait stood a small square table, upon which rested a spirit tablet, accompanied by a purple gold incense burner. Next to the burner lay freshly unsealed sandalwood incense. My gaze was drawn to the inscription on the spirit tablet, the first-generation ancestor of shadow merchants, Gong Lin. My master instructed me to stand still as he approached the spirit tablet, taking 3 sticks of sandalwood incense. A wondrous event unfolded. My master neither used matches nor a lighter. He merely waved the incense through the air, and it ignited spontaneously, releasing a wisp of fragrant smoke. My master knelt, respectfully bowing 3 times, addressing the spirit tablet. Ancestor, the 21st generation disciple Lin Xian presents himself today with Zhang Xian to pay respects. Xiao Xian, come forward. I hurried to my master's side, kneeling without needing any prompting. My master continued, Ancestor, this child, Xiao Xian, is intelligent, diligent, and possesses a natural affinity for the Yin Yang site. He is a promising candidate. I wish to take him as my disciple, and I seek your approval. With that, he stood and placed the 3 sticks of incense into the purple gold burner, retrieving 3 new sticks and offering them to me. Xiao Xian, pay respects and offer incense to the ancestor. I imitated my master's actions, respectfully bowing 3 times before rising to present the incense. As I prepared to light the incense, I felt a twinge of anxiety. Without the ability to ignite the incense myself, would it be inappropriate to present unlit offerings to the ancestor? Just as I was about to ask my master for a flame, my eyes met those of the ancestor in the portrait. A moment of reverie enveloped me, as if the figure had come to life, scrutinizing me before my very eyes. I was seized by a wave of nervousness, stammering my greetings. Greetings, ancestor. The ancestor remained silent, extending a hand to gently pat my head. I could distinctly feel the warmth and weight of his palm. Yet, when I blinked, he vanished, leaving only the portrait, which swayed slightly. Confusion enveloped me. There was no breeze in the basement. How could the portrait move? Looking down, I discovered that the 3 sticks of incense in my hand had ignited unbeknownst to me, curling tendrils of smoke wafting upward. Xiao Xian, what are you standing there for? Offer incense to the ancestor. I hastily inserted the incense into the burner, and my master, with a serious demeanor, instructed me, from this day forth, you are the 22nd generation heir of the shadow merchants. Remember, you are born a shadow merchant, and you shall die a shadow merchant. There is no turning back. Chapter 115. A family of 5 born a shadow merchant, and die a shadow merchant. There is no turning back. My master's words were profoundly enigmatic, seemingly laden with hidden meaning. When I pressed for clarification, he merely advised that I would come to understand in due course. Having bowed to the ancestor, I had officially entered the ranks of the shadow merchant lineage. My master bent down to brush the dust from my knees, and I quickly assisted him, insisting that such tasks were the responsibilities of a disciple. He smiled warmly. Come, I've invited many friends. Xiaolu cannot manage alone. I followed my master to the most luxurious restaurant in Andy, where he had reserved an entire hall, setting up 8 tables in total. Lin Xiaolu stood at the entrance of the hall to greet the guests, accompanied by 3 individuals who appeared to be quite familiar with her. Among them were 2 women and a man. One of the women, who was of similar age to my master, exuded an aura of grace and beauty, undoubtedly more striking in her youth. The young man beside her bore a resemblance to my master, sharing about 50% of his features. The final woman was taller than Lin Xiaolu, her age indiscernible, likely only a few years her senior. I recalled Lin Xiaolu mentioning during the new year that her family consisted of 5 members, with her being the second child, having an elder sister and a younger brother. I remembered clearly that my master's wife was named Ning Nan Nan. The talisman my master had given me during our visit to Jin Min was crafted by her. Lin Xiaolu also shared that her mother held a significant position in the 13th Bureau, a governmental agency overseeing the management of the underworld, suggesting her prominence in that realm. Lin Xiaolu's brother, Lin Xianyu, was destined to inherit the lineage of the 22nd generation of Yin merchants, yet he was more intrigued by the teachings of his mother, prompting my master to seek a suitable disciple, ultimately deciding to take me under his wing. Lin Xiaolu's elder sister, Lin Susu, was not elaborated upon much. Lin Xiaolu merely stated that she was a true expert, and every mention of her sister revealed an unmistakable admiration in Lin Xiaolu's tone. As my master and I approached, it was evident that he was elated to have the family gathered together. He embraced his wife, and despite their long-standing marriage, their affection remained palpable, evoking a sense of envy within me. Lin Xiaolu teased, "You 2 old lovebirds, don't you feel embarrassed in front of us youngsters?" Her mother playfully tugged at Lin Xiaolu's ear, nearly lifting her off the ground. "What? Are you jealous of your mother? You 3 should hurry and find partners. You're all giving us a headache." Lin Tianyu protested, "I'm only 19. I haven't even reached the legal marriage age. If anyone should be urged, it should be the elder sister and second sister." His mother scoffed, "What is wrong with being 19? Don't you want to date first? Nowadays, which young person hasn't had a few relationships before adulthood? And you haven't even held a girl's hand. I feel embarrassed for you." I was left speechless. My master's wife certainly had a humorous spirit. After scolding her 3 children, her gaze fell upon my face, causing me to shiver involuntarily. She studied me for a moment before asking my master, "Is this the disciple you chose?" My master nodded, affirming, "He has already bowed before the ancestral spirit tablet." She glanced at me and then at Lin Xiaolu, and I detected a peculiar emotion in her eyes. I thought she might have something to say, but instead urged us to proceed swiftly. "The guests are nearly all here. Let us go inside." Chapter 116. A hall full of guests. My master and his wife led the way, followed closely by Lin Susu and Lin Tianyu, while Lin Xiaolu linked her arm with mine and whispered in my ear, "Don't be nervous, just follow my father." I swallowed hard and nodded vigorously. Upon entering the hall, I was astounded to find 8 tables. Aside from the first table, which had 6 vacant seats, the remaining 7 were fully occupied. As we stepped in, all eyes turned toward us, with the majority fixed on my master, while others were directed at me. My master clasped his hands together in greeting. "I apologize for keeping you waiting." Guests at each table offered their congratulations to my master, and I could see that their words were not mere formalities. Their respect for him was genuine. Each individual present bore a faint aura of Yin energy, undoubtedly indicating their affiliation with this realm. Among them, I spotted 2 familiar faces: Uncle Jio, who had once saved my life by reading my fortune, and Black Yi, who had divined for me in Jin Min. Black Yi retained his familiar appearance, but Uncle Jio was notably transformed. Today he had shed his former beggar's guise, donning a traditional Zhongshan suit. His hair slicked back with pomade, and his expression far more serious than the jovial demeanor I remembered, resembling a film's gang leader. Upon seeing me, Uncle Jio nodded, prompting me to recall my master's earlier advice to express my gratitude upon encountering him again. I approached Uncle Jio and bowed deeply. "Uncle Jio, I am forever indebted to you for saving my life. Should you ever require my assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. Seeing my earnestness, Uncle Joe was momentarily taken aback before helping me to my feet. Didn't I mention before? I saved you to repay a favor to Boss Len. I shook my head. Your obligation to my master is your concern, but my gratitude for your life-saving deed is mine. These are two distinct matters. A smile crept onto Uncle Joe's face as he remarked to my master, Lin Xian, your disciple certainly excels in the ways of social etiquette compared to your younger self. My master patted my shoulder, guiding me further ahead. We arrived at the first table, where the 6 empty chairs were clearly reserved for my master's family of 5 and me. The remaining 4 individuals at the table included a middle-aged man in his 50s and 3 elderly gentlemen, all distinguished figures of considerable repute. My master led me in paying our respects to the 4 elders, introducing them one by one. Among the 3 elders was my master's wife's mentor, named Feng Xuanqi. The other was Feng Xuanqi's senior brother, an old celestial master from Maoshan, while the third was an old celestial master from Longhushan. These 3 celestial masters, nearing a century in age, were indeed titans in the realm of the underworld. The middle-aged man, however, held a closer connection to me. My master referred to him as his cousin. Through the introductions, I learned that his name was Zhang Long, a celestial master from the Jingyi sect. This table gathered some of the most formidable figures in Taoism. Before becoming a monk, Zhang Long held an additional identity. He was my master's master, the 20th generation heir of the Yin merchants. Lin Xiaolu subtly nudged me, discreetly reminding me, Zhang Xian, what are you waiting for? Quickly greet the elder. Chapter 117. Receiving gifts prompted by Lin Xiaolu's reminder, I hastily bowed to Zhang Long. Greetings, elder. Zhang Long chuckled. I'm no longer a Yin merchant. No need for formalities. He nodded at me, seemingly pleased. A polite young lad. Cousin, you have a discerning eye. My master filled his glass and addressed the 4 celestial masters. Today, with the presence of the 4 esteemed masters, I, Lin Xian, would like to propose a toast on behalf of my disciple. Lin Xiaolu handed me a cup filled to the brim, and I felt a wave of dread wash over me. Thanks to my grandfather's influence, the mere scent of alcohol made me nauseous. Downing this large cup might very well be the end of me. Yet, I couldn't disgrace my master. I thought, if I had to drink, I was surrounded by experts. Even if it were poison, I could be rescued. Just as I steeled myself to tilt the cup back, I caught a glimpse of Lin Xiaolu winking at me. Intrigued, I discreetly sniffed the contents of the cup. It bore no scent whatsoever, just plain water. I silently thanked Lin Xiaolu 100 times, then respectfully raised my glass to the 4 celestial masters, introducing myself as I clinked cups. I am Zhang Xian, here to toast the 4 masters. After downing the water, I glanced at my master, unsure of what to do next. At that moment, Zhang Long pulled something from his pocket and handed it to me. Here's a little welcome gift. It's just a trinket, nothing of value. I hesitated, unsure if I should accept it. My master interjected, accept the elder's goodwill. I quickly took it with both hands, and upon closer inspection, I realized it was a blue jade tablet. The jade pendant itself may not possess great value, yet it bears an incantation inscribed upon it, with the etchings of the carving knife swirling with an elegance that unmistakably suggests it is far from ordinary, defying the claims of the clerk that it is worthless. The other 3 celestial masters also presented me with gifts, which they placed into my hands. The 2 masters from Maoshan each bestowed upon me a peachwood sword, a red lacquer mirror, and a black lacquer plane surface. Clearly a pair of ritual implements despite their differing colors. While I am not well versed in the tools of the underworld, I noticed Lin Xiaolu beside me, her face aglow with delight, clearly enamored with the pair of peachwood swords. The master from Longhushan gifted me a book, its cover inscribed with Longhushan's amulet for tranquility and evil repelling, a tome related to incantations. After expressing my gratitude and bowing once more, I found myself unsure of where to place the gifts from the 4 celestial masters when someone tapped my shoulder. I turned to find Lin Tianyu, the son of my master, who had miraculously sourced a small cart bearing a large bamboo basket. Lin Tianyu gestured for me to place the gifts into the basket, and I hesitated, feeling it would be impolite. He seemed to sense my concern and whispered, "Go ahead." When I became a disciple, I did the same. You will be moving from table to table with Father later. 70 gifts won't fit in your 2 hands. I was astonished to realize that every person at the feast had prepared a welcoming gift for me. Overwhelmed, I gained a deeper understanding of my master's standing in the martial world, igniting a fervent desire within me. If I could achieve even a fraction of my master's stature in my lifetime, it would be a life without regrets. Placing the gifts from the 4 celestial masters into the bamboo basket, I raised my wine cup once more and followed my master to the next table. Of course, the cup still contained the plain water that Lin Xiaolu had thoughtfully prepared. At each table, 10 elders had prepared gifts for me, many of which were ethereal items, likely chosen due to the connection between my master and me as practitioners of the underworld. With 8 tables in total, excluding my master and his family, there were 74 individuals, and I collected 74 gifts, nearly overflowing the bamboo basket that Lin Xianyu had provided. At each table, my master solemnly introduced me to everyone and earnestly introduced each elder to me. It was evident that my master was elated. After consuming 8 cups of wine, his face flushed, yet he continued to engage jovially with the guests. When we reached the table where Jiu was seated, he raised his wine cup and inquired of my master, taking a disciple at such a young age, "What are your plans for the future?" My master nodded but said little. Jiu sighed. "You make it difficult for yourself. If I were 20 years younger, I would step in for you." My master clinked glasses with Jiu privately. "It's no burden. After all, it's for the country and the people, and I do it willingly." After downing another cup, my master said to Jiu, "Please keep an eye on this child." Jiu smiled and replied, "Sure. I find this kid quite likable. While my old bones still move, I'll look after him." The banquet continued until 11 at night, with my master exchanging toasts with numerous guests in a warm atmosphere. While I felt somewhat awkward, unsure of what to say among these elders, even struggling with where to place my hands, fortunately, Lin Tianyu occasionally engaged me in conversation, alleviating some of my tension. "Your name is Xian, right? Is it boring learning from my old man?" I replied, "Not at all. Being able to follow my master is the greatest fortune of my life." Lin Tianyu scoffed, "Don't speak insincerely. When I was younger, my father wanted to pass his skills to me, forcing me to memorize that thick manual on underworld commerce, thicker than a dictionary. Who could manage that?" I chuckled, recalling its thickness. Even now, I had not memorized it all, dedicating an hour each day to review. Hearing our conversation, Lin Xiaolu chimed in, "Tianyu, when you go to your mother, don't you have to memorize it? The scriptures from Maoshan aren't any tougher than Dada's notes, right?" Lin Tianyu grinned and lowered his voice. "Mom made an exception. I only need to learn the Maoshan exorcism techniques. No scriptures required." Lin Xiaolu pouted, "Sister, you're really favored by Mom." Lin Tianyu couldn't help but retort, "Why don't you mention that among the 3 of us, Dad dotes on you the most?" As the 2 siblings bickered, my elder sister, Lin Susu, joined the conversation. "By your logic, does that mean I'm unloved by both Mom and Dad?" Lin Xiaolu and Lin Tianyu fell silent simultaneously, revealing their apprehension toward Lin Susu. She then turned her gaze toward me. "I heard you caused Xiaolu to fall twice before?" Lin Xiaolu quickly defended, "Sister, Xian didn't he mean it? Please don't blame him." Reflecting on how Lin Xiaolu had fallen ill to save me, I felt a pang in my heart and sincerely admitted my fault. "Elder sister, it was my mistake. I will ensure Xiaolu doesn't worry about me anymore." Lin Susu seemed pleased with my attitude. "At least you dare to take responsibility. However, you are rather frail. Hasn't Dad taught you another set of skills?" I was utterly perplexed. My master possessed another set of skills? Lin Xiaolu exchanged glances with Lin Susu, who sighed, "True. Whether Dad can pass down that other set of skills is not for him to decide. Sister, Dad is going south soon, and Tianyu's training isn't over yet. Mom is busy, and you have your own matters to attend to. From now on, the tea house will be just you and Xian. If trouble arises while we're not around, what will you do?" Lin Xiaolu pouted, "Sister, I'm not weak." Lin Susu shot her a glare, "But you're ill." Lin Xiaolu fell silent. It was indeed a fact she could not refute. I immediately declared, "From now on, I will protect Sister Xiaolu." "You?" Lin Susu scoffed. "With your meager abilities? I've heard you nearly met your demise at the hands of an amateur paper craftsman." I chose to remain silent, for it was an undeniable truth. Lin Susu retrieved an item wrapped in red cloth from her bag, slender and elongated, and handed it to me. "Everyone else has given a welcoming gift. As the eldest sister, I cannot be stingy. This is yours." The gift from Lin Susu was slender and long, feeling like a wooden plank as I held it through the red cloth. Unable to contain my curiosity, I unwrapped it. Beneath the red cloth lay a sword, its scabbard quite antiquated, crafted from redwood, just like the hilt. Lin Xiaolu gasped in astonishment, "Sister, this is your treasure. Are you truly willing to part with it for Xian?" Lin Susu's face bore a pained expression as she spoke grandly, "Sister is not a miser. As long as he can protect you, what harm is there in giving it to him?" Lin Tianyu, nearly drooling, whimpered at Lin Susu, "Sister, can't you get me one too? Go away." I gently caressed the sword's scabbard. It was not merely a weapon, but also an ethereal item. "What is the name of this sword?" "Kunwu." I was taken aback, for I had encountered this name in literature. Among the many historical texts Lin Xiaolu had purchased for me, there was one titled Shanhai Jing, which contained a passage documenting 200 miles west of the Yi River lies Mount Kunwu, rich in red copper. The commentary by Jean Guopu states, this mountain yields famous copper, red as fire, and crafted into blades. It slices through jade as easily as cutting through clay. This passage refers to the Kunwu sword forged from the red copper of Kunwu Mountain, capable of slicing through hard jade as if it were mere clay. Lin Tianyu spoke enviously. The Kunwu sword is one of the 10 famous swords of our Huaxia. Elder sister melted down the old blade to forge this new sword, and had dad assist in making it an ethereal item. A single strike can scatter the souls of ordinary ghosts. Lin Xiaolu joyfully added, in the future, if you encounter a ghost, simply revealing this sword will be enough to scare them away. With such a formidable protective treasure in hand, I felt elated, while also intrigued by Lin Tianyu's earlier words. You just mentioned that this dagger is a creation of the Master's spiritual artifacts? According to the knowledge imparted to me by the Master after death, due to lingering attachments, a soul and spirit remain within the relics, thus forming a spiritual artifact. He never stated that such artifacts could be artificially manufactured. Lin Tianyu explained to me, indeed, spiritual artifacts can be created artificially, but it is quite challenging. You must first master another skill from your father. Lin Xiaolu changed the subject. Zhang Xian, quickly pull out the dagger and let us have a look. I grasped the hilt and withdrew the blade. It was not exceedingly long, measuring only about 50 centimeters, qualifying it as a short dagger. The blade was narrow and straight, with a tip that bore no curvature. I recognized this design as a horizontal sword from the Tang dynasty. The blade had a yellowish hue, consistent with the accounts in the classic of mountains and seas. Crafted from bronze, yet it was not as malleable as traditional bronze. A gentle tap of my finger produced a crisp, ringing sound. Lin Xiaolu picked up a pair of chopsticks and lightly tapped the blade. Despite her minimal effort, the chopsticks snapped cleanly. I couldn't help but marvel internally at how remarkably sharp this dagger was. It could indeed slice hair and cut through iron with ease. I expressed my gratitude to Lin Susu again, to which she waved her hand dismissively. I'll leave you a manual of sword techniques for practicing when you have time. If I find out that Xiaolu falls ill because of you, I shall break your legs the next time you return. I quickly agreed, realizing why both Lin Xiaolu and Lin Tianyu held such fear of this elder sister. When she was serious, she was indeed quite formidable. After the banquet concluded, the master personally saw off all the guests. He then instructed his family to return home while he took Lin Xiaolu and me back to the tea house. Chapter 120. The master's gift. Upon returning to the tea house, I brewed a pot of tea to help the master sober up. He had indeed partaken of quite a bit tonight, the scent of alcohol lingering heavily in his breath. Once he regained some clarity, I inquired if he wished to return home and rest, suggesting we could discuss matters tomorrow. The master shook his head. I must depart tomorrow. There are still some matters I need to discuss with you. He retrieved a black notebook from beneath the tea cabinet and handed it to me. I opened it to find the names, addresses, and contact information of tonight's guests. This is the network I have accumulated over the years as a purveyor of spiritual artifacts. I am entrusting it to you. Should you encounter any troubles in the future, you may seek their assistance. At least those listed in this book will help you in recognition of my name, Lin Xian. The notebook felt light in my hands, yet it bore a heavy significance. This network was the master's most valuable asset, even more precious than the spiritual artifacts displayed in the basement. After I carefully stored the notebook, the master continued, the gifts received from tonight's banquet include some that are suitable for you and others that are not. I will have Tianyu help categorize them and deliver those suitable for you tomorrow. Keep what you can use for future needs, and store what is unsuitable in the basement to sell later to those who are fated to acquire them. Starting tomorrow, this by Shaoxing Tea House will be yours. The proceeds from the sale of the old artifacts will be divided 70-30, with my share entrusted to Xiaolu. For the new artifacts, the split will be 60-40, with you taking the larger portion. Do you have any objections? How could I dare object? Everything in the tea house was the result of the master's hard work over a lifetime. I was merely assisting in the sales and would receive a 30% share. Such a deal was unparalleled. Each spiritual artifact held immense value, and even a single sale, with my share, could cover a year's expenses. The master spoke earnestly. Xiao Xian, I am aware of your fixation on money due to the matter with Li Zi, but you must always remember that money is ultimately extraneous. Do not pursue it excessively to the point of losing yourself. As a purveyor of spiritual artifacts, you will no longer live a life of frugality. But you must gradually let go of your obsessions. Do you understand? I nodded vigorously, assuring the master, I will let go of my obsessions. The The master beckoned Lin Xiaolu closer, his tone softening. Xiao Xian, above all, you must take care of Xiaolu. She is the one I worry about the most among my 3 children. I will be away for at least a year, so you must look after her in my stead. I nodded earnestly. Rest assured, master, I will take good care of Sister Xiaolu. Lin Xiaolu protested, Father, I'm not a child. I can take care of myself, so don't worry. The master smiled slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. He sipped another cup of sobering tea, let out a burp, and suddenly his expression shifted as if he recalled something. Xiaolu, go fetch my box. Lin Xiaolu hurried back to her room, returning with a medium-sized wooden box, which was covered in dust, having seemingly gone unopened for quite some time. A rusty copper lock hung loosely from the box, easily removed with a gentle lift. Xiao Xian, let me introduce you to 2 new friends. I was puzzled, wondering what kind of friends could be confined within a box. As soon as the box was partially opened, 2 voices emerged. Lin Xian, I thought you'd forgotten about me, doggy. Lin Xian, just how long are you going to keep me locked up? Chapter 121. The Strategist Dog. The sudden voices startled me. The box was barely large enough to hold a basketball. How could 2 voices emanate from it? The master fully opened the box, and I leaned in to see its contents. To my shock, there lay 2 items, a skeletal dog head devoid of flesh, and a white dove figurine. Could these items have produced those voices? Was that even possible? Just as I pondered this, my eyes suddenly burned with intensity as my Yin Yang eyes activated, revealing a different scene. Both the dog head and the dove figurine contained human souls. The soul within the dog head donned ancient attire, while the one within the dove wore modern clothing. The voice from the dog head spoke again. Lin Xian, who is this kid? Why does he carry such a strong aura of spiritual artifacts? Could he be your apprentice? The master replied, Indeed, Xiao Xian, introduce yourself. I quickly responded, Esteemed elders, my name is Zhang Xian, and I am the apprentice of Boss Lin. I just completed my initiation today. The dog head's eye sockets flickered with ghostly flames as it scrutinized me. A born calamity star with a pair of acquired Yin Yang eyes. Lin Xian, your apprentice possesses commendable aptitude. What? Are you now seeking my assistance for him? The master acknowledged. Xiao Xian's Yin Yang eyes can absorb calamity energy, which you require to sustain yourself. You are natural partners. The dog head chuckled. That's true. Being cooped up in this box is rather dull. Consider it my way of helping you look after the child. The ghostly flames in the dog head's eye sockets burned brighter. Kid, your name is Zhang Xian, right? From now on, provide me with some calamity energy each month, and I shall be your strategist. Given that this was the master's arrangement, I naturally did not refuse, inquiring. May I ask how to address you, esteemed elder? Just call me Doggy. Lin Xiaolu interjected. Doggy's background is quite impressive. Do you know of Yangxiu? That name sounded familiar, and I suddenly recalled an article in my self-study 8th grade Chinese textbook titled The Death of Yangxiu, which tells the tale of a clever strategist under Chao named Yangxiu. He was too arrogant and failed to temper his brilliance, leading to his downfall at the hands of Chao. The phrase tasteless to eat, regrettable to discard originates from this story. Of course, as a history enthusiast, I knew that Yangxiu's execution was not merely due to arrogance, but rather because he was embroiled in the succession dispute, transgressing a major taboo among emperors. Could it be that Dog Yi is the renowned Yangxiu himself? What a remarkable figure indeed. With such a renowned strategist by my side, I am certain that I shall traverse a far smoother path and endure far fewer tribulations in the future. To me, the esteemed Dog Master is the most precious gift of this evening. My master retrieved Dog Master from the confines of the box and placed him in my hands, preparing to close the box once more. At that moment, the pigeon plush toy inside became agitated and fluttered its wings to escape. Wait. The pigeon flew directly onto my shoulder, facing my master, and pleaded, Lin Xian, after all these years, why do you still hold a grudge? Chapter 122. The obsessive spirit. My master pointed to the now empty box and spoke tersely to the pigeon. You have 2 choices. Either remain quietly in the box, or I shall send you to the underworld for your reckoning. The pigeon frantically hopped on my shoulder. No, please. Look at me. I still have value. Releasing Dog Master to assist your disciple indicates you are about to leave the tea house. You surely do not wish for him to struggle to attract business as you did in your youth, right? The Bai Shaoxing tea house, with its 22 generations of legacy, cannot falter. With me here, business will flourish. My master, unfazed, seized the pigeon and forcefully shoved it back into the box. Curiosity compelled me to ask Lin Xiaolu. Sister Xiaolu, who is this pigeon? Why does it seem that master particularly despises it? Lin Xiaolu stifled a laugh. The soul within this pigeon is that of an obsessive spirit. My master explained that an obsessive spirit is one who, upon dying with intense fixation, becomes trapped in the mortal realm due to their obsession. Unlike vengeful spirits, obsessive spirits are rarely known to cause harm, rendering them largely harmless. She continued. This obsessive spirit was a popular online author, particularly skilled in the supernatural genre, with a vast readership. However, he had a tendency to procrastinate, often publishing half a chapter instead of a complete one, and during bouts of writer's block, he could go weeks without an update. It is said that his greatest source of income was not from manuscript fees, but rather from blades sent by his readers. I was astonished. To sustain oneself through selling blades is indeed remarkable. But how did he meet his end? I inquired. Lin Xiaolu grimaced. One of his readers, afflicted with a terminal illness, had but one wish before passing, to see the conclusion of the story. Unfortunately, he waited in vain until his death, and his deep resentment transformed him into a vengeful spirit, wielding a kitchen knife to exact his revenge on the author. I shuddered, never anticipating that being a writer could be such a perilous profession. And how did he offend my master? I pressed on. Lin Xiaolu continued to chuckle. When my father first took over the tea house from Uncle Long, business was quite poor. Upon encountering this obsessive spirit, it suggested a strategy to attract customers by turning my father's experiences into a narrative. Strangely enough, this obsessive spirit had a knack for it, and the story became a hit, drawing numerous readers. I pondered aloud. Isn't that a good thing? As a businessman, who wouldn't he desire a thriving enterprise? Lin Xiaolu's face flushed with laughter. She discreetly glanced at my master and, upon seeing he was not angry, continued. Initially, it was indeed beneficial, but midway through, the obsessive spirit reverted to its old habits, either delaying updates or ceasing them altogether. Consequently, the tea house received numerous blades from disgruntled readers until the story was eventually taken down due to a crackdown on supernatural themes, which quelled the uproar. My father hoped to put it behind him, but after the story was removed, the situation continued, as the original narrative had been recorded as an audio version. Seeing the obsessive spirit had ceased writing, the readers hired a ghostwriter to continue the tale. And guess what happened? The new writer fabricated a narrative that portrayed my father as a lecher, and absurdly, he even had my father marry my elder sister. This infuriated my father to the point where he nearly cursed the ghostwriter with otherworldly means. Chapter 123. The Art of the Blade. After hearing Lin Xiaolu's account, I stood in stunned silence. It was not entirely the obsessive spirit's fault. After all, the ghostwriter was not his doing, nor were the outlandish elements his creation. My master, being a principled man, could not resort to harm against others, and instead took out his frustrations on the obsessive spirit. Master, please allow me to take it under my wing. After accompanying you for so long, it must have accumulated considerable experience. In the future, should I encounter difficulties in business, I would have another source of guidance. My master seized the opportunity and tossed the pigeon plush toy to me. He cautioned, if you find it useful, keep it. However, in the event of any issues, seek counsel from Dog Master and avoid listening to this obsessive spirit's ramblings. Understood? Understood, I replied, having conveyed all he needed to. My master formally bid farewell. I depart early tomorrow, so do not see me off. Focus on managing the tea house and take good care of Xiaolu. My eyes welled with tears. Without my master, I would still be languishing alone in the orphanage. I bowed deeply in gratitude. Master, take care. My master departed with Lin Xiaolu, leaving me solitary in the tea house for the night. I pondered many matters as I sat through the hours until dawn broke. As the sun rose, I stretched, welcoming the new day. From this moment forth, my identity had transformed. I was no longer merely an assistant in this historic tea house, but its proprietor. I consulted with Dog Master and placed him on the tea shelf behind the counter. As a spirit, his time in the mortal realm had been prolonged. Each awakening cost him strength, so he advised me to only disturb him for matters of utmost importance. Additionally, on the first day of each month, I was to awaken him to absorb negative energy, the source of which would be my Yin Yang eye. I had learned of this ability during my first encounter with the paper effigy maker. This was a fortunate development, as my dealings in the realm of shadows would inevitably involve some malevolent spirits, and the accumulation of negative energy from these entities could lead to illness without my Yin Yang eye. To Dog Master, I was his sustenance, and to me, he was a remedy. After ensuring Dog Master was settled, the question of where to place the obsessive spirit arose. Unlike Dog Master, it could move and fly. Confining it would surely lead to incessant complaints. Ultimately, I reached an agreement with the obsessive spirit. It could roam freely when the tea house was empty, but should customers arrive, it must behave like a mere toy. The spirit acquiesced, and when I asked for its name or pen name, it contemplated for a moment before responding. You can call me Gugu. What a fitting name. As noon approached, Lin Xiaolu arrived at the tea house with Lin Tianyu, who helped deliver the gifts received during the banquet, organizing them meticulously as per my master's instructions. He did not linger, mentioning that his mother awaited him at the airport and that they would gather again when the opportunity arose. Once Lin Tianyu departed, Lin Xiaolu produced a book from her bag and presented it to me. This is from my elder sister. It was an ancient book devoid of a cover, bound with twine. Upon opening it, I found it filled with illustrations but no text. Is this a manual for blade techniques? I inquired, examining the drawings of small figures wielding knives, which collectively illustrated a complete set of techniques. My sister wants you to practice with it during your free time. She mentioned that at our next meeting, she would assess your progress, and if you fail to meet her expectations, she will reclaim the Kunwa blade. I couldn't help but scratch my head, realizing I had another task added to my plate. Chapter 124, Writing Gugu after my master's departure. I assumed the role of boss Zhang, yet half a month passed with no customers gracing the tea house. My days were spent in study, practicing calligraphy, and honing my blade skills while boredom threatened to overtake me. During this period, Lu Xian visited, but regrettably, he too had no business to offer. So I continued to wait. As July unfolded, the weather grew increasingly warm, and with the air conditioning running in the tea house, the electricity bills soared. I find myself in a state of worry. The promise of elevating the tea house to great heights has not materialized, and its current desolate state is hardly an auspicious beginning. The spirit of obsession, Gugu, fluttered beside me, lamenting. The present condition of the tea house evokes memories of Lin Xian's youth. My curiosity piqued. I inquired, Master, were there so few guests in your early days? Indeed, Gugu replied proudly. It was thanks to my writings that I helped promote it, turning the tea house bustling. He patted his chest with a wing, asserting, you could say that half of Lin Xian's accomplishments are due to me. After this, he turned to me and asked, would you like my literary prowess to assist you? I hurriedly declined. No, I certainly do not wish to be portrayed as a daughter marrying her own concubine. At this mention, Gugu stomped in frustration. Last time, I was careless and sold the copyright to someone else, leading to a ghostwriter. This time, I shall hold the copyright myself, and such a situation shall not arise again. I began to waver. Continued lack of business was untenable. What do you propose? I asked. Simple, Gugu replied confidently. The youth today are all about WeChat, are they not? I shall create a public account and publish your story there. With your talent, many will soon take notice. Is that truly feasible? I questioned, skeptical. Gugu made a solemn vow. If no business arrives within half a month, you may return me to my box. I agreed, borrowing an old laptop from Lin Xiaolu, and began sharing my experiences with Gugu. He danced across the keyboard, swiftly completing the first chapter. I glanced over it and was impressed. This spirit truly possessed remarkable skill. The plot was captivating. I couldn't help but urge him to hasten the second chapter. Subsequently, Gugu applied for a public account using my identification, naming it Baixiaoxing Tea House. Remarkably, on the fifth day of serialization, a customer appeared. A young girl, unlike previous patrons, entered and immediately asked, is this Baixiaoxing Tea House? I welcomed her inside, and she pulled out her phone, eagerly searching for Gugu's serialized work, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Are the stories recounted here true? I affirmed, and the girl's excitement was palpable. Mr. Zhang, are the spirits truly as wondrous as described? Could you sell me one to fulfill my wish? I refrained from hastily agreeing and countered, what is your wish? After a moment of hesitation, the girl murmured, I wish to bear a son. Chapter 125, The Heartless Mother-in-Law. Her request left me somewhat taken aback. Are you unable to conceive? I asked. She shook her head. I have already given birth to a daughter. This revelation astonished me further. She appeared quite young. If still in school, she likely hadn't even graduated from university yet. I thought she must be one of those who yearn for a balanced family, so I gently advised, my dear, whether a child is a son or a daughter is determined by fate. I cannot fulfill such a wish. The girl grew anxious. Please, help me. I truly have no other recourse. Her emotional turmoil hinted at deeper issues, prompting my inquiry. Why do you desire a son? Because if I cannot bear a son, my husband will abandon me, she sobbed, tears streaming down her face. I handed her a tissue and poured her a glass of water, encouraging her to speak at her own pace. The girl introduced herself as Wang Ting, from Hebei province, not far from Andy. She recounted how, during high school, she had fallen in love with a classmate. Their romance derailed their studies, resulting in both failing their entrance exams. After graduating, they chose not to repeat the year and instead sought work together, their affection blossoming. 2 years ago, he proposed, and without hesitation, she accepted. As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with the glow of nostalgia, reliving her early romance filled with happiness. However, that light soon faded. After we married, My husband expressed a desire for children. I naively agreed, and soon after, I became pregnant. The 10 months of pregnancy were the happiest of my life. My husband cared for me tenderly, and even my mother-in-law came from the countryside, fearing I would suffer from pregnancy symptoms, making a variety of meals for me. At that moment, I felt I was the happiest woman in the world. Marrying my husband felt like the best decision of my life. Wang Ting paused, biting her lip, her expression shifting. When I was 5 months pregnant, my mother-in-law suggested my husband pull some strings to determine the gender of the child. She wanted to prepare clothing accordingly, as boys and girls require different attire, and we mustn't make a mistake. Lost in happiness and curiosity, I agreed. However, due to a stringent hospital policy against private gender determination, my husband was unable to find out until the child was born, revealing that I had given birth to a daughter. Tears welled in Wang Ting's eyes as she continued. Upon learning that our child was a girl, my husband's expression soured, and my mother-in-law turned and left, muttering about bad luck as she returned to her hometown. She cried for 5 minutes, her emotions finally calming. After my mother-in-law left, no one was there to care for me during my confinement. My husband and I lacked the financial means to hire help, so I endured physical pain alone, which has left lingering issues. Every time it rains or the wind blows, my back aches. I listened, indignant. How could a mother-in-law be so heartless? Chapter 126, The Devouring Beast. Wang Ting wiped her tears and continued her tale. At first, when the child was small, I managed. But as she grew, I found it increasingly difficult. With only 6 months of maternity leave, I had to return to work or risk losing my job. Desperate, I humbly asked my mother-in-law to help care for the child. She agreed, but placed a condition. I guessed her condition. She wants you to conceive again. Wang Ting nodded. She wants me to have another child, and although she didn't say it outright, I know she desires a son. I acquiesced, promising to start preparing for a second pregnancy once our daughter was older. After my daughter turned 1, my mother-in-law began urging us to have a second child. One day, I overheard her discussing with others. When asked what would happen if I bore another daughter, she replied, "Then we shall continue until she produces a son." Hearing this, I couldn't help but sigh. Wang Ting's plight reminded me of the girl, Leah, who had once harmed her brother with a weapon in a similar struggle. Despite decades of advocacy for gender equality, many ignorant individuals still cling to the archaic belief in valuing sons over daughters, and Wang Ting is a victim of this mentality. I interjected, "What does your husband think?" Wang Ting did not respond, and tears flowed anew. It was understandable. With such a mother, one could only guess the values instilled in her son. I advised, while it is said that it is better to dismantle 10 temples than to destroy a marriage, a husband like this is hardly worth your affection. Wang Ting shook her head. Actually, my husband is quite good, though I often complain about him. Our years together cannot be dismissed so easily. Furthermore, I now have a daughter, and I do not wish for her to grow up without her father's presence. At this, Wang Ting suddenly knelt before me. "Mr. Zhang, I beseech you, if your spirits are truly as miraculous as described, please help me." Her plea struck a chord deep within me, and I rushed to assist her. "Please, rise, do not kneel. I shall help you." Wang Ting's face lit up with joy upon hearing my words. I retrieved a sinister object from the basement, but did not hasten to present it to her. Having learned from the past experiences with the Pisces pendant, I resolved not to be easily swayed by any poignant or tragic tales my guests might share. Moreover, the object I had brought this time was even more malevolent than the Pisces pendant. It belonged to the realm of ghostly artifacts, akin to the Dai de Tong ticket. Wang Ting gazed intently at the item in my hand. Her curiosity mingled with trepidation as she inquired, "Boss Zhang, is that truly a ghostly object?" I introduced it to her, stating, "This is the beast of the devouring woman." The object I held resembled a wooden tablet, its design uniquely grotesque, a beastly visage with a human form, displaying a half-naked figure reminiscent of a prehistoric savage. The creature raised its arms, holding a baby aloft above its head. The infant's depiction was so vivid that even its wailing expression seemed lifelike. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that the baby's legs bore no protrusions. It was a female infant. The beast's gaping maw revealed 2 protruding fangs that glimmered ominously. The creature appeared poised to consume the helpless girl. Wang Ting seemed startled by the name of the devouring woman beast, her speech faltering as she stammered. "What purpose does this tablet serve?" I replied with solemnity, "It consumes humans." Chapter 127. Consuming females, but not males. I noticed Wang Ting swallow hard, her throat moving as she struggled to muster a faint smile. "Boss Zhang, please do not jest." "I am not jesting," I assured her earnestly. "This tablet can indeed consume humans." Her expression turned to one of horror, clearly shaken by my words. Seeing my aim achieved, I began to elaborate on the origins of the devouring woman beast. According to the records of the ghostly merchants, this entity emerged in ancient times, likely predating the Xia, Shang, and Zhou dynasties, during a primitive tribal society. At that time, the social structure had transitioned from a matriarchal to a patriarchal system. Tribes with a larger male population held significant advantages in agriculture, hunting, and warfare. Legend has it that a small tribe known as Yu frequently suffered oppression from larger tribes due to its meager population. To alter the tribe's unfortunate fate, the chieftain gathered substantial wealth and summoned a shaman from afar, requesting assistance in increasing the number of men in the tribe. The shaman selected 6 young and beautiful women from the tribe, cruelly sacrificed them, and summoned a beast with a human body and beastly face, sealing it within a wooden tablet. Subsequently, every woman in the tribe was required to wear this tablet during intimate relations with their husbands. Soon, the tribe was astonished to discover that all the women bore male children. As these boys grew, they became valiant warriors, expanding their tribe through conquest and capturing women, who would then bear more boys, thus strengthening the entire tribe. Ultimately, the Yu tribe dominated the surrounding lands until they were embroiled in the cataclysmic war between Yan Huang and Shi Yu, leading to their demise. The devouring woman beast also vanished, only to be rediscovered by the second generation of ghostly merchants. After my account, Wang Ting stared at the devouring woman beast with a mixture of curiosity and fear. Boss Zhang, if I wear this tablet, will it ensure that I bear sons? I nodded affirmatively. Indeed, as long as you conceive, it guarantees a male child. Wang Ting inquired further, what did you mean earlier by consuming humans? I asked her, you understand that the probability of bearing a boy or a girl is theoretically the same, correct? Wang Ting nodded, recalling her biology teacher's explanation that the determination of a child's sex relies on the male partner, and scientifically, the chances are equal. I continued then. Can you guess why women adorned with the devouring woman beast give birth exclusively to boys? Wang Ting shivered. Are they consumed? Yes, I confirmed. The devouring woman beast will devour any female child you conceive. With that, I pushed the devouring woman beast towards Wang Ting. Do you still desire it? Wang Ting clenched her fists, contemplating for a full minute before seizing the artifact and cradling it in her arms. I want it, she declared resolutely. Having made up her mind, if a customer wished to purchase, I had no reason to refuse, yet the mask was a ghostly artifact, and should it fall into the wrong hands, it could spell disaster. Since the handling of ghostly artifacts had become a matter of renting rather than selling since my master's time, I was hesitant. However, given the cautionary tale of the Dai de Tong ticket, relying on mere verbal agreements was precarious. Although I could forcibly reclaim it through Lin Xiaolu's intervention, I had promised her sister, Lin Susu, to protect Lin Xiaolu. Thus, I sought to avoid any unforeseen complications. Thus, I retrieved a bamboo slip and placed it before Wang Ting. Boss Zhang, what is this? This is a ghost contract. Chapter 128. The ghost contract, as the name suggests. A ghost contract is an agreement made with a ghost. The moment I unfurled the bamboo slip, a malevolent spirit, exuding a palpable aura of dread, manifested beside me. Wang Ting, lacking the ability to see spirits, was oblivious to the ghost's presence, yet she instinctively wrapped her arms around herself. Boss Zhang, I suddenly feel quite cold. I took up a brush and inscribed several lines upon the bamboo slip. After half a year of practice, my handwriting had finally become somewhat legible. The content was straightforward, stipulating that Wang Ting must return the devouring woman beast within 18 months. Failure to comply would result in the ghost reclaiming it. Without hesitation, Wang Ting signed her name on the ghost contract. I observed as the spirit exhaled towards her, leaving an invisible ghostly mark on her forehead. As long as this mark remained, no matter where Wang Ting fled, the ghost would be able to locate her. Since this was merely a rental, I offered Wang Ting a price of 30,000, reducing it slightly out of sympathy for her plight. Wang Ting readily paid, but before she departed, she asked with concern. You mentioned that ghostly objects might have side effects. What are the side effects of the devouring woman beast? Its activation is equivalent to a miscarriage. If you find yourself feeling unexpectedly weak, it would be wise to refrain from attempting to conceive for a while, I advised. After Wang Ting left, I stored the ghost contract away. Just then, the toy pigeon, Gugu, fluttered over to me. Is this ghost contract an item from Uncle Jio? Gugu was not mistaken. The ghost contract I had just signed with Wang Ting was indeed a gift from Uncle Jio the previous night. You know Uncle Jio? Gugu scoffed. Aside from the years Lin Xian confined me, I am well aware of the figures within the realm of the underworld. Let me test your knowledge. Do you know what transpired between Uncle Jio and Lin Xian? I scratched my head, unable to answer. My master rarely shared tales from his youth. How about you recount it? Gugu transformed into a storyteller, recounting my master's experiences with captivating detail. I listened, enraptured. I had never imagined that the respected figure my master had become had once engaged in a battle of wits with Uncle Gio during his youth. Gugu spoke for a long while, narrating everything from my master's takeover of the tea house to his entrapment in a box. The stories unfolded with thrilling twists and turns. I counted secretly, noting that my master had faced death 8 times throughout Gugu's tales, deepening my understanding of the perilous and brutal nature of the underworld. As Gugu concluded, he advised me, "Kid, you must be more astute in your endeavors. Your story has only just begun, and do not meet an untimely end, lest I be left with an unfinished tale." I couldn't help but roll my eyes at him. Fortunately, he was possessing a toy pigeon. Had he been a crow, he would have surely become a harbinger of misfortune. After the devouring woman beast was sold, I encountered numerous events over the span of just a few months, eventually forgetting about it altogether. It was not until a year and a half later that a woman, resembling Wang Ting, entered the tea house. The woman appeared pale and unsteady, nearly collapsing as she stumbled through the threshold of the tea house. Startled, I rushed to assist her, only to notice that she clutched a familiar wooden token, a token engraved with the visage of a beastly demon holding a raised infant, unmistakably the infamous devourer of women, which had long since departed from the tea house. Chapter 129. Sisters. Upon encountering the devourer of women once more, I realized that I had been navigating the shadows alone for a year and a half. The moment I laid eyes on this woman, I could tell she had been tormented to the brink of death by the demon. I hastily guided her into the tea house, employing a spectral artifact to quell the malevolent aura enveloping her. I inquired about her identity and the demon's connection to her. "My name is Wang Li, and I am Wang Ting's elder sister." It was no wonder the two bore such a striking resemblance. They were indeed sisters, with Wang Li appearing several years senior to Wang Ting. Wang Li pleaded with me through tears, "Boss Zhang, please save me. Ting Ting said you are my only hope." With the devourer of women secured, I noted that less than a week remained before the ghostly contract I had signed with Wang Ting would come to fruition. If the demon returned any later, the malevolent spirit would be unleashed. I urged Wang Li to recount the events leading to her current plight. Wang Ting had claimed the demon's services were for her own use. How could it be that her sister bore the consequences? Wang Li, overwhelmed with remorse, lamented, "It is my fault, all my fault." After a lengthy bout of sobbing, she began to narrate her ordeal. A few years prior, she had met her husband through an introduction, and they quickly fell in love, marrying shortly thereafter. However, after a year of marriage, Wang Li remained childless. A medical examination revealed devastating news. She was incapable of bearing children. The revelation struck Wang Li like a thunderclap, and in her daze, she confided in her husband. Expecting comfort, she was instead met with a sudden transformation in his demeanor. Her husband, revealing that his family had a lineage of only male heirs, insisted that if she could not conceive, they must divorce. Caught off guard by her husband's abrupt shift, Wang Li found herself facing a divorce agreement. Desperate, she pleaded with him not to leave her, but he remained resolute. No children meant no marriage. In her panic, Wang Li countered, asking if having a child would change his mind. He agreed, and Wang Li claimed to have a plan, requesting some time. At this point I paused, recalling a story Wang Ting had shared with me 6 months earlier, and an outrageous hypothesis formed in my mind. "You intended for your own sister to bear your child?" Biting her lip, Wang Li hesitated before finally nodding in affirmation. I probed further. "How did you persuade your sister?" After a prolonged silence, she slowly replied, "When I first suggested it, Ting Ting called me insane. Eventually, I appealed to her emotions and reasoned with her. I interjected sharply, 'Do not lie.' I threatened to take my own life before her if she refused. Then I deceived her, claiming that my husband had connections that could secure her a chance to study abroad. She had failed her college entrance exams and had longed to continue her education. So I eventually swayed her." This revelation did not astonish me. Some individuals would resort to any means to achieve their ends, especially against those they hold dear. I pressed on, and then, Wang Li continued, "Ting Ting moved in with us, and after 2 months of cohabitation with my husband, she became pregnant. At 5 months, my husband attempted to ascertain the baby's gender through connections, but he was unsuccessful. Only upon birth did we learn it was a girl." Chapter 130. Yearning for one's own child comparatively. Wang Ting's narrative to me had not been entirely fabricated. After the girl was born, my mother-in-law was furious, demanding that we conceive again. Otherwise, she threatened to have my husband divorce me and take the child. With no alternative, I pleaded with Ting Ting once more, but she was reluctant to bear another child. I resorted to my previous tactic, threatening to end my life, and she tearfully acquiesced. As she recounted this, Wang Li's eyes darted, betraying that the situation was far more complex than she portrayed. I speculated that Wang Ting's consent was influenced by the fear that if her sister divorced, she would be solely responsible for the care of her daughter. If she were to assume responsibility herself, her prospects for marriage would diminish. Initially, Wang Ting's agreement to bear a child for her brother-in-law might have stemmed from coercion, but subsequently, she likely capitulated to the weight of reality. Later, Ting acquired a wooden token, which, as fate would have it, enabled her to conceive a second child. A boy. I asked Wang Li when the child was born, and she replied that it had been over 8 months. I was perplexed. According to our arrangement, Wang Ting was to return the devourer of women upon giving birth to a boy, yet she had delayed, nearly endangering her sister's life. Surely, there was more to this tale. How did you come by the wooden token? Wang Li hesitated before divulging the truth. During both of Ting's pregnancies, fearing that my mother-in-law might uncover the arrangement, I had feigned hiring a maternity nurse to spare her the burden, while I secretly cared for Ting in the hospital. Previously, I had undergone fertility testing at that very hospital, and by chance, my husband encountered the doctor who had examined me. The doctor informed him about a newly introduced in vitro fertilization technique that could enable women like me, with infertility issues, to conceive. My husband was elated, sharing the news with me, expressing his desire for us to have a child together. We consulted with the doctor, inquiring whether we could select the gender of the embryo. The doctor explained that while it was technically feasible, it was restricted to patients with gender-related genetic disorders, which we did not qualify for. Disheartened, my husband reminded me of Ting's token, which supposedly guaranteed the birth of a son, too embarrassed to directly ask Ting for it. I fabricated a story about a friend who was also pressured to have a son, seeking to borrow the token. Wang Li's expression shifted as she recounted, without hesitation. Ting lent me the token. I discreetly wore it, and, alongside my husband, sought the doctor for in vitro fertilization. The doctor retrieved 6 of my eggs, combined them with my husband's sperm, and shortly thereafter, we were informed that the embryos were developing well. Eagerly, I had the doctor implant one into my womb. Yet from the very first implantation, things took a bizarre turn. Not a single embryo could survive within me. Each night following the transfer, I would dream of a beast-faced figure disemboweling me and devouring my child. Wang Li's account sent chills down my spine. The dream she described was unmistakably the manifestation of the devourer of women. Chapter 131. I avenge you. I questioned her. How many times have you experienced this dream? Wang Li extended a trembling hand, fingers splayed. 5 times. She stammered. With each dream, I fell ill, and each time the illness grew worse. Yet my longing for a child persisted. As soon as I felt better, the doctor conducted a comprehensive examination, yet the results indicated that my health was entirely normal. Undeterred, I yearned to implant the last fertilized egg into my body. Just yesterday, Ting unexpectedly sought me out, uttering peculiar words. Curiously, I inquired, "What did you say?" She revealed that she had uncovered the truth, that like me, she was also a victim. She warned that if I wished to survive, I must cease my endeavors and handed me a wooden plaque, stating that only I could save her life. Is that all? I pressed. That is all. I have conveyed everything necessary, she replied. Wang Ting's assertion was accurate. Only I possessed the means to rescue her sister. At that moment, Wang Li was engulfed in malevolent energy, destined for an early demise. By then, I had become adept at wielding my Yin Yang vision. Instructing Wang Li to fixate upon my eyes. Gaze into my eyes, and then relax, I commanded, as my Yin Yang vision activated. The sinister energy surrounding Wang Li was drawn towards me, all of it absorbed into my gaze. The overwhelming malice left me feeling ill at ease. And I hastened to the tea cabinet, placing my hand upon the head of the dog spirit. The spirit's eye sockets ignited with a green ghostly flame, and it opened its mouth, voraciously consuming all the malignancy that clung to me. After tending to the spirit, I returned to Wang Li's side. She appeared dazed. Yet to regain her composure, it was not until I lit an incense stick and waved it beneath her nose 3 times that she finally awakened. You are free to go now, I assured her. Wang Li took a few steps, the malevolent energy dissipating, and she surely felt a resurgence of strength. Overjoyed, she repeatedly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, esteemed one. Thank you, esteemed one. I dismissed her thanks, rising to see her off. Just as Wang Li exited the tea house, she turned back, her voice laced with urgency. Boss Zhang, would you accompany me home? I sense something is amiss with Ting. What seems to be the problem? I inquired. When Ting sent me to find you, her eyes were red, as if she had been crying profusely. She mentioned wanting to put an end to something, and I fear she may do something foolish. Boss Zhang, I understand that hiring someone of your caliber incurs a cost. Please name your price and assist her. I acquiesced. casually quoting a fee that Wang Li could bear. My motivation for helping her was not merely financial. I sought to uncover the mysteries that had unfolded over the past 18 months. Wang Li had been afflicted by the vengeful spirit 5 times, which was decidedly abnormal. Thus, I accompanied Wang Li to her hometown. Upon disembarking from the train, she promptly dialed Wang Ting's number. After a lengthy wait, the call connected, but to my surprise, it was not Wang Ting's voice that greeted us. Instead, a man's anguished cries pierced through the receiver. Wang Li's expression shifted instantly. "Is that you, darling? What is wrong?" Perhaps the man recognized Wang Li's voice, for his frantic shouts filled the line, accompanied by faint music. "Wife, come quickly. Wang Ting has gone mad." Shortly thereafter, Wang Ting's voice echoed, "Sister, I have avenged you, and I have avenged myself." Before Wang Li could respond, the call was abruptly terminated. Trembling, she attempted to redial, only to be met with the message that the user had turned off their phone. Stricken with fear, I inquired, "Do you know where they are?" Wang Li's eyes widened in alarm as she recalled, "There was toy music on the line. I bought that for Ting Ting's 2 children. They are at my house." I flagged down a taxi, instructing the driver to hasten to her residence. Upon arrival, a crowd of neighbors had gathered outside Wang Li's home. An older woman, spotting Wang Li, urgently asked, "Xiao Li, has something happened to your husband? He has been wailing inside, and we cannot open the door." We were about to call the police. Wang Li rushed to the door, fumbling through her bag for her keys. After several attempts, she finally unlocked the door, and together we burst into the house. The scene within made me gasp in horror. A naked man was bound to a chair, struggling violently. Blood pooled at his feet, and a sharp fruit knife lay amidst the crimson. The blood was his own, flowing from the very region that was most grievously wounded. At the sight of such brutality, I instinctively clenched my legs together. Though I was not the one injured, as a man, I could not help but empathize deeply with the anguish displayed. The neighbors, who had gathered out of curiosity, were equally shocked. The woman who had earlier questioned Wang Li fainted on the spot. The others scrambled to carry her away, some calling for an ambulance, while others contacted the authorities. Wang Li stood frozen, paralyzed with fear, while my gaze shifted to Wang Ting, who sat blood-soaked on the ground, staring vacantly at her feet. Before her danced a toy doll, the source of the music we had heard moments ago. Wang Li, regaining her senses, shouted at her sister, "What have you done?" Yet, Wang Ting seemed oblivious, still fixated on the ground. Following her line of sight, my eyes ignited with realization as my Yin Yang vision activated. I beheld an infant girl, approximately a year old, joyfully dancing alongside the toy. This child bore a striking resemblance to Wang Ting, and I was struck by the revelation of the truth. Wang Ting had concealed her pregnancy when she had visited the tea house the previous year. For someone like Wang Li, who had donned the vengeful spirit's mask and subsequently conceived, even if she bore a girl, the spirit would consume the child, leaving only a weakened vessel behind. However, if one were to become pregnant before donning the mask, it equated to the murder of an innocent life. The infant, now formed, possessed a soul, and due to the injustice of her untimely death, she lingered as a vengeful spirit, bound to her mother. Yet the malevolent energy surrounding the infant was not particularly strong. Was Wang Li's husband truly severed from life by her? Or was Wang Ting the architect of this calamity? Once Wang Li released her husband from his bindings, he dashed towards the bathroom. Later, I learned that Wang Ting had severed his manhood and disposed of it in the toilet. Subsequently, the police arrived, apprehending Wang Ting. I assumed that the ordeal had concluded. But a mere month later, Wang Ting reappeared before me. The day was overcast. As I opened the tea house doors that morning, I heard someone calling my name from behind. "Boss Zhang." Turning around, I was met by Wang Ting, accompanied by her ghostly daughter. Curiosity piqued, I asked, "How did you manage to get out so quickly?" Wang Ting explained, "After I mutilated him, it was, at the very least, a charge of intentional injury." "How could you be free so soon?" She gestured to the child clinging to her leg. "It was Fong Fong who helped me. She made me pretend to be mentally unstable, fooling the doctors." As I recalled that day's events and Wang Ting's seemingly daft demeanor, it became clear that the little ghost was behind it all. This explained the lack of malevolence surrounding her. I invited Wang Ting into the tea house and inquired about her purpose for visiting me. Clutching her ghostly daughter, she implored, "Boss Zhang, please assist me in sending this child away." I nodded in agreement. Although the little ghost had yet to cause harm, being a vengeful spirit, her presence in the mortal realm would inevitably lead to disaster. I acquiesced, using spiritual means to guide the little ghost to peace. Once completed, I asked Wang Ting, "What is the truth of the matter?" I had long suspected that both Wang Ting and Wang Li had deceived me. Wang Ting recounted the complete narrative. Her boyfriend was a fabrication, And while it was true that Wang Li could not conceive, it was also true that Wang Ting had borne a child in her stead. After having 2 children, Wang Li sought out Wang Ting, informing her that her mission was complete and she could depart. However, at that moment, Wang Ting realized she had developed feelings for Wang Li's husband and was reluctant to leave. Meanwhile, Wang Li's husband discreetly expressed his preference for Wang Ting over Wang Li. Perhaps driven by a moment of folly or a desire for a family, Wang Ting began devising a plan to separate Wang Li from her husband. He suggested utilizing the side effects of a certain mask to silently bring about Wang Li's demise. The method involved enticing Wang Li to undergo in vitro fertilization, intending to conceive a child of her own, while he secretly arranged for the doctor to implant only fertilized eggs that would result in daughters. Consequently, each attempt Wang Li made would endanger her life due to the mask's effects. Had it not been for Wang Ting's timely intervention, she might have perished. So why did you change your mind and save Wang Li? Wang Ting remained silent for a long while, then gritted her teeth and replied, "Because I realized he is a scoundrel. After giving birth to my second child, I was weak and unable to be intimate, yet he, behind my back, sought another woman while still involved with Wang Li. I also inadvertently discovered Wang Li's diary, revealing that her initial idea of having me bear her child was not her own but a coercive demand from her husband, who never loved me. Everything he said was mere flattery to satisfy his own desires. If Wang Li had truly died, he would have undoubtedly discarded me and our daughter for another woman. I despise him. Hence, I deliberately sent Wang Li away, administered a sedative to him, ensuring he could no longer harm other women." Wang Ting exited the tea house, her silhouette forlorn. I was left uncertain about how she would confront Wang Li or manage life with 2 children. After that encounter, I never saw her again. Chapter 134. Catering to Desires. Fast forward a year and a half. After borrowing the mask, I felt immense gratitude towards Gugu, who was a person of great appreciation. I inquired about his desired reward. After some contemplation, Gugu requested a mechanical keyboard, as the one on his laptop was utterly inadequate. This was a simple request. A keyboard would not cost much, at most 4 figures. However, lacking knowledge about keyboards, I entrusted the task to Lin Xiaolu, instructing her to select an expensive one. She promptly fulfilled the task, leaving Gugu quite pleased. Yet, it proved that my promise had been rather hasty. In the following days, not only did Lin Xiaolu's gaming create a cacophony upstairs, but Gugu's typing echoed below, driving me to the brink of nerves. Reluctantly, I had to invite Gugu to the basement to finish his work in peace. After a few days of tranquility, the tea house welcomed its second guest, who was not drawn by Gugu, but rather introduced by Uncle Gio. This guest was a man in his early 50s, dressed simply yet elegantly, suggesting a prosperous background. After he settled in, he introduced himself. "Hello, Boss Zhang. I'm Hong Lin, sent here by Uncle Gio." I prepared tea for Hong Lin and asked, "What brings you here?" He explained, "Recently, my family has encountered some inexplicable occurrences. I hired 2 talismans to address the issues, but after a few days, they refunded my money, stating they could not resolve the matter." The term talismans referred to individuals with knowledge of exorcism and protective measures. It was a respectful title, as they were also known informally as masters. Ordinary talismans could not solve the problem. So I sought to inquire further and learned that Uncle Gio was quite renowned in this field. I prepared a generous gift to seek his assistance. I nodded in agreement. As in Shandong province, Uncle Gio was nearly as esteemed as my master. Seeking his help was undoubtedly wise. Upon meeting Uncle Gio, he mentioned his retirement from the industry, leading me to seek you, Zhang. As he spoke, Hong Lin retrieved an item wrapped in red cloth from his pocket and handed it to me. Upon unwrapping it, I discovered a red embroidered shoe. "This is a token of our meeting." Hong Lin certainly knew how to make an impression. While the shoe appeared tattered and held little value to others, it bore immense allure for me, as it was an object of the supernatural. His offering was indeed well-timed. I inquired, "Where did you acquire this shoe?" He replied, "I purchased it for a hefty sum from Uncle Gio, who assured me that presenting it to you would be irresistible." Uncle Gio had indeed gauged my interests accurately. The thought of returning the shoe was quite disheartening. Nevertheless, I refrained from immediately acquiescing, maintaining a calm demeanor despite my inner enthusiasm. "Mr. Hong, please elaborate on the issues your family is facing." After sipping his tea and clearing his throat, Hong Lin began, "The strange occurrences are happening in my ancestral home. My family has a history of affluence. My great-grandfather was a renowned merchant, building a large estate. During its construction, he consulted a famous feng shui master, and since then, our family's fortune has flourished, attributed to the master's influence. Consequently, most of my family members still reside in the old estate." Chapter 135. The grand estate. Hong Lin spoke for half an hour, and I gleaned the essential details. The Hong family was extensive, branching out from my great-grandfather's 4 wives and their offspring. Hong Lin belonged to the first wife's lineage, and recently, fatalities had occurred within this branch. One individual had survived, but succumbed to madness, claiming vengeance from his great-grandfather's 4th concubine, Boss Zhang. Many events transpired during my great-grandfather's era. I cannot explain everything at once. I hope you will visit the Hong family estate to observe the situation firsthand. I nodded, understanding that hearing was one thing, but witnessing was another. I needed to ascertain the truth myself. The Hong family estate was located in Xianyu County, Shandong Province, the birthplace of Confucius. The journey would take several days, prompting me to seek out Lin Xiaolu. As usual, she was engrossed in her game. Sister Xiaolu, we have new business. We need to go to Xianyu. Will you join me? Lin Xiaolu removed her headphones and winked at me. What if I don't want to go? I smiled helplessly. That's perfectly fine. Just keep an eye on the tea house and ensure no thieves come in. With confidence, Lin Xiaolu clenched her small fist. Don't worry. Anyone daring enough to steal from the tea house will face my wrath. As I prepared to leave, Lin Xiaolu called out. I'm not comfortable with you going alone. Why not invite Lu Xianyu? Didn't he say he wanted to be your partner? He should contribute. After considering her suggestion, I agreed. Lu Xianyu needed to leverage the tea house as resources to investigate the Black Crow. I called him, and he readily accepted. After some preparations, I followed Hong Lin, who, as a hereditary businessman, had the luxury of a chauffeur waiting outside the tea house. Under my direction, the driver picked up Lu Xianyu, and we set off for Xianyu. 3 hours later, we arrived at our destination. Upon disembarking, an ancient estate loomed before us, its walls stretching beyond sight. Lu Xianyu was equally astonished and asked Hong Lin, how large is this estate? Hong Lin replied, it occupies 8 acres, with a total building area exceeding 4,000 square meters. I was left speechless. It was indeed vast, larger than the plaza of my current residential complex. Outside, security guards greeted Hong Lin with respect. Mr. Hong, you're back. Hong Lin explained to me. Ever since the tragic incident at the ancestral home, the members of the clan have been in a state of unease. To alleviate their anxiety, I arranged for security personnel from the company to take turns guarding the premises. Though it may not serve much purpose, it at least provides some comfort to the family. Upon entering the estate, I was struck by the opulence that surrounded me. Crossing the high threshold of the redwood door, my gaze was immediately drawn to a grand screen wall. The wall was intricately carved with 8 vividly depicted figures, each standing atop waves. Lu Xianyu inquired whether this was the tale of the 8 immortals crossing the sea. I nodded in affirmation. The ancestral patriarch of the Hong family, judging by his age, hailed from the late Republican era, a time when floral and auspicious characters were commonly carved into screen walls. The depiction of the 8 immortals, however, was quite rare. Hong Lin chimed in, noting that the design of the screen wall was created by a feng shui master commissioned by their ancestor. As the saying goes, the 8 immortals each display their unique abilities, and having them portrayed at the entrance symbolizes the Hong family's prowess in business. In Chapter 136, titled Can You Help Me Catch the Little Bunny? My knowledge of feng shui is rather superficial. During the initiation ceremony, the venerable master from Longhu Mountain presented me with a treasured tome on feng shui, Longhu Mountain's protective talismans. I have perused it several times, but my understanding remains elementary. As Hong Lin explained, Lu Xianyu made a new discovery, pointing to the top of the screen wall and asking, what is that lion doing up there? I looked up in confusion. Is that a swan and eye? I asked. The swan and eye, one of the 9 dragon sons, resembles a lion, which likely led to Lu Xianyu's misunderstanding. Legend has it that the swan and eye prefers tranquility over movement and has an affinity for incense, often used as a decorative element at the base of incense burners. Its presence on the screen wall is indeed uncommon. Hong Lin nodded in agreement, confirming that it was indeed a swan and eye, a testament to the feng shui master's craftsmanship. The 9 dragon sons are each distinct, and the Hong family's ancestral home boasts 9 beast statues, perfectly corresponding to the 9 dragon sons. Please, come inside. With Hong Lin leading the way, Lu Xianyu and I circumvented the screen wall, truly entering the Hong family's grand estate. Behind the screen wall lay a picturesque garden, complete with artificial hills and a meandering stream, adorned with bridges and a pavilion at its center. In the midst of August, the lush greenery in the garden was a sight to behold. To access the inner courtyard, crossing the small bridge was essential, a principle deeply rooted in feng shui, where water symbolizes wealth. It would be difficult for the Hong family to thrive in business without this connection to water. In the eaves of the small pavilion, I noticed a representation of the Feng Chao, one of the 9 dragon sons, believed to have protective qualities for the home, typically found only in ancient palaces. I couldn't help but marvel at the expertise of the feng shui master whom the Hong ancestor had engaged. Beyond the pavilion lay the grand hall for receiving guests. And further in was the inner courtyard. Hong Lin explained that the inner courtyard was divided into 6 sections, containing 20 rooms, currently inhabited by the 4 branches of the Hong family. As night fell, Hong Lin guided us to the courtyard of the eldest matriarch, where he arranged accommodations for Lu Xinyi and me. Gentlemen, I will be staying next door for the next few days. Should you need anything, feel free to seek me out. For now, please rest. I will introduce you to the other family members during the evening banquet. After Hong Lin departed, I expressed my envy to Lu Xinyi, saying, how I wish to possess such a grand estate one day. Lu Xinyi, however, held a different perspective. It might be best not to, he cautioned. I've handled several cases, and they all occurred in such old houses. While the scenery inside is pleasant, when viewed from above, the architecture resembles that of a coffin. He paused before asking, Zhang Xian, do you feel an eerie sensation upon entering the house? I nodded, admitting that I indeed felt a chill. Lu Xinyi retrieved a light jacket from his luggage, muttering, how can it be cold in the middle of summer? After a day of travel, we both lay down for a brief rest. In a drowsy state, I was awakened by faint footsteps outside. Yawning, I got up and opened the door to find a little girl with a ponytail, holding a lantern as she chased a fluffy white rabbit. Dressed in a classical blue outfit reminiscent of the Republican era, she looked at me and pleaded for assistance. Sir, can you help me catch the little bunny? In chapter 137, titled Falling into a Well, the girl's pitiful demeanor tugged at my heartstrings, and I smiled, agreeing to help her catch the rabbit. Despite its plump appearance, the rabbit was surprisingly quick, and together we dashed out of the courtyard. After a chase that lasted several minutes, we finally managed to catch the little creature. I handed the rabbit to the girl, advising, hold it tight, and don't let it escape again. The girl bowed gratefully, exclaiming, thank you, sir. Just as I was about to respond, I suddenly noticed the emptiness before me. The little girl had vanished. A chill of realization swept over me, and I instinctively touched my eyes, feeling a warmth in my Yin Yang vision. This indicated that the girl I had just assisted was not human. I slapped my forehead, berating myself for my oversight. I had unwittingly aided a spirit. Fortunately, she posed no threat. Otherwise, I might have found myself in dire circumstances. Surveying my surroundings, I realized that in the excitement of chasing the rabbit, I had wandered into an unfamiliar courtyard. The sky was overcast, the moon concealed behind clouds, and not a single star was visible. Without the lantern the girl had carried, I could only discern shapes within half a meter. As I contemplated using my phone for illumination, I reached into my pocket, only to find it empty. It must have slipped out while I was sleeping. The grass around me reached knee-high, rustling softly as I walked. Unable to see the path ahead, I relied on my memory to retrace my steps. The night was filled with the sounds of insects, and the cool breeze sent shivers down my spine. Suddenly, I heard a faint voice nearby, pleading, help, help. Is anyone there? It was the voice of a young woman. Though quiet, it was close by. Instantly alert, I wondered whether the source of the voice was human or spirit. I touched the flower bell tied to my wrist, feeling reassured, and followed the sound. Help, help. The voice grew louder and drew nearer. I became increasingly cautious. If the one calling for help turned out to be a ghost, I would not hesitate to sound the bell. At that moment, I felt an icy sensation on my back, as if a hand had rested there. Before I could react, the hand suddenly pushed me forcefully. I stumbled forward, my foot catching on something, sending me tumbling downwards. Instead of falling to the ground, I found myself plummeting into an abyss. By the time I regained my senses, I had landed heavily on the ground, having fallen at least 4 or 5 meters. How could such a deep pit exist in this old house? As I fell, I struck my head, and a wave of dizziness washed over me. In my hazy vision, I glimpsed a woman in a qipao, bound by ropes. Her expression weak and sorrowful. Tears streamed down her face as she moaned in anguish, help me. In the next moment, darkness enveloped me, and I lost consciousness. I do not know how long it was before a familiar voice roused me. Zhang Xian, wake up. Please wake up. I opened my eyes to a splitting headache. The first thing I saw was Lu Xinyi's anxious face, his relief palpable upon seeing me awaken. Zhang Xian, you finally woke up. You scared me. Sensing the presence of others nearby, I struggled to turn my head and saw Hong Lin, along with several unfamiliar faces, both men and women. In chapter 138, titled A Charlatan, Hong Lin asked with concern, Boss Zhang, are you alright? Do you need to call for help? I waved my hand, using Lu Xinyi's arm for support, and sat up. I assessed my condition and found that aside from the bruises on my arm and face, there were no other visible injuries. What had transpired? Lucini explained, "You fell into a well." He expressed immense relief, adding, "Fortunately, it was an abandoned well with no water. Otherwise, you might have lost your life." Just then, I heard a woman mockingly scoff, "Is this the gentleman you invited back from the big house? Surely he must be a con artist. Keep a close watch. If he dies in our Hong family, it would be most inauspicious." Lucini, visibly irritated, was about to retort, but I pulled him back. As a person connected to the spirit world, being schemed against by ghosts was indeed embarrassing, and I could hardly blame anyone for looking down upon me. However, having suffered this misfortune, I was certain of one thing. The Hong family's ancestral home was indeed haunted. Seeing that the sky outside remained dark, I inquired, "How long have I been unconscious?" Hong Lin responded, "Not long, it's only 9 o'clock. Calculating, I realized I had fainted for less than an hour. I was puzzled. "How did you find me?" "I was unconscious at the bottom of the well and couldn't call for help, so it seems unlikely I would be discovered so quickly." Lucini spoke up, "After I noticed your absence, I contacted Mr. Hong, and he gathered people and rushed to the well where you had fainted." I looked at Hong Lin with curiosity, questioning how he knew I was at the bottom of the well. "Mr. Zhang, I intended to mention this at the banquet. All 3 individuals from the Hong family who died were found at the bottom of that well." A chill ran down my spine, and I instinctively touched the kite flower bell on my wrist. Perhaps my survival was due to possessing a spirit object. Recalling the woman in the cheap how I had seen at the bottom of the well, I hurriedly asked, "Were there others down there?" Hong Lin replied that there were none, suggesting that the woman, like the little girl chasing the rabbit, was also a ghost, invisible to ordinary people. After a moment, Hong Lin asked, "Mr. Zhang, would you like to rest a bit or continue attending the banquet?" Just as I was about to respond, the woman who had mocked me spoke again. "What banquet? I refuse to dine with a charlatan." With that, she attempted to leave. "Stop." My temper was wearing thin. The woman glared at me, unwavering. "What? Are you upset because I called you a fraud?" Instead of arguing, I directly questioned her. "Have you been experiencing a string of misfortunes lately? Plagued by nightmares that leave you feeling disoriented and achy upon waking?" Her expression shifted instantaneously, and she blurted out, "How do you know? You are surrounded by malevolent energy. Clearly, you have caught the attention of a ghost. I suspect you may be the next to meet your demise." The woman retorted angrily, "You're spreading deceit. Who do you think you're scaring?" She shot a glare at Hong Lin. "Big house, this charlatan is openly scamming. Aren't you going to do anything? If not, I'll call for someone to throw him out." Hong Lin stood his ground. "Mr. Zhang is my esteemed guest. I cannot allow you from the 3rd house to dictate terms here. I am now the head of the Hong family, and my word is law." The woman stomped her feet in frustration, the heels of her shoes bending, and she glared at me one last time before storming out. Hong Lin apologized, "I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang, for the embarrassment." I shook my head. It was I who made a fool of myself. Keep an eye on her. What I said was not without merit. She indeed has a looming disaster. I addressed the others present. "I am Zhang Xian, inheritor of the Andabai Shaoxing teahouse, and a direct disciple of the late Yin merchant Lin Xian. The Hong family's ancestral home is indeed peculiar. I kindly ask you all to continue attending the banquet. Only by uncovering the truth behind these events can I assist you." Chapter 139. The 4 branches of the Hong family. The members of the Hong family, whether moved by my sincerity or reverence for my master's name, chose to remain, save for the woman who had stormed out in anger. Hong Lin arranged the banquet. Including myself and Lucini, there were a total of 6 people at the main table. The remaining 4 were the heads of the 4 branches of the Hong family. The head of the first branch was Hong Lin, the current patriarch of the Hong family. The head of the second branch was named Hong Lei, his age being the oldest among the 4 branch heads, as he was of the same generation as Hong Lin's father. The head of the third branch was Hong Quan, relatively young at 30, and the sister who had just stormed out was his biological sister, Hong Lulu. The head of the 4th branch was Hong Yu, who appeared even younger than I. I abstained from alcohol, and Hong Lin did not press the matter. Everyone else drank tea. With the ancestral home being haunted, none had much appetite, and after a few hasty bites, the eating came to a halt. Hong Lin spoke up, "Let us discuss serious matters." He retrieved 3 photographs and handed them to me. "Mr. Zhang, please take a look. These are the photographs of the 3 individuals from my family who died previously." As I examined the photos, I saw that the individuals were in a state of death, their eyes wide open and expressions contorted, as if they had witnessed something horrifying in life. I noticed a detail. All 3 appeared wet, their hair as if soaked. "Mr. Hong, you mentioned that these 3 died in the abandoned well where I fell?" Hong Lin nodded. "Indeed, that is correct. But if it was an abandoned well, why were they wet?" Hong Lin shook his head. "I do not know. It is precisely this uncertainty that leads me to suspect the house is haunted. Lucini proposed a possibility. Could it be that they were drowned by someone and then thrown into the well? Hong Lin again shook his head. After the first individual died, we reported it to the police, and the coroner's examination revealed signs consistent with drowning, yet there was no evidence of water in the lungs. Just this alone essentially rules out the possibility of murder. But I find it strange. I fell into the well, yet I felt no sensation of drowning. Could it be that the kite flower bell I possess frightened away the ghost that pushed me into the well, preventing it from finishing the job? Then who was the bound female ghost I saw at the bottom of the well? Lucini, tapping into his detective instincts, pressed further. Which branch of the Hong family were these three from? Hong Lin's expression turned somber. They were all from my first branch. At that moment, the youngest, Hong Yu, suddenly interjected. I told you, it's our great-grandmother returning for revenge. Bang! Before he could finish, Hong Lin slammed his palm on the table, glaring at Hong Yu as he shouted, do not speak nonsense. Hong Yu seemed frightened by Hong Lin and lowered his head, falling silent. Hong Quan from the third branch chimed in, Big brother, don't bully the child. What Hong Yu says is not without merit. Your first branch has nearly seized all the assets of the fourth branch. Perhaps our great-grandmother truly cannot bear to see this, and has returned to teach you a lesson. Hong Lin retorted angrily, what do you mean I've seized the fourth branch's assets? The fourth branch has few members. Currently, only Hong Yu remains, and he is still underage. As the clan leader, should I not assist in managing the affairs? Chapter 140. Borrowing longevity from heaven. Hong Quan scoffed. Then it seems I have wronged you, big brother. If you find it burdensome, my third branch can also help. My sister Lulu, though she has a temper, is a business prodigy and will surely manage the fourth branch's assets efficiently. Hong Lin firmly rejected, though Hong Lulu has some business acumen. She has reached the age for marriage. Handing over the fourth branch's assets to her would essentially turn them into her dowry. As Hong Quan was about to counter, someone at the table cleared their throat. I turned to see it was Hong Lei from the second branch, an elder with considerable authority, prompting both Hong Lin and Hong Quan to fall silent. All right, we are all members of the Hong family. Let us discuss our family matters behind closed doors and not allow our guests to mock us. Hong Lin apologized to me, and I smiled in response, pretending to have heard nothing. It is evident that the four branches of the Hong family are not particularly harmonious, especially between the eldest and the third branches, where significant discord exists. The atmosphere grew tense, prompting me to break the silence. Could you explain the matter regarding the fourth ancestor grandmother that Hong Quan just mentioned? Hong Lin sighed. Our family, the Hong clan, rose to prominence during my great-grandfather's generation. He took 4 wives during his lifetime. The first was a legitimate marriage. The second was a union with another prominent family of the time, and the third was a courtesan whom my great-grandfather brought back from outside. Hong Quan interjected. She was not merely a courtesan. The third ancestor grandmother was a renowned actress in Jinling. Ignoring this, Hong Lin continued his narrative. Initially, my great-grandfather had only these 3 wives, but during his middle age, he fell gravely ill. Despite consulting numerous famous doctors who declared his condition hopeless, he was unwilling to accept his fate and summoned the feng shui master who had assisted in designing his residence. The feng shui master, who was even older than my great-grandfather and on the brink of death himself, claimed he could perform a miraculous act, borrowing 10 additional years of life from my great-grandfather from heaven, provided he met a condition upon recovery. My great-grandfather must marry his granddaughter and bequeath her a portion of his estate to ensure her descendants would not suffer from poverty. My great-grandfather agreed, and the feng shui master somehow procured a golden toad, which he buried alone after sending the Hong family away. 3 days later, the feng shui master died in a fit of blood from his 7 orifices, while miraculously, my great-grandfather's illness was cured. Being a man of his word, my great-grandfather arranged for the proper funeral rites for the feng shui master and, on an auspicious day, honored him by marrying his granddaughter, who became our 4th ancestor grandmother. After hearing this account, I was in awe of the feng shui master, capable of such extraordinary feats as borrowing life from the heavens. I eagerly pressed on. What happened next? The second branch's Hong Lei took over the narration. I am a generation older than Hong Lin. I once met the 4th grandmother in my youth. She was exceptionally beautiful, gentle in character, and courteous to everyone. My grandfather held her in high regard, treating her with great kindness, which incited jealousy among the other 3 grandmothers. For 10 years, my grandfather's health remained robust, and under his stewardship, the Hong family thrived. During this time, the 4th grandmother also bore him a young son. However, unexpectedly, my grandfather collapsed, and it was then that everyone recalled the feng shui master's prediction. Once the 10-year term expired, the king of hell would come to collect. and even a bodhisattva could not save him. Aware of his limited time, my grandfather began to arrange his affairs. But just as he was about to convene a family meeting, the fourth grandmother suddenly vanished. Chapter 141. The Near Death of Hong Lulu. As Hong Lei recounted the tale, his pace slowed, and the elderly man, now in his 70s, seemed to relive his youth. I could see the terror reflected in his eyes. My grandfather, bedridden, became furious and ordered everyone to search for her, even sending away the maid who typically assisted him with his medication. After a day of searching, they ultimately found the fourth grandmother's body in a well in the courtyard of the third grandmother. She had been bound with ropes and thrown into the well, and the murderer had placed a heavy stone atop her to ensure her demise. With my grandfather's high standing in the family, no one dared to conceal this from him. Upon learning the news, he struggled from his sickbed. Upon seeing the fourth grandmother's body, he struck the third grandmother with a resounding slap, exclaiming, "You have a cruel heart." He then coughed up blood and collapsed on the fourth grandmother's body, passing away. With the story concluded, the expressions of the fourth branch's leaders varied. The third branch's Hong Quan remarked, "Uncle, you cannot leave the story half-told." The police had come to investigate later, proving that the third ancestor grandmother was not the murderer. Hong Lin scoffed. If the third ancestor grandmother was not the culprit, then why did the fourth ancestor grandmother die in her courtyard? Why did my grandfather strike her? A former actress, her eyes were set on the Hong family's wealth. The third ancestor grandmother must have killed the fourth ancestor grandmother to secure more assets for your branch. Hong Quan, incensed, nearly overturned the table. Hong Lin, do not slander. If the third ancestor grandmother were truly as you suggest, she would not have killed the fourth ancestor grandmother, but her son instead. After my grandfather's demise, did the third branch gain a greater share of the inheritance, or did the fourth branch receive less? In fact, your first branch has long coveted the fourth branch's assets, and you shamelessly pretend to manage on their behalf. It seems the fourth branch's property has already been appropriated by the first branch. The two began to quarrel again, and Hong Lei played the peacemaker once more, while my gaze remained fixed upon Hong Yu. This young leader of the fourth branch, despite being younger than myself, remained silent regardless of the fierce argument between the first and third branches. After Hong Lei's mediation, Hong Lin and Hong Quan finally quieted down. Hong Quan, venting his pent-up anger, directed it towards me. Hong Lin, our generation's arguments are futile. If, as Hong Yu posits, the fourth ancestor grandmother returns for vengeance, then it is your first branch that should have suffered. The fourth ancestor grandmother's death must be connected to your branch. He glared at me, derisively echoing his sister's sentiments. I hope this time you Haven Tea invited another charlatan, or else the next victim might just be you. Hong Lin. Hong Lin's expression darkened, yet he refrained from further arguing. At that moment, a person rushed into the room in a panic. This is terrible. A grave situation has arisen. The person was breathless, hunched over, pointing outside. Hong Lulu. Without hesitation, Hong Quan dashed outside, followed closely by the others. We followed Hong Quan to the courtyard of the third branch, where a crowd had gathered before a house, yet no one dared to enter. Sister. Hong Quan pushed through the crowd and rushed inside. When I caught up, I saw him holding Hong Lulu, weeping uncontrollably. 2 black handprints marred her neck, likely remnants of a ghost's touch, and foam bubbled at her mouth, her body limp in Hong Quan's embrace. Some murmured, "Didn't the recent deaths involve only those from the first branch? How did it come to the third branch? This house is no longer habitable. I will move out tomorrow." Approaching Hong Lulu, I suddenly noticed the faint rise and fall of her chest. She was still alive. Chapter 142. The Vengeance of the Fourth Ancestor Grandmother? Through my Yin Yang eye, I perceived an overwhelming aura of malevolence surrounding Hong Lulu, far more intense than before the banquet. Upon realizing she was still alive, Hong Quan shouted, "Call 120. I interjected, "It's futile. She is ensnared by a ghost. By the time the doctor arrives, she will be gone. Step aside. I will save her." Hong Quan was skeptical, unwilling to relinquish Hong Lulu to me. Hong Lei urged, "Hong Quan, let this gentleman try. Do you truly wish to watch helplessly as Lulu perishes?" Persuaded, Hong Quan placed Hong Lulu back down. I could directly absorb the malevolent energy from her using my Yin Yang eye, but the secret of the Yin Yang eye could not be revealed. So I pretended to draw a talisman with my finger. In the urgency of the moment, I had no time to find water. So I simply moistened my finger with saliva. I smeared my finger across Hong Lulu's forehead and, lowering my head, utilized my Yin Yang eye to cleanse her of the malevolent energy. Cough. Cough. As the dark energy dissipated, Hong Lulu awoke instantly, bewildered by the multitude of faces around her. "What is happening?" Hong Quan urged her to kneel and express gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed savior." Once Hong Lulu understood the circumstances, her previous arrogance vanished. And she repeatedly apologized to me. I was about to say a few courteous words to ease the tension when, unexpectedly, my Yin Yang I activated again. New malevolent energy was emanating from Honglulu. This revelation startled me. She was a living person, not a ghost. Where could this new malevolence be originating from? Could it be empty your pockets? Honglulu was uncertain about my motives for asking her to do this, yet having survived a brush with death, she dared not defy my command and emptied her pockets. The contents were minimal: a mobile phone, keys, and an identification card, all pristine and devoid of any malevolent aura. Was there anything else? She shook her head, but midway through, a thought struck her. She retrieved a finely crafted necklace from her collar. To my supernatural sight, the necklace seemed enveloped in a shroud of dark mist, revealing itself as the source of her ominous energy. As I picked it up for closer examination, I discerned that it was not a spectral object, yet it bore the marks of having been forged by a spirit, qualifying it as a type of talisman. I inquired about its origin. I forgot. 2 weeks ago, I discovered it in a jewelry box. I thought it was beautiful and assumed it was something I had purchased and forgotten, so I decided to wear it. At that moment, Hongyu approached. "Sir, may I have a look at the necklace?" I handed it to him, and after a brief inspection, he turned it over, revealing a small character inscribed on the back, Ing. Hongyu declared with conviction, "This belongs to our great-grandmother." Honglulu's face paled in terror, her speech becoming disjointed. "Hongyu, don't speak recklessly. I've heard the elders say that great-grandmother's jewelry was buried with her." Yet Hongyu remained resolute. There's no mistaking it. This is indeed great-grandmother's. His assertion sent ripples of panic through the Hong family. Hong Lin questioned him. "How can you be so certain?" Hongyu revealed the character on the necklace's reverse side. Great-grandmother's name was Tang Ying. She was skilled and crafted all her jewelry herself. Each piece bears her name, making it unmistakable. Chapter 143. Another death. Many faces turned anxious, and one person suddenly recalled something. It seems the 3 individuals who died before also possessed similar jewelry. This individual was likely from the main branch. Hong Lin asked, "Are you sure?" "Absolutely. I handled the belongings of all 3. Quickly, go fetch them." 10 minutes later, 3 exquisite pieces of jewelry were in my possession. I examined each item carefully, whether it was a silver bracelet, earrings, or a jade pendant. Each bore the same small character, Ing, suggesting they were crafted by the same hand. Even Hong Lin was taken aback, muttering, "Great-grandmother, why is this happening to our branch?" The room fell silent, and after a long pause, Hong Lei suggested, "It's too late to discuss this now. Let us address it tomorrow morning." No one voiced any objections as the crowd dispersed, and Lu Xinyi and I returned to our room. After closing the door, Lu Xinyi said, "Zhang Xian, don't you feel something is amiss?" I countered, "Are you referring to Honglulu?" He nodded. In previous incidents, whether human or ghostly, the victims all fell into wells. Why is Honglulu different? I too had sensed the peculiarity. Could it be that these are 2 separate incidents? Our current information was insufficient, and I resolved to conduct a thorough investigation at dawn. The night passed uneventfully, but shortly after the rooster crowed, there was a knock at the door. "Boss Zhang, are you awake? Another incident has occurred at the residence." It was Hong Lin's voice. I quickly got up, and upon opening the door, I found Hong Lin with bloodshot eyes, likely from a sleepless night. "What has happened?" His voice was hoarse. "Another death in our main branch." Lu Xinyi and I followed Hong Lin to a weedy courtyard, where the grass reached knee height, and the air was filled with the sounds of insects. Despite it being summer, a chill enveloped me upon entering, raising goosebumps on my arms. In the courtyard stood a dry well, beside which stood several people, and on the grass lay a body. "Boss Zhang, look." As I approached, I saw the lifeless figure on the ground, drenched, with beads of water still clinging to his hair. I even detected the scent of aquatic vegetation on his clothing. There was a malevolent energy emanating from him, and I instructed those present to remove his clothes. Through my supernatural sight, I could discern numerous dark handprints on the deceased's skin. I was certain this was a case of ghostly murder. I walked to the edge of the well and peered down. The well was dry and filled with dirt, not deep at all. I asked Hong Lin, "Is this the well I fell into last night?" He nodded. "After rescuing you, I stationed guards by the courtyard gate. Yet another tragedy struck." He called the 2 guards who had been on duty last night and pointed to the deceased. "Did you not see him last night?" The 2 stammered for a while before responding. "We don't know what happened. We fell asleep somehow, and only woke up when the rooster crowed." Just as Hong Lin was about to reprimand them, I intervened. "You cannot blame them. This ghost is cunning and powerful. Not even 10 guards could stop it." Hong Lin looked increasingly anxious. "Boss Zhang, for people from our main branch have died. You must think of a solution. If this continues, the men in our branch will be wiped out." Chapter 144. The targeted patriarch, I understood his fear of being the next victim and sought to reassure him. Do not panic. Tonight, all members of the main branch will gather to seek my counsel. I will personally keep watch. I intend to uncover the truth behind this disturbance. Hong Lin eagerly agreed. That's great. With you on guard, I feel reassured. Shortly thereafter, Lu Xini pulled me aside. Zhang Xian, this doesn't seem like an act of revenge from great-grandmother. What do you mean? According to the Hong family, the primary suspect in great-grandmother's death was third grandmother. However, the victims who fell into the well were all from the main branch. I had just inquired, and when great-grandmother died, first grandmother had already passed away several years prior. It made no sense for the main branch to be involved. Your intuition is correct, I whispered. Great-grandmother's vengeful spirit lingers in the well. Lu Xini's eyes widened. I recounted, when I fell into the well last night, I encountered a bound female ghost, identical to how the Hong family described great-grandmother. When I looked down into the well earlier, I saw her again, helplessly tied up. The handprints on the deceased could not have been left by her. Moreover, I have a strong feeling that great-grandmother is bound to this dry well. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been crying out for help so desperately at night. While the circumstances surrounding Hong Lulu remain unclear, I sensed the murderer, having already claimed 4 lives from the main branch, would not cease their actions. As night descended, all members of the main branch, regardless of age or gender, convened in the largest reception room of the old residence. I handed the iris bell to Lu Xini while I took out the kunwa knife. Indeed, I had brought the kunwa knife with me. I had been caught off guard last night due to my drowsiness, but I would not be so careless again. As night fell, the members of the main branch began to gather in small groups, discussing recent events surrounding the Hong family and various secrets from their ancestors' generation. However, as time passed, the number of conversations dwindled and the volume of voices diminished. The night grew deeper, and the elderly and children were the first to succumb to fatigue, lying down on the makeshift foldable beds that Hong Lin had arranged. Eventually, the women too could no longer resist and sought their own places to rest. By 3 in the morning, very few remained awake. Even Lu Xini, usually a night owl, struggled to stay alert, relying on one cigarette after another. Hong Lin approached me, asking, Boss Zhang, there are less than 2 hours until dawn. Do you think we'll make it through the night safely? Just as I was about to caution against complacency, darkness suddenly enveloped the room. A power outage? Hong Lin remarked as he moved toward the exit, presumably to investigate the situation. This should have been a completely ordinary reaction, yet inexplicably, my heart skipped a beat. Wait, I shouted loudly. But Hong Lin continued to walk straight out, as if he had not heard me calling him. Strangely, after my shout, the entire living room fell eerily silent. With no one responding, a sense of dread washed over me. These individuals must have succumbed to slumber like the 2 who guarded the well last night. Without a doubt, Hong Lin was in grave danger. I rushed outside, shouting, Lu Xini, stop Hong Lin. As I burst through the door, illuminated by the moonlight, I saw Lu Xini sitting on the ground, a cigarette dangling from his mouth. I hurriedly pulled him up, and Lu Xini spat out the cigarette, rubbing his backside as he asked, what happened to Hong Lin? He pushed me down as I stood in his way. He has fallen under a spell, I surmised, realizing that the ability to ensnare Hong Lin without my awareness was no ordinary ghost's doing. It was highly likely that malevolent spirits were at play. Come with me quickly. Chapter 145. The Great Ghost and the Little Ghost. Lu Xini and I dashed towards the abandoned courtyard. Upon entering, we saw Hong Lin poised to leap into the well. Lu Gu, ring the bell. Without hesitation, Lu Xini shook the bell on his wrist. The sound rang out, and Hong Lin froze, as if turned to stone, standing motionless. My eyes burned with urgency, and then I beheld a female ghost in a qipao residing within Hong Lin. I rushed to Hong Lin, yanking him away from the well's edge, and struck his chest forcefully with the scabbard of my kunwu sword. Come out. This was my first time wielding the kunwu sword, a prized possession that had left Lin Tianyu in awe. The moment the scabbard made contact with Hong Lin, the female ghost let out a piercing scream and was expelled from his body. Without hesitation, I lunged forward, drawing the kunwu sword and delivering a swift strike. This was the first move from the swordsmanship manual left to me by my elder sister, Lin Susu. I had practiced this technique for an entire month. My sister was not mistaken. The kunwu sword was indeed a formidable supernatural artifact. As the blade pierced the ghost's form, it ignited like a flame, swiftly reducing her to ashes. Hong Lin awoke, drenched in cold sweat, as he gazed at the well before him. Zhang, what on earth happened? I sheathed the kunwu sword and pulled him to his feet. You were the one affected this time. Thankfully, I arrived in time. Hong Lin hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Boss Zhang, for saving my life. Lu Xini approached and asked, Is it all resolved? I shook my head, explaining that the entity I had vanquished was merely a ghost manipulated by a greater force, and the true mastermind remained hidden. Let's return for now. Just as I prepared to lead the two of them away, a thick fog surged into the courtyard. In moments, the surroundings were engulfed in mist, rendering everything beyond 2 meters indistinct. I gripped the Kunwu sword tightly, shielding Lu Xinyi and Hong Lin behind me. This was the ghostly fog, and the true culprit had not yet relinquished their pursuit. As my senses heightened, a small shadow suddenly darted to my feet. It was a little rabbit. This rabbit looked familiar. It was the very one I had helped a little girl catch the day before. Footsteps approached, and a lovely young girl emerged from the mist. Standing before me, she wore a blue dress and, with a pitiful expression, implored, "Uncle, could you help me catch the little rabbit?" Seeing the familiar face, my eyes began to burn with intensity. Having already been deceived once, how could I fall for the trick again? The girl before me was a ghost. I swiftly drew my blade against her, but just as the sword was unsheathed and poised to strike, the rabbit leaped up and bit down on my wrist. Instantly, my hand felt as if plunged into ice water, becoming stiff and numb. With a crack, the Kunwu sword slipped from my grasp as the fog quickly enveloped the little girl's form. I swung the scabbard in my left hand, forcefully striking the rabbit that clung to my wrist, sending it flying, and with my right hand, I retrieved the Kunwu sword once more. Lu Xinyi anxiously inquired, "Zhangxian, are you all right?" I reassured him, though my heart raced with anxiety. The ghostly fog thickened, making it increasingly difficult to protect the two of them while battling the spectral entities. "Is there an ancestral hall in the house?" I asked Hong Lin. "Yes. It's next door. Let us there." As I guided them out, the ghostly fog was punctuated by the tinkling laughter of the little girl. "Hee hee hee. Where's my little rabbit? Don't run away. Have you seen my little rabbit?" Chapter 146. Lu Xinyi's deduction on our way to the ancestral hall. I faced 2 more attacks from the white rabbit, but fortunately, my reflexes were quick, and I used the Kunwu sword to protect myself. The rabbit dared not approach me while I wielded it, retreating back into the fog. The ghostly mist continued to follow us. Yet Hong Lin was exceedingly familiar with his ancestral home. Even in the obscured visibility, he was able to navigate accurately. 10 minutes later, we finally arrived at the Hong family's ancestral hall. Upon entering, the ghostly fog halted at the entrance, refusing to cross the threshold. Lu Xinyi, still shaken, questioned, "Why has that little ghost stopped pursuing us?" I explained, "The ancestral hall is dedicated to the ancestors of the Hong family, and as the current head of the family, Hong Lin is under their protection. Thus, the little ghost dares not enter." Taking advantage of this moment of respite, I observed the hall. Numerous candles flickered, casting a warm light upon the dozens of spirit tablets arranged within. The Hong family truly exemplified a prominent lineage, as the tablets were organized by generational rank, forming a miniature mountain. At the highest position was naturally Hong Lin's great-grandfather, the legendary figure who founded the family's century-long legacy. Beneath his spirit tablet were 4 additional tablets, representing the 4 sons born to the respective wives of the family. From this generation onward, the Hong family branched into 4 lines. These 4 sons were named Hong Fu, Hong Lu, Hong Shuang, and Tang Quan, derived from the idiom Fu Lu Shuang Quan. However, I was perplexed as to why a tablet bearing the surname Tang would be housed within the Hong family's ancestral hall. "Who is Tang Quan?" I inquired of Hong Lin. He clarified, "Tang Quan is the son of the 4th matriarch. He took his mother's surname, but from the next generation onward, they reverted to the Hong surname." Upon closer inspection, I confirmed that the spirit tablets beneath Tang Quan were indeed inscribed with the Hong surname. Beyond the tablets, I noticed several old photographs adorning the walls, one of which captured a beautiful woman in a teahouse. She cradled a 2-year-old child, accompanied by an elderly man nearing 60. This was Hong Lin's great-grandfather alongside the 4th matriarch. I scrutinized the 4th matriarch's visage, and she bore an uncanny resemblance to the female ghost I had encountered at the well the previous night. Consequently, it could be inferred that the occurrences surrounding the Hong family were not directly tied to the 4th matriarch. Rather, someone was leveraging her name to exact revenge and commit heinous acts. "Lu Gu, it's your turn to shine. In your opinion, who is the prime suspect?" Lu Xinyi, utilizing his detective skills, began his analysis. "The victims within the Hong family have all been males from the 1st branch. I learned yesterday that these individuals are the key holders of the family's business, indicating that the perpetrator has a clear target, the Hong family's enterprises. If tonight, Boss Hong were to perish, the 1st branch would face utter downfall, losing control over the family's business. The other 3 branches would stand to gain the most, particularly the 2nd and 3rd branches, as they are less populous and unable to bear the weight of the family legacy, thus making them the prime suspects." Zhang Xian. Lu Xini continued. Is it possible that Hong Lulu's ghostly encounter last night was a staged event to clear her own name? Contemplating Lu Xini's proposition, I responded. The likelihood is minimal. Had I not arrived promptly, Hong Lulu would surely have perished. No one would go so far as to stage a scene as convincing as to risk their own life. Lu Xini stroked his chin thoughtfully and remarked, thus, the second branch emerges as the primary suspect, though we cannot entirely dismiss the fourth branch's involvement. My curiosity was piqued. Just a moment ago, did you not imply that even if the main house were to collapse, the fourth branch would still be unable to bear the burden? If it were indeed the fourth branch's doing, would that not mean they are merely crafting garments for the second branch? What I mean to say is that the second branch might seek collaboration with the fourth, considering the latter's frailty. A mere offering of benefits would easily suffice to appease them. Chapter 147. The incantation. As I conversed with Lu Xini, dawn broke, and the ghostly mist outside gradually dissipated. The three of us hurried back, where the members of the main house began to awaken, unaware of the perilous events that transpired the previous night. Hong Lin implored me. Boss Zhang, please ensure you uncover the mastermind behind this. There will be generous rewards for your efforts. Suddenly, a thought struck me. Mr. Hong, all your people from the main house perished within the old residence, correct? Hong Lin nodded, prompting me to continue my inquiry. Did any of these individuals encounter danger when not at the old residence? Hong Lin shook his head, not to my knowledge. I had formed a preliminary suspicion regarding the true culprit, yet I lacked concrete evidence. Mr. Hong, gather everyone from the old residence tonight. Not only from the main house, but from all three branches. Hong Lin appeared somewhat taken aback. Everyone? Yes, all living souls must convene tonight. I intend to draw out the true mastermind. After he departed to make arrangements, I requested him to procure 3 items for me: a brush, yellow paper, and cinnabar. Upon their arrival, Lu Xini inquired curiously, what are you planning to do? I revealed my hypothesis. The malevolent spirit should only be able to operate within the confines of the old residence. It must be bound by something. Likely a feng shui formation left by a geomancer long ago. A feng shui formation? What is that? I explained to Lu Xini. For a typical residence, 1 or 2 talismans suffice to alter its feng shui. Your detective agency even has a piece of Taishan stone for this purpose, does it not? However, for a grand estate like the Hong residence, multiple treasures are required to construct a feng shui formation. The 8 immortals crossing the sea shadow wall we previously encountered, as well as the 9 dragon offspring statues mentioned by Hong Lin, are part of this formation. Do you recall the first thing you said when we entered the Hong residence 2 days ago? Lu Xini pondered for a moment. This old house resembles a coffin. No. The next line. I feel this old residence is somewhat eerie. I nodded. Precisely that. A residence with good feng shui should evoke a sense of springtime delight upon entry, rather than an eerie fear. I suspect someone has altered the feng shui formation of the Hong residence to nurture malevolent spirits and commit murder. Lu Xini was visibly shocked. Who could accomplish such a feat? He widened his eyes and added, the fourth branch? I nodded. To alter the feng shui formation, one must know the heart of the formation. Did not Hong Lin mention that when the geomancer defied fate for his great-grandfather, he buried a golden toad in the Hong estate? That golden toad is the heart of the feng shui formation. When it was buried, no members of the Hong family accompanied the geomancer, meaning only descendants of the fourth branch could potentially locate it. After contemplating for a long while, Lu Xini concurred with my hypothesis. The logic is sound. We merely lack evidence. Capturing the malevolent spirit that pursued us last night will yield the proof. I mixed the cinnabar with water to create ink, then cut the yellow paper into palm-sized rectangles before retrieving the book on protective talismans from Longhu Mountain that I had brought from the teahouse. This book contains foundational feng shui knowledge as well as 100 talismans passed down from Longhu Mountain. These talismans can alter the flow of feng shui. They were originally a closely guarded secret of Longhu Mountain, and had it not been for my master's strong connections with them, I would not have been qualified to study them. My calligraphy skills were only at a middle school level, and my drawing abilities were even less proficient. I decided to peel a layer off the yellow paper to make it semi-transparent, placing it over the book to trace. 15 minutes later, I completed 10 talismans, albeit the strokes were crooked and somewhat abstract. Thankfully, Lin Xiaolu was not present. Otherwise, she would certainly have criticized my work. I handed 9 of the talismans to Lu Xini and assigned him a task. Find the people from the main house and have them take you to seek out the 9 dragon offspring statues within the residence. Apply these talismans to them. Remember, do not let anyone from the fourth branch discover this. Understood. Chapter 148. Luring the spirits. As night fell, all members of the Hong family gathered together. The head of the second branch, Hong Lei, inquired, Hong Lin, what is your intention? Just as Hong Lin was about to explain, I interjected. Last night, Mr. Hong nearly perished in the well, but I saved him. Tonight, I intend to publicly capture the malevolent spirit and reveal the true mastermind. Upon hearing that the clan leader had nearly met his end, many faces in the Hong family displayed expressions of fear. Hong Lei asked, how do you plan to proceed? Sir, I answered with a smile, just watch. I produced a talisman from my pocket and addressed the crowd. A century ago, that geomancer altered the feng shui of the Hong family's old residence with a golden toad, defying fate for your great-grandfather and extending his life by 10 years. However, someone has now located the golden toad and altered the feng shui formation using dark arts to nurture spirits and plot against the Hong family. At this point, someone raised a doubt. Sir, we Hong family members have searched for that golden toad but could never find it. I clarified, in the realm of feng shui, a minute deviation can lead to catastrophic outcomes. The geomancer feared that you outsiders might recklessly tamper with the feng shui formation, which is precisely why he did not disclose the burial location of the Hong family's golden toad. Another person questioned, if the geomancer did not inform anyone, how then was it found? I fixed my gaze on Hong Yu from the fourth branch. Though the geomancer did not inform the Hong family, it does not mean he did not reveal the secret to his descendants. All eyes turned to Hong Yu, for the descendants of the geomancer were none other than the fourth branch. Hong Yu appeared quite anxious. Sir, are you suspecting me? Hong Lei interrupted. Sir, Hong Yu is still a minor. How could he possibly commit such a heinous act against his kin? Is that so? He could very well be under someone's manipulation. I noticed a change in Hong Lei's expression and continued without waiting for him to speak. Whether or not Hong Yu is guilty will soon be revealed when I capture the malevolent spirit responsible for the murders, and she will identify her master. With that, I ignited the talisman in my hand. Soon, gasps erupted from the crowd. The mist is rising. A chilling mist began to swirl, mirroring the scene from the abandoned courtyard the previous night. Upon witnessing the ghostly mist once more, Hong Lin's face turned pale. Ba Xiang, what have you done? I assured him not to be alarmed. Everything was under my control. The talisman I had just ignited was known as the Zhenbao talisman, which temporarily serves as a protective treasure when altering the feng shui of a residence. I instructed Lu Xini to shield the 9 dragon offspring statues with talismans. And by igniting the Zhenbao talisman, the feng shui of the Hong family's old residence would temporarily converge here. The true mastermind, nurturing the malevolent spirits through the old residence's feng shui, would undoubtedly come forth. The ghostly mist thickened, causing many members of the Hong family to instinctively retreat, trembling in fear. After a while, a tinkling laugh echoed through the mist. Hee hee hee, little bunny, don't run away. Little bunny, where are you? A little girl in a blue dress emerged from the fog, and in an instant, screams erupted from behind me. A ghost. It's a ghost. I was perplexed as to how these members of the Hong family recognized the little girl as a ghost. When I first encountered her, I had been deceived. ISNT Hong Xiaofeng supposed to have been dead for nearly 10 years. It turned out that the Hong family recognized this little girl. The girl chased after a little rabbit, and upon noticing the crowd, her eyes widened in panic as she turned to flee back into the ghostly mist. I could not allow her to escape. Brandishing the kunwa knife, I pursued her, shouting to Lu Xini, Lu, ring the bell. Chapter 149. The truth emerges, ding ling ling. The sound of the bell resonated, causing the little girl to stumble as if playing a game of red light, green light, standing frozen in place. As I was on the verge of catching up to him, a figure suddenly lunged at me. Don't hurt my sister. I was seized by someone, and we both fell to the ground. In the moment I got up, the little girl had regained her composure and dashed back into the ghostly mist. The effect of the talisman wore off, the mist dissipated, and tranquility returned. I looked at Hong Yu, who sat on the ground, his face ashen. Although I had failed to capture the little ghost, her identity had been revealed, and Hong Yu's actions of accusing others had undoubtedly confirmed him as the mastermind behind it all. A man from the main house rushed over and quickly subdued Hong Yu, while the remaining few from the fourth house, mostly women and children, could only watch helplessly. Hong Yu was tightly bound with ropes by the men from the main house, rendering him immobile. Hong Lin stepped forward, disbelief etched on his face, and asked, Hong Yu, we in the main house have treated you well, haven't we? Why would you do this? Bah! Hong Yu spat, nearly hitting Hong Lin's face. You treat me well? Ha! You have treated me nicely, but your motives are impure. All these years, you have taken the businesses that rightfully belong to the fourth house, exploiting my youth and inexperience. Hong Lin retorted. The fourth house only has you left as a male heir, and you are still underage, incapable of managing the family business. If it weren't for my support, the vast family fortune would have been squandered long ago. Moreover, Didn't I promise to return the assets of the fourth house to you once you came of age? Hong Yu gritted his teeth in response. I don't believe you. Hong Lin was somewhat incensed. Since I, Hong Lin, took over as the clan leader. Have I ever gone back on my word? Have you not? Hong Yu's expression twisted into a grimace. You promised to save my sister. It dawned on me that the little girl named Hong Xiaofeng was indeed Hong Yu's sister, recalling his desperate plea not to harm her when he tackled me. Hong Yu continued, when Xiaofeng was ill, you promised me that you would spare no effort to save her, yet you turned your back and abandoned her. You greedily took her treatment fees. Do you really think I was unaware? Hong Lin opened his mouth several times, but could not muster a single retort. Finally, he turned to Hong Lei of the second house, incredulity marking his features. Did you tell him? Hong Lei remained unflinching. Hong Lin, you should not have deceived him. Later, I learned that 10 years ago, Hong Yu's younger sister, Hong Xiaofeng, had fallen gravely ill. With their parents deceased, Hong Yu sought to use the assets of the fourth house to save her. Newly in charge, Hong Lin had approached Hong Yu, promising to do everything in his power to treat Hong Xiaofeng in order to win the favor of the fourth house. Young and grateful, Hong Yu had given Hong Lin a significant portion of the fourth house's assets as payment for her treatment. Hong Lin used his connections to send Hong Xiaofeng to a developed foreign country for medical care. Initially, he indeed endeavored sincerely, but upon receiving the doctor's diagnosis, he changed his mind. The doctors informed Hong Lin that with current medical technology, there was no possibility of curing Hong Xiaofeng. She could only be kept alive with expensive medications. Even if he liquidated all the assets of the fourth house, it would only sustain her life for 5 more years. Believing that her life was not worth such an expenditure, Hong Lin secretly decided to cease her treatment. 3 months later, Hong Xiaofeng's body was returned home. This matter was initially kept under wraps, but during a family banquet, Hong Lin inadvertently revealed it to Hong Lei. He had thought this elder would understand and keep the secret, but to his shock, Hong Lei disclosed the truth to Hong Yu. Faced with Hong Yu's accusations, Hong Lin's face turned ashen. Indeed, he had wronged Hong Yu. With reddened eyes, he spoke softly. I was in the wrong, and you have every right to hate me. But this has nothing to do with others. Why must you involve the innocent? At this moment, Hong Quan from the third house interjected, questioning Hong Yu. This is a matter between you and the main house. Why target my sister? After a moment of silence, Hong Yu spoke again. At this point, I have nothing left to conceal. Hong Quan, you should thank me. If I truly intended to kill Hong Lulu, she would be lying at the bottom of the well by now, rather than having been saved with her last breath. This revelation clarified my doubts. No wonder Hong Lulu's attack by the ghost was different from the others. It was all orchestrated by Hong Yu. As for why I sought to eliminate the other members of the main house, that inquiry should be directed to grandfather Hong Lei regarding his intentions. All eyes turned to Hong Lei, whose complexion turned pale as he glared at Hong Yu. Seething, what nonsense are you spouting? Hong Yu could not suppress his laughter. You all are merely dogs biting at each other. None of you are virtuous. Hong Lin fixed his gaze on Hong Lei, demanding, what have you done? Hong Lei began to defend himself. Hong Lin, do not believe his words. He seeks to sow discord among us and undermine the Hong family. Uncle Lei has devoted himself to the family's interests over the years. Have you not noticed? Hong Yu interrupted. Do not speak so nobly. Everything you have done is aimed at elevating the second house and seizing control of the Hong family, isn't it? Hatred glimmered in his eyes. Grandfather Hong Lei, do not think I can be deceived as easily as when I was young. The reason you revealed to me the cause of Xiaofeng's death was to have me learn the feng shui secrets of the Tang family for your own use. I initially believed you were helping me, but when you instructed me to first kill the other men of the main house and eliminate Hong Lulu, the most prosperous one in the third house, I recognized your ambition. Do you know? In my original plan, after killing Hong Lin, you would have been next. Hong Lei was taken aback, disbelief clouding his features. Why? For all these years, I have genuinely cared for you. If I had not assisted you in secret, your fourth house lineage would have been extinguished long ago. You helped me? Hong Yu's expression twisted into a menacing snarl. You are more deceitful than Hong Lin. My eyes burned as I witnessed the overwhelming malevolence emanating from Hong Yu. He bellowed, do you know? Ever since I learned feng shui, I could see souls and malevolent spirits. I discovered that Xiaofeng never departed because she had yet to avenge her grievances. She was wrongfully killed. Xiaofeng revealed to me that her illness was not an accident, but you, Hong Lei, who poisoned her in secret. Hong Lei appeared as if struck by lightning. His complexion drained of color. From his reaction, it was evident that this was the truth. Since the death of our great-grandmother at the bottom of the well, all of you from the Hong family deserve to perish. You all must die. As he spoke, he pulled out a golden object from his pocket. I focused my gaze. Recognizing it as a gilded toad, a large toad beneath, a smaller toad atop, the two intertwined. From my experience in the underworld, this object was extraordinary. In feng shui, it was known as the stacked toads, commonly used to communicate with heaven and earth, seeking rain and blessings. Xianyu raised the stacked toads high. Years ago, my great-great-grandfather sacrificed his life to extend the life of the Hong family's patriarch by 10 years with this golden stacked toad, hoping for a good life for our great-grandmother. Yet, she could not even have a peaceful end. Her vengeful spirit remains at the bottom of the well, unable to move on. Today, I shall avenge our great-grandmother and seek justice for Xiaofeng. With a forceful throw, he smashed the golden stacked toad onto the ground, producing a loud crack as the two toads separated and shattered into halves. At that moment, as the golden toad broke apart, my heart skipped a beat, and an ominous premonition surged within me. I watched as the ghostly mist, which had previously receded, began to swirl back. Soon, Xianyu was enveloped by the mist, his laughter echoing hauntingly. "You all can perish. Ha ha ha." His voice faded into the distance, ultimately disappearing into the thick fog. As the mist grew ever larger, I instructed Hong Lin to gather everyone back into the house, only to realize that the ghostly mist was following us inside. I hastily fetched paper and pen, inscribing several talismans and affixing them to the doors and windows, causing the spectral mist within the house to dissipate. The members of the Hong family were utterly terrified, with many children sobbing uncontrollably as panic spread throughout the room. Just as I was contemplating the ghostly fog, a piercing scream erupted behind me. Turning around, I beheld Hong Quan pinning Hong Lei down, delivering blows with fists and feet. The clan members swiftly intervened, and Hong Quan, pointing an accusatory finger at Hong Lei, bellowed in fury, "You bastard! You killed my sister. This matter is far from over." The people from the main house and the third branch surrounded those from the second branch, seemingly intent on demanding an explanation. Meanwhile, the fourth branch had mysteriously disappeared, possibly whisked away by Xianyu amidst the chaos. As tensions escalated towards violence, Hong Lin shouted, "What on earth are you doing? Is this the time for fighting? Can't you see that Xianyu wants us all dead?" The room fell silent, fear etched on every face. Hong Lin took out his phone, only to discover there was no signal. He approached me, gripping my hand tightly. "Boss Zhang, the lives of my entire Hong family depend on you." I felt a surge of anxiety, yet I knew I had to maintain my composure. Otherwise, the others would surely succumb to despair. "Boss Hong, gather a few brave souls to accompany me outside." "All right." Soon, Hong Lin had pulled 3 men from the second branch. They were reluctant, yet dared not refuse, for this predicament was of their making. I instructed Lu Sini to guard the area, then tore down the room's curtains, shredding them into strips to bind myself and the 3 Hong family members, preventing us from becoming separated in the ghostly mist. Armed with the Kunwu sword, I stepped out of the room and into the fog. The mist was thick, and the 3 Hong family members relied on their phone flashlights to illuminate a mere half-meter ahead. I walked at the rear, allowing them to lead the way in hopes of finding the main entrance of the Hong residence. As long as we could escape the confines of the feng shui array, we would be free. Though the 3 were well acquainted with the old residence, after a long while, we still hadn't located the front door. One of them, his voice trembling, said, "Sir, it seems we've come back to where we started." Alarm bells rang in my mind. The mist was playing tricks on us, making it appear as though we were walking straight when we were, in fact, going in circles. I made a swift decision. Turn back. Fortunately, our return journey was smooth, and we quickly found ourselves back in the original room. Lu Sini inquired, "Did you find the way out?" I shook my head and recounted the recent events. Let us wait for dawn. We endured a harrowing night, and at last, daylight broke, yet the ghostly mist showed no signs of dispersing. I realized Xianyu intended to trap everyone alive in the old Hong residence. There was neither water nor food in the house, and children had begun to wail from hunger. Continuing in this manner was untenable. I resolved to venture out once more. However, this time, my objective was not to find an escape route, but to locate the guest room where I had stayed during the previous nights, as it contained my trump card for this endeavor. Chapter 152. The omniscient dog master. The guest room was less than 100 meters from my current location, but with the ghostly fog and its disorienting effects, I was uncertain if I could reach it successfully. Lu Sini calmly analyzed the situation, suggesting that since I was a Yin person and wielded the formidable Kunwu sword, the ghostly barriers should not hinder me. He hypothesized that my earlier disorientation was due to the influence of the 3 ordinary individuals leading me. I found his reasoning sound. This time, I resolved to go alone in search of the guest room. Upon re-entering the mist, the disorienting sensation vanished, and I made my way back to my guest room with great ease. I couldn't help but commend Lu Cini in my mind. His deductive skills had proven invaluable. The guest room was filled with ghostly mist, but fortunately, I had prepared 2 more talismans before departing, which I placed on the doors and windows, gradually clarifying the room's contents. I located my suitcase and opened it, retrieving an ancient box. Lifting the lid revealed a dog skull. It was the Dogmaster. I tapped the top of the skull, and green ghostly flames ignited in its eye sockets. "Is it time for me to eat?" it asked. "Not yet, Dogmaster. I'm in trouble and need your counsel." Upon seeing the ghostly fog outside, the Dogmaster queried, "Have you offended a feng shui master?" I recounted the events occurring in the Hong residence in detail. The Dogmaster replied, "You possess the Kunwu sword, and your companions have the Yuanhua bell. You can easily find your way out. The entire Hong family is embroiled in schemes against one another. Why bother saving them?" Dogmaster, regardless of the circumstances. I accepted this task on behalf of the teahouse. I cannot tarnish our reputation. Moreover, there are innocent children and elders within the Hong family. I cannot stand idly by as they perish. The Dogmaster scoffed, naive. However, he ultimately agreed to assist me. "If you wish to save them, there is but one way. Dismantle the feng shui array, and the ghostly mist will naturally dissipate." I chuckled quietly, "Dogmaster, my skills in feng shui are rudimentary at best. I cannot accomplish that." The Dogmaster chastised me for my foolishness. "Only the one who ties the knot can untie it. This array was set by the Tang family, so it must be broken by a descendant of the Tang family." I felt utterly helpless. But the 4th branch has vanished. Where can I find a descendant of the Tang family? My words halted abruptly as a thought struck me. There was still a Tang family member trapped within the Hong residence. The Dogmaster asked, "Have you realized something?" "Yes." I expressed my gratitude to the Dogmaster, offering it some malevolent energy before returning it to its box to rest. Leaving the guest room, I navigated through the thick mist, finding the dry well into which I had fallen the previous night. The Tang family member I sought was down there, specifically, a Tang ghost. The well was not deep. I leaped down, and the familiar cries for help echoed once more. "Help! Is anyone there?" Before me stood a woman bound by ropes. Her body drenched in water and muck, yet her beauty remained undeniable. I stepped closer, calling out, "Mrs. C, is that you?" The ghost raised her head, meeting my gaze, and asked, "Can you see me?" I nodded and inquired, "After all these years, why have you not departed?" "I am waiting for someone." Chapter 153. The lovesick madam waiting for someone? I pressed. "Who are you waiting for?" "My husband." Realization struck. She was waiting for the patriarch of the Hong family. I could not help but reveal the truth. "Your husband has been deceased for a century. He will not return." To my surprise, Mrs. C responded resolutely, "No. He will definitely come. He promised me." I sensed a profound obsession within Mrs. C. Since Hong Yu was aware that his great-grandmother's spirit was trapped in the well, he must have attempted to rescue her, yet evidently failed. To save the Hong family, I needed to persuade Mrs. C. I asked, "Do you know who caused your demise?" "Yes, it was my husband. He pushed me into this well." That revelation left me speechless, stunned into silence. The murderer was the patriarch of the Hong family? This was far beyond my expectations. According to Hong Lei, after Mrs. C's death, the patriarch had slapped the 3rd wife, leading the descendants of the Hong family to believe she was the culprit. I could hardly fathom the turmoil that would ensue when this truth came to light among the family members. "Why?" I questioned, unable to comprehend why the patriarch would kill the daughter of his benefactor. Mrs. C explained softly, "He was afraid." Afraid of what? Fearing that after his demise, no one from the Hong family could contain me, a feng shui master trained in my father's true teachings. I noticed the expression of deep resentment on the face of the 4th madam. Before my father's passing, he had urged my husband to pledge that our son would carry the mother's surname, ensuring the continuation of the Tang family's lineage. I recalled the Sol Tang surname spirit tablet in the Hong family ancestral hall, and my heart filled with speculation. "Your husband fears the Tang family encroaching upon their territory, does he not?" The 4th madam nodded in affirmation. "He was inherently suspicious. I had once believed that my sincerity could dissolve his doubts. Yet a decade had passed without success. Upon realizing he had little time left, he intoxicated me with wine, then, under the cloak of darkness, bound my hands and feet with rope and cast me into a well. Before acting, he incessantly apologized, promising that he would come to find me after his death. Yet, to this day, he has not returned. I longed to declare that he would not come, but such a statement would solve nothing. I informed the 4th madam that her descendants had mastered the Tang family's feng shui techniques and altered the formations left by her father, resulting in the ominous ghostly mist now enveloping the Hong family, which could lead to their demise. "Only you can save the Hong family now," I implored. The 4th madam remained unmoved. I only wish to wait for him. I resorted to provocation. Will you merely stand by and watch him become extinct? Her expression remained unchanged. I care only for him. I understood that to sway the fourth madam, I must appeal to the elder's sentiments. I asked her, do you wish to see your husband once more? Her eyes widened in shock, and the ropes entwined around her wrists fell away. Before I could react, her hands rested upon my shoulders as she shouted in desperation, really? I can truly see him again. A chilling sensation gripped my shoulders, almost prompting me to draw my blade. Yet I restrained myself and replied earnestly, indeed. In life, you were a spirit. You must have heard of the name of the Yin merchant. I am Zhang Xian, the 22nd generation heir of the Yin merchants. If you assist me, I swear by the names of my ancestors that I will ensure you reunite with your husband. Uncertain whether it was my sincerity or the weight of the Yin merchant's name that moved the fourth madam, she released me and untied the remaining ropes binding her. It appeared she was not bound by necessity, but rather by reluctance. I instinctively queried, if you could free yourself, why did you call for help? Her response left me both amused and bewildered. It was dreadfully boring down there. I merely wished to frighten those above. The fourth madam removed the water plants clinging to her and tidied her damp hair. Let us go. I have lingered in the well for a century, and I know not what has become of the world above. As a spirit, the fourth madam ascended effortlessly, while I struggled to reach the surface. Grateful for the newfound strength I had developed through sword practice, lest I remain trapped below. Upon encountering the ghostly mist, the fourth madam remarked, my descendants have learned well. They have transformed my father's auspicious formation into a soul-locking mist. I inquired, can it be broken? She did not provide a definite answer, yet her demeanor exuded confidence. Follow me. I am now a spirit, and there are matters requiring your assistance. The fourth madam guided me to the entrance of the Hong family estate, where the stone statue of a mythological beast adorned the shadow wall, still bearing the talismans I had drawn. Did you draw these talismans? Indeed. They are quite ugly. I chose silence. No amount of justification could mask the inadequacy of those crude strokes. Remove the talismans. I climbed and took down the talismans. Whether it was merely my illusion, I felt the surrounding ghostly mist dissipate slightly. The fourth madam explained, within the Hong family abode, there are 9 dragon child statues. They serve as the foundation of the feng shui formation. Your talismans merely exacerbated the ghostly mist. For the next half hour, the fourth madam led me through the entire Hong family residence. In addition to removing the talismans from the 9 dragon child statues, she identified the alterations made by Hong Yu to the feng shui formation and guided me in restoring them one by one. Finally, she brought me back to the desolate courtyard. Pointing to an old locust tree east of the dry well, she instructed, dig 1 meter beneath the tree. There lies a brass-plated toad, which is the core of the entire feng shui formation. I informed the fourth madam that gilded toad has been damaged by your descendants. The ghostly mist emerged following its destruction. I observed the fourth madam's expression grow somber. This poses a problem. The formation's eye is vacant, and we must find a new treasure to bury in its place. She scrutinized me. Do you possess any artifact capable of altering feng shui? I shook my head. The only item I owned that could be considered a treasure was the Kunwa blade, yet it was intended for slaying spirits rather than altering feng shui. After a lengthy contemplation, the fourth madam sighed. Then you must excavate my grave. I possessed a silver bowl for dining, a wedding gift from my father, which can be used to stabilize the feng shui. It should be in my coffin. Though exhuming a grave is an act of profound moral depravity, I felt little hesitation since it was her own request. Where are you buried? The fourth madam sighed. You ask, yet I have remained in the well since my death. How could I know where I was laid to rest? I scratched my head, realizing my lack of foresight. I hurriedly returned to the Hong family, and, after inquiring with Hong Lin, learned the location of the family tomb. Armed with a shovel, I located the fourth madam's grave. Before her grave stood 2 tombstones, marking the resting place of 2 individuals. The owners of the tombstones were named Tang Ing and Hong Xing. Tang Ing was the fourth madam's name, while Hong Xing, judging by the fourth madam's infatuated gaze, must have been the elder of the Hong family. The fourth madam lovingly caressed Hong Xing's tombstone, speaking dreamily, you truly loved me. In the end, we are united in death. I believed her words. The elder had 4 wives and concubines, yet he was buried solely with the fourth madam, indicating a profound bond between them. No wonder the fourth madam harbored only resentment for the elder who had taken her life, devoid of hatred. I found myself unable to judge the righteousness of their relationship, yet one question perplexed me. According to the Hong family's accounts, they had both perished on the same day, and now lay together in death. Why had the fourth madam waited in vain for over a century in the well without the elder's return? With the Hong family trapped in the ghostly mist, awaiting my assistance, I suppressed my questions and prepared to commence my task. I bowed 3 times before the grave. Though it was the 4th madam who instructed me to dig, the grave contained 2 souls, and thus the ceremony could not be neglected. After completing my bows, I took up the shovel and muttered an apology before beginning to excavate. This was arduous labor. After a short while, I found myself panting heavily, regretting not having summoned Lucini to assist me. I worked intermittently, and after 3 exhausting hours, I finally glimpsed the coffin. The joint coffin was considerably larger than a single one. I could not lift it alone and had no choice but to pry open the lid. The soil here was damp, and the coffin had decayed significantly. A strike with the shovel caused the rusted nails to snap. As I opened the lid, I revealed 2 skeletons, one large and one small, clad in funeral garments, their hands still entwined. Tears streamed down the 4th madam's face as she fixated on the larger skeleton. "My lord, I have waited for so long," she cried, while I cautiously searched within the coffin for the silver bowl she had mentioned. Soon, I discovered a trove of burial items beneath their feet, a testament to the Hong family's former wealth, with an abundance of gold and silver utensils, interspersed with an array of jade artifacts. Near the remains of the 4th madam, there lay an object wrapped in red cloth, revealing a hint of dull silver. Upon unwrapping the cloth, I discovered a silver bowl. The exterior of this bowl was adorned with intricate golden patterns, depicting a phoenix surrounded by countless small birds. The craftsmanship was exceedingly exquisite. Even the tiniest of birds was rendered with vivid clarity and lifelike detail. "Is this it, 4th madam?" I inquired. She nodded, wiping away her tears. "Yes, indeed. If you bury this bowl in the place I previously mentioned, the ghostly mists of the Hong family estate will dissipate. However, this bowl can only be used to break the formation. It cannot restore the auspicious feng shui of the old residence." I never promised to preserve the Hong family's feng shui. What becomes of them in the future is no longer my concern. Noticing the 4th madam gazing longingly at the elder gentleman in the coffin, I felt it inappropriate to intrude and return to the old residence alone. Beneath the ancient locust tree, I dug a deep pit, placed the silver bowl within, and covered it once more. Remarkably, within half an hour of burying the bowl, the ghostly mists vanished entirely. When I next encountered Hong Lin, he was so overwhelmed with gratitude that he nearly knelt before me, repeatedly thanking me. "Thank you, Boss Zhang. You are a great benefactor to the Hong family." With the Hong family's affairs resolved, I was left to ponder the promise I had made to the 4th madam. Chapter 156. The Soul Summoning Tower. 2 days later, Lucini and I returned to the teahouse, accompanied by the 4th madam. Throughout the journey, she kept a watchful eye on me, fearful that I might renege on my word. Upon returning to the teahouse, Lin Xiaolu scrutinized the 4th madam, curiously questioning me. "Why did you bring a ghost back?" I recounted the experiences of the Hong family in detail, and Lin Xiaolu expressed her deep sympathy for the 4th madam's plight. She assisted me in retrieving an object from the basement, placing it on the table. This object resembled a 9-tiered pagoda, each level engraved with terrifying imagery. The first depicted a person with their tongue ripped out, and the second showed someone with 10 fingers severed. These images correspond to the 1st and 2nd levels of hell, known as the tongue-ripping hell and the finger-cutting hell, respectively, with the remaining 7 tiers following suit. The 4th madam inquired, "What is this?" I explained. "This is the Soul Summoning Tower, capable of calling back souls suffering in hell for the duration of a stick of incense. Originally, there were 2, perfectly mirroring the 18 levels of hell, but we possess only 1. If the elder gentleman's soul resides within the first 9 levels of hell, you shall see him again." I silently prayed that the elder gentleman was not in the latter 9 levels of hell. Otherwise, I would be unable to keep my promise. I invited the 4th madam to an upper room, activating the Soul Summoning Tower with the secret technique passed down through my lineage. A dense malevolent energy surged from within the tower, so potent that it coated the walls and floor with a thin layer of frost. This was the malevolence from hell, unmatched even by a vengeful spirit that had cultivated for a millennium. Accompanying the malevolent energy were the anguished wails of souls being punished in hell, each cry chilling and spine-tingling, sending shivers down my spine. I urged the 4th madam to call out the elder gentleman's name. Only the call of a loved one could summon a soul back to the mortal realm. With deep emotion, the 4th madam cried out, "Hong Xing, my dear, can you hear me? It's Yin Yang. I have waited for you for so long. Why have you not come to find me?" Suddenly, a gust of cold wind swept through the sealed room, and a black shadow emerged from the Soul Summoning Tower. Upon closer inspection, I discerned a man appearing to be in his 60s. The 4th madam rushed towards him, weeping uncontrollably. I quietly withdrew, Knowing the soul-summoning tower could only maintain its function for the duration of a stick of incense, it was best not to intrude. Before closing the door, I took a careful look at the elder gentleman of the Hong family. He bore an ancient wooden yoke, binding his hands and neck. I had never heard of a legend involving shackles for souls in the first 9 levels of hell, so I sought Lin Xiaolu's insight. She informed me that the shackles were not a product of hell, but rather a technique employed by the 4th Madam's grandfather, a geomancer who had set up the feng shui for the Hong family. Lin Xiaolu speculated that the geomancer, fearing that in 10 years the elder gentleman would exhaust his lifespan and that the 4th Madam would suffer at the hands of the other wives in the Hong family, had covertly entwined a dark sorcery within the feng shui arrangement. Little did he know that it would ultimately be used upon the very elder gentleman he sought to save. These shackles could draw a soul directly into hell, subjecting it to torment before reincarnation, which is why the 4th Madam had not been able to reunite with her beloved. After the stick of incense had burned, I ascended to check on the situation, but the soul-summoning tower had returned to its original state, and curiously, both the elder gentleman and the 4th Madam were nowhere to be found. The only conclusion I could draw was that the 4th Madam had chosen to accompany the elder gentleman into hell, preferring suffering over separation from her beloved. Half a month later, Hong Lin sent a token of gratitude, another embroidered shoe that paired perfectly with the deposit he had paid. This object was later sold, but that is a tale for another time. In the days that followed, I learned from Hong Lin that the 4th branch of the family had vanished without a trace, while the 2nd branch, Hong Lei, realizing his grave mistake, left the Hong family to protect the others from repercussions, ultimately not being buried in the family grave. 20 years later, I stumbled upon news of the Hong family. Since the destruction of the feng shui arrangement, they had been in steady decline, eventually selling the old residence, a fate that elicited much lament. Chapter 157. A troubled mind with the Hong family's affairs concluded. I calculated that the pair of embroidered shoes given to me by Hong Lin could fetch at least 600,000. With 30% going to the teahouse and 70% to myself. In other words, I stood to profit no less than 400,000. I set aside a quarter of this amount, 100,000, and entrusted it to Lu Xini as his reward. Though Lu Xini appeared to have contributed little, without his deductions, I would have struggled to identify Hong Yu as the orchestrator of the vengeful spirit-esque killings. This sum was rightfully his. Initially reluctant to accept, Lu Xini eventually acquiesced under my insistence. Upon learning of this, Lin Xiaolu praised me, saying, "Zhang Xian, you handled this matter splendidly. I never expected you to be so generous." I felt a blush creep onto my cheeks. I do indeed have an affinity for wealth, yet under my master's guidance, I have come to understand the principle that a gentleman values wealth acquired righteously. Lin Xiaolu then asked, "Is your birthday approaching?" I nodded, confirming that my birthday fell in late September, just 2 weeks away. She patted my shoulder enthusiastically, exclaiming, 18. You've reached adulthood. We must celebrate. In the past, only Li Zi had remembered my birthday while I was in the orphanage, and now, with no knowledge of her whereabouts, my interest in celebrating had waned. Sister Xiaolu, perhaps we should skip it, I suggested. Lin Xiaolu placed her hands on her hips, looking somewhat vexed. How can we skip it? This is your coming-of-age ceremony. No arguments. I will arrange everything clearly for you. Not wanting to disappoint her, I reluctantly agreed. After exchanging a few more words with Lin Xiaolu, I noticed it was already noon and invited her to join me for lunch. Lin Xiaolu proposed, "Have you tried the noodle shop on the next street? The food is quite good." I had not yet been, but if it had garnered such praise from Lin Xiaolu, it must surely be delightful. She led the way to the establishment she had mentioned. Though it was called a shop, it was little more than a small stall. The proprietor, a plump man with dark skin, appeared to be in his 30s, yet he gave off an impression of being in his 40s. The noodle shop was bustling, with nearly all the tables occupied. Lin Xiaolu clearly knew the owner well. She found an empty seat and called out loudly, "Hey, black fatty, 2 bowls of beef noodles." I felt a bit awkward and asked, "Sister Xiaolu, isn't it a bit rude to call him that?" Lin Xiaolu laughed and explained, "Black fatty is the nickname he gave himself. He enjoys when customers call him that, finding it endearing." It made sense that the owner was not offended. I understood now. 2 bowls of beef noodles were swiftly served. The noodles were al dente, the broth was crystal clear, and nestled within were 6 generous slices of beef. The taste was truly exquisite. No wonder Lin Xiaolu was so fond of them. After merely 2 bites, a new customer arrived at the stall, and the jovial proprietor, who was a stout man, greeted him warmly. "Aunt Son, have you brought Xiao Shui to enjoy some noodles?" Upon hearing the name Xiao Shui, I initially imagined a small child. To my surprise, when I turned to look, I was met with a young man several years my senior. I was somewhat taken aback. How could someone of such age bear the name Xiao Shui, without feeling a tinge of embarrassment. At that moment, Xiao Shuai affectionately pleaded with the stout man, "Uncle Black, I want beef noodles, a large bowl." His manner of speaking was reminiscent of a child's, and his expression further accentuated this resemblance. Lin Xiaolu gently nudged me and pointed to her own head. I instantly understood, this Xiao Shuai had a mental deficiency. To say Xiao Shuai had a mental issue was not an insult, but rather a recognition of his cognitive challenges. After settling down with his mother, he pulled out a piece of chalk from his pocket and began to scribble on the table. The woman referred to as Aunt Sun hurriedly attempted to halt her son's actions. "How many times have I told you not to draw on other people's tables?" she exclaimed, reaching for the chalk in his hand. Xiao Shuai hid the chalk behind his back, perhaps spurred by his mother's reprimand. He began to wail, "I won't. I won't." His voice was particularly loud, drawing disapproving glances from the surrounding diners. Aunt Sun quickly covered her son's mouth. "Keep your voice down." Just then, the stout man approached with the noodles, coming to Aunt Sun's aid. "Let him draw. I actually think Xiao Shuai possesses quite an artistic talent." I glanced at the table and noted a crude drawing of a turtle. Aunt Sun, apologetic, nodded at the stout man, then retrieved a handkerchief from her pocket. Unfolding it revealed a stack of money, ranging from coins to notes of various denominations. She placed the money before her son, guiding him, "Xiao Shuai, how much do we need to pay for a bowl of noodles?" However, her son was not paying attention. He grabbed the chopsticks and began devouring the noodles. Aunt Sun, in a fit of urgency, snatched the bowl away and slammed her hand on the table, scolding him loudly. "How many times have I told you? You must pay for your meals. Do you understand?" Xiao Shuai, feeling wronged, burst into tears, lost and bewildered. The stout man intervened, "Aunt Sun, don't be too hard on the child." Aunt Sun's eyes were red-rimmed. "I don't wish to make it difficult for him, but I cannot care for him forever. What will he do if I leave?" She placed the stack of money in front of her son, pointing to a $10 bill, urging, "Xiao Shuai, remember, when you come to eat noodles here, you need to give this amount. Do you remember?" Xiao Shuai still looked aggrieved, mumbling, "Mommy gives, Mommy gives." Aunt Sun wiped her tears and pushed the noodles back toward him. "Good boy, it's Mommy's fault. Eat up, quickly." There was only one bowl of noodles on the table, and after a couple of bites, Xiao Shuai handed the chopsticks back to Aunt Sun, innocently declaring, "Delicious. Mommy should eat too." Aunt Sun smiled and said, "All right," taking a symbolic bite before pushing the bowl back toward him. "Mommy has eaten, now you eat, don't waste it." Once Xiao Shuai had hastily finished the noodles, Aunt Sun took him away. Observing their retreating figures, Lin Xiaolu sighed, "How pitiful." I sighed inwardly, inadvertently recalling my days in the orphanage. At that time, there were children with similar cognitive challenges, but I did not feel pity for them. Instead, I envied them, for they remained perpetually childlike, blissfully unaware of the seasons or the pangs of hunger, always filled with joy. "What are you thinking about?" Lin Xiaolu waved her hand in front of my face, pulling me from my reverie. I replied that it was nothing and rose to settle the bill for the noodles. Lin Xiaolu and I returned to the tea house, which, as usual, was eerily quiet, with just the two of us present. As the sun began to set, a sudden scream from upstairs startled me from my drowsiness, leading me to believe something had gone awry. To my surprise, Lin Xiaolu emerged from the room, her eyes brimming with tears. "Zhang Xian, the tea house has lost power. My qualifying match." I rushed to check the electric meter, only to discover it was out of funds. The tea house used an old-fashioned prepaid meter, which could not be recharged via mobile. I had to venture 3 streets away to the power company's office to top up. Given Lin Xiaolu's reclusive nature, it was clear she would not go, leaving me to run the errand. On my way, I passed a small park and spotted 2 familiar faces, Aunt Sun and her son Xiao Shuai. In the park, Aunt Sun sat on a bench, basking in the waning sunlight, looking quite weary as she rubbed her temples. Numerous children played nearby, but whenever Xiao Shuai approached them, they scattered, leaving him looking dejected. I had only exchanged a brief encounter with this mother and son, and thus had no obligation to greet them. Just as I was about to leave, I noticed Xiao Shuai bouncing over, waving at me. Confused, I wondered if he was indeed greeting me. As I hesitated, someone suddenly bumped into me, causing me to stumble. "Sir, are you all right?" I turned to the voice and saw a middle-aged man, roughly the same age as Aunt Sun, looking apologetic. He gestured toward the person who had just collided with me. "I'm sorry, my son has some cognitive issues. He didn't mean to." I noticed Xiao Shuai was now embracing a boy of similar age, jumping about joyfully. My rising irritation dissipated upon witnessing Xiao Shuai find a playmate. "It's all right. I don't mind," I reassured him. The man approached Aunt Sun and settled next to her, indicating a familiarity between them. Soon after, another father and daughter arrived. The girl appeared slightly younger, around 15 or 16, dressed in a faded dress. It was evident that their circumstances mirrored those of the two boys. The three children played together in the park, digging in the sand, their faces adorned with innocent glee. Meanwhile, the three adults sat on the bench, engaged in conversation, their expressions heavy with worry. I reflected on the shared struggles of these families, united in their challenges. A few days later, Lin Xiaolu expressed a craving for noodles once more, pulling me back to the stout man's stall, where she called out, "Uncle Black, 2 bowls of noodles, with eggs." As I settled down, I spotted a familiar figure. Aunt Sun had returned with her son for noodles. The stout man asked Aunt Sun, "This time, you'll be having 2 bowls, right? I'll treat you to one. You've lost weight lately, and need to eat more." Aunt Sun's complexion appeared pale, her body frail. Yet she seemed in good spirits. "All right, I'll have a bowl too. I'll pay for mine. You, running a small business, should save up to marry." Perhaps out of compassion for the struggling mother and son, the stout man served them first. As he passed by us, he nodded apologetically. Aunt Sun retrieved her handkerchief, revealing that familiar stack of money once again. She asked her son, "Xiao Shuai, how much do we need to pay for 2 bowls of noodles?" Unlike last time, Xiao Shuai did not throw a tantrum. He pondered for a moment, then selected 2 $10 bills from the stack and handed them to the stout man. The stout man was pleasantly surprised, exclaiming, "Xiao Shuai is so clever." He only accepted 1 bill. "As promised, I'm treating you. Enjoy them while they're hot." Xiao Shuai offered his mother a pair of chopsticks, dutifully saying, "Mommy should eat first." Aunt Sun smiled, saying, "All right," and transferred a few pieces of meat from her bowl to Xiao Shuai's. This scene was heartwarming, yet I found myself astonished. It has only been a few days, yet Aunt Sun's son has shown such remarkable progress. Although his performance still does not correspond with his apparent age, it seems as though he has suddenly awakened, with his intelligence seemingly elevated from that of a 2-year-old to that of a 5 or 6-year-old. I shared my bewilderment with Lin Xiaolu, who pouted and speculated that perhaps heaven was moved by Aunt Sun's unwavering determination. Chapter 160. The father who killed his own daughter a few days later. Feeling utterly bored in the tea house, I asked Lin Xiaolu to watch the shop while I stepped outside for a breath of fresh air. As I strolled along, I encountered Lu Xinyi. After exchanging greetings, he mentioned he was headed to the police station to assist a friend and, knowing I had some free time, invited me to join him for an enlightening experience. Upon arriving at the police station, I noticed many officers greeting Lu Xinyi warmly, addressing him as Teacher Lu. Inquiring further, I learned that Lu Xinyi, a private detective, was highly regarded at the Andy police station, having assisted in solving numerous major cases. Whenever the police encountered troublesome cases, they would consult Lu as an expert advisor. Officer Zhang, who welcomed Lu, immediately displayed a troubled expression upon seeing him. "Teacher Lu, we need your help again," he said. Lu Xinyi inquired about the issue at hand. "It's not particularly tricky," Officer Zhang replied. "A middle-aged man strangled his own daughter. The evidence is clear, and the suspect has confessed." Lu Xinyi, perplexed, asked, "Then why have you called for me?" Officer Zhang sighed. "We still need a formal statement. Although the suspect has admitted to killing his daughter, he refuses to disclose his motive. As you know, we cannot afford any wrongful convictions, especially in a murder case. All documentation must be complete. You're a psychology graduate, so please lend us your expertise." Lu Xinyi readily agreed, saying, "All right, take me to meet the suspect." Officer Zhang cast a hesitant glance in my direction. "Teacher Lu, who is this?" "Oh, this is my new assistant," Lu Xinyi replied, and without further suspicion. Officer Zhang led us both into the interrogation room. In the interrogation room, a middle-aged man was secured to an iron chair. His face struck me as somewhat familiar, and after a moment of contemplation, I recalled where I had seen him before. I asked Officer Zhang, "Isn't his daughter intellectually disabled?" Officer Zhang looked at me in surprise. "You know him?" "Not exactly," I replied. "I once saw him in the small park while recharging the tea house's cards. I remember his daughter, dressed in a faded dress, was playing with Aunt Sun's son, Shuai Shuai. How could it be that so little time has passed, and he has taken his daughter's life?" Lu Xinyi began the interrogation, employing his psychological insights adeptly. In just 20 minutes, he breached the suspect's psychological defenses. The suspect roared at Lu Xinyi, "You asked me why I killed my own daughter? Why do you think? It's because of her that my wife ran away. Because of her, I lost my job." As he shouted, the suspect crumbled, burying his face in his hands and weeping uncontrollably. "I can barely afford to support her anymore. If I go to work, I can only leave her home alone. Do you know she has the mind of a 3-year-old and cannot care for herself? A few days ago, someone from my hometown asked if I would sell my daughter. They're a village fool looking for a wife to continue the family line. If I agreed, they would give me 100,000 as a bride price. But how could I agree? I would rather end her life myself than watch her be mistreated and violated. This child suffers, and so do I. After the interrogation concluded, I felt as if a heavy stone had lodged in my heart, leaving me with an indescribable sense of oppression. I pondered what I would do if I were that man. Lucini seemed to sense my discomfort and patted my shoulder. Do not dwell on it too much. Everyone experiences their share of suffering in life. Chapter 161. The Kneeling Father. I initially intended to take a stroll to clear my mind, but my mood only grew darker. As evening approached, I bid farewell to Lucini and returned to the tea house. Upon entering, I was greeted not by Lin Xiaolu, but by another familiar face, the father of the boy who had bumped into me the other day and apologized. What was he doing here? Zhangxian, you're back. Why didn't you answer your phone? The customers have been waiting for quite some time. I had put my phone on silent during Lu Sini's interrogation of the suspect, unaware that I would miss Lin Xiaolu's call. Upon hearing the voice, the uncle turned to follow Lin Xiaolu's gaze and spotted me. He hurried over, almost jogging, and then suddenly knelt before me. With a tone of almost desperate pleading, he said, Boss Zhang, I implore you to save my son. I recalled that the uncle's son, like Shuai Shuai, had an intellectual disability. What had happened to him? I quickly helped the uncle to his feet. I could not bear to have an elder kneel before me. I poured him another cup of tea and encouraged him to share his story at his own pace. Gradually, the uncle composed himself and began to speak. His son, affectionately named Song Song by his mother, symbolized their hopes for him to become a wise individual. However, reality proved harsh. As the child grew, they suddenly realized he was different from other children. At 3 months, he could not roll over. At 6 months, he could not sit up. By the age of 1, he still could not stand and was unresponsive, failing to call out for his parents. The couple ran from hospital to hospital, but the doctors consistently diagnosed their child with congenital intellectual disability. With tears in his eyes, the uncle recounted how the doctors predicted that his son would only possess the intelligence of a typical 4-year-old at best. I handed him a tissue to dry his tears, and he thanked me before continuing. To seek treatment for Song Song, we spent an immense amount of money, but no matter how much we poured in, it was futile. Eventually, we resigned ourselves to our fate. Some people suggested we abandon Song Song, but my wife and I vehemently disagreed. Regardless of his differences, he is our child, and his presence in our lives is a blessing. No matter how much suffering we endure, we must raise him. The uncle paused, his eyes reddening further. I don't know what sins I committed in a past life, but fate has been exceedingly cruel. When Song Song was 8, his mother died in a car accident. In her dying moments, she made me vow never to abandon him and to care for our child. I promised, but now I fear I may break that vow. The uncle sobbed uncontrollably, prompting me to ask, what has happened to Song Song? Trembling, he replied, a few days ago, I went out to buy groceries. When I returned, Song Song was convulsing and frothing at the mouth. I rushed him to the hospital for emergency treatment. He was saved, but he has not opened his eyes since. The doctors say he may become a vegetable. At this point, the uncle nearly fell to his knees again. Some say Song Song may have lost his soul and that I need to find a folk healer to save him. I have inquired about many people, and they all say that you, at your tea house, possess remarkable abilities. Boss Zhang, I beg you, please save Song Song. If anything were to happen to him, I could never face his mother again. Chapter 162. The Lost Soul. I had never witnessed a middle-aged man weep so deeply, so completely shattered. It was clear that he loved his son immensely. I offered him a few more tissues and assured him that while I could attempt to help, I could not guarantee success. If he has indeed lost his soul, I possess the means to retrieve it. However, if his condition is due to a medical issue causing the coma, then I am truly powerless. The uncle understood and urgently insisted on taking me to the hospital. Upon arriving at the hospital, I was greeted by the sight of Song Song, who was previously vibrant and full of life, now lying feebly on the bed. His complexion pallid and his body adorned with tubes. The nurse, upon seeing the uncle, reproached him. As a family member, where have you been? How could you leave the patient alone here? What if something were to happen to him? The uncle hurriedly apologized, and after a few admonishments, the nurse departed. The room was left with just the 3 of us. I closed the door and approached Song Song. The uncle hesitated to speak, but I gestured for him to remain silent. I gently lifted Song Song's eyelid. For one attuned to the realm of spirits, discerning whether a soul is lost is rather straightforward, especially since I possess the unique ability to perceive souls with my Yin Yang eyes. After a careful observation, I recognized the troubling signs. Song Song had indeed lost his soul. A person possesses 3 souls, the heavenly soul, the earthly soul, and the life soul. In addition to these 3, there are 7 spirits. The first spirit is the heavenly spirit, the second is the Linghui spirit, the third is the Qi spirit, the fourth is the power spirit, the fifth is the central spirit, the sixth is the essence spirit, and the seventh is the heroic spirit. Song Song, however, had only 2 souls and 6 spirits remaining. He had lost both his earthly soul and heroic spirit. It is not uncommon for individuals to lose their souls, particularly children, who may inexplicably suffer high fevers or become dazed and distressed. Various customs exist across regions, where names are called at crossroads or doorsteps to summon back a lost soul. Among the 3 souls, the life soul cannot be lost. If it is, death ensues, and even divine beings would struggle to intervene. The earthly soul is also rarely lost, as it harbors one's memories. Its absence could render a person dull-witted or, as in Song Song's case, plunge them into a deep coma, akin to a vegetative state. Generally, it is the heavenly soul that is lost. As for the 7 spirits, they are all susceptible to loss. But if both the earthly soul and heroic spirit are simultaneously lost, one must exercise particular caution. My master had taught me that Yin objects are manifestations of souls that attach to the deceased, and these very souls are precisely the earthly soul and heroic spirit. Is this mere coincidence, or has someone taken Song Song's soul for the purpose of creating a Yin object? I dared not dwell on this thought, for it seemed implausible. The vast majority of Yin objects form naturally. My master possesses a unique talent for crafting Yin objects, such as the Kunmo blade, a masterpiece of his creation. Yet, his son, Lin Xianyu, had informed me that the reason my master can create Yin objects is due to a rare ability he possesses. With my master absent from Andy, even if he were here, it would be inconceivable for him to engage in such wicked deeds. Boss Zhang, how is Song Song faring? He has lost his soul. Upon hearing this, the uncle sighed in relief. To him, a lost soul could potentially be reclaimed, thus offering hope for Song Song's awakening. I glanced at the clock. It was only 8 o'clock. The optimal time for summoning souls is at midnight, so we would need to wait a while longer. Additionally, I required certain preparations. I informed the uncle that I would return to the tea house to get ready, and I inquired about his dinner preferences, offering to bring something back for him. The uncle hastily declined, but eventually acquiesced, requesting just 2 buns. Back at the tea house, I retrieved a Yin object intended for soul summoning and called for Lin Xiaolu to grab a quick bite. I ultimately ordered 3 buns and a bowl of porridge to take back with me. Upon returning to the hospital, I encountered a familiar face in Song Song's ward. "Aunt Sun, what brings you here?" Hearing my voice, Aunt Sun turned her head to look at me. "You are the patron who dined at Old Fat Black's noodle shop. I remember you well." Aunt Sun's memory was quite impressive. I inquired, "Are you here to see Song Song?" She nodded, a hint of sorrow in her expression. "I came to see Song Song. How could someone harm such a good child?" As she spoke, she wiped away tears. "I heard that Hua Hua was choked to death by her father after he drank too much. If anything were to happen to Song Song, who would play with our Shuai Shuai?" I asked Aunt Sun, "Where's Shuai Shuai? Did he not come with you?" She replied, "Shuai Shuai is at home watching television. I feared that if he learned Song Song was ill, it would sadden him, so I did not bring him along." "Aunt Sun, I must take my leave. I cannot leave my child alone at home." "All right. I shall see you off." As Aunt Sun walked away, I noticed she stumbled slightly and used her hands to support her waist. Watching her retreating figure, the uncle remarked, "Sister Sun is indeed a woman of great suffering. Her husband abandoned her upon learning their child had intellectual disabilities. She raised the child alone, and now she has cancer and little time left. I worry who will care for her son after she is gone." Recalling the first time I met Aunt Sun at the noodle shop, it became clear why she was so anxious for her son to learn the value of money. The reason was heartbreaking. Shifting my focus back to the uncle, I reassured him, "Do not worry. When the clock strikes midnight, I will summon Song Song's soul." The hospital ward fell into a hushed silence by 10 o'clock. I stifled a yawn and closed my eyes for a moment. The uncle, unable to sleep, offered to wake me when the time came. Just as I began to drift off, I felt someone tap my shoulder. Boss Zhang, it's time." I opened my eyes and checked my phone. It was 11:45 at night. I washed my face to invigorate myself, then retrieved the Yin object from my bag. Regarding soul summoning, I had previously witnessed an elder at a funeral home perform a similar ritual, relying on the mourning of relatives to call back the soul. My method, however, was considerably simpler. The Yin object I brought was an essence-calling furnace, a small incense burner the size of a baby's fist. The purpose of this furnace is straightforward: to summon the lost soul of a living person, typically used for children, but given Song Song's condition, it was fitting to regard him as a child. I placed the essence-calling furnace at Song Song's bedside, then took a slender piece of sandalwood incense and plucked a hair from Song Song's head, wrapping it around the incense stick. Finally, I ignited the incense with a lighter. A wisp of blue smoke rose, filling the room with a faint scent of sandalwood. Fortunately, Song Song was in a private room, or I surely would have faced complaints. Miraculously, the blue smoke emanating from the furnace did not disperse within the room, but rather slipped through the crack of the door. Noticing the uncle's tension, I reassured him to relax. This smoke would carry Song Song's soul back to us, and he merely needed to wait. Time passed, and in a mere half hour, as the incense in the essence-calling furnace was about to extinguish, Song Song's soul had yet to return. This situation felt amiss. Just as I was preparing to employ alternative methods to enhance the furnace's effectiveness, the door was suddenly pushed open. I initially assumed it was the nurse drawn by the scent, but to my surprise, a man entered. Shuai Shuai? The uncle hurried forward. Why have you come here alone? Where's your mother? The newcomer was none other than Aunt Sun's son, Shuai Shuai. His expression was peculiar, filled with confusion, upon seeing the uncle. He opened his mouth and uttered 2 words, Daddy. With that, he swayed and collapsed to the ground. Seeing Shuai Shuai about to fall, the uncle reacted quickly, catching him but twisting his back in the process. At that moment, another figure rushed in, flustered. Shuai Shuai, Shuai Shuai, what has happened? It was Aunt Sunday. Her eyes were frantic as she struggled to help Shuai Shuai back to his feet. The uncle, still holding his waist, inquired, Sister Sun, what on earth is going on? Aunt Sun stammered, it was my mistake to tell Shuai Shuai about Song Song's hospitalization. He must have been too worried about Song Song and sneaked out to the hospital. I chased after him for quite some time before I caught up. The uncle, concerned for the unconscious Shuai Shuai, suggested, I will go call a doctor. However, Aunt Sun stopped him. It's nothing. This child just ran too fast and got tired. She pinched Shuai Shuai's philtrum, and he gradually opened his eyes. Looking around, he asked, Mom, where am I? Isn't that Song Song's dad? Where is Song Song? I want to play with him. Aunt Sun led Shuai Shuai outside, admonishing him as they walked. Play? What do you mean play? Do you not realize what time it is? Song Song has gone to bed. Quickly, return home with me. Shuai's expression was tinged with disappointment as he uttered a reluctant oh and followed Aunt Sunday. At that moment, I noticed a wisp of blue smoke wafting from the hospital room, trailing after Shuai and ultimately slipping into the pocket of his trousers. A shiver ran down my spine, prompting me to hastily pursue them. Wait. Aunt Sun halted and turned to inquire, Young man, is there something amiss? I discerned a hint of wariness in her gaze. I feigned a congenial demeanor, saying, The child's shoelace has come undone. It is quite dark outside, and I would not want him to trip. Allow me to assist him. With that, I seized the opportunity, crouching down to tie Shuai's shoelaces. All done. As I rose, I stealthily slipped my hand into Shuai's pocket, encountering a chilling object, which I deftly extracted and concealed within my sleeve. Aunt Sun, oblivious to my actions, expressed her gratitude and departed with Shuai. Upon returning to the hospital room, my uncle fixed his gaze upon my hand. He must have witnessed my maneuver of retrieving something from Shuai's pocket. I opened my palm to reveal a jade bead, roughly the size of a quail's egg. This was no ordinary piece of jade. It possessed a spectral essence. Shortly after I unveiled it, the blue smoke that had emerged from the spirit-calling furnace coiled around the jade bead, refusing to dissipate. My uncle inquired, What is the meaning of this? I countered, Have you not noticed that Shuai has become more astute? Upon hearing my words, my uncle nodded. Moments ago, Aunt Sun had mentioned that Shuai had run away from home on his own. He was the least intelligent among 3 children, often unable to find his way and having gotten lost several times. How, then, did he manage to locate the hospital? Moreover, this hospital resembled a labyrinth. I could easily become disoriented. So how did Shuai find the ward? I presented the jade bead before my uncle. This is the reason for his newfound intelligence. Song Song's lost spirit resides within. As my uncle leaned in for a closer look, he remarked, Zhang, I do not see Song Song, but there is indeed a crow inside. A crow? I quickly held the jade bead up to the light, and through the illumination, I could clearly see a black, red-eyed crow encased within. In an instant, a chill enveloped me. This image was not unfamiliar. The crow symbolized a notorious shadowy organization responsible for the demise of Lu Xinyi's first love.